And now I'm falling, deeper down the flag I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Cześć.
Dzień dobry.
Cześć, dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Środy, co jest? Sosnowca. Dobra panowie, witam. Dobrze, że już jesteście. Mamy tutaj do zrobienia remoncik, można powiedzieć, tak? Tutaj na początku zabezpieczycie podłogę, czyli rozkładamy sobie to i pomalujemy tą ścianę. To będzie jedna ekipa, nie wiem kto tutaj najlepiej maluje. Nie wiem, rozumiemy się, czy?
Yeah.
Okej. Ja, okej. Dobra, to kto najlepiej maluje?
Manuel.
Okej, super. To tu kolega. To tak. Zabezpieczcie sobie tu podłogę, malujemy tą ścianę. Rękawiczki, nie możemy się pokaleczyć. Tak, ubieramy się.
Feels like Christmas.
Jedna noga, druga noga. Wy mówicie po polsku?
Yeah.
Nie?
Nie.
Speak English.
Yeah, English.
No to dobrze, że byłem na kursie. We work here. Okay. Now you must put this here. Położyć, tak?
Tak.
No, rozumiemy. No i zajebiście. Painting. Ściana wall. This musi być like this.
That's it.
Uważaj. Here.
Okay.
Actually good.
There's stage behind you.
Fuck, maybe stick the CS, mate. Very good.
Now painting.
Painting.
Here is pencil. Painting. This. And here is farben. Put painting
There.
here. Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, you want it full.
Oh yeah.
Kurwa.
You like that?
Okay.
Beautiful.
Wałeczek.
Cheers.
Painting, guys.
Do the logo. First time I've actually painted something. I'll just do this.
Kurwa, co wy, ja pies Okay. Here. Okay, here. Plumpy. Oh, okay. Better.
Is that the Flyquest logo?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, this is actually pretty good though. This might take a while.
Look at this.
Very nice. Good detailing.
You know when the priest does it like this. Fuck.
Okay.
How is work?
Very good.
Good.
Co to jest, kurwa? What
Like what you said.
What is this?
FlyQuest logo.
Okay, logo. Very nice. Yes. Okay,
Dzięki.
kurwa.
Dzięki.
Okay, super. Put this. Okay. Dobra, lepiej tu będziemy kłaść gładź. Tak, będziemy kłaść gładź.
On top main, top hut, sorry. Nothing turret. Dropping down.
Big man.
Ready to smoke?
Flash radio.
Smoke.
There's out 3 guys. Down man's one close.
Flashing blue, flashing blue.
Down man's close.
Dunk, no, inside the house. Dunk.
Warehouse stuck.
Still there.
He's two kicking here.
Down there. One main as well.
I'm going
Two there.
down.
Down should be clear, maybe.
I have vents for you.
Coming ramp. I'm planting on the line. 2 ramp for sure.
One coming
One
secret.
secret.
1 ramp. 2 ramp and 1 secret.
Yeah.
David is kill secret.
No, I'm playing. And he crossed one.
Can't come sandwich, no.
No.
That's
One left ramp. One close to me.
dark.
Dark and close.
1 HP, bro. I'm picking dark.
One push.
Dark
Dark
lane.
and
They're
one
live.
windows and dark.
Dark dead.
Tuck that.
Windows hide now. One line.
Bomb line.
I have sandwich.
Just hide.
Play time.
Nice David.
That's what we like.
Nice David.
Peeking
I'm
out.
gonna hold your secret.
Come door again.
Second smoke.
We're clear. Can you get one?
That credit. Nice.
Outside the gate.
Yeah, we're gonna split A here, okay?
Head out
Nice,
main.
I'm holding lobby.
Kill door. Half alive.
On the radio.
I can flash
Can we split A? Then I'm on radio.
Yeah, we can.
Can
I'm on the radio now.
Where else?
Push radio. It's right below.
One more.
Yeah. Give him bomb. Take bomb. Just go away.
Where is he? Radio? Okay.
Yeah, he burned.
I'm flashing.
On the line now.
Flashing back again.
Back.
Follow him.
Take it for now.
Go down. Rush sandwich maybe?
Yeah, I'll smoke sink. I'll smoke sink.
Take windows.
One sandwich.
He's already in control.
Standing for short.
Holding him. He's
Standing for short.
He went back.
open. They can open long soon.
They can go wall, guys. They can go
Yeah,
You can open it now if you want.
Wait.
Go, guys.
It's open. It's open.
We have it.
Dead.
Nice.
Ramp, careful. One to the line. Ramp.
Ramp.
Right, two ramp.
Open short.
That's work.
They broke that shit, man. Two already toxic.
I will re-smoke for door. I have 2 smokes.
What smokes did they do?
I think go in.
Pulska.
Secret dead.
I'm gonna see.
I'm going with him.
One more. Should be 4. Should be
I'm
4.
going down.
3 or 4.
How long, Steve?
Bouncy radio.
Going long.
3
Two.
down. There's
One lobby.
3 down, 1 lobby.
Windows. Coming out long.
Third lobby.
Out long. We can try to win this.
Finish
Finn
short,
has a kid. Let's go down, David. Let's go down, Yes.
Yeah.
Let's walk. Finn has a kid. One is long for sure. Nice.
long,
Go, Vince. We have.
On dark.
Can we one sandwich?
Yes.
I'm flashing
Coming
sandwich.
Vents.
Yeah, really.
That's a smoke. Pushing me that.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go
Outside.
smoke something. Yeah, he thinks one is ramp.
I'm beefy, Finn.
Right, I'm pushing here.
Side.
Side. I can break it.
Let's go.
Not.
Off.
First shot.
I have short.
Falling long. Tapped it.
I won't get short. Yeah.
Take it. Wait.
I'm with you. Above you. Shield.
Let's go. Run.
I'm ready. Yeah. Go.
Backside.
Nice!
Nice, man.
I'm down.
Going top.
One
What was he?
crossing, I think. I think I heard one.
David is down.
Playing out
Yeah,
of
we
secret.
have main.
Smoked ramp.
I have main.
Oh, ramp. One ramp.
Take
One
care
out
ramp.
Could be out ramp. I'm not sure.
Should we rotate down?
Dead. Go.
Guys, one or two ramp.
Hold on, heaven. Hold on,
One or two
heaven.
ramp.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
What's
hold
the
heaven.
secret more?
They're gonna go down. I have
I'm opening the door.
I'm 1 HP.
Already pushing.
They're going down. They're
Yeah,
going
already
down.
pushing.
Go down, Vince.
I flashed out.
Maybe.
One dead.
I have Molly.
That's it.
I'm sure.
Yellow.
Kill that. Both.
Yellow. Yellow.
Oh, wait.
Nice. AK long.
I'm motor hot. Fast one.
They went.
Out.
Bomb on it.
Out.
I have Molly for side.
One side, I think.
I'm out. Could be down vents.
Yeah, we have bomb. Heading door. Careful outside, is dropping.
Flashing.
I could be under heaven. I'm holding
heaven.
heaven. Holding
Yeah.
heaven.
Walk main faded.
Harry hut.
I have only heaven, bro.
You guys are good like this.
I'm trapping.
You're good, you're good.
One person A. House or something.
Backside.
Hut.
Under a hut.
Maybe same guy.
I have hut. Just hide. I can peek. It's fine.
Drop me down, bro.
Dark. Holding you maybe.
Nice! That was half
Using
no?
6 decimal places on a mouse sensitivity console command. Now, I think there's 2 types of people that could do something like that.
Someone with a special connection with Valve? Or a dev themselves?
I think it was definitely a high impact one. This interrogation scene it has some impact on the culture of CS for sure. It was a really good one. Sponge, some incredible acting. Really liked that. But I think, all the players, they did good as well. And yeah, they had to interrogate me, the developer, I guess. So it was fun. How it works is you just kind of do it. Yeah, if they come to you with an idea, 99% of the times it's gonna be good. I don't think it's ever been a bad idea, which I've been approached with. They've done it for multiple years now. Like all of the results of the skits, they've been amazing. The whole community always enjoys them, and people always want to see more. So great to take part of it. Yeah, you get to create some funny memories, some good memories, because stuff happens in the game, like CS2 release date or whatever, or what we did with the interrogation, and it kind of puts it in the archives that it actually had some sort of impact. People made fun of it. People made sort of a culture around it, and I think that's the part of skits that really it does create some history with CS as well.
You've played the beta, I presume?
Of course. Who hasn't?
Many have been denied access, my son.
May the Lord save their souls.
Yeah, watching the Cologne skit, obviously the church vibe, confessing, typical Cologne. When you're doing the skit, you're doing it all by yourself. The person you're having a conversation with is not actually with you. Like you're doing it at different times, and the end result, they just edit it together, so it seems like you're in the same place, but in reality you're not. So I guess that's the tough part. Yeah, props to ESL. They did a really good job in just setting it up, and I think the script they have is always fantastic. I think that helps really well. They have really good scripts. They produce it way before, and I think that's probably the biggest part that actually helps create a good skit.
Hold on, Rob's at the back.
Yeah, you're the lurker, right? That's kind of how it would go down.
Yeah, but there's lurkers and then there's lurkers. It makes the most sense if he's at the back.
I was in the room with talent here for sure. I think I was with them. I can't remember 100%. In this specific one, it was more of like a round table, and they just switched the players around. We were having a conversation, I guess, in the skit, like it looked like in the end result. This one was really fun. I remember I wasn't sure what we were gonna do when they approached us with this. Maybe this is one of the first times we did a skit where we're in the actual booth where we play, and I hadn't done that before. So it was really interesting what the result was going to be like. But as we heard what the idea was and what the script was, I think we already knew that how we're going to act or whatever we do is going to turn out really good, because the script was that good and the idea was perfect.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay? What do you mean eco? Just run around. Oh.
Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
I think all the jokes, they're very fitting. Obviously Apex, they're just clowning around with our coach Remy. I think it's the perfect encapsulation how the team environment really is. Apex is really that kind of guy who can be a clown, he can be serious, a tough guy, he can be anything. And then everyone else, I think we're just a good group of people who who really want to win, but I think we have a nice relationship. At least I was locked in. Obviously, I play old school RuneScape. Zybo does not. Just a fun fact, so people understand the perspective. So when I heard that they're gonna put or act like Zybo was playing OSRS as the match going, I found it really funny. And that, I mean, as an OSRS player, that was close to me as well. So I tried my best to make sure I was acting well, and people who pay attention, I think they would really enjoy that one. And that's what I enjoyed. I really enjoyed the small details and like paying attention to that, like doing the acting for all the small bits. And I think everyone really paid attention to that as well. And that's why it turned out so good. And that's why I really enjoyed it. I think it's like every second of it, I think there's something happening in the skit that's either funny or like there's like some idea behind it. And yeah.
Okay, main. Way hot. Ready?
Go.
Go.
One main.
Heaven, one.
Heaven.
One main. Heaven,
I'm main smoke.
Heaven and main, yeah.
I'm done. Only for heaven, guys.
Two main at least.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna go Freiburg.
I'm gonna hold lobby. Push from outside.
I'm going yellow. I'm going yellow. Let me have
Playing,
Yeah.
playing
I can peek off you, Harry.
Fancy main.
They might want to save armors, you know?
Yeah.
What happened? Sound, what happened? Might be coming, so guys. Step 7.
I'm ready.
I'm anti.
Drop down.
I'm going outside.
We're in city.
Two guys?
Two things. Two one spree. Right side, left side. Benchmark.
Together.
One more. Right side. Top thing.
Close right still. Came my back. Okay, ramp or outside?
Nice fucking ramp, boys. Shit. Call again.
One very top hub.
Yeah.
I'm picking outside. I'm coming on the ground.
Smokes.
Yeah. Call the smokes and then get ready soon, David, to fake. We go ramp after.
To the smokes.
Yes, I think it's a...
One drop on or...
Walking second one.
Just wait a bit.
Can be in radio, man.
Yeah. That's
I'm ready.
ready to fake?
Yeah.
Yeah, fake. One drain, top one.
Flashing one main.
Radio
Let's go slowly ramp.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Let's go slowly ramp now.
Molly hard.
Close hot one, yeah.
Space.
Go ramp.
Yeah, just doctor ramp. I'll hold hot push.
I'm gonna jump up heaven.
Yeah. Doctor ramp, guys. Just step ramp and maybe come back.
Jumping.
3, 2,
Don't
1.
commit bump. Come back to A. Split A, boys.
Push him in.
Yeah, split A. Checking close up.
Copy door.
I'm going hot.
Inside hot clear.
Way hard. Could be inside door, guys.
I don't see
okay,
heaven.
door.
Dash
Ramp
clear.
clear. Top one
Mid clear.
clear.
Door dead.
Running out here.
Door dead. Oh.
Up dead.
Freiburg good.
One is ramp. Another guy down.
They're stuck then.
Yeah, one ramp, another guy down. Careful secret. I'm coming ramp with David. John, play off fast, okay?
He's under hell.
You want the op?
Going towards locker.
Yeah.
I'll take
Take
op
the
left then.
This one.
Is that him?
That's
Should
it.
be.
I think
one
so.
Or maybe still secret.
Bomb is planning close hot, right?
AK help David.
And flash
Secret.
out main.
Flash. Steer it. Boom. Steer it.
Come, David, he's a...
I'm taking AK with.
Low.
Let's go CT.
I'm fucking dead, guys.
Get a smoke config now. Be quiet outside. Maybe go China.
Mono blue.
Yeah,
you want-
just be
you
quiet now.
want
Gonna end main. Just wait. Gonna be good.
Flashing for secret.
Throw warehouse.
Be secret picking.
Gonna go ramp now, fake.
That's the guy.
You see, only you.
Take
Only you.
Only one.
Only you, right? So,
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm faking ramp now.
One was heaven.
Go close
One
main now,
down,
picking
down,
power,
down.
you guys.
Yeah,
I'm going
ready.
back to A now.
Picking for power. Let's see.
Split A.
Flash him in.
Flash.
Boom.
Rushing hot. Hot clear. Done. Event.
Heaven soon.
Hold them.
Main or door.
Don't flash up David, I'm rushing. I'll throw the flash David, insta bolo. Flash.
Ready up, warehouse.
Go.
Main dead.
One is warehouse, I think.
Keep going, John.
I'm
Keep
staying
going.
conflict.
You have Molly
I'm
John
low.
for vents.
Look at short.
One heaven.
I'm in vents.
Vent, inside vent. I'm like, you think?
Then Molly, just straight on. Only one ramp.
I'm conflict. Can't hear
Or
infiltration.
against strip.
I'm far.
Back. Hold short.
One vents maybe? One maybe vents.
I don't see short.
Taking ramp.
I'm one behind
Last
vents.
round, last round.
I have vent now.
I think...
Ramp.
Right side,
One
looks
inside
good.
vents.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
right.
Peeking him.
Can flash, Kobe?
I'm flashing.
Ulti, flash again.
Nice!
Did he shoot it?
Shut down door, John. I'm Molo inside hard, okay?
They smoked door. On accident.
First
Safety door.
Someone go down.
You flash out to someone?
Yes. Flashing now. Boom. Breaking as well. I'm resmoking door. I'm going down vent.
Yeah.
I'm moving to the
Oh, John, That's crossing.
I have ramp.
I'm smoking door again.
No. Oh, okay.
Oh, outside player dead.
I have ramp.
I have secret.
Resmoke, David.
Smoking now.
You wanna go rob on them?
Yes, I'm moving.
I'm leaving hot.
Do we
Zero
sell-
one. Zero one.
Okay. Do we have someone down?
Yeah, I
Yes.
am.
Main and zero.
There, no.
Zero down.
Nice.
Holding door, pushing
Okay,
hot.
up.
Yeah.
Take it here,
Pushing
down.
secret.
Where are you, Howie? I can flash above.
Big. Yeah, flash.
2 times flash above warehouse coming.
Yes,
Flashing one. Flashing
China.
again.
China. Simple. Nice. Oh, we man.
You want door? They want.
We have one. They didn't
Holy
see.
shit, Hobie, man.
Tell me if they can be.
I can break that.
Break.
I broke.
You take it?
Yes. I'm getting spammed on though. Can sneak down vents.
Going in. What's that? Up one.
The door on.
One outside. Oh, you said. Smoking door.
Give me secret.
If you right now, bomb lobby.
What's that hot?
Won't get the ref, guys.
Left side up.
Nice!
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Yarra River, stretching over 150 miles and cutting the city of Melbourne in two, which coincidentally is exactly what is going to happen to our competitors at the Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne today, because 12 teams will be halved to just the top 6, and with 4 spots already claimed, the race is on for the top 2.
The race is most definitely on for top 2. Only 2 spots remaining into the playoff. As you can see, Yanko, already 4 teams have claimed their way into the IEM Melbourne 2025 playoff. And those are some quite decent teams. We saw a big surprise yesterday. Falcons taking down Na'Vi in quite the fashion. But apart from that, the favorites are showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Vitality, Mouse, no surprises there. And the Monacy investment already paying dividends for the Falcons, making the playoffs, taking down Na'Vi in a really impressive fashion yesterday. But Jacob, I see you're wearing red today. Is it because of the Astralis news? Is this a turning point for Danish Counter-Strike?
No, it's not a turning point, but at least they're doing something, which is kind of cool. It's been a disturbing period to be a Danish Counter-Strike fan for the past 4 years, to be
How do you
honest.
feel about Kasper Straub earning his spot in the Heroic Hall of Fame with his Astralis stint as the sports director.
I mean, if this was the plan from the get-go from Heroic, you know, to infiltrate
it
Astralis,
would be so diabolical, right? Like, if that was the case, if you told it to someone who didn't follow CS, they would say, yeah, that makes senes.
That makes sense.
How events unfolded.
He would make himself a legend. There's no doubt about it. However, it's not about Astralis, Janko, because they're relevant, let's be honest. For now, nobody gives a damn. Nah, no anymore. We'll see. Hooksy coming in as a stand for them. That's obviously big news. Apart from that, as we spoke about already, we have qualified teams, but that also means that we have eliminated teams that weren't quite good enough to make the cut for the playoff at IEM Melbourne. And we're going to find 4 more of those teams today. Now, there's one name to me, Janko, that sticks out right here. And that's Virtus.pro. We were having high hopes. We spoke about it in Katowice. Maybe Electronic as an in-game leader. Maybe the team is going to come together, but they've been disappointing lately.
Yeah, I think at this event and in Bucharest, it was very disappointing. They made playoffs in Katowice, which no one expected. I think in Lisbon, they played good Counter-Strike, even though they didn't manage to make the playoffs in the end. And it's a team that, you know, of course, people like to hate because how their play style used to be like super slow and not too entertaining to watch, perhaps, but they went through some massive changes coming into this year, right? Electronic is the IGL, you get Flamus and ICN, 2 new players, you know, 2 more or less rookies, right, with not too much tier 1 experience, so it was always going to take a lot of work, a lot of time, and we're seeing them go through the growing pains, really. And I think I even saw this morning that, you know, their coach departed the team, you know, to have that go out immediately after you're eliminated from the event.
They're probably still here, right?
I mean, I imagine. So tells you that, right, not everything is right over in the Virtus.pro camp, so we'll have to wait and see. Is that the only change that's happening right now? What the issues are for this sort of lack of results that we've been seeing in the past month?
One could argue that wherever Electronic is going right now, things are not working out, but I'm not sure if that's a conversation we're ready to have already.
European Elige, what?
Yeah, okay,
what?
That's tough, but fair enough. You know, from eliminated teams to some of the top performers at the tournament, Janko, we've had quite some spectacles in terms of individual performances. You have 5 of the highest rated players right here. Obviously, we're excluding a couple of the Vitality members because they're just farming right now. They could all be in there, but there's a couple of names that sticks out to me, and we may as well start with Grim, the man in the middle. The highest rated player right now is Grim. What the hell is going on there?
Grim and Elige is like the opposite of Nico and Monesi, right? Like, you know how they elevate each other and they're so good when they're together? Well, Grim is that when he isn't on a team with Elige. Yeah, he's just been impressive.
Yeah.
Bucharest too, where they made top 4 in that sort of aggressive rifle position, just finding openings, so sharp mechanically with his aim. I mean, he's averaging 100 ADR over the course of the tournament. Look at some of the other names that he's surpassed, right? Monesi, Rops, Zaiwu, obviously, who's not on this list because, you know, 3 Vitality players would be here. They're just stats padding in group stages anyway. But yeah, also Regali, the reason why, one of the main reasons why FlyQuest was able to take down Virtus.pro, eliminate them, stay alive, keep their hopes alive, or playing in front of that home crowd. And yeah, last but not least, Lucky in 3D Max, who is one of the more mind-boggling, maybe sounds a little bit too harsh, but in the last 6 months or a year or so, he's just elevated his performance so much, where he's been the standout player for 3D Max, and he's not a young gun anymore, right? I mean, he's been on a G2 lineup 6 years ago at this point, so his sort of late bloomer status has been pretty interesting to watch.
A bit of a resurgence for Lucky as well. You said yourself, Regali, obviously an interesting player to pick out, playing well for FlyQuest, keeping them alive. We'll see him play soon as well. He's needed today. Monesi, no big surprise. I think I made a tweet yesterday saying that there's only a few players in the world, and I don't know if you agree, where you feel like you get what he's worth every single time. Whatever money you spend on Monesi at any point in his career, he's worth it, and it's always paying off.
I saw that tweet, and it was funny to me because, you know, another guy that I could immediately think of that's like that is Nico.
Yeah.
And Falcons has both of them, and they were both on G2. So just some maybe differences in the way of thinking about the value of these players. But yeah, I think yesterday you could see with Monesi, right? Once he gets on, once he turns it on, it's just so hard to play against. I mean, yesterday he was also doing this ridiculous thing where he's actually hitting most of his shots in terms of the flicks, because you know, when you watch m0NESY play, he doesn't play like other oppers, right? Like the angles he takes, the position he takes, you know, it's not something you would usually see, but it's because he's so confident in his ability to flick, to go from a single scope to double scope and hit the shot before he can get punished by the opponent. And yesterday you saw it, especially on Dust 2 from slope a couple of times. I mean, it's just one zoom, one shot, gets the kills. Navi can't even get to the bomb site, and if he can keep that up, Falcons will be really tough to play against.
I mean, already in the playoff, I'm curious to see how well Falcons can do, and maybe if they can book a spot straight to the semi-final. You mentioned him before, Lucky as well. A bit of a resurgence, you know. As you said, he's been playing for a long time. We haven't had the highest expectations for Lucky, but fact of the matter is he's playing some pretty decent Counter-Strike right now. Now, for 3D Max at this tournament, I don't think too many people expect them to make the playoff, but it's safe to say that without Lucky playing well, they won't.
We'll get into it once we get into the actual pre-game for FaZe 3D Max, but I'm out on 3D Max. Until they switch up the way they approach their CT side, at least a little bit, I cannot with this team. You know, it's just the stuff they do is really crazy, and that's saying something considering we have teams all over the world here and whatnot. But yeah,
completely lost faith. There's no faith left.
yeah, absolutely. I'm absolutely out on this team, but they do have talent. They do have some cool things up their sleeve, right? I think they're at the point where they need to evolve to playing proper Counter-Strike, right? To playing tier 1 brand of Counter-Strike. Like, they need to be making that transition. You know, like with the...
Do they have the talent for that, though? I mean, a team with not enough talent trying to play tier 1 Counter-Strike often ends up failing.
Well, that's the thing. Either they can evolve and do that, or they make changes, or they're just stuck in this in this sort of stage. Similar to, you know, the Snappy Ants lineups, right? Early on, where they didn't have the talent as much as the other teams, but they were still able to punch above their weight because they played in this unique style that made up for some of the deficiencies that they had potentially in terms of just the roster.
Okay, fair enough. I'm curious to see 3D Max play on later. Curious to hear why you completely lost faith, but that's fair enough. Now, it's been a long tournament so far. We only had 2 days of playing, and we're going to have a lot more games today as well. Group A looks as the following. We have Mouse and the Mongols already qualified for the playoff. They will play a game to dictate whether or not, or which one of the 2 teams that will head straight into the semifinals, and which one of them will have to start in the quarterfinals. Now, the interesting part is in the lower bracket. You said it yourself, Janko, 3D Max, you have no faith, so FaZe Clan should be winning that one. Now, Gamer Legion versus Complexity. That's a golden opportunity for neither of these 2 teams to actually make a playoff, because I wouldn't fear FaZe Clan with the way they're playing right now. And for Complexity, with Grim playing the way he is, they have a realistic shot at making the playoff at IEM Melbourne.
It feels like the best team in the lower bracket is Complexity, and that sounds so crazy to say, right? I think just from the way that they've been playing, but here's the dangerous prospect, right? FaZe Clan, just when you write them off, just when they look, you know, they're at their lowest, is when they somehow find their level again. So if they can do that one more time, if they can play a little bit more like we saw them in the playoffs of Bucharest, that should be their bracket to run. And if they end up losing to 3D Max with how their matchup went last time, I think that's it. I think that there's something different. You know, there's a change is going to be made before the next tournament for them.
I love that conversation, and we'll dive into that later for sure. Group B as well, as said, Vitality and Falcons in this upper bracket final. Winner will proceed into the semi-final. Loser will go into the quarterfinal. Both are guaranteed at the playoff at IEM Melbourne. You look towards the lower bracket right here. Navi, FlyQuest, we'll talk about that relatively soon. Now, Liquid versus MIBI, Janko. Liquid have looked, I'd say, better so far this tournament. Obviously, Vitality, I give them a freebie. No one can beat them at the moment. So for Liquid to be in this lower bracket with a Navi that is struggling as well, is that a golden opportunity for them to get off to a good start with UA after a horrible start in Bucharest?
Yeah, it's funny how when you actually have a couple of days to practice that you can look better. But yeah, I think in the MIBR, first and foremost, you know, that's the first obstacle, and MIBR not to be written off by any stretch of the imagination. But Liquid should be a slight favorite there at the very least, and then yeah, it comes down to Navi/Falcons. I think both teams are beatable. We were talking about before the tournament started, you know, Navi, I thought they were in for a resurgence of sorts, unable to close out that game against Falcons yesterday despite a big lead. It's gonna leave a sour taste in their mouths. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting today. Not to be ignored the fact that these teams will have to play 2 games today. All the lower bracket teams will have to play 2 games today. Well, not all of them, the ones that win the first game. But, you know, like having to play 2 best-of-3s in the same day, it adds a little, it makes it different. You don't have as much time to prepare. You need to focus more on yourself and so on and so forth. So we'll see how that pans out for these teams.
A lot of games are taking place today. As you said, some teams will have to play 2 games today in order to secure a spot at the playoff. Now, out of all those games we just saw, the one that sticks out to me is obviously Vitality versus Falcons. I think that's the first real big test for m0NESY and Falcons in that regard. Is that also a freebie for them? Can they walk in there, walk away with a 2-0 loss and will still be happy about it? Or do you expect them to put up a fight?
I mean, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think they will care all too much. I think for them, it's mission accomplished for this tournament. Okay. They get to play in front of a stage, which first of all, they've only done in Cluj this year for the whole Falcons team, right? And then first event in m0NESY, you're in the crowd. They're gonna love that. Get a feel for that. You know, get familiar with each other in that environment a little bit more. So yeah, I think Zonic was honest yesterday, sitting here after their game and saying, you know, they're the best team in the world right now. But if we play well, I think we can at least put up a good fight. We can make them work for it, right? Which is, I think, a win for Falcons. If they have a close game against Vitality, right, with m0NESY just joining the team, they'll be happy about that because it will give them confidence that a month from now, once they actually get some reps in, you know, they can really be a contender, because Vitality, without a doubt, a team to beat this year.
They are the team to beat, and I guess it's been pretty obvious so far for the tournament as well. Vitality the favorites to win, MOUZ the contender, so to speak. Now, if you were to point out one team as that third challenging team, is that Falcons already by now, or is it Na'Vi who's coming back, or Mongols? Can they do it in a playoff? We haven't really seen them play well in those iterations. So if you had to pick a third team, you know, in contention for the trophy, who would that be?
I mean, before the tournament, I would have said Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
But seeing as how they've been actually playing, I'm not sure Falcons has played better. They beat them. They have Nico and m0NESY, right? I don't think they're going to be actually able to do, you know, to contend for this tournament. I think it's going to, again, you know, boringly come down to Vitality and MOUZ. Mongols have been a little bit up and down recently, so that's why I don't put too much stock in them. And yeah, it feels like all these other teams are there to potentially... I think for Mongols, they have a better chance of, for example, beating MOUZ today in this game, and then getting straight to the semis, then making something happen in the arena.
That's fair enough. You know, it does feel like a lot of teams right now are trying to find their footing, trying to find their form heading into the major. So are we, though. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it's with a very, very decisive game between FaZe and 3D Max. Janko said it himself, if FaZe were to lose to 3D Max, that may be the end of it. That may be the end of this current iteration of the FaZe clan lineup. I tend to agree with that. However, only one way to find out. We'll start the game in around 15 minutes, but not before we jump on a quick break.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Elimination matchup also going down on the B stream between Gamer Legion and Complexity. Now, we were just talking, Ash, it's been a minute since you faced Complexity. You're currently ranked 12th in terms of VRS. They're 13th. Do you see yourselves realistically actually being that close as opponents?
Yeah, I think they're in really good form right now, to be honest. I'm super impressed the last event they played. Looked really solid. I think this is going to be a very difficult opponent, so it should be a really good game.
Let's talk a little bit about the map veto. I feel like it's probably no surprise. They pick and train. You guys haven't had that many officials on the map. What's the approach there?
Yeah, I think the veto is probably what we expected. It seems pretty obvious. I think maybe it's not the most favourable for us because of their best maps being our weakest maps, but we're ready for it, I hope, anyway. So I guess we'll see on train. So we're probably the best train team out there right now, so it's going to be a big challenge for us.
How much practice time have you actually been able to have on the map of train, considering you haven't picked it too many times in officials, or played it, rather?
We've had plenty of practice time. We knew it was a weakness before the last event, so we went away, worked on it, and hopefully we'll be able to show that it's improved quite a bit. So obviously we went and worked and tried to work out on it.
In terms of your pick, you guys decided to go for Ancient. Why not maybe an Inferno as your choice? What were you thinking about the Ancient pick there?
I think it just suited the matchup better, to be honest. I've struggled a little bit recently, so both maps feel pretty comfortable for us, so we just went for Ancient this time.
And in terms of, the marathon that could be ensuing for you guys today, if you win this, obviously you'll have to play another game at the end of the day. For you as a coach, what's important if you do net this W here to be kind of, in terms of preserving the energy for the players and making sure they're not just burned out after this first game?
Well, I don't think we'll have any problems with that, to be honest. It's a young group. They're very physically fit as well, I think, which does help, to be honest, in the long run. So I don't think this will be any problem for us. Maybe for other teams it'll be a weakness, but I have no issues with us.
Excellent. Loving the confidence, Ash. Best of luck.
And we are going to crush it!
In the high-stakes world of esports logistics, a workplace comedy where diffusing a problem needs more than just a kid.
Listen here, bozo!
A smart, funny series that's a hit with fans and critics alike. Viciously deadpan, ruthlessly unproductive, surprisingly relatable. From the creators who brought you unparalleled shipping solutions.
You cheated!
Coming soon, The Dispatch.
This was just a off timing around when we would let Searching go outside and do some chaos for us, and he managed to sneak through the smokes on yard, and we just tried to do as much as we could on ramp to do either we take it or we just do noise for him so he could basically work on us. But after Jimin dies, basically you can see Searching is just working around heaven. It's just wait for him to get a pick and then we can just work around it.
Quick scope attempt from Zaiwu does not connect, and now ramp lost, Rop's dead. Best chance we've seen from Mouse in some time. Again.
Gotta convert those boys.
Well, now they have the opportunity to hit the brakes. Look for the reaction. You just heard the ladder. Now Exertion just spotted Flamesy. Can't win the fight. Smoke clears. And there's Mezzy inside the site. They're walking right back into the stack.
Spinks should have him though. Mezzy just looks away, worried about Heaven Wrap as well. Spinks backs away. Flames a free frag for Torji. Good catch as well. Their positioning rewarded. Apex coming in from Heaven's side. They have no idea where he's coming from, so just waltzes out. Should isolate the first.
I know where is the enemy. It's a one-on-one situation. I know usually how I want to play these situations. I need to play for the time. Obviously, I have the advantage. The time is clicking and the bomb will explode eventually. I have Sun where is he? He's always stepping.
Walks straight into Torji. He saved him, giving him something.
I think it was let's go, like we won a round, and it's always nice to win a one-on-one clutch, you know. It's important for the game. And I was just happy that I won. I think I was just trying to hype up the team a little bit because we were also losing, so we needed some energy. So yeah.
One situation, so I always try to be silent and let the play his own game basically. Just maybe some really small things. You can count the bomb basically when the cities are diffusing and these things. This is maybe more easy for my teammate to actually play the bomb. You can always try to help him as much as possible, but in the end I think it's very just much easier to just let him play and do what he wants.
Complexity and Gamer Legion to start things off here on the final day of the B stream for IEM Melbourne. It will be quite an interesting matchup, a close one potentially. We're expecting that at least. We've had quite a few one-sided games, you and I, Pilsky. So we'll just put our hands together and maybe pray and see if we can get ourselves a nice game here. But look, I tell you what, day 3, it's a good day. I was out for a walk this morning. It's a beautiful day, actually up here in the Sunshine Coast, but I'm sure down in Melbourne as well. How's things over on your side of the sticks?
Yeah, not too bad. It's a pretty nice day here as well. I mean, I'm feeling like I'm missing out a little bit seeing some of the B-roll there of Melbourne and, you know, the coffee shops in particular. Definitely wish this was a day where I was walking into a Melbourne coffee shop and then heading on down to the event. But still very excited for this game. I don't think we need to pray or worry that this is going to be a one-sided game. These teams are very closely matched right up there in the VRS, right next to each other. Both of them are in some pretty solid form. So I think we're in for a fantastic game of CS here.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more to dive into it, though. Obviously, you look at the two teams and you say, okay, on paper, just in terms of a ranking position, they're both very close. That was something that the analysts over in Melbourne were actually discussing in that pre-show. But I think, you know, veto-wise, it'll be potentially a little bit of a difficult one to handle for Gamer Legion. We'll get stuck into that discussion in a little bit. Let's take a look at their form coming into this one. Now, I think just, again, looking at this, does look a little bit more favorable for Complexity. You can see a couple more greens in there. What I want to think about, though, more so, Pilsky, is what has their form been on LAN? Because I think you can go and look at it and go, okay, well, online results, whatever. Gamer Legion at the MRQ as well, that was online. You know, didn't really necessarily look too fantastic for them. But when we go back to the live event results, when we go back to the big events, things like Bucharest, they were in a fairly similar position. Obviously, Complexity did pretty well for themselves at that event, managed to make top 4. Yep. Gamer Legion, though, 5th to 8th, so not a bad shout from them. I want to make the argument, really more so, that both teams are actually coming into this game in pretty good form, and they haven't, either of them, really faltered too hard yet at IEM Melbourne. We know, obviously, they're both down in the lower bracket. There's no doubt about that. But of the games that they were supposed to win, they have won them comfortably. And of the games that you'd think, on paper, they should probably lose, they did lose, but they looked at least competitive in those games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them have been knocked into the lower bracket here by two of the teams fighting off for a semi or a quarter spot in the arena in Mongols and Mouths. So some of the better teams in the world in terms of top-tier Counter-Strike that we've got, even if Mongols has been a little bit shaky. Complexity definitely looked like they could have beaten them. So that was a pretty solid game from them. You had a very close map between Gamer Legion and Mouths as well in the second. So I think both of them are feeling like they have gone up against some pretty good opponents to knock them down here into the lower bracket. And I think a lot of people have got their eyes here on Gamer Legion and Complexity as being the team that could definitely advance from Group A through the lower bracket here, unless FaZe can kind of conjure up some of that magic, which they were, you know, mentioning over there on the desk. FaZe have been looking a little bit shaky as of late. They've got to make their way through 3D Max, and both of these teams fighting it out through the lower bracket, all 4 of them rather, will have to play back-to-back BO3s today with a little bit of a break. So I think it's going to be a long day for whoever makes it through. You're going to need some good stamina, but you know, that'll affect some teams more than others.
Yeah, certainly, and obviously there's every incentive to try to get yourself a quick series to start things off if you can, but that may be easier said than done. We'll take a look back at how that Gamer Legion and Mao's game sort of played out. I think to touch on Gamer Legion, we actually got to watch them on our stream on day number 1. Obviously, you were not here for that Gamer Legion versus 3D Max game. I was doing that one with Komodo, but they looked phenomenal in that series. It was kind of like 3D Max just did not get in the server at all. You had all of the riflers kind of showing up there for Gamer Legion. Slend as well on the AWP doing quite a bit of work. So I think it was a fantastic start, obviously, for Gamer Legion to the tournament, but you know, you go into a game against Maus and you're not necessarily expecting them to pop off in the same way. So I think it's all fair enough, right? Like the run that they've had thus far has been pretty much meeting the expectations. They've done really well on LAN in the past couple of events, and it kind of feels like this Gamer Legion roster is still really going from strength to strength, but they're obviously not quite there yet with the elite teams, with the likes of Maus probably being one of the, at the moment, in terms of form at least, the top 3 teams in the world. So that's a stretch too far for Gamer Legion, but certainly a game today against a Complexity who is kind of around that similar spot. Very, very winnable. Feels very winnable for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I think Gamer Legion events like this are going to be very, very important for them. They want to make a decent placing because they've had to slog it out through the EU MRQ, and that didn't go particularly well for them. They missed out on a spot on the major. I know that will be bitterly disappointing for them, but they do have some events coming up to look forward to. I think they're over at another PGL event, and they're heading over to Dallas as well. So they do have some S-tier events that they're looking forward to playing in, and they want to try to maintain that spot in the rankings with a better placement here in Melbourne. Whereas Complexity, I mean, arguably an easier time for them to come through their own MRQ playing in NA, but I did see an interview where they were talking about the circumstances around them playing that qualifier. Did have some tougher games there that you might expect given Complexity's form, but I do know the travel schedule's absolutely brutal from them being a team from North America, so that may have kind of contributed to it. Regardless, they did manage to qualify to the major, so they've definitely got their eyes set on that. They want to have a really, really good result here so that they can go back-to-back tournaments, Bucharest into Melbourne here, straight into the major with full confidence and momentum.
Yeah, and one of the big positives at the moment for Complexity has been Grim. He's someone that we are obviously putting a lot of focus on with the changes to this Complexity roster, how he's going to be going into the major. And actually, the positive news, the fantastic news, is at the moment at IEM Melbourne, he is the top-rated player. Grim, 1.47. As you can see, he's actually tied there with Rops. But on all the stats graphics, he's number 1. So bad luck, Rops. You take number 2. It's been a fantastic start for Grim. Obviously, it's been a big driving force as to why Complexity have looked so good in this tournament. And if we contrast that with what we're getting from Gamer Legion, well, Rez has definitely not done too badly for himself, but their highest rated player is Rez at number 11. So there's a pretty significant drop-off between at least the top 2 players, or the top 1 in each team. Halzerk is definitely someone that we can also touch on. I think he's been quite solid at the event as well. He's pretty up there in terms of the stats. So just in terms of the players that you'd want to see kind of putting in the work on their respective rosters, you do have actually some pretty good names coming in there. Rez, by the way, just slightly ahead of PR, who's at 1.2 and is the 12th player in the stats. So those are the top 2 players on each respective team. And they're both actually looking pretty good. Both sides have got some serious firepower to fall back on in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Grim, a top 8 rated player in Bucharest with Complexity's solid placement over there as well. So his event-to-event consistency is really solid at the moment. He's been a player that, you know, you saw him on the come-up, kind of hard-carrying Triumph in the NA scene. I was touching on it a little bit in the game yesterday. And going into Tier 1, he's kind of been, you know, I wouldn't say hit or miss, but maybe he was expected to have that hard-carry kind of potential on some of the first lineups he was going into. Nowadays, starting to find his form on this Complexity roster, definitely a centerpiece now that he's one of the more experienced players on that. As for Rez, I mean, he's had an interesting career. He's kind of been a player that has been on a lot of Swedish teams in the past and have kind of been a centerpiece of NIP for the longest time. But now here on Gamer Legion, he's kind of having a second wind, I would say, in his competitive career, and he's playing on a team with a bunch of, like a European mixed team that is really kind of the greater than the sum of its parts, with a bunch of up-and-coming players from Europe. You know, obviously Ash is kind of the centerpiece and the heart and soul of this Gamer Legion roster, but Rez will be a very experienced player that can kind of lend a lot of good advice and be kind of a leadership figure in the team, but he's also a bit of a monster on the server on the aggressive rifle.
Yeah, most definitely. And all of that said, it kind of feels like we're discussing a very, very tight matchup. We're talking about both these teams being in decent form, both having some solid players, kind of contributing here at IEM Melbourne. And that all sounds well and good. And I think that is very much where this storyline should begin. But when you start to think about the veto, I think it starts to get a little bit harder actually to make the case for Gamer Legion in this matchup, when we've got Train obviously being one of the priority picks for Complexity at the moment, hasn't necessarily been one of the go-tos for Gamer Legion. So you're instantly, it looks like on paper, down a map in the series as soon as that Train gets picked.
Yeah, potentially so. At the same time, a lot of the stats here, I mean, Complexity's on a 10-win streak on Train. They've been fantastic, but a lot of these stats are against domestic opposition, so you have to take them with a little bit of a grain of salt. Still, they have had some really really, really good series over some solid teams at international events as well. As for Gamer Legion, I mean, they've only had 3 reps on it, but their most recent game, they did beat Falcons over in Bucharest when Falcons did pick it against them as the first map of the series. So you did see in the interview that Freya had with Ash, they recognized Train maybe being a sore spot in the veto for them. They recognized Complexity's strength on it. This was not an unexpected pick coming into this series for Gamer Legion, and it is something that apparently they've been putting the practice in and that they've been working on. So although it does say they've got a 33% win rate and way less reps than Complexity do have on the map, and make no mistake, that is a concern, they did at least have their last dub on it against Falcons at a pretty big event, and I think that they will be well prepared for what Complexity is going to bring on this, because they do have Ash obviously in the coach sheet, someone that can put together a good game plan for them, and they know what they're going to get, having seen a lot of tape from Complexity.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question mark for me, is what does this train end up looking like? Is it going to be all just words? Is it going to just be fluff here from Gamer Legion talking about that train pick, and they're going to go into this one and they're just going to get utterly dominated by a very tested roster on train? Or is there something sneaking around in the background that we're kind of yet to see from Gamer Legion, as was kind of like insinuated almost by Ash, as you said in that interview, kind of highlighting that they are still kind of aware that this pick is going to be coming through. So no surprises at all as far as the veto is concerned, and it's just a question of the known quantity versus the mysterious train that we might still get through here from Gamer Legion. Look, I'd have to still kind of put my money on Complexity, having seen that veto. I think they looked really, really good yesterday on train. You could just sort of see the way that they were working through the map was super comfortable.
Yeah.
They were quick, they were snappy, they were easily able to make mid-round adaptations based on the situation, and it didn't really seem like anything that Payne tried to throw at them was a concern at all. Now, granted, Payne obviously not coming into this tournament as one of the strongest names. They didn't have a particularly great run for themselves, and they were a couple of stand-ins in the mix as well. So it's not exactly the greatest of litmus tests for Complexity on train in that particular matchup, but knowing their history on it, obviously you do have to give them the benefit of the doubt. And yeah, I think at least we're going to start off with a map 1 here for Complexity, and we'll see how things continue on as we get a bit deeper into the map pool, and hopefully Gamer Legion can pick up Ancient to push us through to a map 3.
All right, well, let's get into it. It is going to be an elimination game here in IEM Melbourne. Both of these teams coming a long way, and both of them are kind of dangerous teams in the competition here. Whoever goes out is going to be a little disappointed and may feel like, especially with how close they played Mouse and Mongols respectively, particularly on certain maps, that they could have made it a little bit further. So it may be a little bit of a disappointment whoever does go out here, and we'll start here on train, see what Gamer Legion has prepped here on the expected pick of Complexity.
Yes, indeed, and that is going to be do or die for both of these teams as well in IEM Melbourne, as both find themselves here in the lower bracket. It'll be a big day ahead if they still want to make their way into the arena for the playoffs. And a quick start from Complexity toward the B side of the map by the looks of things.
Already a flank coming in from Pop Dog though, Jordan.
Yes, indeed, and ZTR with the dualies. Not able to claim too much to start things off. Luckily, Torsen's there to help him out. These dualies are just not connecting. The USPs, on the other hand, though, getting a lot of work done. Rez and Slend now also getting involved, and that is the perfect start to the map so far for Gamer Legion. They've just got to make sure that they lock this one in.
Yeah, Complexity seeing what they can do in only a 2-on-5, but they've been picked apart right from the get-go. Disrupted by the double push over towards Pop Dog. CTR just looking to clean up whatever he can. Grim just looking to make some cash at this point, because a 1v5 is definitely not on the cards, and that is the start you wanted to see from Gamer Legion here. Disrupting Complexity, trying to contact down halls and kick off some kind of inners execute there. They were not even allowed to get going, and that is such a huge win for Gamer Legion, because if you look at Complexity's stats here on train, 16 out of 22 pistols won, which is pretty monstrous, but also a really good win rate on the T side, and we saw the strength of their T side there against Payne yesterday. So if Gamer Legion could get off to a good start here on CT, that's going to be massive for them.
Yeah, well, in saying that, it's a decent start for Gamer Legion, but they're not out of the woods just yet. We'll see the investment through from Complexity, and they definitely have something set for this round. You can see the flashes tossed over into the A bomb site. They're not causing too much of a problem for Rez, PR, ZTR, all just setting themselves up nicely on the site and kind of delivering with their shots. That is absolutely nothing done by Complexity in a round that you could tell was very well drilled.
Yeah, I mean, they got the sandwich smoke out nice and early. You could tell that they wanted to just burst out of Olaf through T-Con, try to get some entries in on the A side, but they just were not even allowed to get close enough. You see all of these Ts taking duels at range. Rotation comes in from Torsen there on CT Con, and before the Ts can even get past E-Box, bro, no one even got past E-Box or the sandwich smoke. They just got completely picked apart by the riflers.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really interesting because it does look like Gamer Legion have a pretty good read on the complexity setup. We'll talk about that in a second because there are some shots coming through and it's looking pretty straightforward for Gamer Legion in this one. This is a bit more of an anti-eco rather than an anti-force buy. Grim won't quite get collected by that grenade. But so far, no damage really being done at all by complexity. They haven't found a single kill over these opening 3 rounds. And what I wanted to kind of highlight was the fact that, in the pistol round, it seemed like Gamer Legion had the perfect setup for what complexity wanted to do there by pushing toward B. And then the same thing in round number 2 as Holzerk tries to find this first kill for complexity, not having too much luck. But yeah, my point is that Gamer Legion, it really does feel like they've done their due diligence, they've done a bit of work, they've got a bit of info, and they know what's coming from complexity side of things. So very good start for Gamer Legion. They do finally lose a player, but 3-0 the lead here on the CT side.
Yeah, they've gotten in Complexity's face early and really dictated the pace of this game. You can tell they want to play with confidence. They want to disrupt Complexity, which is going to force Complexity to respond to this conditioning early on. They have to be aware of that Pop Dog and Inner's aggression as they work their way through the rest of this T side. We'll see if Complexity are going to slow this one down like they did versus Pain and start working the Ivy defaults, but no, it's back to 1-1-3 with pressure towards Inners. A lot of utility being invested over there, and it's a 1-for-1 to start things off. PR just continuing to dominate, though. He's been one of the very, very fantastic players on Complexity. Oh, sorry, on Gamer Legion, rather.
Definitely some more inroads being made out here by Complexity in this round, and it's going to start to pull a rotate. Jeff Rez coming back across to this B bomb site. C4 in the hands of Nix, and that'll work out nicely. Nice kill onto PR as the smoke does start to fade. So this is starting to get a little problematic for Gamer Legion. They kind of just have to, I think, make a bit of a gamble, and they've somewhat gambled towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, Nix has denied a lot of information towards Inners. He's just taking his time. You saw him on the lurk over here in the game against Pain yesterday, but Sixie's found space through Ivy. Complexity lurking through the map, trying to find some timings, and that's exactly what Grim's able to do. Rez all on his lonesome, caught off guard by Sixie inside of spawn. Will end up winning that duel, but Complexity with control of Inners now, getting the bomb down.
Well, let's not forget that Rez has been the standout player for Gamer Legion so far at the event. On the other side of the coin, Grim, also alive, has been the standout for Complexity. Great damage from Rez. Tough aim duel for him to win. He doesn't actually get the kill, but does at least manage to push Grim away. He's going to try and play some funny business with the ladder, but at the end of the day, these are some pretty insane post-plant positions for Complexity, so pretty much unwinnable for Rez. He's going to be able to draw the peek out from Grim, but that will be his undoing. So first gun round does go the way of Complexity, and while it was a fantastic start for Gamer Legion that was looking really good, you always start to question it when the first gun round goes the other way.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, once again, the point of contact and contest for both teams is this inner ramp. Big duels being taken by both teams in that part of the map, and Complexity's able to come out ahead. Very, very important to win a round on the Inners contest like that after the conditioning you've seen from Gamer Legion in the first couple of rounds. And now this is where you are going to see Complexity work a little bit more towards Ivy early on. Util exchanged on the outside yard. Complexity trying to disrupt that Pop Dog control.
Ooh, that's awkward. That is a very awkward timing for Slenders. Holzerk gets set up on the line early on in the piece, and now Ivy, a real point of pressure here for Complexity. PR's going to have to pick that one back up, but against an AWP like that, you wouldn't expect him to win that duel. He'll get a little bit more damage as well before he falls, and so that'll make for an easy couple of kills in the end for Gamer Legion. CTR and Rez pounce right back into the swing of things. A 3-on-2 now for Complexity to try to negotiate.
They don't know that they have free reign of Inners here. They're really taking their time, contacting down low ramp, JT working towards upper ramp. I mean, Nix has only got a Mac 10, so he needs to get closer towards CT Con to try to take a duel here. JT trying to get that bomb established on the side as the rotations come in for Gamer Legion.
You know, plenty of time to find some post plants. Nick's maybe playing everyone's favorite little cubbyhole. I'm not sure that that's going to work out in a round like this one with ZTR coming down ramp. And that will end up being a pretty straightforward one to pick up for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, nicely done. Nice controlled retake there. Flank coming in through halls. Does a lot of work for Gamer Legion. And this is a fantastic start on the CT side of Train. Really feels like they have been in control of this game the whole time. Complexity even open up with the AWP pick there. Holzerk winning the AWP head-to-head duel against Slend on the jump spot there was the start you wanted to see from Complexity, but you see Gamer Legion getting straight back into things. All of the riflers getting involved in that round. And Complexity now in a very sad state of affairs economically. Down to a couple of Galils, Util's a little bit more sparse. And it does seem like the T-Con duel going to be the main point of contest here.
ZTR and Rez set up to defend against this push through from T-Con if it is to come. Sixy's got the bomb in hand. There's the flashes over the top. Grim, nice entry in the end. Had to work for it, but ultimately the trades are coming through thick and fast from Gamer Legion, and this round is looking pretty unsalvageable. JT and Holzerk with a lot of work to do, and so far JT really struggling to contribute on that scoreboard.
Rez playing the off angles here. Punishes Holzerk coming out. T-Con just doesn't really feel like Complexity are able to claw their way back into these rounds. Had a little bit of a slow start on some of these individuals in this game.
JT giving away his position here in SL as well. And Gamer Legion reacting accordingly. Going to set themselves up for a pretty easy round, you'd think. Torsen just watching to see if JT decides he wants to try to work all the way back up into halls. And it's not going to go well for JT again. 5-1 the scoreline here for Gamer Legion, and we are in a potentially pretty dangerous position where if this map goes quite solidly the way of Gamer Legion, then what does that mean for the rest of this series?
Yeah, could be finally Complexity kind of meeting their match here. Did have a close game against Mongols in the upper bracket. Mongols have been a little bit of a shakier side as of late, but Gamer Legion could see how aggressive they're playing in this game. They look switched on right from the get-go, getting in Complexity's face, and that's denying a lot of bomb plants over to the T side. They are bankrupted here, just down onto pistols, peeking into Slend, but this time it's not the AWP of Holzerk, and he will punish accordingly.
Yep. Just shoulder in the corner there. Awkward timing for Rez as a player walks out of T-Con just as he's checking SL. Slend, though, not making any mistakes on this A side just yet. He'll get the incent down as well and prevent that push out.
Sixy's got to get some damage done here with this AK picked up. Need to start taking some guns away from Gamer Legion. These have been some pretty solid rounds for them. You can see the money is pretty stable right now, so extra rifles taken away from Complexity is well and truly the name of the game.
Yep. Going to be difficult to do that because these are two very safe positions. ZTR unlikely to get picked there. Now Torsen working his way into the side. He's a little bit more in danger of falling. Just going to tuck himself next to the oil train here and wait for the push from upper, which is perfectly timed. ZTR still watching that low ramp. They will get themselves a bomb plant, but that's about all that you can hope for in a round like this one for Complexity, and also just gets deleted. So another perfect round, near perfect, I guess, if you want to get into semantics, as they did lose a player, but great round for Gamer Legion with 4 players alive again.
Yeah, everything's going to plan for them. You could tell they're very pumped at the moment. They've game planned well for this particular map, and Complexity, I think it's got to be time for a timeout. They've got to figure out something that's going to work for them. This Inners contest has been going poorly for them time and time again. They try to mix it up in towards T-Con, and again, it's not an approach that works particularly well for them. Still not taking a timeout, though, are Complexity. AWP comes out for Holzerk. They're back to full utility at least, but it's going to take multiple gun rounds on the T side to be able to start to crack down on Gamer Legion's economy and close this scoreline gap. 6-1 for Gamer Legion. It's like pressure towards halls from Complexity once again here. AWP's been taken over there as well, but Gamer Legion only starting with Torsen towards upper ramp, and that's it. Little bit of a spam through the windows towards outer yard. We've seen that a fair bit lately, but really does seem like an inner play is on the cards here for Complexity.
Yep. Gamer Legion reading into that, though. Rotation coming through from Rez. Torsen.
Oh,
does lose his head, so this will be the start that Complexity are looking for to try to build their way back into this T side. Util getting dumped over the top, ZTR forced away, and he'll die in that incendiary. Could not get out alive. Nice shot from JT, his first one on the board, and it might be Complexity to get their second. Even though you talked about the money being okay, this is a pretty tough retake for Gamer Legion. I suspect they probably just want to save here.
Yeah.
Sticking around though.
Just looking to see if Complexity is going to feed them any extra kills and they can try to go for this retake. What a shot from PR into the AWP of Halzerk. He's won that duel. They're keeping this really expensive, Jordan.
I don't think they're going to go for it. I don't think they want to go for it. They don't have the time, but as you say, expensive round for sure for Complexity, but I think at this point they don't necessarily care about how expensive it is as long as they're getting some rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's true. More than enough to be able to reinvest here. JT trying to take the AWP out of Slen's hands right at the last second. It is lost for Gamer Legion, so that's going to be a big boon for Complexity. Gamer Legion will have the money to replace that, but I was just saying, you know, it's going to take multiple T-gun rounds in a row for Complexity to get back into this game, but if they're able to take extra rifles, particularly the AWP, out of the hands of Gamer Legion in a round like that, it's going to make it easier to get back into this one. You can see how much that's cost Slen to be able to reinvest in that. Down to 850. As we head into a tech pause, timing will be favorable for Complexity, just winning that T-side gun round after having a tough time getting into the game. You can see they went straight back towards that inner's contact, straight into a pop on the inner site after multiple rounds where Gamer Legion has kind of aggressed towards inners and got in their face. I think Gamer Legion wanted to change things up, maybe expecting a slower Ivy type default. You could see they went for a double push over towards Ivy in that last CT gun round, and Complexity in the game against Pain. We saw some slower rounds where they did work Ivy a little bit. Been even seen them do that in this game in one of their T-gun rounds so far. So Gamer Legion really just expecting Complexity to respect that inners aggression, but they continue going towards inners. They want to take this fight.
It looks like Gamer Legion wants to take the fight as well. JT gets himself an opener and 60 onto Torsen as well. So that aggression, somewhat calculated aggression from Gamer Legion, it was pulled out in the correct round, I guess, but hasn't worked out in the sense that they just lose their duels and Complexity have the player advantage. You've still got PR set up over on the B bomb site though. So maybe still a chance for Gamer Legion to work with this one.
It's been phenomenal so far for Gamer Legion, a lot of these series. He's got a lot of work to do all on his lonesome here, playing retake from upper ramp though.
Yeah, he's just going to tuck. That's why this is such a safe position. You can actually allow them out onto the site and tuck and wait for your teammates to rotate on in. Rez will grab the kill onto 60, but JT pushing his way forward is in a solid position to grab himself at least one. Can become somewhat of a one-and-done position, and that's exactly what it will be though. That leaves it on to Grim, who's been the standout for Complexity at the event so far. Although has had a bit of a slower start today. 4-7. This would be a huge round to win. He's now been spotted out. Slen missing his shots though. Oh, that is going to open the door up. Defuse is on though. He's just sitting that defuse, and Grim doesn't get there in time. Gamer Legion will win the round. It is incredibly costly, but a 7th now on the CT side.
All those guns taken away in the round previous though are going to make this a very, very close swing round coming into round number 10 here. Good opportunity for Complexity to go for a hard reset, having made these last few rounds for Gamer Legion very expensive. But nonetheless, they've already picked up 7 on the CT side. They're going to be very happy with how this game is going. Much drier on the U-tool here for Gamer Legion. It's a T-con start for Complexity.
Oh, Rez hasn't been spotted. Somehow they've got all the kills. I don't even know what's going on there. Even my screen was white. And Complexity apparently could not see a thing because they have just been deleted. JT and Nyx all of a sudden find themselves alone that round. You blink and you'd miss it.
Yeah. Just a collapse from Slender, I think, straight through a flash. Little unlucky for Complexity, and now just try contacting through the low round smoke. That's not going to work out well at all. Torsen punishing that. Bomb is on the floor in T-Con. And JT's in another bloody postcode. He didn't even rock up to IEM Melbourne. He's in the bloody Sydney airport right now.
That's so 2 years ago. Well, we'll see what JT can get up to here, and at least trying to attempt to take some guns away from Gamer Legion. I mean, we're getting to the latter stages of the half, but again, if Complexity could find a break round, which they're not far from doing, they could still put together 2 or 3 and, you know, make for somewhat of a decent half. It's not going to happen here, so I guess best case scenario now, Complexity are looking for 4, but by not winning this round and by not taking guns away from Gamer Legion, they have significantly hampered their chances of getting to 4.
Totally agree. This was your reset window as Complexity you needed to take advantage of, and unfortunately, it's a bit of an unlucky round, really. They tried to go for that T-Con pop. I mean, Gamer Legion were well set up for it. They had Rez playing that pivot position up close, but getting collided by an AWP that's full blind, I believe. I don't know if we'll get to see a replay of that. Is going to be a very unlucky start to a very critical gun round for Complexity. They're going to reinvest straight away. Try to continue to get back into this one because the loss bonus is still pumping on the T side. They have not had too much success. There it is. He's not even blind. Just a nice, easy shot as they try to scale out of the smoke. So not good enough util coverage there for Complexity as they come out T-Con, unfortunately.
Oh, it won't be quite such a fast round from Complexity this time. They are down to a grand total of pretty much $0 as well. Big round out here for both teams. As Swalzo gets himself the opener. Slender unable to find the trade. Legion on the back foot in round 11.
He's found that opener from Ivy. Aggression into Pop Dog though. JT needed to double up, but couldn't even find one there. Nyx able to activate on inners though. Picks up Slend. Another duel with Torson on the lower ramp, who's able to trade him back into a 3-on-3 now. But the bomb's still at the back of T-Con here.
CTR does well. Almost gets 2. Grim down below half HP. That bomb does have to get retrieved, and that is going to give time for Rez to activate. But so too for Sixy, as he will grab himself the 2-on-1. And it's on to Torson, who's been very good on the map so far, 11-3. You'd say he's in with a bit of a chance here. He's also taking some space quite early on in the piece before the rotate has come through from Grim, before the cross even. And he's pretty much ready for the retake before that plant's even going to go down. In fact, it's going to be a fake from Complexity, a tap on the A site, and they're going to walk their way through to B, which could be a massive saving grace.
Playing some mind games.
Torson's aware of it early.
Yeah, he's in hot pursuit. Molly's going to keep him out of CT Con on the rotation for a second longer as the backside plant for CT. Can already see Sixy is posted up, waiting for that rotation through Ivy.
Oh, spotted and the head taken off by Grim. So 8-3 will be the scoreline. And Complexity are indeed in with a chance of making it through to 4. 4 on the T side, probably not up to their usual standard, but it definitely would give them something to play with in the second half here.
Love that protocol from Gamer Legion though. As soon as they lose the man advantage over towards Ivy, they don't wait to get pinched on the outside yard. They immediately take matters into their own hands and take the double peek straight into Pop Dog. You just see the confidence and the free flow CT style that Gamer Legion are playing right now. It was aggression right from the get-go in the early round, but even in the mid-round, you know, when they're forced to make some of these tougher decisions, you don't see them hesitate at all. They're just immediately making plays, keeping themselves very competitive, and these rounds have been very close. Couple of unfortunate rounds for Complexity, but you'd also argue that they don't really look as switched on as they've needed to do on this T side to start this game off. Definitely Gamer Legion coming in a little bit hotter on the form. Better buy this time for Complexity though. A really good opportunity to snag a 4th round on this T side. Hasn't been the start that they would have wanted.
That is a great start. And Nyx might get himself another one here, but PR just catches a nice timing, and now the AWP gets involved on the CT side as well. So quickly it starts to fall back in the other direction as Gamer Legion now have the lead. Grim's going to get up to some funny business, but maybe put under pressure, and there should be a trade to come through here. It doesn't even need to be a trade. Slend somehow hitting everything with the AWP in this round, and it's another one that just falls apart for Complexity. A series of unfortunate events, and Gamer Legion on this unsurprising pick against them have done really well. Train 9-3 favoring Gamer Legion. Map 1 underway in the do-or-die match between Complexity and Gamer Legion, and it is going phenomenally for Gamer Legion, which might be contrary to the expectations given that Train is the pick of Complexity. They've got like a 9 or 10 map win streak on it, 91% win rate. That's maybe going to break right here, as Complexity have only got 3 rounds in that first half and desperately need to pick themselves up this pistol. And Game Legion are going to go quickly into the A site, which is actually a little bit more of a retake setup, really. Nyx going to try and hold on from Connector. And hasn't managed to land too much, nor JT, but now the kills are starting to come through thick and fast. And this pistol, which was all important for Complexity, may well be going their way, and it's gone their way decisively.
Oh, big 3K from Sixy. He was on fire on this map yesterday against Pain. So definitely want to see him start to warm up a little bit. This is a man who's not unfamiliar with Melbourne, by the way. He was over here in DreamHack Melbourne, the same event that MRBR, who have returned as well, did win for themselves. And he had a he had a pretty good stat line for that event as well. Although half of that was farming an Australian team, which, as we all know, doesn't count. Inside going to be the point of call here for Gamer Legion as they force up into this round despite not getting the bomb down. But this is a very low util buy. 2 smokes and a flash to get through the rest of this round. You see, as a result, they have to just take this contact approach. Shoulder spot from Nyx with a molly at the ready. Will buy time for rotations to come in.
I mean, assume that this smoke is just going to be to play Firefighter. Instead, they're going to go straight through it. They don't even respect the insend, which is fair enough. Smoke for Connector, res for a double entry. And Holzerk as well gets a couple on the way back into B. But that's now a bomb plant with a player creeping into Connector. JT saw him, but res takes him out of the picture and now has an M4, which he's going to try to put to good use. Sixy's found himself too, but these players are so low. Holzerk 35, 69, and they don't know exactly where PR is. He's going to have a little bit of a jiggle around, have a little bit of a look. Time starting to tick away, and if he can deny that defuse, they might have won the round. That honestly feels like it probably should have been Gamer Legion's round, but Complexity do end up pulling it through.
It was almost an absolute masterclass from Rez. Just getting away with murder, running straight through multiple pieces of util, disrespects the low ramp molly, disrespects his team's own CT con smoke. Just a double entry, cracking open the inside site wide open for the rest of Gamer Legion to stream on in. And you could see some of these players on Complexity got very low. Could have packed PR to win the clutch from the upper ramp, but couldn't quite get it done. Gamer Legion now, little bit of an investment here with a hero AK on res. Some smokes thrown on towards the outside yard. Not taking advantage of them just yet here, though, as Complexity's util is holding them back in T-Con for now.
It really feels like this second half is still very much hanging in the balance, depending on how this round will go. Rez doesn't see JT over the top of that smoke, but 60's gone down to a deagle shot from PR, and Legion are really probing at Complexity at the moment.
Oh no!
That Rez is going to be looking for, and trying to tap away for some more. Will eventually fall, but that AK can certainly continue to get recycled. It's in the hands of Slend now.
Yeah, he wants to take another door towards T-Con. They're trying to isolate him, but Slend is punishing. Traded well by Grim. Complexity cannot afford to lose this round. The last round was so expensive for them. A reset at this juncture in the game on a low investment for Gamer Legion could just be curtains for Complexity's pick of Train here.
Yep. They're going to completely disregard the AK and decide to focus on winning the round instead of trying to collect that weapon, which will have them on their way over towards B.
It's creeping through inners. You could see Complexity are concerned about some kind of Ivy flank here. Map's gone quiet. They're getting a little bit suspicious. Nyx with naught but an MP9 on this upper ramp position as Gamer Legion stream into the site.
He's been spotted out now as well, and that is going to allow a plant. Grenade will do a bit of damage. In fact, it might get a kill. PR, he's gone straight onto default. I'm not sure about that one. Gives up his life in the end, but plant did go down. Now it's onto ZTR to try to hold on to the oil position as long as he could. Unable to really do much there either. And it looks like Complexity might still be able to get their way through this round safely. P250 stands between them and a round win, and Torsen now down to 50 HP. Will be rushed by Nyx. So Complexity hold on, but that really is the statement. They have held on.
Yeah.
it hasn't looked clean so far on this CT side.
Yeah, a couple of really touch and go rounds. They're able to scrape through both of those last 2 rounds back to back. Gamer Legion have kept them expensive. They've come in with a really, really good game plan here to start things out on the CT side, and they're continuing to apply the press here on T. Complexly hanging on by their fingernails right now. We'll see how they go in towards this first gun round here from Gamer Legion. Orps come out. Full util for all of the boys. Grim's got the AUG out. That is old school train vibes back in the AUG Creek meta.
Ooh. Dangerous, dangerous for Grim. But Slend unable to hit the shot. Didn't quite flick, just pulled the trigger.
Yep.
And so the A site is safe for the moment for Complexity.
Yeah, both of these teams do a really good job of mixing up the pacing on their T sides. Nice little run boost to put Slend over here on the Ivy line. Gamer Legion start out the T side with a slower pacing. Smoked off at Ivy. Slend will respect that. Torsen working a little bit of inners control. They're taking a look in towards Pop Dog here.
Double setup. This is not going to work out for ZTR and Torsen if they try to push their way in through SL. JT honed in, but now a little bit of chaos in the ranks as Slend opens up on the Grim. JT does a good job of trading it back down. A 1-for-1 thus far, but Hallzerk will fall. T-Con pressure coming through. Nades back. Timing from ZTR. Creeping through that smoke will catch JT. And the A site now, the hold looking quite dubious as it is just 6-y. He's hoping for that rotate to come through from Nyx, which will be found out by ZTR. Timing on the push, though, is awkward. And there's kills coming back in the favor of Complexity. PR pushing his way through Sandwich as well. It's kind of just fallen apart a little bit for Gamer Legion. 2 on 4 from Nyx and 6-y. That's a huge round for Complexity, but I have my questions about where that ended up going for Gamer Legion. It felt like they just sort of didn't know what to do after they got the openers.
Yeah, I mean, they run this very slow-paced default, seeing if they can find picks around the map, trying to get a read on what Complexity's doing. Don't really get too much out of that. Walking down into Pop Dog. They split the outer side really nicely through both Pop Dog and T-Con, but Nyx, usually as that inners anchor, you are just shut out of a round like that. He's given enough time and space to come in on the flank from Pop Dog. His aggression on Ivy side, though, in response from Complexity, getting a little bit more active on their CT side now.
Oh, that's such awkward timing. 6-y going to go down as he tries to push Ivy. So again, you know, we have to reiterate that the money's not great for Complexity at the moment, and even though they're winning these rounds, one quick pickup here from Gamer Legion could throw this in a bit of a loop.
Nyx aggressing when the times get tough. He gets tougher, but punished by Rez. 3 on 5 now for Complexity. And Gamer Legion are just not really in a rush here. They've been given a bunch of rifles in this round as well. PR's picked up one. M4 being juggled on inners as well. Hallzerk trying to re-aggress here. Turn this round back in the favor of Complexity.
Torsen, Mac 10, not going to get it done. And Gamer Legion not going to filter one by one to try to challenge the AWP, so they'll give up that one death.
Ooh, I think
got the numbers.
A step might have been heard there by Hallzerk on the trade. So well aware that there's one more committed towards inner. But he's just going to play retake here on inners as the smokes fly in. You will get the rotation through Con here from Grim.
That's a big whiff. Allows Gamer Legion out onto the site in relative safety. They'll be able to get the bomb plant down by default. Rez over the top of that smoke, though, couldn't get anything done, and Grim putting the AUG to good use. Long-range fights. And interestingly, it's Hallzerk that's going to push his way forward as the AWP decides the USP is going to be a better prospect here. So far, it's Grim that's doing all the work, but ZTR with the Tech 9, unable to double down. Still, a winnable position here for PR, but he would have needed to win that duel against JT. And again, Complexity just barely get through one of these rounds. You keep looking at them and thinking, Gamer Legion must be close to winning one, and they have been, but they haven't been able to put them over the line.
It's just these individuals that continue to step up from Complexity. You have to place some of the blame there on Gamer Legion's inability to trade some of these kills as well and win these important duels. They are consistently putting Complexity in awkward situations, but when we get into the mid to late round, Gamer Legion just aren't trading themselves well enough. aren't punishing some of these aggressions. You know, you point towards Holzerk getting one for free there on upper ramp, untraded. You point towards Nix walking down Pop Dog and getting 3 in that 4-on-2. There have been multiple situations where Gamer Legion have not been switched on enough in the mid-round, and they've been punished accordingly. Still really hangs in the balance here. Gamer Legion with multiple plants and big loss bonus. Do put a really good buy together here, and Complexity still barely hanging on economically. Could be reset at any moment.
Yeah, and Rez is out quickly onto the A side, hiding behind that sandwich smoke at the moment, but just going to pick his timing and catch Grim, who I think might have gone on top of the train. Either way, Nix down, trades coming through, kills certainly a lot of them for Gamer Legion. And Holzerk will try to pull it back, but Complexity down to just 1 at the start of round 18, and they've been good at coming back from deficits, but this one surely is the one for Gamer Legion to put over the line, finally get themselves their first round in the second half.
Yeah.
Up to double digits and start to put that pressure onto Complexity.
Just another fantastic opener from Rez. 60 from the backside of the train. Going to be given another bit of a freebie. That does confirm his position. He rotates back towards inners, maybe expecting the pivot for Gamer Legion. But they will secure this outside site. 60 changing up his angle of approach now.
I mean, he's cooking. He's definitely catching them off guard with his positioning here and there. But this is where it starts to get more and more difficult, as Gamer Legion have now taken the space. They'll get the plant down. Time is ticking in their favor, and you could see 60 giving himself every opportunity.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be converted in the end, and so he'll try to hold on to this gun and maintain as much of the economy for Complexity as possible.
Yeah. Beautiful timeout conversion there for Gamer Legion. Ash gets a couple of words in. They don't really change up the T-side default that they're running too much outside of some early space taken outside of T-Con by Rez. So kind of like a minor adjustment in the grand scheme of things that ends up working out beautifully for them. You can see Complexity wanted to be really active and aggressive after that timeout for Gamer Legion, and they were punished pretty hard for doing it. I think for Gamer Legion, after that timeout, they're kind of recognizing that they don't really need to change up too much macro-wise. It's really in the mid-round where things are falling apart, so they kind of run a similar-looking start to the round, just a slower T-side default, and they do a fantastic job punishing that aggression from Complexity.
Yeah. Well, will that round be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Complexity? Their money is certainly broken. A couple of M4s, a couple of MP9s, a 5-7. It's definitely not what you'd be wanting in a situation like this when you're down 10-8. And quick hauls take out from Gamer Legion in this round, dumping all that util in case there was some aggression up the ramp. It's not going to happen this time around, so Gamer Legion happy to play it out slow alongside Complexity.
I mean, Cole decides no util.
No.
Leg onto Nix.
Yeah. CTR copping a little bit back in response, but all good in the end.
No. Going to commit towards his inners. They know that they've legged the inners anchor, anticipating some aggression into Pop Dog as a result, but it's actually T-Con that Complexity finds the push. So they have taken some space and are getting a bit of a flank on. The longer that Gamer Legion take here, the closer these players get on the flank.
Grim's on his way over, and he's seen them all. He's waiting, biding his time. There's the execute. Push through. He doesn't get a single kill. Unbelievable. And Complexity now in a shambles as they try to hold on to the B bomb side. But it is looking like this map of Train is about to be silenced by Gamer Legion.
Rez is just deleting everyone right now. 21 and 11. Just been decimating them on the aggressive T-side rifle, as was expected of him. Was a highlight player before we started the game for a reason. And he might be able to get another one here. JT will finally put him down and pick up an AK, but that is the only silver lining here for Complexity, really, is just some damage as he's gone down to 19 HP. Probably just needs to try to hold on to this rifle if he can, but he's being locked in right now by Slend from T-Con potentially. And Torson's going to run him down. 11's up for Gamer Legion. That's a reset on Complexity right at the end of the map here.
Bad news indeed. Just didn't give themselves enough room with that first half. I mean, you could see it was kind of coming together for Complexity, but now that they've gotten themselves locked out of this second half in terms of the economy as well, it's hard to imagine that they can come back from it.
Yeah.
if they had another couple of rounds to play with, could afford to take a save here and, not have their backs directly against the wall, maybe. But unless they do something special in a round like this with absolutely nothing,
yeah,
it's going to be 12-8, and Gamer Legion on their way to victory on map 1.
It's just an eco. Can't really expect too much out of Complexity in a round like this unless they're given some ridiculous timings. Nyx, unfortunately, can't take advantage of it. The flank coming through Ivy. That's the bomb, but traded down at least. Both Hulzerk and JT are over towards Ivy here, trying to hold on to control of the bomb and see if they can punish any more of these T's trying to grab it. Rez very low now. And look, it was a good attempt from Complexity on the eco. There was some potential there, but Gamer Legion will steady the ship. Onto map point now. Last opportunity for Complexity. You can see the frustration is really seeping in from them right from the get-go in this map. Gamer Legion have been getting under their skin.
Yeah, a couple of awkward moments in that round for Gamer Legion, but nothing too bad. Sandwich smoke and Ivy smoke out early from Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
They're not going to get too aggressive just yet. Just going to work their way up in through Ivy.
Have to wait out the initial wave of util here from the CTs, but they are very much prepping for an Ivy split. Complexity, a little bit of a misread here. They're leaning quite heavily towards inners. That has been a big point of contest in this game, and you've seen a lot of inners endings in the mid-round for Gamer Legion, and as we head right towards the end of the game here, they're trying to mix things up.
Yeah, nice space being taken by Gamer Legion. PR's going to walk through the smoke, though, and 60's waiting for that. We're not done yet. 4-on-5 now needing to be negotiated by Gamer Legion, and JT in a, I'd say, reasonably unorthodox position is not going to be checked by ZTR at all. That's a handy round so far for Complexity.
Slend pinned into the corner here. Albeit smoked off, which does kind of save him. Doesn't get spammed on the way out either. The other players on Gamer Legion have got some control of inners, but Complexity with a deep position inside a T-Con, feeling quite safe on this outer side for now. Double push coming in through Pop Dog, though.
Ooh, Rez gets the better of JT. Molly's going to push them away. They've only got 24 seconds here. If they're going to take the site, they have to do it now. Bomb is towards T-Con. No, sorry, it's in the hands of Slent.
Yeah.
And he's working his way towards B.
Might just be a save. Just holding on to the AWP and a couple of AKs.
Grim on the hunt. He's going to get himself one. Damage is going to be done here.
It could die after time. He's died after time.
One of them, at least.
That's 3k for Slend. He cannot afford to replace that AWP. That's huge from Grim. Heads up play. He was in that aggressive T-Con position and sneaks up the stairs through T-Spawn behind them to deny them an AWP on this T side. That is a huge play. You've seen him quite frustrated this game, but he has been locked in regardless.
He powers up when he's angry.
Yeah.
Got to let the frustration out. A couple of table bangs, and it makes you stronger.
Well, see what Gamer Legion are going to put together here. They've had a great timeout conversion rate so far this game. AWP will be juggled over to Slend. Someone else had enough cash for it, but that is going to take a fair bit of util away for them. Down to 2 Galils as well. Still a workable buy for Gamer Legion, but a chance at a reset here for Complexity. Effectively playing to try to go up to 11 if they can complete the anti-eco following, and at that point it's only one gun round the difference to push us through into OT. See if Complexity can manage it. They don't have an AWP here on Hulzerk. Inner's control being taken early on by Gamer Legion, and they work down into Pop Dog, spotted out. And Smoke will secure control of Pop Dog for now here, as you do see the forward hold from Complexity on outside, sitting in towards Sandwich and E-Box. It's a classic setup from the old days of Train.
Very patient round from Gamer Legion. PR doesn't have any flashes, just a smoke. So might not be able to set up this entry into A, but it will be an entry into A. Make no mistake about that one. ZTR, his elbow spotted. He tossed a grenade. Complexity very well aware that this is going to end up being an A hit. It's going to be an all-out brawl as those flashes come over the top. It's Slend that have tossed them. But Sixy and Grim holding strong for the moment, and ZTR's position a tenuous one with only 4 HP. Grim needs to be dug out, and he will be. With 35 seconds left on the clock, this might well end up being the final round of the map, as it's on to Nyx to keep Complexity alive. And that flank coming in around behind him will be a huge problem, a massive problem in the end, as that is indeed going to be Complexity's combo on train being broken. 10 in a row, but not 11. Gamer Legion will take map 1.
Really, really good prep right from the get-go. Their CT side start really was exactly what they needed to get this upset done here. Great preparation and game plan from Gamer Legion. You can see in the replays here how high they went on the CT side early on, 5-1 to start things off, and with how close that game ended up being, really ended up doing them a lot of favors. You could see Complexity towards the tail end of the CT side there, and early on in their CT side, did really try to fight their way back into this game. Won a lot of really tight, close rounds that kept them in the conversation for sure. And I dare say, honestly, even down to that last round, Jordan, they had 4 on the outside side. If there wasn't the double entry out of Pop Dog there, that was a very doable round from them. Some tricky position out towards the backside of Ivy there for Gamer Legion, really doing them a lot of favors. ZTR positional play in that last round got Gamer Legion across the line. Otherwise, this definitely could have been OT on the cards for Complexity. So disappointing given how they started. Just didn't wake up fast enough in this game of train. And Gamer Legion now applying the pressure to Complexity. Moving on to their map pick.
You've really got to look at that one and think, okay, that should have been it for Complexity. We talked about the veto before that match started. It felt like everybody knew that the train was coming, but it did also kind of feel like, well, it should have been an inevitability that train should have gone the way of Complexity, at least looking at the numbers. But it is evident that Gamer Legion did their prep and have done their practice on that map as well. So it's kind of nice, right, when you know that that pick is coming. It does allow you, it does afford you a little bit of extra time invested into the preparation, and I think that's paid off in dividends for Gamer Legion, as has been, I guess, their plaudit for the better part of 6 months or so. They've always been given quite the credit for their preparation and how they work their way into some of these games, and that's just another example of it from them. So good start for Gamer Legion, but of course the series is not done yet. We're moving on to Ancient next. And look, just quickly on Ancient, before we do go to that break, it's not a map that Complexity shy away from. So to say that this is a series that is done and dusted, I think would be a little bit of a fib, but it definitely looks good for Gamer Legion at this point. They're looking locked in today. You've got the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. You're moving on to your map pick. I mean, is there a 2-0 on the cards today? I wonder.
Yeah, it could be the case. I think Gamer Legion, looking at some closer games that Col have had domestically lately, maybe seeing some perceived weakness over there on Ancient. They could have gone Inferno or Ancient. It really was up to them at the end of the day. But they've decided to go towards Ancient, and their prep has been pretty good so far. So I think if they've seen some weakness there on Ancient from Complexity, they're probably feeling pretty confident that they can close out this series, especially given the fact that they kind of slapped 3D Max the other day in the series that you got to cast. They're probably feeling very confident in their form going into this game.
In saying that, it was a pretty off 3D Max. So
True.
We'll give Complexity the benefit of the doubt. I'm still looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to put in here for map number 2. That, of course, is going to be coming up in just a second, though, because it's time for us to take a break. Don't go too far away. Ancient up next.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Faceit app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
All right, welcome to the Jason Rogan Experience. As a man, obviously, who's very obsessed with what he puts into his body, being that my body is a temple, I'm excited to have you here because we obviously get to talk to someone who's been so good in terms of not aging.
Yeah.
How have you managed to stay so long as the young veteran?
I mean, I think I put a lot of effort in my health and keep my face really young as it is.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is probably my resident here in Sweden, living in Sweden, trying to stay away from the sunlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
Staying indoors, playing a lot of online tournaments. Like I don't try to go out ever. Almost, I stay inside, keep away from the sun to keep myself young.
It's an interesting strategy too, because a lot of people try and qualify to stay in more events and go deeper in tournaments. But you're sitting there like you can lengthen your career if you just don't go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't understand like why people don't focus more on this. Like this is like the most important thing in life. I think just looking young.
And they're putting a lot of mileage on their bodies. Mileage you obviously don't have to carry with you, which is great.
Yeah. Like, I think this is the most important part of me. Like this is what defines me.
Can we talk about diet a little bit? Because out here in Sweden, obviously, you guys have this beautiful land and known for your moose meat.
That's an important point, actually. I think I usually, like on weekends, after we play our online qualifiers, I usually go out hunting with my friends. That's a big part of like keeping my body as it is.
Right. Yeah. Now, talk to me a little bit about the whole fish thing. You guys have this this fermented fish. I imagine that has to do something with keeping the skin clear. All that fish oil. You don't even take the supplement. You just get it right from the can.
No, I go to the sea.
Oh, really?
Shit. Yes, I fish like straight from the source, and I eat it raw.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay,
that's how I like it.
Now I would say, like for me, have you ever looked into like stem cells? So for me, like I'm a big fan, a big proponent of stem cells. I'm a big proponent of the ice bath in the morning. You're talking about the moose meat. I've had that as well. All of this seems to just do great stuff for keeping the longevity of how you're looking young, which is something that you've been able to accomplish.
Stem cells, I don't believe in that much. I would say it's probably just the Swedish atmosphere is all you need.
Now, one thing that I've heard that this has been a little bit of a conspiracy, but I wanted to talk to you about it. You were in the NIP roster for so long, while Swedish Counter-Strike was struggling to bring in new players and new people. Now, I've heard that you have some kind of a thing going on where you actually kind of take the power, the life force of the younger Swedish players coming up through the scene to make yourself a little bit more powerful in longevity.
Like when I play with young players, I try to always, the first thing I look at when I get a new young prodigy in my team is like, how do they keep themselves young?
And if you take that away from them, then all of a sudden you will get to reap all the rewards.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the point of everything and for my career.
Well, that's beautiful. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep it up. Stay young.
I will.
Jason Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan Podcast by night.
Complexity on a breaking point now as they have only one map potentially still to play in IEM Melbourne. Their backs are against the wall after now having lost on Train, the map that has been so kind to them of late. I think I even heard someone earlier on today saying they're the best Train team in the world. Well, what does that make Gamer Legion at this point? Because they picked themselves up the win there, 1-0. Gamer Legion now moving into their own map pick, and they've got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think rocky start to the day plus a good game plan for Gamer Legion is a recipe for success for the mixed European side. So Rez, unbelievable game from him. I mean, I want to get out there, get some hunting going, you know, rub some fish on my face, or whatever he said in that podcast interview there, because whatever he's doing, it's bloody working for him. An unreal game on Train. He just had so many opening kills and opening exchanges that went so well for him. Every time that the round started to get muddy or messy, he got aggressive, whether it be on the CT side with some of those aggressions into Pop Dog, or whether it be on the T side, just getting down low ramp. That round with the Tech 9 was unreal, where he's just running it straight through lower ramp on the 4-spy and keeping a Gamer Legion in the conversation. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's jumped from number 11 at the event to now number 6. So he went from about 1.21 to 1.31 off of that game. So massive, massive game from him. And if he can maintain that level, I think Gamer Legion wins this series. And then they can also be a serious threat going into the playoffs as well, if they can make it through the lower bracket final as well. Which, look, I mean, the way that Gamer Legion are playing at the moment, I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see them get through a phase or get through a 3D Max. I think both of those teams have looked a little bit wishy-washy at this event so far.
Yeah.
To be fair, Gamer Legion, they are down in this lower bracket, so everyone's kind of had the same success or failure as everybody else at this point. But when you just look at the way that Gamer Legion got put down into the lower bracket versus how a team like FaZe did, or maybe a team like 3D Max did, I think you can kind of make some more excuses for Gamer Legion in a sense, losing to Mouse, which is in a pretty hot form.
Yeah.
So, you know, look, it's early. It's too early to say whether or not Gamer Legion are even going to get through the rest of this series. But I would say I think the signs are pretty positive for them to make this lower bracket run.
I think a lot of people are backing, you know, whoever comes out of this series to actually qualify for the arena, given, as you mentioned, some of the form we've seen, a bit hot and cold from both 3D Max and FaZe. A lot of people probably expecting FaZe to be the team in that decider match and see if they can conjure some more of that magic. But as we move on to Ancient, this will be Gamer Legion's pick. They have started well, winning Complexity's pick of Train there, and you can see it's a pretty decent map, a lot of reps for both of these teams, but I think for Complexity, their most recent result that would fill you with some confidence was at this tournament, a very tight game up against the Mongols, but I think Complexity also playing some tight games and some close games domestically in NA, and that might be where Gamer Legion are seeing some perceived weakness here. I think for Gamer Legion, they've had an insane streak on this map in the last little bit. If you go back and look at their recent games of Ancient, they are 3 in a row. Their last 3 have been dominant map wins in the European MRQ qualifiers over Soarin 500. They destroyed 3D Max in the opening game of Ancient here in Melbourne. And the only team that they've lost to in the last 10 or so games was Falcons over at Bucharest. But outside of that, they've been beating most teams of, you know, I would say kind of this tier 2 level that maybe Complexity and Gamer Legion are right up the tippy top of, kind of pushing the borderline of tier 1, but everyone sitting right below that level that Complexity and Gamer Legion are playing at. You've seen Gamer Legion dispatch of them very, very convincingly lately on this map.
Yeah, signs are pointing positively for Gamer Legion. They're pumped up. You could hear them just in the background there, a little bit of a scream and shout as they're about a minute away from getting underway with map number 2. But yeah, I'm sure they've got their plans ready and set for this game, and they're honing in on that 2-0. And it would be, you know, quite an abrupt end, I think, for Complexity actually in the event, right? Like, I felt pretty good about Complexity here. I thought they've been looking decent. They had some good games. I mean, Grim was at the top of the individual player stats as well. It kind of felt like it was kind of coming together for Complexity off of the back of Bucharest, where they had a top 4 to maybe come in as a surprise addition to Melbourne and do some real work here as well. But all of a sudden, you know, now we're here, and it doesn't feel like it's all that surprising for them to just get knocked out 2-0 in this game without even making it to really anywhere close to qualifying, because they haven't even, obviously got into a qualification match yet. So that would be pretty rough. That would be a little disappointing, I think, in the end for Complexity, but they don't seem too perturbed at the moment. So hopefully they'll be able to jump back into the swing of things here on map number 2 of Ancient, and we'll see. They've got to lock in, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see if they can rally. They do undoubtedly have some confidence coming off of that Mongols game. That was a very tight game that went into OT, so if you can play the Mongols nice and close, you should be feeling confident about a game with Gamer Legion here on this map of Ancient. So exactly like it says, no second chance. This could be elimination for Complexity. Backs up against the wall, and Pistol going to be vitally important for both of these teams. To touch on the Pistol stats, 20 from 24 here in the last 12 games of Ancient here for Gamer Legion, and 17 from 24. So both of these teams have got great pistol win rates on this map. They're used to winning them. We'll see who's going to start off well.
Well, it's already looking like a pretty good setup for Complexity, because they're going to go towards B, and there's only one player over there. It's a retake setup, actually, from Gamer Legion. And they are going to allow that bomb plant to go down quite quickly. This is, I think, a difficult round to negotiate now for the CT side. They don't have a defuse kit. They've got one flash in the hands of Slend. And they've already lost a couple of players. Holzerk picking up res and PR, and this will be the start to the map that Complexity would have wanted. It was rough on map 1. They did drop it, but there's still a chance for them in this series. And starting off in that kind of fashion is exactly how you do it.
Yeah, I think that's going to fill them with a lot of confidence. They never really had the momentum that they craved there on Train. They were behind right from the get-go. It was a rough start. At one point, they were down 2-8 in the first half of Train. And even when they were stringing rounds together on that CT side of Train, it was only a couple of players surviving. They never really had that convincing round that they were looking for. So dominating the T-side Pistol here on Ancient is going to be a real good, feel-good moment for them. Force buy in response, though, for Gamer Legion. See if they can cause a little bit of an upset here with the point of contest being Cheetah.
It's going to go through and do not as much as I thought that it would. Nix under pressure, and he will fall. So 1 for 1 here for Gamer Legion as they try to work their way back into the round. Slender's doing a pretty good job. Oh my god! He's got JT as well through that smoke. So all of a sudden, the circumstances changed for a second, but Holzerk being able to get that kill on a PR has got Slend just locked in here in Cave, and with 2 HP on the MP9, there's just no way you're going to win this duel. He's done a damn good job of it, though. Gets the headshot onto Holzerk, and could have made for an interesting one, but in the end, Complexity will take their second round.
Yeah, another pacey approach straight towards that B site, and you see Gamer Legion try to meet them with exactly the same. Duels being taken in towards Cave and Cheetah side with the pistols and the SMGs. Slend getting much more value than he expected from him, but no one else on Gamer Legion really having any impact in that round. So, unfortunately for Gamer Legion, will not have the start that they were looking to have here on Ancient, and we will go straight into a tech pause before the first gun round here. Good to see a couple of multi-frags there from Holzerk, though. I mean, he really is the secondary star here on Complexity, and he's got great stats in the last 3 months. So, wasn't really someone who had much of an opportunity to get involved there on Train. I mean, they never really had money for an AWP the way that game was going. They were getting constantly reset on the T side. One of the only rounds I saw from him having an AWP, he did get a pick towards Ivy, but on the CT side, they were just constantly living paycheck to paycheck, getting reset almost every other round.
Yeah, a bit more of an opportunity to start things off here on the CT side of Ancient. And we got a tech pause.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't really been too affected by the tech pauses, actually, on the B stream. I think there was a bit more of an extended one over toward the A stream on day number 1 in the Mongols game, but it's all good for us at the moment, or has been.
See if Complexity are going to keep playing with such pace on the T side. Been a lot of faster plays towards B. We did see that kind of been a defining factor of how Train ended up going. It was kind of Gamer Legion to take a lot of those duels towards inner early on, and that ended up being a real big focal point for the rest of the map, really. Because you condition the other team to respect one part of the map and really focus on it early on. And it's going to kind of hang in your mind and affect how you adjust in the following rounds. And again, it's just another B play, but it's a stack this time for Gamer Legion with the pistols.
Nade over the top is not going to do too much. Bit of damage actually done back in response as Complexity. They're going to commit to this. That nade is huge. And Rez will pick up the opener with the P250. So Complexity, they better not be resting on their laurels. JT with a double kill does somewhat salvage this round a little bit back in the favor of Complexity, and the bomb plant now down. Wall of smokes, apparently too much to deal with for Gamer Legion.
Yeah. Good patience for Complexity, just tapping the bomb multiple times before they actually commit to the plant, continuing to spam through the smokes. Definitely some exits on the cards here for Gamer Legion. These players are very softened up for the pistols to get in the mix.
PR not getting tagged down at all by that exchange, and now JT's going to fall as well. There's some serious damage being done here by Gamer Legion. It's impossible to win, of course, for Slend. Just doesn't have the time. But 3 guns taken away. It's going to force a fairly hefty reinvestment from Complexity, and for that first gun round, Gamer Legion will know that they'll have Complexity on a bit of a teetering point economically.
Yeah, so we'll see what we're going to get out of this first gun round here for Complexity. That's 3 rounds in a row that they've just straight up hit B very early on in that game. Gamer Legion, enough money to get an AWP going here on Slend. No AWP on the T side here for Complexity to start things off. Just going to stick to the rifle-centric gameplay. It's been quite a pacey T side from them. This time, both teams investing a fair bit of resources in middle. Flashes up over the top, create an opportunity for JT to take advantage of. Beautiful molly, flushing out a player from Cubby there, but PR evening up the numbers into a messy 3-on-3. A lot of gaps on the map to exploit here for Complexity on the T side, and they're going to turn their attentions towards A. 60 left behind at Shelf.
Yeah, definitely worth talking about PR as well. We've been focusing, I think, a lot on Rez, which makes sense considering how he was playing on map 1. But PR was actually really good in that game against 3D Max as well. And he's picked up the kill onto 60. Unfortunately for ZTR, just half a second too late. But still maintains the 2-on-2. And this map might be led by PR for Gamer Legion.
They're a little out of position. Slend does have the AWP on the rotation. Flank coming in from Nyx. So with that smoke slowing the CTs down here, he's going to have time to get a successful flank off.
We're going to walk through it. Tap on the defuse right here from PR would actually be pretty big. He's going to pop it. There's a smoke down now as well. Position of at least Halls are given away, but Nyx now as well walking his way on through. Should have this one cleaned up. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a huge whiff. Everybody's whiffing. Hit some shots, guys. No way.
Oh my God.
Do something. Get the knife out. Anything. That's egregious. That's
How
really bad.
How has he got a 10-second defuse off there? That is ridiculous.
It's crazy because you saw it at the back end there, and if we were to get a replay of it, you might see it as well. As he starts shooting with the Glock, he can literally see the CT's head through the smoke because it's getting blown away. I mean, I don't think you can fault Hall Circle that much, but look at this. I'm pretty sure he can see the CT at one point here. There, he can see the CT. He can see him.
Oh, he
can literally see
him, but there's just too much. The recoil hasn't been reset yet, so all of the bullets are going straight over the top of old mate's head. That is unbelievable. Slend has robbed them dry there. Straight after a great start for Complexity as well. Gonna see an immediate timeout from Gamer Legion here. That's a hype moment from them. Really wanting to let Complexity stew in that one. Kind of sending the message that they've cooked the goose a little bit. But Complexity with the bomb plant and a nice early start here. Once again, it's the mid-contest that JT wins for the second time. And this time there's no response from PR just yet.
Okay. Well, that'll be a good way to respond if you're Complexity, because that's the round over.
Yeah.
30 seconds into it.
I mean, you could see Gamer Legion wanted that early mid-contest. They wanted to go a little bit more favorable for them, and then maybe this double A flank would have got involved in the round a little bit better. But as it stands, Complexity is all over that one. Should go up 4-1. So if there's any way to reset the mental after someone sticks a 10-second defuse right in your face, it's a dominant round win like that to reset the CT economy.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this map, it feels like it's kind of blowing up in the face of Gamer Legion in the same way that Complexity's pick of Train just kind of petered away. I mean, Gamer Legion, without let's be real, a lucky round. If that was a lucky round win, that last one, would now be down 5-0. And these rounds have looked really quite solid from Complexity so far.
It's nice from Torsen, peeking in with the flash. Punishing Nyx, going for the hunt. The rest of Complexity also trying to hunt Torsen down. They know exactly where he is, but they don't have the time to convert. He will hold on to the M4, but that's the only silver lining here for Gamer Legion early on. Beautiful stuff from JT. That's the second round in a row that he scales out with supportive utility up over the top and has impact with the double entry onto middle. He's a player that didn't actually have that great of a game on Train, but in the past, someone that was kind of criticized for his poor individual form in the IGL role. But in this iteration of Complexity, particularly on the T side, this man gets active. He has some really, really good games and good rounds.
Might be an Australia buff, because I remember this time last year, he was also really good.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
Could be something, or not this time last year, this time about a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Torsen will get the opener onto 60, and this is where this round may still be a little bit interesting. Gamer Legion don't have much behind the M4, but they're doing a good job of setting him up for success. It's just that those A holders have gone down so cleanly, and Torsen can't be everywhere.
Yeah. A lot of util invested on that A side, but this is where Nyx, I've loved the way that this guy's played the lurk. It's been a fantastic player to watch on the wing, particularly on the Train game yesterday against Pain. See Complexity playing around him very nicely. Hallzerk understanding that there might be some kind of movements in towards middle after the contact towards Donut on the A site. Especially after B is taken. So he's cut that rotation. Now a nice open plant as JT mix up with Nyx. And Rez with not much to do here other than see if he can hold on to this AK into the next round and punish any Ts who go looking for him.
Yeah, looks like he'll be allowed to do that. Complexity don't have oodles of cash themselves. It's been a pretty goofy game of Ancient so far.
I mean, Complexity will take that.
Mm.
They're loving goofy right now. Not the expectation that we had for this series, but this is the one that we've been given 5-1 here. Both teams having fantastic starts to their opponent's map pick.
Good effort from Torsen in that round, though. Gets a couple of nice kills. If maybe only one of those A players actually drops there, or if they don't swing as early as they did, Gamer Legion actually kind of had their forces in the right position to cause a ruckus on A. Doesn't matter in the end, though, as we are now into round number 7 with the scoreline at 5-1 and another buyback through from Gamer Legion.
Mid-contest again from both of these teams. This duel on shelf, very important for 60 to win, to deny any pressure on that side of things. And trades once again back and forth at the early round. PR's had some impact there. Torsen getting active on B ramp now.
Ooh. It's just a massive brawl, isn't it? Info somewhat given there for Slend as he spots the player out in cave, and that will allow Torsen to activate on ramp. He can't quite double down, though. Nick's getting that kill. Very lucky, but PR's also on the flank here. Don't know if he's been heard. He made a little bit of noise there, and they have certainly locked their guns in on the doors. Yeah, they're aware. They're very aware. 60 will get the kill onto PR. And now it's just Slend. Who is unable to hit that shot, and that might just give Complexity the round. Oh, no. There was a chance for Slend.
Sure.
Couple of missed shots, though, and it's not going to be enough to get Gamer Legion back in. I can tell you that much for free.
I mean, he took the right angles and he took the right duels, just didn't hit his shots. Simple as that. Big, big kill for 60 there. Winning that duel inside a cheetah. I mean, Torsen needed to come up with 2 there if Gamer Legion's picking up that round. They had potential, but these are duels that Gamer Legion would never be losing on the start of Train CT side. They were looking so sharp and on point to start off that map, but there's a couple of kind of uncharacteristic whiffs coming in here for Gamer Legion that Complexity are taking advantage of. PR's been absolutely everywhere this game, by the way. You've seen him in middle, you've seen him aggressing A multiple times. He was in bloody T spawn last round. This guy gets active.
Yeah, Gamer Legion only the one round on the board, but not for lack of trying. They have really been trying to throw the kitchen sink at Complexity. And again, a little bit of a change up from them. 2 players stacked into Cheetah. Torsen will swing on the timing, but can't get anything done, and it's really just perfection at the moment from Complexity. It feels like they've always got their players exactly where they need them.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we saw from them on the T side of Train yesterday against Pain. Like, this is the Complexity that we expect on the T side to look very well drilled. Their rifling core working very well in tandem with each other. I've been loving watching 60 play at the moment. Very fluid on this T side. It's kind of floating around the place, taking duels in some of the more difficult parts of the map. JT's very good at cracking open those entries in some of these, you know, impactful parts of the map, like on Ancient. He's always active over towards E-Box. On this map, you see him taking the mid-fights. And of course, you've got Grimathy himself. This guy's a bit of a unit right now. So really strong rifling core here on Complexity. I've been talking about Nyx on the lurks, finding gaps on the map, being that contingency plan that they need as well in some of these rounds. So 7-1 here for Complexity. Not too much going wrong for them. Few touch and go situations in this game so far. He had a ninja defuse. He had Torsen getting a bit saucy inside of the smoke on B ramp. But outside of that, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, it's nice that ninja defuse hasn't caused a ruckus for the Complexity mental, because it could have very easily blown up off of that.
Yeah, especially because you saw the frustration in the camps on that game of Train. Really tell that Gamer Legion was getting in their face, getting under their skin a little bit, but they haven't brought any of that energy into this game of Ancient. It's been a really nice reset. And as we head into round number 9 here, Gamer Legion have taken another timeout in 2 in 10 rounds of the CT side here. Wanting to make some adjustments to see if they can try to get something going here on the CT side, because this game has all been Complexity thus far. Definitely have to respect and discuss how this mid-fight has been going, because every time you've seen a fight in middle, 10 seconds into the round, that has usually been favoring Complexity.
Now we're very quickly snowballing towards a map 3 at the moment. Won't be a fight over mid this time around. Holzer's just going to very quickly work his way into A main. Post on the big box line. And Torsen may think about obliging with a little peek coming through here in a second. Holzer's definitely looking for it, but Torsen's playing it patiently so far.
It is posted. Trying to take advantage of his positioning. Grim pushed off the line by a nade, though. You can tell Gamer Legion's aware of the pressure, but they're not over-responding to it. The rotation is coming in, nonetheless. But this is definitely a skirmishy approach from Complexity, where they're looking for opening picks, and that's a beautiful nade to blow open the smoke from Grim. Slend responding on the B side of the map, but Nyx has found a gap.
Slender's got to be dead right here, right? Nyx, perfect. Oh, almost brilliant. Won't be able to crack open the B bomb site, though, and that is now a round that is starting to favor Gamer Legion for what feels like the first time on the map.
Yeah, PR still cutting the middle of the map right now, ensuring that no one's going to slip into Red Room. In fact, it's going to be a crunch on middle. Gamer Legion remaining active, just trying to play this one together in the mid-round with their man advantage on the CT side right now. Happy to give Complexity control of the site for now and just plan the retake accordingly.
It looks like ZTR is going to have a little bit of a peek. Get himself over to the right side of Donut. And here's that bomb plant going down. Flash over the top. Not going to prompt out any push just yet from Gamer Legion. They're playing it quite safely, waiting for that rotation indeed to come through. Now smoke down. Holzerk's line. Not a bad one, though. And Grim will finish off the tag. It's res down early. We're back into the 2-on-2, and Grim will not be making the same mistake twice. He's got the knife out straight away. It's not going to happen, though, as PR will just knock him over. And this time a bit more of a routine defuse from Gamer Legion.
Oh, I don't know what's going on with these B defuses right now for Complexity. But Gamer Legion, a better start from them to that round. You could tell Complexity wanted to switch things up after the timeout, and you see that every single time from them so far this game. in the later timeouts for Gamer Legion. On train, you saw them after one of those key timeouts for Gamer Legion where you had a big streak of rounds for Complexity. They pushed inners that time, didn't go for the mid-contest. Bit more of a skirmishy style where they're looking for picks, and now they're going back to what was working for them early. It's just straight up a B execute.
Slend really under pressure, can't see anything, just has to back up into the safety of Cave, but that works out nicely. Big crossfire between him and Torsen, prompting the first couple of kills of the round, but now it's on to ZTR, and Rez once again comes through for a nice double.
Gamer Legion set up so well to deal with that fast B play. And 4 ready to fight on the site, rotations coming in. You could tell that Slen escaping back towards cave side, able to play in tandem with the player over there, and then you just see the rest of the CTs flooding straight away through long. No smoke on that side of things and no pressure in through cheetah or cave means that it's a bit one-dimensional for Complexity, and effectively they're just running into a meat grinder. Big crossfire between long and cave side. Mid-contest to start things off. Gamer Legion not wanting to take that same duel. It hasn't gone well for them in the opening parts of some of these rounds. So they'll respect it for now and give Complexity some control of middle.
Nice shot. Holzerk knocking Rez over. And Rez has not been up to his usual standard at this event on this map. 4 and 8 for him so far. Leaving a little bit to be desired. Slend just deleted by Holzerk, who's taking this round away from Gamer Legion, one shot at a time. B site almost cracked open, and Torsen jostling on that site alone. He's got some assistance from that smoke on ramp, but he needs to be hitting his shots here, and that's just not going to happen. So that'll be a round over, despite the best attempts of PR and ZTR. I mean, round over might have been a bit of a stretch, 1 on 2. But it's definitely a tough one for him to win with only 46 HP. He's going to give it a crack anyway. And working his way forward. Looking for Holzerk. Holzerk's looking for him. 3 kills in the round. 3 very good ones as well. And Complexity put 1 more on the pile.
Really, really important round there for Holzerk. Finds the opening pick of the round in towards Donut. Picks straight into Slend here, and he's faster on the draw. And closes out the 2v1 nicely with Nyx covering that long side approach. Another B ending works a little bit better this time for Complexity, up 8 and 3 now. Chance to inflict the same first half that Gamer Legion just did on their map pick, and once again mid being the point of contest.
Push coming through, and it's deleted this time around. Gamer Legion have figured out how to hold on to mid. It's going to be late in the half, but they are going to get themselves to a 4th by the looks of things here. Holzerk will, of course, see what he can do. I think he's been spotted out. Yeah. And so Slend will be the benefactor of the final kill of the half, and it looks like he wants to go for a knife. He's really just having a bit of fun with him. That is so illegal, man. It's all good and fun in the end. 8-4 is the first half score, favoring Complexity. Well, things are looking pretty good for Complexity as they put together a decent first half score to try to fight their way back into this series. Gaming Legion were able to pick up Train. Complexity now up 8-4 at halftime on Ancient. Bearing in mind, though, when Gaming Legion first set foot on Ancient at IEM Sydney, they picked themselves up a 9-0 start against 3D Max on the T side. So might still be some shenanigans afoot here for Complexity that they have to be aware of.
Yeah, initial contest peak towards A main, pushed away by Complexity. 60 tucked in cubby will definitely get some action here at some point. See the crossfire with JT towards Red Room as the smokes fly out into A.
Patience a virtue for 60 at the moment, and he will remain unchecked. That is crazy. They have not checked that corner. Finally, Rez will get himself the kill, but this is not the start to the second half that Gamer Legion have needed, unless Rez is just going to activate, pick up a couple of kills, walking his way into A, and now all of a sudden we have a bomb plant 2-on-2 with Holzerk on 6 HP. Very winnable round now for Gamer Legion, especially if Torsen could have got that kill, but he's not hit a single shot. Rez, though, should be able to get it done, and of course he will. 4 kills. Rez was one of the driving forces behind that 9-0 start against 3D Max, and it looks like he's going to do it again here on the T side against Complexity.
He just absolutely destroyed them on the T side of Train as well. Rez is once again activated right from the start of this T side on Ancient, and that's got to be worrying for Complexity. Had a couple of more kind of chuckle-worthy moments, if anything, for Gamer Legion. A lot of the ways that they've won their rounds so far on CT Ancient, but here on the T side, they're starting to get serious. Forced by in for Complexity. A little bit of aggression over towards this A side of the map from Grim. JT straight down bottom mid already. Grim wins his duel inside of A main. JT as well getting involved. The spray from the Deagle is beautiful, traded by Rez.
Oh, and 60's going to get Rez. This is problems. Very big problems. Slend. I mean, a 1v4 is a bit much to ask as the swing's going to come through, and that will be 9 for Complexity. Just as Gamer Legion look like they want to start getting rolling on the T side, it's pulled away from them.
Yeah, his mid-fights have been messy as hell, but for the most part, both T and CT side, Complexity have been winning them. JT has multi-fragged in middle of Ancient so many times this game. 60's been fantastic at winning that duel towards Cheetah on the T side, and now on the CT wins another impactful one. And Grim just so active. Takes that duel in A main and all the way back around to Donut. Force buy in response for Gamer Legion, taking some shelf control and wanting to pinch mid, perhaps, in the mid round here.
JT making it look pretty easy so far with that Khalil, though he's going to cop a couple of binks, and all of a sudden we're right back into Force Buy Mania as 2 quick kills come through from Torsen and ZTR, and Holzerk's not going to be able to get the kill just yet. He's putting some damage down onto Rez, but eventually he is going to be flooded on the site. ZTR giving a bit of a helping hand to Complexity here with that team kill onto Rez, but it's not going to be enough to deny the bomb plan, you'd think. And that is going down now. 60 fast on the flank through Temple has definitely been heard. There's smoke coverage on this bomb site as well, but 60 does not care. He's got X-ray vision apparently because he's going to pick 2 up, and now it's just on PR, who himself will be smoked off.
Up the AUG. Both of them have kits, but 60 is critically low right now.
Oh,
not again. Surely not again.
Painful. The whiffs are painful. The body blocks in as well, and that's going to be a round for Complexity. That was super winnable for Gamer Legion.
Absolutely. But Complexity have scraped their way through a couple of touch-and-go rounds this game so far, even when they lost Train. Beautiful mid-pinch from Gamer Legion, has to be said, though. Remained quiet, 3 players laying in wait behind the bottom mid-smoke as Gamer Legion apply some pressure towards Shelf and clear out Cheetah, then use that as a little bit of a launching pad to just kick off that mid-pinch. From there, they find that man advantage, control of the A site, but in the late round, Complexity complete a successful retake, courtesy of some heroics from 60 charging through Temple. Now just back on the digs here for Gamer Legion. It's a split and pick approach. Waiting for some mistakes out from the CTs. But Grim does not make many of those. Nice and easy one for him. Punishing Slend, creeping out A main.
Holzer should be able to continue to keep that scoreboard ticking over for himself as well. It's been a pretty decent map from him, 14 and 6, and I can imagine he's going to be doing some improving on that when he gets the AWP in hand. But might not last very long. It's 11 already for Complexity.
Yeah. 5 alive. So multiple chances to close here on the CT side as we head towards the tail end of this game. Not only do they have an extra buy in the back pocket, but also the loss bonus will have built up by the time Gamer Legion makes any kind of a comeback into this game. So it's looking like we're heading to a third here, unless Gamer Legion can have a pretty successful run on this T side here.
Oh, I mean, we keep reiterating the good start that they had against 3D Max, but there's certainly some different circumstances than what we've got now. Back's definitely against the wall on this map for Gamer Legion. Looking to take some control of mid, and there'll be a smoke in for Donut.
Yep.
Which is going to assist.
Oh, Grim going to blow it open. Try to catch one on the cross with the scoped weaponry, but he's pushed away by the nade for now.
Big nade into the face of Grim as well.
Look, Gamer Legion have secured minimum control. They've got mid. They forced out a smoke over on Cheetah. Now we just got to see where they're going to move to in the mid round here. 6E reinforcing middle. It might look like Complexity wants to fight here.
PR need this opener. They need to do better than that. That needs to be traded. This is just looking like it's going to be a map falling by the wayside for Gamer Legion, as Complexity are making it look really easy in this round.
Yeah.
It's just individual duels.
I mean, Rez doing his best to try to bail them out of a bad situation, but there's so many CTs here. Just swinging up towards Shelf together. And 6E will clean it up. That is the 4th or 5th round this game that JT has multi-fragged in mid self-sufficiently. This dude is on fire right now.
And he just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? It's also not prepared.
Yeah.
And Grim will get one more there as well. Like, it's just one after another. The kills coming through quite easily for Complexity.
Yeah, but we saw rounds like that from Gamer Legion even on Train, where there was 2-on-4s won by Complexity because they're not trading each other. They're not switched on enough. So getting punished for some of the same issues here on Ancient. As they prep themselves for some kind of B play. Util being exchanged in middle. PR's trying to apply some pressure as the 1 in the 1-4. Keep Complexity interested in middle, but they're still reinforcing this B site. There's still 3 CTs here. Just playing retake now, though.
Holzer can't see anything. He's still getting tossed on in. It's an attempt. Definitely an attempt from Gamer Legion, but that's about all you could say about that round. Bombs dropped. It's up to PR to try to save the map, but I think it's going to be somewhat of an anti-climax here on Ancient, as Gamer Legion just never really got going. But PR towards the bottom of the ramp here. He might find a 1v1 duel against Holzerk, which he'll be able to win. So that's the start of a 1v3. Ooh, and very nearly a nice timing on the spam through there as well. Could have caught JT with it.
Yeah, the bomb's loose. Smoke coming in. Actually cutting the CTs in half here might create an opportunity for PR to find a 1-on-1.
He's doing a pretty good job of finding the 1v1 so far. But Nick's just not really going to give him that opportunity. Backs up through the smoke and decides to play for the retake if it should come to that. Smoke now fading. It's going to make it very difficult for PR to get a plant down with 25 seconds. He really wants to try to find a way to isolate one of these duels, but he's just biding his time. He's waiting patiently, and he's not quite rewarded for it. So 13-5 will be the score, and it is Complexity that will push us through to map 3.
Yeah, beautiful game from them. JT in particular, I feel like was the standout. Although it was an effort by committee here for Complexity, the IGL 5-1 in opening duels, 6 2+ kills, and I feel like most of those happened in middle at the start of the round. This dude, every single round, was cracking open middle for Complexity and really defining how this game played out.
It was a strange game. I think we can say that much at least. I think you could put in, look, a couple of unfortunate rounds, obviously, for Complexity that they might have won and made it a little bit cleaner. But then again, on the other side of the coin, there was a couple there that Gamer Legion felt like they probably should have picked up as well. wasn't exactly the greatest of stuff. But it's all good in the end for Gamer Legion. They were able to pick things up on train, so they do go 1-1. And they are still able to fight for this series going over to Nuke. Did we expect to be here? Probably not.
No, definitely.
I expected Complexity to pick up Ancient, and if I did, it wouldn't have been in that fashion.
Not either of the maps. I mean, both teams really, really impressive performance on their opponent's map pick. Complexity, I mean, despite some closer games online against some of these domestic competition, I think we've seen an interview with them where some of that might have been explained by the fact that they had to play the MRQ on short notice and had a bit of a hectic travel schedule. So maybe some perceived weakness on the map actually coming down to some external factors, giving Gamer Legion a bit of false confidence. They could have picked Inferno or Ancient into this map, into this series rather, and unfortunately the Ancient pick hasn't worked out for them. Complexity's looked in fine form on this map. Very close game against Mongols, and that's a dominant win on Gamer Legion, but you did see Gamer Legion have a very, very tight game with Mouse on this map, the third decider on Nuke, so I don't think they're going to shy away from it at all.
Well, I am glad that we're getting what we've got actually out of this series. The fact that we are going to a map 3, because it would have felt like a little bit of a letdown if Gamer Legion picks up map 1 and then kind of just goes through and rolls map 2, and it's like, oh, well, that was a 2-0 and Complexity are out of here. I mean, yeah, disappointing, but not the case, luckily for us, and a fight for map number 3 here for both of these two teams, which do feel like they almost both deserve to kind of go deeper in the tournament, just unfortunately have a lot of work to do to get to that point. So we'll see how things obviously end up panning on out here, Pilski. We're going to take a short break before we do head into map number 3. But I want to hope that this map is only just now, or match even, is only just now heating up.
Hello?
We'll give you the world.
Guys, today we're going to do some gymnastics with Mac. Macnastics. Just makes sense. What you're going to do is get yourself a ribbon, get yourself a stick of some sort, put it together, and I'll show you my favorite moves. We'll start with the twirl. And then, of course, the round the whirl. And back the other way. We'll go with the hurricane next. So spin in front and tippy toe backwards. I love ribbons. Let's get rid of that.
Alright, Howie. What I'd like to do with you today is share some facts about your outie. Because your outie is an exemplary player. These facts should be very pleasing. Just relax your body and be open to the facts. Your outie is fond of films and owns many movies.
Could be able to get one or two. Oh, it's comfortable for Rain. Locked out.
Your outie is strong and helped a group lift a heavy object. Your outie is a major MVP.
Just use his weapon. They're ready, but so is he.
I'm sorry, please try to enjoy each fact equally. That's minus 12 rounds.
Rounds?
These rounds will be deducted from your overtime bonus. Your outie loves animals and owned goats in their yard. Before a forced move inside due to the presence of a bald eagle. Because your outie sacrifices space and is not boosted by his rolls. Your innie must now aspire to reach your outie's greatness.
a little bit silly here on the B stream. We saw a really up and down game of Ancient. There was some 10-second defuses in smokes and everyone dodging bullets involved. There was some standing on top of heads and knifing people. It was all a little bit different, and it was actually a bit different as well because we got a map win for Complexity after they lost map 1, so that's a change up as well, which of course is going to push us through to a map 3, and luckily for me, it's the first map 3. We haven't had any actually so far. I don't know if the guys had one last night, but yeah, it's been some pretty one-sided games on the B stream so far, so I'm kind of glad that we're getting one that hopefully should lock us in for a decent game.
Yeah, I mean, they got the one-sided game over there on the A stream. As far as I'm seeing, FaZe absolutely slapping 3D Max. So whoever does win this game of Nuke is going to have to take on an in-form and on-fire FaZe for a decider game to see who goes through into the arena. Not a position you'd want to be in, especially as FaZe have not really had to sweat too much to get through their best of 3. And both of these teams will have to work pretty hard to get this dub here on Nuke.
Yeah, most definitely. A little bit of an up and down series for both of them. Definitely. Obviously, Gamer Legion looked just really off on Ancient, which is kind of surprising because it was their map pick. It's been a pretty good map for them of late as well. So, you know, maybe you can look into it and make a bit of an argument that both teams have done their solid prep coming in and had a pretty good understanding of what their opponent's map was, first of all, going to be and how it was going to be played and sort of responded accordingly. But that's definitely out the window now as we are heading on to Nuke, and well, we're not doing much in the knife round so far. Everyone's just taking it
pretty seriously. I was always the entry on the knife round because you always ended up in this situation, and I was not a good knifer.
What is going on?
Every team's got a really good knifer, you know, like someone that always gets the multi-frag on the knife round. Yeah. So, you know, I was a terrible knifer, so I was always getting in. Oh, they're closing in. Oh, there they go. Who's going to get it? Oh, my God. Gamer Legion just slaughtered them. Unreal.
Gamer Legion literally won 5 1v1s, basically, and just got all the kills at the same time. That is a very unique knife round. I've never seen anything like that.
That's unreal. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I tell you what, I do miss the days. What do you remember when Vox used to do like run boost knife rounds and stuff like that?
I mean, we don't usually get to watch the knife rounds these days. That's a bit of a throwback. So shout out to the observers and the prod team for getting us a little bit of a throwback back to the past. But look, we should probably have a little bit of a discussion about Nuke here. These stats are very misleading. Complexity, 100%. They've only played it 4 times in the last couple of months, but most of that is against domestic opposition. Now, Gamer Legion, 30% win rate with 10 games of Nuke, but they are cutting their teeth on some very, very quality opposition. A lot of games in EPL, in IEM Cato, and now here through into Melbourne. And although they are on a 5-loss streak on this map, and in general have not had a good time getting dubs on the map, they have played a lot of the better teams. They played Mongols, Spirit. They had a very tight game with Maus just the other day, in fact yesterday, in an OT loss in the second map of that upper bracket series. So although the stats will tell you just on the face of things that this should be freeload for Complexity, I actually think it might honestly be the other way around.
Yeah, look, it's always going to be a bit of a tough ask. Again, you can't really read too much into the stats because, well, you go back to train. Just have to go a couple of maps ago, and it was like 90% win rate for Complexity, over 11 maps played, and Gamer Legion have barely played. They got a 33% win rate on it, etc., etc. It looked like it should be an easy map for Complexity on paper, and it was anything but. So, yeah, there's definitely some value in looking at the stats, but I think a lot of that gets actually thrown out the window when it comes to a team like Gamer Legion, right? There's definitely teams where you can look at the stats and go, okay, what you see is what you get. But Gamer Legion feel like a bit of a different beast. They come up with some cheeky stuff. They're a team that does a lot of prep outside the server. Obviously, Ash gets a lot of accolades as well for the work that he puts in.
Yeah.
And I think that they're one of those kinds of teams that can kind of catch you off. Even if the maps don't look good on paper, they can still bring something of value into the server.
Totally agree. And also, I feel like, look, Gamer Legion is a lot more match fit on Nuke in the last little bit. Like Complexity, they've only had the one game at a international tournament against Aurora, which they did take 13-9. That's a pretty good win. Like, Aurora's a pretty solid team. They're ex-Eternal Fire boys. But outside of that, it's been in NA qualifiers where they're playing a really tight one against Wildcard. They're beating some of the NA teams in the Astana, the Bucharest qualifier there. So I think if you compare that with what you're seeing from Gamer Legion playing at top tier events against some of the better teams in the world, really kind of cutting their teeth on very, very quality opposition on this map, I feel like they're going to be very confident coming into this third map decider, having just pushed Maus extremely close, who are undeniably one of the favorites to make minimum semis this event.
All right, well, the prep is in, the notes have been read, the high fives have been done, and it is time now to head into a nuke. As you can see there on your screens, no second chances. It is a do or die. This is an elimination match, and it comes down to one map of a nuke for Gamer Legion and Complexity to keep themselves alive here in IEM Melbourne, with Complexity starting things off on T side.
Yep, just set up in lobby. Seeing if there's going to be any aggression from the CTs to start things off. At some point, you are going to see the movements towards ramp. 6E getting in an aggressive position towards Hut, and in comes the ramp push. Just full circles being spun around, just throwing PR off. He can't connect a shot on the cross, and Complexity's going to start going towards lowers now.
Oh, and 6E's picked a perfect timing as well, catching ZTR, but difficulties down on the B-bomb site are going to mean Complexity might be getting knocked out of this pistol round without actually not too much difficulty from Gamer Legion. 6E will fall as well, and the way that one started, you'd have thought, okay, Complexity are in with a really good chance, but Gamer Legion pumped up after that.
Yeah, they are fired up. That's a big pistol win from them on the CT side. They dominate in the knife round, and then they dominate in the pistol. 6E, the only one who really got active that round, got some value on the Hut lurk as the rotations are pulled towards lower there from Complexity, but outside of that, it's all the way of Gamer Legion.
Let's go.
Very happy. Horse buy in response from Complexity. No util in this at all. This is just a split pick approach, particularly towards the outside, looking to take some duels with the Digs and the Scout. Just a singular smoke there on 60.
Well, a couple of smokes set up on outer. Complexity not pushing their way through just yet, and the fact that they now have not done so is probably going to mean that they will not be able to do so, although there is not actually a huge amount of presence here on outer.
Yeah.
From Gamer Legion.
I mean, Wall of Smoke invested to get these positions here for Complexity, but what will they do with them? It's an important duel for PR to win. Clearing out the lurk of Nyx inside a lobby. This T-side now gets a little bit more one-dimensional, looking for a play towards ladder base for 6E and the rest of the boys in lowers.
Slend waiting to receive. It's got the MP9 in hand, ready for a bit of cash money, but that is not the kind of cash money he was looking for. JT bags it. The headshot onto Slend, and that'll be a bomb plant allowed as well. So a little bit being done in this round by Complexity, and Allzerk, all he really needs to do here is hit himself one headshot and things could get really nasty. JT, in the end, is the one that's going to get that one done, but tags coming through from that Scout as well. This round starting to get a bit scary for Gamer Legion as Grim chimes in too, and it's on to Torsen. 1v1, he's got 15 bullets left in the A1S, but no smoke, no nothing, and Grim will finish it off for Complexity.
Just brawling it straight away down into lower. That was kind of effectively a 3-on-5 there, won by Complexity. They lose Nyx inside of the radio room here, and then 6E goes down in ladder base. So both of the solo players, the lurkers here for Complexity, have absolutely no impact. This is all just Allzerk, JT, and Grim getting damage done in lowers. And Gamer Legion, it's another man advantage situation where their spacing is really just not good enough there, and they're punished for it.
I mean, JT as well, you got to give him some credit. Two very nice deagle shots. And it's got Complexity around earlier than they should have. So investment comes back on through from Gamer Legion. Got a bit of armor across the board.
Throwing the rifle on Rez. That's the man who you want it in his hands. Been a standout so far. In comes the Annex split towards uppers now.
Grim being patient. He's got his teammates behind him, but there's a fairly hefty stack up on this A-bomb site, and CTR getting himself that kill. He's going to drop down to Hut. PR will fall in the meanwhile, but Rez has found a good timing to activate. Double kill with the M4A1S, and now we're back to a 1-on-2, and Gamer Legion might be able to bounce back right in the same fashion as what Complexity was able to do in the previous.
That's bingo for Nyx. All players confirmed in uppers, but not quite caught on the timing. You can see ZTR's got an inkling that that's going to be the movement back around towards Heaven. Might catch a really nice flank timing onto Nyx.
Will indeed. That'll be a headshot to boot. And that is Gamer Legion to take round number 2 for themselves. So what's the response going to be here from Complexity? Surely you'd be expecting to just chuck another buy-in.
Yeah, messy start to this game. See, Complexity wanted to kick off this uppers split, but Gamer Legion just did not lie in wait. They got active. PR inside a lobby, getting in their face a little bit, just kind of disjoints the attack. Leaves enough space for Rez to get a multi-frag on, and there's the response for Complexity. Force buy once again. It's a messy start to this game of Nuke. Gamer Legion looking to stabilize here if they can repel this force. Do not want to make the same mistakes that they made in round 2 here. Once again, smokes across outside, creating a tunnel for Complexity to dive into secret. HE becomes a little bit too late there.
ZTR hearing all these footsteps, and he's dropped the bomb. Will prompt a rotate through from his teammates, but he's got to get out of dodge, as he's in a bit of danger with all of these Tech 9s close by. It's going well around the map, though, for Gamer Legion. Nothing really to report at this stage.
Yeah. They know exactly what's clean and dirty here. And as you see all the boys coming up the vent, it's a nice little entry being hit by Hallzerk, but you can see Gamer Legion just taking their time, getting ready for this uppers retake. Plant secured by Complexity, but it's going to be very hard for them to make anything of it.
I mean, the plan is still something accomplished in this round by Complexity, and hopefully they can just do a bit of chip damage and kind of keep Gamer Legion honest. It's onto Hallzerk solo. He's got some real bling on that Deagle, but it's not going to help him out.
Much better.
3-1 will be the scoreline for Gamer Legion, and with 4 guns alive, they start to stabilize this CT side.
Yeah, they've struggled in some of those situations. Man-up situations where they just give Complexity too many opportunities, so that's a much more sensible way to close out the round in the 4-on-2 there. They repel the force fly much better and make good on the mistakes of the second round of this game. Gamer Legion putting themselves in a position to start streaming ahead on this CT side. Now a chance to go into a nice chill anti-eco for themselves, build up their cash, and really start to front run on the CT side, exactly like they did on Train.
Still a little bit to play with for Complexity in this round, so Gamer Legion can't rest on the laurels, although it's been a decent start. M4, A4 for PR. Not a bad decision for a round like this one if the flood is going to come through from Complexity. Ultimately, they are pushed away by that incend, and a second one to follow suit as well.
Yeah. Multiple layers of utility just stopping the T's in their tracks. They'll go and meet up with J2, who's posted up on Silo. Been waiting for a head to tap with the D. 60 getting harassed inside of lobby there. Takes a little bit of damage. No one really committed towards holding outside here. It's just one player and Annex keeping an eye on things.
This could get awkward for Rez. Forewarned that they're coming, but it's not going to matter as Grim just bangs his head off. That's the danger of the Tech 9s. Trouble is, once they get into the longer range fights, they do struggle, but trades are still good. As 60 and Grim are set up for at least something in this round. CTR down the bottom of the vent won't have to come into play as PR with a cheeky timing will get both, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, touch and go there for a second. Beautiful entries over on Annex side, and you were having flashbacks to the second round there. Definitely could have been Grim and JT to put together a 2-on-2 win there. But the positioning is a little too good for Gamer Legion. PR, that ramp anchor pushes through into lobby side, and you could have ZTR just zip up the vent as soon as he takes contact. First gun round on the cards now for Complexity. Money is still not fantastic for them. They've gone for 8Ks, which has deprived them of a lot of util here. Make this T side of Nuke a little harder. Slend making its way straight across the secret, looking to disrupt this out as default.
spots them out, but doesn't land his shot. And this is now where Rez has to come into play as the smoke still a little away from fading. PR almost gets the timing wrong with the nade in hand.
Oh.
It has allowed them actually out into ramp, but PR doing a good job of getting the kill onto JT. There's still numbers falling around the map for Complexity. Grim brings it back. ZTR, was he spotted there by Nix? I think he might have been. The swings going to come through together. Nice trade from Holzerk. Back to the 2-on-2 again. These rounds are really just coming down to the wire. That's great coverage from Grim. And Torsen quickly in from Decon. Has now been heard. Holzerk on his bike. Won't be collected by that grenade. Grim up on top of the silo. Unexpected, and Torsen's not happy about it. There'll be another round on the board for Complexity as they get underway on the T-side of Nuke.
Should be a little bit of money in the back pocket for the reinvestment here from Gamer Legion. It's good stuff there. Complexity just brawling their way through that round in similar fashion to what we saw in round 2. Although the duels towards outside and on the extremities of the map don't go well for Complexity, they're able to trade out effectively in lower with some good spacing. That was a round where Complexity just had no util left over. And you could say the same for Gamer Legion here this time. Down to 5-7s and an AWP.
Well, 5-7's doing some work. Gamer Legion are not giving up control of this half at all. 5-2 as quick as you like. Complexity lose that round.
Where did that come from? Just the uppers here being completely repelled by some aggressive positions with the 5-7. I think you got the... Was that a pushover on radio? You had one slimp through the annex smoker, yeah, and indeed the AWP was posted up in radio. And I think you might have had a crunch in through radio, so some really aggressive positioning there for Gamer Legion. A big concentration of CTs right up around that upper site. And as soon as Complexity make moves in towards upper, you see all of the CTs get involved in the action straight away. Once again, smokes on outside here. Complexity dropping off a player in secret. Just 60 down here on his lonesome. Head-to-head duel with Rez on the cards that he will lose. Timing doesn't favor him. Should be a pretty clean round here for Gamer Legion. I'll take advantage of the fact that they've gotten through that force buy nicely and picked themselves up a lot of AKs. They were down to 5-7s in the previous, but you see 3 AKs picked up there. Is massive for the CT economy. They want to try to maintain and build on that.
It's not looking too threatening right now for Gamer Legion. Very spread approach from Complexity, hoping to receive a push or two from Gamer Legion. It's just not going to happen in the circumstances here. It's 5v4. Gamer Legion are up 5v2. They're really not feeling the pressure on this map at the moment, so there's no reason for them to be doing anything antsy.
Yeah. Aggression in towards radio. I love watching PR play ramp in this game. Dude is so dynamic with his positioning. Makes it very difficult for Complexity to decide how they want to approach this part of the map. Off angle from him this time.
Yep, it's going to work out nicely. Gets that first onto Holzer, clean as a whistle. And Nix will fall as well. It's not a particularly exciting round out from Complexity, unfortunately. I'm not sure about that one, though. ZTR just has not heard him. He's fallen asleep at the wheel, and that's a second kill. Grim, well, he's just pulled out a bit of magic.
Dude, some parkour moves. Haven't seen anything like it. Oh, they're going to kill him after time, though. 2.3k in the bank account for Grim. That's not what he wanted. I think he was trying to get himself killed there at the end of the round, to be honest, the way he was moving. He knew that the timer was getting low.
Yeah.
But no one would kill him.
So much noise. He made so much noise.
I know. Look at it. He's literally begging them to end him. He's like, please, someone shoot me.
You see, yeah. He's like, I couldn't hear him.
He's put his in-ears a little bit more firmly in now.
Jam them in, bro. Turn the volume up.
Bumped up the sound. Ooh, Rez is getting active on outside this time. Haven't seen this yet. I've loved Rez on the aggressive rifle, particularly on the T side of this game, but I don't know if he's going to get any action here as Complexity are prepping themselves for an uppers hit, it looks like.
Yeah, Complexity slowing things down quite a lot on this T side now. Maybe not waiting too long in this round. Minute 20 on the clock as they Toss all of that out onto the A bomb side. It's a fake more than anything. PR has to be prepared in ramp. He'll actually only get himself one, and that's a pretty bad miss from Slen, but he does survive. CTR is definitely under pressure down on B, as that swing's going to come through, but he answers it nicely, just overstays his welcome and gets knocked over by Holzerk, who's going to decide to try and plant the bomb.
Rez applying pressure, trying to blow open the smoke and pick them on the cross. JT and Megaton picks himself up, an M4 flank coming in from Torsen. That's an important tool.
Well, timing hasn't worked out for JT. Not this time. And it leaves Holzerk solo, but feels like kind of a winnable round. Bombs planted for him. He's going to open the doors. He won't get the shots in onto Slent, though, who makes amends for a pretty egregious miss up on the A bomb site. This time, clean shot from him. And defuse secured 7-2. Gamer Legion are looking fantastic on this CT side of Nuke now.
Yeah, and you got a couple of sleepier players in the third map here for Complexity. I mean, I was mentioning it a little bit more in some of the rounds where you can see on the extremities the duels are consistently being lost by Complexity. You know, Sixy as well as Nyx are both players that have been getting active. You've seen them get in some annoying positions towards ladder base or on the lurk in lobby, but they're never winning those duels. Both of them having very, very quiet games here on Nuke, which makes this attacking side a little bit more one-dimensional for Complexity. Makes them have to win the duels in towards lowers. Those are the only rounds where they've really had any success, is when they've brought their way out onto the side itself and traded their way into a favorable situation.
Oh, Rez. Nice damage onto JT and Grim, but not the kill that he's looking for. He might be able to finish the job right here, holding on to Annex as he gets the better of JT and then Grim. The day continues nicely for Rez. He might have fallen off a little bit for map number 2, but map 3 he is right back on form.
Complexity getting absolutely slaughtered right now. Unless Grim is having impact, no one is really stepping up for them, and no one is going missing here on Gamer Legion. Everyone getting involved in this game so far. I think the only thing I've seen from them that would be any question marks is like Slen's missed 1 or 2 shots, really.
Ooh.
Big frustration creeping in here.
Yep. I mean, as it should be, you're now on the teetering point of getting knocked out of IEM Melbourne. This looks like it's going to be a reset round, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can really see that frustration, as you've said, coming through for Complexity, as they kind of know, they understand where they're at now. I mean, 8-2 down. If the half goes 8-4, you know, it could still be salvageable. That's not the worst on the T side, but it's really not feeling like it's even going to get there. And Complexity have worked hard to get this one to a third map, only to not really show up on Nuke.
I'm not going to lie, the way that felt from Sixy, I thought this might have been a tech pause from him. Fully expected that boy. He's a bit of a unit to be splitting his desk in half with that one, but it is an issue for Gamer Legion. We will look to iron out. Does seem like the headsets are back on, so might be getting back into the action here pretty quickly. Gamer Legion really front-running this CT side. Despite a bit of a touch-and-go start, you see them respond to that second round loss very quickly, with 3 very nice rounds in a row, and since then their economy has just built up and blossomed, and it's been very difficult for Complexity to really work their way back into this game at all here. Been a very quiet T side from some of these key players here on Complexity. A one-man show from Grimathy himself is not going to be good enough to get it done here.
No. Well, pistols and a bit of armor to try and punch something through, but Torsen locking down Hart and making it look easy. Oh my god, what a round from Torsen. 4, and it's just like he's in flow state.
Yeah. JT, the only one left alive. Bombs loose. He's found himself a rifle at least. These are the kind of missed rounds that you want to try to take advantage of if you're Complexity, and Gamer Legion have let a few of them go begging with some poor spacing in some of these situations. A lot of time to work with. JT's going to go walkabout towards outside and see what he can find. See if he can find a gap on the map, maybe catch one of the CTs off guard and turn it into a little bit of something.
He's going to have to turn it into a lot of something, not just a little. Not a bad timing on this cross so far. That was just briefly checked by Rez. But C4 on the A-bomb side, so he's going to have to continue on this trajectory and has now been seen. Rez will calm that over to his teammates and job gets more difficult as he'll try to work his way in through Annex, but yeah, it's pretty impossible at that point. 9-2 is starting to look like an impossible scoreline to come back from as well.
See if Complexity can scrape anything towards the end of this T side. 1 round left to do it. Such a dynamic CT side being played here by Gamer Legion. Torsen, aggressive inside a hut. Man, it's a bloody turret.
Did he get the ace? I heard them saying ace.
Yeah, okay, he might have aced. Doesn't count Echo though, does it?
Oh, sure.
We don't count those. Come on.
Yeah, he did get it. He did get it.
Nice. Big one from him. Timeout for Gamer Legion here. Letting Complexity stew in it. You can see the frustration for Complexity multiple times so far this series. Gamer Legion looking to finish strong. Keeping everybody on the same page. Complexity trying to lock in. You need to see recovery from some of these individuals in this game, because otherwise it's going to be done and dusted. It's really an effort by committee. There is no weak link on Gamer Legion individually in this game right now. So they got to pass the firepower test or this one's going to be over. Look at this aggression towards lobby side.
Yeah, they're feeling confident. Nyx will be traded down. But that's a lot of players to dedicate to a lobby push, and as a result, Complexity are reading into that and going to move pretty quickly in through outer. What?
Yeah, Slam.
That's missed.
He's missed a couple of sitters so far this series. That's another example of it.
Don't like that. This might start to fall apart a little bit for Gamer Legion. PR gets himself a nice little kill in there, but still 3-on-3, and Slen's position is fairly untenable. Going to be some re-aggression. Oh, into Annex, and Torsen's going to drop as well. JT just frying him.
Bomb's gone uppers. Oh, Complexity really need this round. That's an important shot from Hulzerk. They've turned a messy situation into one that's favorable for them. 1v3 from PR. He's been hurt as well. Hulzerk's posted up. That's an easy closeout for Complexity. Lovely stuff from them. A little bit of recovery, but that was a dominant half from Gamer Legion as we head into the halftime break.
Second half getting underway here between Complexity and Gamer Legion on the final map of this series, which will incidentally also be the final map for one of these two teams at IEM Melbourne. It is looking like that will be Complexity, as Gamer Legion got the 9-3 first half. One round towards the back end, though, for Complexity that you thought maybe Gamer Legion would be able to close out at 10-2. Could that one round make a difference here? Let's see what Complexity can do to start things off on this CT pistol even. Holzerk hits a pixel shot, but good start for him. Unfortunately, it's going to fall away. Oh my god, this round has just... What? Torsen got a jumping kill on a Nyx there?
Oh my god. It's just Torsen and Rez combining. And as soon as you see anything get done from Complexity, these individuals from Gamer Legion are just deleting everybody.
Did Torsen?
I'm sure we'll see it.
How did he get it from all the way over here? Jumping kill.
I'm sure we'll see it.
Oh, that's it. What?
I mean, there was a goosh from Slend, and he only needed to get a body shot. Someone else probably would have hit one anyway.
Yeah, but still, from that range.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, they were destined to win that round at that point. The gods wanted them to win that round.
Gabe himself from over in New Zealand. I don't know if he still lives there. Given a little blessing.
Might well be the demise of North America's favourite team.
Straight through the box. That's meant to be unbreakable.
That was through the side. Is Complexity North America's favourite team, or is it Team Liquid? I asked the Australian.
I feel like that is such a cat from you, even asking that question.
I just want to get the North Americans in the chat riled up, you know?
Yeah. That's literally just the worst bait I've ever heard. Nice trade there from Slend, but JT continues to deliver on the Deagle. This is such a messy round, man. You're dropping straight into PR's open arms on the upper side. Holzerk's got a bloody scout in the vent. What do you even do in this situation?
Save your guns.
Yeah. I mean, Sixy was kind of seeing if anyone was going to feed him a duel. What an angle there. Hello, Holzer. How you doing?
Have you ever wanted to be a ladder? Because that's what it's like.
I've never wanted to be a ladder. I have wanted to be a ladder goat.
Righto.
I'm so random. 3 XD.
Oh, damn, how it feels so good to be a ladder.
Woo. Oh. Imagine strafing onto that bad boy. Just go flying.
This is what happens when the game is this one-sided.
Yeah? Yeah, I cannot believe he's just been DHL dropped a kill from heaven there.
Fair enough. Well, must-win round for Complexity. They've got a little bit to do it with. Smattering of weapons and util, but Game Legion are going to go fast in, straight on into the ramp room, and Rez, that is unbelievable that he's been able to get two there. It's Destiny. It feels like Destiny that Game Legion are going to win this series. Unfortunately, something is working against Complexity. It's a nice win for Grim individually to get an opening kill, but there's just nothing more than that. JT, he's going to have to do some real work here. Good trade in. And where's Sixy?
He's in ramp. Desk is still intact, but barely. It's barely holding together. I might just save the MP9, although they haven't got the bomb down, so maybe he's thinking the pivot might come towards uppers. He's kind of second-guessing himself here. Has got a kit, so even if he takes his time here, he just doesn't know, does he? Gamer Legion just, I'd imagine, tapping the bomb, waiting for a mistake in lowers. He's playing this one together. Oh, dear. I mean, he's here. He's in uppers. They may, if they go up the vent here, go straight into him. He's just gambling on silo. But there's the walk back down decon. Unfortunate. You can see Sixy's just waiting in uppers, tucked in there. And I think it's a good move. Like, with Gamer Legion taking this long, you're expecting a long wrap around through either Annex from Secret or Heaven, but neither has happened, unfortunately.
Well, Rez is low, and PR is tagged, so this is not impossible for Sixy, and he's got a bit of time to work with. Has a defuse kit as well. Post-plan positions, though, are really quite nice, and so he's going to have to start to pick the pace up here a little bit. Going to try and clear out Dark with that molly. Not aware, though, that there's a player right behind him. Nice flick on the res. Flash into the door. He's going to sit the defuse. He's going to gamble on it. It might be enough. It's not come through. You're kidding me. 60's going to win that round and give Complexity a snowball's chance in hell, but it's better than nothing.
He's had a quiet game so far, but that is unbelievable that he holds his nerve in that situation. The round starts horrifically. Rez gets 2 freebies with the Mac 10. You can see Complexity are fighting hard from windows there. 60 gets dinked. I think Rez thought he was bloody dead and stopped shooting at him. Just a reaction shot into a defuse, and Gamer Legion... Oh, it's actually... yeah, it is Gamer Legion to take a timeout there. Just want to try to reset after that one's gone. They do have money to reinvest here. Just CTR down to a Tech 9. It's an expensive round for Complexity as well, and they've reduced their loss bonus to 1900. I mean, this is what happens when you're this far behind on the CT side here, Jordan. They're always just, especially if the rounds are close, 1 round away from getting reset, and when Gamer Legion's already secured 11, that will be the end of the tournament for you.
It's true. That may be a brief moment of respite or hope for Complexity. But Holzerk doing some real work here on outer. He'll fall. He's got some good damage down, but no kill. So 5-on-4 will ensue.
See if JT can capitalize on the peppering from Holzerk there. See Gamer Legion falling away back towards lobby side. Nyx has had absolutely no luck in this game, especially if you're taking a heads-up duel with Rez. PR trying to defend lobby will repel the CTs for now, but Grim has taken some space.
Flash, going to be a real problem for him. Turned away from it, but didn't quite go anti-flash, and PR has just walked his way in, one-man army style, and decimated Complexity.
So unfortunate for Grim. He copped the team flash there. The first one was a team flash, and because of the team flash, he cannot see the second flash that gets lobbed underarm there for Gamer Legion, and he gets cleaned up. He was the only one that could make that round work. But as such, Gamer Legion have waltzed their way to series point here. JT to save the M4. And that's about where the good news for Complexity ends. Gamer Legion looking to tee themselves up a qualification game versus FaZe Clan to see who will head through to Rod Laver Arena.
It's 12-4. Gamer Legion 1 round away. And it does appear that, it's going to come without too much furor, really. I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like a foregone conclusion. So even if it will take a couple of rounds here for Gamer Legion, I think they're probably already in that mindset of starting to think about the upcoming game against FaZe.
Well, you see a slow start to this round here for Gamer Legion. Not a lot brought into it here for Complexity. It's a weaker buy around the singular rifle of JT. Grim could get some work done with the MP9 in hut side here, and he's going to need to, really. These kind of closer range angles with the pistols and the SMGs can be pretty workable and pretty impactful on CT side nuke, but you can see just how aware Gamer Legion are. They're just posted up, waiting for that lobby aggression. Harassing with an HE or two. Now regrouping back towards lobby to see what they can make work in the mid-round here.
It's just a scout for Holzerk. He's going to have to be on point if he wants any kills here on outer, but actually rotating away. And JT will pick up the line. Going to go for the peak. There's no flash to set him up. There's nobody else on outer. This is all just on JT. Molly spreading. Not spreading far enough to push him away from his position. Now Holzerk comes back across. Some damage onto JT, but his timing is impeccable. He's got one, and he's happy with that. He's going to back off, drop the smoke, take the space. Holzerk did go down in the meanwhile, though, and that is going to be Gamer Legion starting to make their way through to a ladder base. Rez will accelerate for that kill onto Nyx. And 3 kills away from keeping themselves alive in IEM Melbourne is Gamer Legion.
Yeah, slowing this one down. Waiting for more mistakes here from Complexity, but now it is the regroup, the Annex and Heaven split onto 60 and uppers.
Nice headshot out from ZTR, Grimsman a fall as well. And it is just JT, a player who had a really good map too, but would have to do some kind of magic trick to keep Complexity alive in this map and in IEM Melbourne. And I think he's decided to go for the disappearing act, as he's just hidden himself there at door, but it's not going to work out at all. And Gamer Legion will take the series. They knew it was coming. It was a foregone conclusion for a while there, and they will survive another game in that lower bracket. But of course, the job's not done for Gamer Legion because it is FaZe that now await them.
Yeah, just had the better individuals, particularly in the third map there. Not the series that we would have expected, the way that it went. Really good prep being shown by Gamer Legion going into the train game. Great recovery from Complexity on Ancient, but in the third map, that was all Gamer Legion. You can see why so many people are excited about this team on the come-up right now. The rifling core of this team are absolutely unreal, and you saw that skill just being showcased on the server in this decider map of Nuke. Pretty much everybody having their moments. Torsen, some great holds. PR, I love the way that he played ramp, so dynamic in his positioning. You can never really tell where he was going to pop out from. Rez is just Rez. This guy's having an insane tournament right now. Really can't go past him. And ZTR, even some good rotations and some good multi-frags of his own. So not really much to be done there for Complexity. Unfortunately, just got shut down in every situation. And you're going to see this replay package is just a highlight of Gamer Legion riflers multi-fragging up a storm.
Yeah, not really much more to say about it. I think, again, that was really where Gamer Legion looked at their best in the game against 3D Max as well. So it seems like Gamer Legion, with their riflers, are getting a lot of work done. And if their riflers are online and can stay online, actually going into that FaZe game, very real possibility that they can make their way through to the arena, the Rod Laver Arena, which is one of the biggest ones in Australia. So would be nice to see Gamer Legion on the stage there, but still one more game for them to go. On the other side of the coin, obviously, we have to say commiserations and goodbye to Complexity as they are now eliminated. It was a decent effort from them, a good fight back on map number 2, but I think where they really sort of dropped the ball would probably have to be Train more so than a Nuke. If in an ideal world they can pick up Ancient, they probably wouldn't have had to go to Nuke anyway because they would have been expecting to win Train. And that streak ended at a fairly unfortunate time for Complexity for them to now get knocked out of IEM Melbourne. So they go from a pretty high in taking top 4 at Bucharest to now getting knocked out in groups in second last place. So I think 9th to 12th is technically where they'll finish here for IEM Melbourne. Yeah. It's a bit of a fall from grace, unfortunately, for a Complexity that most people would have argued were in pretty good form coming into this tournament. Felt like, you know, they were kind of on the rise, but it's kind of a snap back to reality, I guess, for Complexity in a way.
Yeah, I think you could say that. At the same token, though, like they lose a close series to Mongols that was winnable. They lose a series here to Gamer Legion that's pretty close to them in the rankings that was winnable. So at the end of the day, like these are kind of the make or break series that you need to be able to win to make these deeper runs in tournaments. And unfortunately, they just didn't show the level of consistency or like individual form that you needed to see from them to get this series across the line. So it's an unfortunate run for Complexity. They'll be frustrated with that, but the silver lining for them is that they do have the major to look forward to, that they did make it through the NA-MRQ. And in a way, for Gamer Legion, a team that did not make it through their own respective MRQ, they will be looking to try to make a deep placement here and looking towards, you know, some more of the, I think it's Astana as well as Dallas coming up. You know, some of the events outside of the major, maybe they feel like they need to make a really big impact in, and they are really riding that motivation to make a deep run here in Melbourne.
Tell you what, it's been a tough day today for North America with that loss at the hands of Gamer Legion, but they do still have something positive to say for themselves with Liquid coming up next against MIBR. So there is some hope still for North America, and it is going to be an all-Americas matchup going into our next game here on the B stream. So we'll take a break. It won't be a particularly long one, as you can see, about 10 minutes until we get underway with the next game. So we'll see you in just a sec.
Sadly, it is the end of the road for Complexity here. IEM Melbourne 2025. I've got Grim for a few words to break down that series. I think probably one of the biggest surprises for us watching that series was seeing, you guys neck that loss on train. It's been such a great map for you guys. Where do you feel like Game Elysian were kind of able to outplay you on what's been a home ground for you?
Yeah, I'd say we just came down to a slow start on T-side. Honestly, we were losing a lot of duels and we were too slow on capitalizing on things that we knew we should be capitalizing on. I think it came down to that, and they were really good. They were playing aggro in our face, and I think it was catching us off, and that comes in with the slow start. If you're not firing all cylinders right out the gate, then the aggression is going to punish you. I think they did a good job of that. On CT side, we were coming back, but then we don't have too many rounds to work with, so I mean, we needed to do more on T to win that game.
I know it's probably tough to kind of look and try and take away any positives from this event at this very moment, but just looking at your own individual form, I mean, up until this very series, you were putting up some stellar numbers. Has there been anything that you were working on coming into this event, or were there any other reasons why you kind of felt very comfortable, despite obviously the loss here?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Johnny's system, he's making it really easy for me to play in, and I'm just doing my best to stay individually sharp. Since we don't have a coach right now, I'm just trying to do my best to do individual stuff and watch the game, like demos at other teams every now and then, but I think it's just me being comfortable with the team and how the team of is going right now.
Obviously, you guys will be making it to the major in Austin. I imagine an incredibly important tournament for you, not least because it's a major, but it's also finally back in North America. You've obviously got a decent amount of time now leading up to that. Anything you're looking on in particular to be working on to make sure you can make it as deep as possible in Austin?
Yeah, I'd say we don't have any events in May, I think, right now, so it's just going to be like a lot of practice. So we might do like an EU boot camp towards upcoming, towards the major gets closer. Besides that, it's just like watching these games back, because we haven't really had much time to review since we got back from Bucharest. We got straight in MRQ literally not even 8 hours after landing, and then had to fly Friday to Melbourne instantly. So we haven't had much time to actually sit down and review these mistakes. So everything since Bucharest just basically been us playing, and that's about it. So definitely a lot of review that we have to do. We have a lot of time for it, and just making sure everyone's staying individually sharp, even though we don't have many events in May, and just seeing what we could do for the major. I would like to do good there. So I've lived in Austin 21 years, so it's like a home major for me.
Damn. Okay, so if anyone wants any recs, we come to Grim for the recommendations in Austin. Are you guys going to be staying here in Melbourne for any prolonged period of time, or are you guys going to be heading back home straight away, do you think?
I think we're just all going to fly tomorrow. Our flights are booked for Thursday, so yeah, we'll probably be going to D__ airport tomorrow.
Thank you so much for your time, Grim. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if you guys can bounce back for the upcoming Austin major.
Thank you.
Pressure, typical utility exchange here towards Banana. Second wave of utility extinguish and a push to try and take full deep Banana control. This is a valuable asset to the Aussies.
And it hasn't just forced them forward into trying to take A space. Bit and Emma still have Halls and Boiler. Navi know they can take their time. Another smoke lands. Vexide's in trouble. He needs to be ready for this. Alexi and Jail are going to come through. Oh. Caught the flash.
Yeah, they heard that.
He's very fortunate to be alive.
Yeah,
he's on his own. Nedic's rotated over towards A as well. I don't love the setup right now. It's putting so much pressure on poor Liaz on the balcony. Everybody seems to be long side. If they want to swoop forward and clear mid, okay. There's the long smoke. You mentioned Device, right? What he does very well is navigating the angles in the A site with the boxes and the AWP, and Regali might have to do that now. Or maybe not.
Yeah, you see them, they're all starting to kind of maneuver back towards Vexite's bomb site.
Nedic has a flash to try and help Vexite out. Vexite has a flash of his own to work with. 30 seconds.
Yeah, bomb
Inz is going to over-rotate off of seeing nobody brackets. Yeah. Bomb's going to come back A. This is a B fake.
Yeah, maybe Inz is going to turn around. He's just turning around now as they probe.
Regali needs to get in the side.
Ooh, Liaz. Lots of work here. Regali, this is the orb. This is his moment, and he's missed it. Oh, and punished through the boxes. Imet and JL get the job done. Liaz in pick can't string together the double. Gets overrun by Bit, and with a second or two to spare, the bomb goes down on A.
They should save. I know they want to go for it, and they think any situation is winnable, but right now, 2,900 lost into the final round. If these two save, they can drop. Liaz can by himself, and they're all good for one more competitive round. If they lose everything here, it's going to be a lot more touch and go.
Yeah, you're just not going to get your hands on that Regali AWP, are you?
Yeah, so they're playing the long game right now. It was a streak of 6.
MIBR are going to be taking on Team Liquid over on the B-Stream side of things. I got saved for a few words before what could be a marathon day of Counter-Strike. But looking back so far at Melbourne, how happy with your overall form, just individually, are you at the moment? How content?
I don't know. It always can be better, you know. So always looking to improve. I'm not saying that I'm sad, but I'm always looking forward to improve. So.
Are there any particular areas that you're looking on, to be working on that individual AWPing power?
Maybe just consistency. So yeah, I think that's the most important part for me. So yeah.
Obviously, we said you're going to be taking on Team Liquid. It's been a while since you've faced Team Liquid, and last time was, without Shuey, without Nerds in the mix. How different do you anticipate the style of Liquid that we're going to see today now with Shuey calling?
It's hard to say, to be honest, especially with the new IGL. But I think they still gonna have some things from the past. So maybe some tendencies and things like this. So it's hard to say, but still I think they're gonna show like some of the things that we've seen. So.
What's the most dangerous part about Team Liquid? Having played them previously, what's always tricky about them?
When you faced them at the major last year, there were a lot, looking for fights, and they were unpredictable. So I think that's the part we need to be looking the most. So maybe this.
It's obviously been a while since we've seen you guys make it onto a Tier 1 playoffs. In terms of the mental, the confidence level, where are you guys at for this particular tournament?
To be honest, we just have to think game by game, and we just have to focus on this one. And overall, I think we're pretty confident. We had some month of preparing for this tournament. Even though we were in Brazil, we were not in Europe, but still we have some really good preparation. You have to be confident.
In terms of this overall day, you're obviously in the second game out of 4 games today, potentially going to be playing in that later game. What does your morning consist of when you know that there is the possibility of playing 2 best-of-3s in the same day?
I think the most important thing, especially us that we played the last game yesterday, was to rest and have a good night of sleep and take a rest. And I think that was the most important part.
Hope you guys are feeling amply awake now. Thank you so much for your insight. As always, safe, and good luck in the game.
Thank you very much.
Liquid and MIBR are fighting for survival here at IEM Melbourne. It's an all-Americas showdown as these two teams will try and keep themselves alive, really, Pilski. And look, we don't have a huge amount of time to talk about it, so let's just get stuck on into it. It is a pretty interesting matchup. MIBR actually back on Australian shores. We've seen them here once before. They won back in ESL Challenger Melbourne. Yeah. So they kind of know what they got to do down here in Australia, although I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be enough to get them over the line in this game against Liquid. But look, Liquid are a bit up and down at the moment. Shuey coming in, not too sure what to make of that. Where are you sitting on this one?
I think it's kind of like a wait-and-see situation. Obviously, Liquid would be tipped as the favourites, but MIBR, not a team to be underestimated. Safe has been fantastic with the AWP thus far, in this tournament, against both Na'Vi in and the game against Saw that we saw. He had good stats in both. He had a lot of AWP kills, and particularly in the game against Saw, he dominated Story in the AWP head-to-head there. I think he went 8-0 against Story, so I've definitely got my eyes on Safe. I mean, he's a player that was a hard carry player for that old Pain team just after COVID on the come-up. Everyone's like, this guy is absolutely unreal. He was dominating in the NA scene online and coming in through from Brazil. So I think he might be rediscovering some of that form again here, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially. I'm kind of waiting to see whether or not Liquid are going to even discover some form, because again, the jury's kind of out as to where this team is at the moment. You know, we've seen JKS get removed and Shuey coming in, so we should take a look at some of those results since Shuey has joined. And look, I don't think people are expecting anything too out of this world from this team just yet, but it hasn't looked fantastic so far.
No, definitely not. I mean, it wouldn't have wanted to be the start that they were looking for. And you can see their only win over VP. But a rough start to this tournament. I mean, taking on Vitality to start things off is not going to be, the game that you were necessarily looking for. Or rather, what should I say? Yeah, I mean, taking on VP to start things off went well for them. But then the game to follow up that against Vitality, a little bit rougher. But I think, Vitality on their massive win streak. I mean, even more so than what we saw from the previous games, it's not an opponent that you're too disappointed to lose to, I would say.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a work in progress for Liquid at the moment, but getting eliminated at IEM Melbourne this early might not exactly be what they're planning on. So I think at least another step forward for them would be nice to make it through to that lower bracket final. But unfortunately, even if they do make it through to the playoffs, they are essentially fighting for the opportunity to get booed by the Australians because they did get rid of JKS. So he's going to have to go sit on the bench with the bin chickens, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, this is probably, I don't even know where he's at right now, but if he's spending any time in Melbourne, that's probably what it's looking like right now. Just chilling with the bin check-ins on the Liquid bench there. And yeah, we'll see if they are able to make it to the arena there. For Team Liquid, Veto coming out here. Dust2 and Train not going to be too surprising to get banned out here. Anubis going to be the pick there for MIBR. Liquid will opt to start T, and then Ancient from Team Liquid to respond. Inferno will be the decider.
Yeah, so going into that veto, I guess we're not getting a huge amount of surprises. I mean, Train out of the picture from Liquid. It's not really a map that MIBR necessarily want to play either, so you could have almost floated with the possibility of leaving that one open, but they've gone with the safe choice in the end. And as far as the picks are concerned, well, Ancient and Anubis both very likely to be in that pool. Anubis, not a map that is necessarily minded either by MIBR, so I think I'll be happy to kind of see that one coming through. And just looking at the pool in general, I would say at least the first two maps do feel like you're pretty happy there as MIBR, but going on to Inferno as a decider, they don't have a great track record there, which could potentially come into play. And again, we're sort of expecting some close matches down in this lower bracket, and I think there's a decent shot that we get it between these two teams as well.
I think Liquid picking Ancient, I mean, they don't have the best of track records on it, although they are playing a lot of pretty quality opposition. Did drop a game that might have been a little bit more surprising to 3D Max, but they're losing to like Mao's Mongols. Did take a win in this tournament versus VP though, so maybe it's something that they've worked on since March going into April. They're feeling a little bit more confident, having put some more prep in on that map. I was wondering if Mirage was going to come out in the veto here as well, because Anubis is like a map that both teams don't mind, so I think MIBR, that's a case of like they're going to pick into a map that, you know, Liquid doesn't mind too much either, that they do play a little bit, although they've recently dropped a game to Legacy and a couple to Mongols over there in Bucharest and even in the Blast event as well. But it is a map that they play a fair bit. So look, I think Anubis as a opener pick here for MIBR, you must be feeling very confident you can take that across the line. And Mirage will get banned out in the second phase rather than picked by Liquid. So look, I think Dust2 as well being in the pool there was an interesting one for me, because you've seen that be banned out here and there by some of these teams. So look, MIBR, I'd imagine that they want nothing to do with playing that map.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a technical issue over there in Melbourne, kind of trying to sort things out on the PC of Twist. So maybe we can take the opportunity here to have a little bit of a chat about Nertz. He obviously is a really strong addition to this Liquid roster, and I think we've kind of seen some good stuff from him, which is no real surprises at all. So kind of hoping to see a good day from him again today, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic event over in Kato. I believe this was before the changes, so maybe the old system of Liquid, whatever they were rolling with. I don't know how much things have changed since Shuhei comes into the roster, but he really was one of the top-rated players at this event. Just another outstanding player from Israel that a lot of people have their eye on, and I know a lot of people have been excited for him on this Liquid roster. He's someone that he could definitely put up some pretty serious numbers here for Liquid, going into particularly a matchup like this against MIBR. Like, Liquid just have some absolute studs on the roster, and I think Nertz and Twists in particular, people have really got their eye on. Naf hasn't had the best of form in the last little bit, and Shuhei just coming into the roster. I think Ultimate versus Safe in the AWP duel is something that you definitely have to consider going into this game. Safe's had great form so far in Melbourne, and he's particularly been able to dominate like Story on Saw, for example, in that AWP head-to-head duel. So if Ultimate's not bringing good form into this matchup and Safe's really red hot right now, then that could be problems for Liquid.
Well, we won't have long to wait and find out, as we are ready to jump into map number 1 here between Team Liquid and MIBR. Straight on in to Anubis with Team Liquid on that all-important T side. They've got themselves 2 sets of util and they're heading towards A.
Yep. Does seem like an A set play on the cards here for Liquid, slowing things down for now. Brenzen already ready with the dualies, and you do have Exit close behind with a flash as this ATOC contact comes in. Should be a quick flood through cans from MIBR as well, heavily set up in middle.
Yeah, it's a good read initially from MIBR to have their players toward this bomb site, but they're still going to need to hit their shots, and so far Brennison doing a good job of that, but will be brought down by Twist. We're back into the 4-on-4 as the flood does come through from Team Liquid and also MIBR. It's trades across the board, but ultimately favorable for Team Liquid. They have a one-man advantage, and Lukowski having to work his way back through from main. C4 dropped, not planted. Ultimate able to recollect that one. But Liquid have no idea where Lukowski is coming from.
You can see Shuhei looking towards Heaven's side. Bomb gets tapped. They're really looking for him here as he creeps up closer. He's got a gap here to exploit, Jordan.
Doolies looking for the 1v1. Not going to be given it. The high-low setup. Good swing coming in from Liquid. Good coordination. And we're hoping to see the fruits of the labor kind of start to flourish for Team Liquid anytime now, really. It's been a little bit with Shuhei. This is now their second event. You'd want to kind of see some of that starting to come into play, and yeah, it's a good start there for Team Liquid, so we'll keep an eye on things.
Yeah, starting off well on the T side here. Do get to choose the choice of side. MIBR choosing to pick this map into the series. They're going to take a full save. No force here for MIBR in round 2, so they want to go towards the rifles and light util to start off this game of Anubis. Just a singular flash there on Isani. Maybe looking for some kind of timing to push across middle or counter any kind of default from Liquid, but you can see the point of approach very much is clearing out E-box here and maybe opening up a little bit of an avenue to explore towards B, but the bomb isn't committing anywhere. Liquid just taking this one nice and slow, seeing if they can punish some aggression from the CTs or if they're going to get fed any kills here as they clear out A main and start to apply some pressure towards B. Bombs in transition now.
Yep. Yeah, getting some nice control on that B bomb site. So bringing the C4 across and should end up being a relatively uneventful round.
Yeah, just looking for exits on the USPs, really. I imagine that Naf will go on a bit of a hunt with the MAC-10 here. See if he can make some money for Team Liquid. He's in the prime position to get a bit of a multi-frag on here and a crossfire with Shuhei.
Yeah, Shuhei might get the opening kill if anything's to come, but you'd expect a big swing from Naf. In the end, we're not actually really getting much of a swing at all from MIBR. They're going to do it very late in the round and see if they can get a bit of damage down. There's that flash on through, but Shuhei finding himself a couple, and now it's time for Naf to get involved. He actually only gets up in the end one. Shuhei got all 4. Solid stuff.
It's a great start from Liquid. Good anti-eco to keep the money nice and solid. Some good confidence frags for Shuhei and Naf. Obviously, Liquid, I mean, they haven't had a lot of running time. This is finally an event that they've actually had a chance to kind of practice for and bed Shuhei in properly. So criticizing the form factor is not really like the best of taste, but I think if you're just looking objectively on paper, I think Shuhei and Naf are the players on Liquid that you can get a little bit more out of. Shuhei doing the IGLing duties here on the T side, but even on Mouths, like he was a player that could have your pop-off moments or some really impactful, aggressive entries. Mid gets cleared there.
Yeah, a little pop flash in the E-box, and Liquid were not spotted on this cross because they went through carpet, so they're going to be able to quickly work their way into main as Nerds will fall. The entry not quite connecting the way that Liquid would want it to just yet. They're going to toss the rest of that util into the site, but they have successfully been pushed away. B-side in the meanwhile, though, taken and claimed by Naf. He's kind of just walked his way in there and now has a lot of space in Temple.
Looking to play the off angles, see if you can cut some of these rotations. MIBR taking bridge control, maybe able to flank from water, but you can see you have Twist ready and set up for that. Naf does win his duel on the off angle there, keeps that temple control, and MIBR are pretty split apart right now.
Yeah, they're actually miles away from making this retake happen. They've still got a lot of space to take, and Ultimate going to make it take a little bit longer there out towards B main. Naf doing a lot of work with this MAC-10 in this round. He didn't really get his flowers in the last round, but this round he's won it. He's won it for Team Liquid. They're not even going to try to make the retake happen anymore, MIBR, and Twist is in the perfect position to cut off one of those saves. Shuhei might be able to do the same onto Lukowski. Doesn't end up happening there. And Sani might just decide to save in T-spawn, so he might get away with things as well. But that's a very cheeky round out from Team Liquid after a more awkward start.
Yeah, I wonder if that's an intentional approach. Like, I haven't had an opportunity to really catch many of MIBR's games lately, but for Liquid, that really looks like the kind of round that you've left someone on a extremity over to explore the site, and you applied a lot of pressure to one of the sites, and that's the kind of approach that you might take when you recognize another team will over-rotate or might play flood heavy on one of the sites. You leave your options open, so even if you are going for a hard execute, you're going to give yourself the opportunity to be able to rotate to the other side of the map and have your lurker on the extremity call the boys back in the mid-round. It's worked out perfectly for Team Liquid, despite conceding the opening kill there. Like, positionally, they've just gained so much in the mid-round courtesy of NAF that they've been able to come away with that round relatively easily. Timeout in response here for MIBR. They've saved 3 rifles over, but the loss bonus is not really built up enough to where it looks like they will buy around it too much. Just some pistols for safe and some util with Brenners in there.
Would you say it's a bit of an over-rotation from MIBR, having all of the players rotate off B?
I think like it's a bit of a double-edged sword at the end of the day. I think it's not an over-rotation as much as it is they're not aggressively rotating and actually taking space on the map. This is the downside of heavily rotating through spawn side, is you don't get any control of the map and there's gaps absolutely everywhere, right? So Team Liquid has just exploited that. In comes the B execute though. It's a nice split timing.
Doubled up on Plat. Not a bad setup for MIBR in a round like this one, particularly if you can start well as Lakauzi. They're not going to be expecting exit here behind the smoke, or maybe they are. Nerd's had a bit of a look. He second-guessed himself, then looked back again, and that will be the B site taken. Again, it should be a 1 round already for Team Liquid at this point. And it is. It'll be a save from MIBR.
Having an easy time on Anubis T side here. MIBR looking for some exits here, see if they can grab some rifles with these 5.7s. And Sani almost definitely wants to be saving. He is a man that is no stranger to being here in Melbourne. I remember the DreamHack Melbourne that he did play. He had an insane rating over the tournament. Like, it was, I think, 1.4 or 1.5 to finish the event total, and the next closest player was like a 1.2. And given that was a much weaker field than you see here in IEM Melbourne, was a tier 2 event that they were able to win to qualify for Pro League. But I'm sure that'll be a solid memory for MIBR standing there on the stage in Melbourne, winning themselves an event.
Yeah, no doubt. It was a tier 2 event with a couple of teams that didn't end up making it that were replaced by local teams.
Yeah.
So it was a nice stat farming event, I will say that much.
Absolutely. Playing Australians, come on now. And that's why, as you can see, Team Liquid have removed their only Australian player, so it's curtains for MIBR.
True, fair enough. That's the hard-hitting analysis that you get here on the B stream. And that's a hard-hitting grenade onto Lakauzi, but it doesn't force him away from E-Box just yet.
Bit of a hands-off context this time from Team Liquid. Just trading down utility in the early to mid-round. Could still see ultimates hanging around like a bad smell, hand-in-hand with Shuhei here. Gets dunked by another nade. A lot of HE chip damage here for MIBR. Just juggling around the grenades, Molly's exchange in E-Box. MIBR wants to hold on to control of that. And you can see Liquid are just looking to try to set up the same split that worked for them in the last round. But they're getting disrupted quite heavily by the CTs.
Ooh, this could be big. Exit with the flash is going to set Lakauzi up, and Insani has got himself a nade kill onto ultimate, so it's definitely panning out a little differently.
He didn't even get to play the round. He just copped 3 HEs like 20 seconds apart and died for free.
That'll do it. It's going to be a creep through the smoke. Twister's actually got a lot of space there, and what a shot. Raw adjustment straight onto exit. It's not going to be enough. Lakauzi doing some good work to anchor the site. And Insani has now dropped the bomb carrier, so it'll be all onto Twist to try to clutch this one out in a 2-on-1. He has opted not to go for the bomb. He's going to get aggressive. They're lining up, but it won't matter. Shots a hit for MIBR, and they will claim themselves around here on Anubis.
Yeah, nicely done. You can see just how long they stalled Liquid for. Liquid is waiting to hit that same B-split timing that they were able to find in the round previous, but MIBR layering utility over towards E-Box, harassing Ultimate. He dies for free to nades, and by the time that Liquid is able to make anything happen, MIBR's already ready to defend with a man advantage. That smoke is whiffed. On towards top mid there. Ultimate's posted up in case someone recognizes that. There's the flash, does push him off the line. So a bit of information for MIBR. Liquid not shying away from taking a fight towards mid. Does seem like they want to change things up. There's been mostly just hitting the sights here. Maybe a bit of mid control on the cards.
It's been a pretty sort of slow approach, I guess, from Team Liquid on this T side. So very default heavy kind of stuff from them.
Seeing the same thing over at E-Box from MIBR. A lot of util invested just to be able to keep the T's back from that particular position. A bit later in the round, Shuhei's going to start to creep up. A main control secured there for Team Liquid.
Ooh, safe. Nice shot. Through the smoke, we'll be able to clean up Nerds. You can see the signs of life for MIBR for sure. Lakauzi fully white, but he'll go shift walking into that smoke. Was not seen. And Shui bamboozled.
Naf going down in the smoke as well. Twist knows he kind of has to take matters into his own hands. Unless he finds an entry or two here on A, this round's done.
It's a tough one though. Brennerson in a good spot. Molly will cinch his toes, and he does end up actually getting traded by the Molly, but with 13 seconds left, Ultimate is unlikely to do too much and will fall to safe. So it might be our 2 rounds now on the trot on the CT side, and they can really start to build this CT side off the back of that round as they've got 4 guns through.
Good stuff from Safe. This is the AWP form that we expect from him going into this matchup. He's having a great event so far. Both of the last 2 series, I mean, the AWP frags accounted for half of his kill. His kills in both of those series, he's kind of farming. Slower approach from Team Liquid, round in, round out here. This time they're going to take mid space a lot faster and trade down utility over on the A side of the map. Naf once again gets a kill and some impact on the lurk towards B, and the HE will zone back that player looking for the trade.
Team Liquid probing in toward the B bomb site. Perfect timing from Shui. And a missed shot from Safe will mean that the B site is cracked open. C4 still quite a ways away. It has to be retrieved by Team Liquid, but they are picking up what looks to be a pretty cheeky round here.
Yeah. I mean, Naf is just being given agency to find timings to take duels on B. Team Liquid thriving with this kind of more skirmishy approach and putting the pieces together in the mid-round as they go. MIBR just looking to save. Still good money on the CT side here. Can definitely put a buy together in the next. But it feels like slowly but surely Team Liquid are really putting together a pretty strong T side here.
Yeah, it's been a bit back and forth. I think there's been definitely some okay moments from MIBR. But it's tough on the CT side to string too many rounds together, so they're going to have to concede this one. They do have the money to fight again into the next round, though, if they take these 2 guns through. Brennerson and Insani can drop a gun each, and Safe will be able to buy himself an AWP.
I mean, Nertzko's looking with the Tech 9 there right at the end of the round. Just trying to take one more gun away from the CTs, but he is denied. Man, this MIBR roster has been together for quite a while now. Really been grinding it out together with this core. Frustration.
Is it the same 5 as what was in Melbourne last time?
I think it's pretty close. If it's not the same, it's like max like 1 player different, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. Ultimate. Punishing Insani on the house peak there. Oh, all the kills going the way of Liquid here.
Yeah, this is starting to fall by the wayside for MIBR. They have been competitive in a couple of rounds, but that one is just them getting absolutely wiped. The floor has been cleaned.
Yeah, Ultimate just absolutely dominating in the middle of the map there with the AWP. Hitting every single shot. And MIBR, that's going to be a reset round. You can see they try to pick up the pace and get a little bit more aggressive there. But it completely backfires. You get a duel on towards bridge. Brenzen trying to push through the A side of the map, and none of it really works out. Exit goes 1 for 1 on the off angle, and that's pretty much it. So you get a timeout. Second timeout in not many rounds here. 9 rounds on the CT side here, and you're already getting a secondary timeout for MIBR. This game is not going the way they would have wanted. They've got it all back in Safe's hands. And a rifle for Lukowski, but outside of that, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a poorer buy for them.
Yeah, but it's not completely doomed for MIBR. You've got to be saying, look, it's 2 rounds. That's not great, but we are on the CT side of Anubis, so let's not, get too far down in the dumps here. We can get another couple in. Still with a pretty good chance jumping onto that T side. It is a very T-sided map.
A main control being taken early on with the util here for Team Liquid. But it's just util pressure. Is the util exchange on E-Box. Shuhei going 1 for 1. The rest of Liquid just waiting outside of this progression smoke. Going to kick off this B hit.
Safe in a position to make a difference with this AWP though, and I wonder if that'll turn Team Liquid away. Does look like it's given them some pause for thought. Ultimate though, picked up a kill onto Insani. It doesn't seem to have necessarily changed the game too much. More so, spotting Safe out on B has been the key factor in why Liquid have started to move away.
Still a winnable round here for MIBR. Brenzen getting active over towards A main. Team Liquid knowing that there should be gaps in the middle of the map here. Safe on his way over with the AWP. See if he can pick one on the cross and give MIBR a numbers advantage.
Not going to happen. It's going to go the other way. Nice headshot in from Naf, and as you said, big hole in the middle of the map, which looks like it's going to be exploited by Team Liquid. They're going to go back over toward B, though, on the timing, and Nert's just leading the charge on in. He's feeling pretty confident about things. Naf's waiting for the rotators. Bomb plant. Faked. Still want to clear out the bomb site here. Liquid doing their due diligence. They've got themselves a site, and they've probably got themselves yet another round.
A very slow skirmishy game here of Anubis. MIBR once again looking to turn tail and save. Cannot convert the round after the timeout. Team Liquid has been a lot of pressure on this B side of the map. You could see early on they deny info over towards A with the util set, and then just kick off that B hit. Shuhei, just another one of these players that, like I said, when on the aggressive rifle, really likes to lead by example on the T side as the IGL get in the thick of the action. And he's having a lot of success doing so far for Team Liquid.
Everything going to plan. There's barely been any speed bumps for Team Liquid as well. This half is really starting to blow out. It's a beautiful shot from Naf. Great crosshair placement. 7-2 the scoreline, and if Team Liquid can win this one, then the half is going to be a monstrous one.
Yeah, MIBR need to seek some recovery here on their map pick. Going to be aggression again from Brennerson. He's not ready for the pacing there for Nertz. A has not been the active side of the map for Team Liquid thus far in this game. Naf once again on this B lurk. They should be well aware of it.
They are this time. Exit will get the kill. But it's the mid-rounds that have really impressed me for Team Liquid so far. So bringing it back to 4-on-4 is nice, but I think MIBR are still in some pretty significant danger. You got Shui trying to work into E-Box, and there's again another sort of opening in the mid-round. This time it doesn't get converted. Shui need to be a little bit careful as he tries to exit. Zani with the bridge control.
I mean, Liquid just have a site for free. They've crept their way all the way in with Shuhei applying a lot of pressure on the extremity. He's completely surrounded as MIBR have been so active in the middle of the map, so they will secure themselves a man advantage here. Kit on Lukowski, still a fair bit of util. Kit for exit as well with a man advantage, but they're pretty separated duels for MIBR here. See if they can put the pieces together.
It's a nice wide swing from Safe. Exactly what he needs to do in that situation. And he'll be able to pick up Nerds, but there's still a couple of players to knock over with Twist and Ultimate holding on to the site for the moment. Flash Not going to be enough to dissuade Twist from getting himself a kill, and Ultimate has chimed in as well. Cams, the player goes down. Twist somehow has just set himself up here at the pillar and rocked a couple of players on IBR. Ultimate with the supporting act, and it will be another round for Team Liquid. That was a 2v4.
Yeah. Ultimate's having a fantastic game right now. Both him and Twist putting in the work. Big shout out has to go to Shuhei there, who's just drawing so much attention for Team Liquid. MIBR fully focused on the pressure that he's applying in towards E-Box, while the rest of Team Liquid walks into the A site and establish themselves a post plant that MIBR, despite a significant numbers advantage, cannot overcome. Creep through the middle of the map now for Liquid. They found a lot of space for free here. MIBR expecting their smoke on bridge to warrant some respect. May not be ready for this timing. Just a creep up through cams. That's gonna be 0 for 2 on the A side. Like, this round is probably already over.
Ooh, Ultimate missing that shot. Might have given MIPR a little bit of a sliver of hope, but just too much site control. Bomb plant's going to go down. This will be 9 for Team Liquid, and
this is unreal.
MIPR are going to try and save.
Like, they've just lost the round to a hard read. Like, that's just an IGLing masterclass right there from Team Liquid.
Well, that's what Shui was brought into this team to do. And you can see it happening in a few rounds, actually, this half, where he's made some really, really good mid-round reads. Man, we're not necessarily 100% sure that it's him. We're not in the server listening to it, but the mid-rounds have been really, really good.
Yeah.
From Team Liquid as a general rule. And you'd have to put that onto the shoulders of Shui. But 9-2 is going to be the score here for Team Liquid.
It's been absolutely nothing in this game for MIBR. They've just been getting absolutely dominated. The reads have been phenomenal for Team Liquid, and even when they don't have a perfect read or a numbers advantage, that's where the individual brilliance is really shining through for them. Last chance for MIBR to get something on this CT side. No AWP in Safe's hands. It's a slower start for Team Liquid. Not in a rush to be going anywhere too quickly. Progression smoke over on this B side of the map. Naf has just been pretty consistently harassing them. Demanding respect over on that side of the map.
Similar approach again from Team Liquid at the start of the round, just sort of setting up all over the place. Default. See if they can work a pick or two. Nertz is just working main on his own.
Yeah. Liquid applying some util pressure to the middle of the map. Nertz has found a nice timing here, but they're going to hard clear him. They need to trade this kill at a minimum, but the spacing is abysmal here for MIBR. Safe under pressure now.
And Nertz going to smoke himself off and get out of dodge okay. Very successful with the A main take as Nertz, and he's not going to relieve any pressure at all. He's just going to go back for more. Looking around the top of this smoke, doesn't see anything, so he'll just creep on forward. Shuei in tow with the bomb. And here comes that util on in. I mean, the timing is just insane from Nertz, and he makes it look easy. The kill onto Insani and then Safe. And that'll be a 10th round, you'd think, for Team Liquid. Ultimate locking in the kill onto Lakauzi.
Yep.
This half has gone perfectly for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that whole time there was util pressure on E-Box and the middle of the map. Nertz doesn't win his duel there, but the round is, make no mistake about it, completely over. This is going to be double digits on the team side for Team Liquid.
Yeah, exit up over the top, trying to do what he can, but that's that. 10-2, Team Liquid with an Anubis T-side masterclass, and not a lot of work to do to close it out when we come back in for the second half. Rightio, back into the second half, and I don't know how much of it there is really going to be because Team Liquid at the moment are just kind of smacking MIBR about Anubis in whatever way they please. It's maybe fun as far as some people are concerned, but not if you are from South America. So, pistol round, all important for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a win streak at this event on this map. They beat both Na'Vi and Saw and would have been backing themselves here to pick it against Liquid, and it's gone horrendously.
Nuts set up with the USP in hand. This time not able to do too much with it. And ultimate on the fadeaway. Gets a couple, which keeps it in tow, but he's going to get his toes tickled by the molly, and he'll be finished off. So now it's on to Shuhei, who may be a little bit unexpected on this side. It's a big stack. He's unable to deny the bomb plant. Oh, maybe he is able to deny the bomb plant. Bomb's fallen forward, by the way, and so Naf's in with a real chance here, as he's just going to take the fight and will end up falling. So MIBR do get that pistol.
Much needed pistol for them when they're this far behind. See if they can slowly work their way back into this game on the T side. Nice double entry for Brenzen, and then do have the rest of them cleaned up by Exit here. Combining for all 5. No force in response from Team Liquid. Just taking a save, looking to buy into round 3. Pretty far ahead here, so I think they just want to max the loss bonus and get the gun rounds rolling as soon as possible. Ultimate with a multi-frag in the pistol there, buys himself a deke, and he's getting active with it. Oh man, this guy's unreal today.
What is that?
This guy makes me happy to be Polish when he's on form like this.
Well, it won't make MIBR too pleased. A big stack on this B side, so the mid-round read from Team Liquid this time is that this will be a B finish. And honestly, the reads have been really good from Team Liquid on the T side, so we'll see if they've got that magic touch on the CT side as well. I don't know. I mean, if it's going to be A, it'd be through cams, because there's now the push happening over bridge.
Yeah. I mean, I think MIBR's got the read here. B stack not going to end up coming into fruition here for Liquid, but it was a good approach. Nice opener on the dig. MIBR just waltzing their way into an open A site. Should be an anti-eco completed for them. But still potential for Liquid to inflict some more damage here.
Well, Penny's starting to drop. Nothing happening B. So where do those USPs go scurrying off to? It'll be Canals. Just going to set themselves up with a firing squad by the looks of things. Try to catch one on the exit, but with CT spawn already being cleared out by Insani, that might be the exit point for MIBR.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be going hunting for any of these. I think Liquid are anticipating MIBR to have invested in a few more SMGs than they actually did here and try to go hunting a little bit, but MIBR will play things safe. They're going to go chill on the beach. Not that many great beaches in Melbourne, so got to find them in game. That's why you need IEM Brisbane, right?
Yeah, IEM Brisbane would go hard. We could have it on the fake beach in South Bank.
Oh, true. The artificial one.
Yeah. Put up a projector. You know, everyone can bring their floaties. We'll be all right.
All right, here's the first gun round, though, for Liquid. Ultimate has found the MAC-10 and kept it into this round. So he is really pinching every penny, this man. Probably just going to use his dig from the last round in the longer ranges and then get going with the MAC-10 later on. A main control being secured here by Team Liquid. Just with the smoke, they're set up anticipating an A play here. Their reads have been fantastic on the T side, so we'll see if they continue to be great on CT as well. There's the A main util set and a little bit of util pressure towards the middle of the map from MIBR as well. Quite similar to what you saw from Liquid on some of their T side rounds.
Incend. pushing MIBR away from main. And that space has been taken back away by Team Liquid, though not without some degree of a loss. Twist down below half HP. There's a bit of jostling happening over at A. But it will be a B finish by MIBR, and Team Liquid don't have their forces over here just yet.
Yeah, no util really here. Ultimate's bringing a flash over, and there's another counter flash on the site as MIBR prep themselves for the B split.
Naf's going to be smoked off, so a lot of this is going to come down to what Shui can do. Volley into Plat. Flash over the top here as well. Push coming through from MIBR, and Naf has pushed through, and so he's not smoked off. Certainly not. Shui finding the timing as well to catch exit as he tried to go around the corner, and it is just safe after the dust settles. Who is left standing on B. Incend will lock him out of E-Box, but Twist's headshot will lock him out of the round. It's going to be 11. Solid hold pretty much from Team Liquid. And they get themselves a good start on this CT side.
Yeah, Liquid are just dominating right now. Not looking troubled at all by anything MIBR are doing in this game. Naf just pushing over the top of that site smoke there. Ultimate, it's a beautiful rotation timing in here with the MAC-10. And this will, I imagine, be MIBR's... Oh no, tech issue. Thought it might be MIBR's last time out here. Just getting Insani's PC fixed up here.
Seems like it's all good.
But yeah, there's just really not much to say here for MIBR. Getting absolutely decimated by Liquid. I mean, like I said, I thought, you know, I can back them picking Ancient here. Bringing some confidence into this map. They've had a good little run on it. Last month did beat even Vitality over in Pro League. They played a lot in Pro League. And took mostly dubs over there. Now coming here into Melbourne, they've won 2 in a row versus Na'Vi and Saw back-to-back. This is probably the hardest that they've been spanked on this map in the last, you know, 7 or 8 games.
Gonna have to find a way to lift. This is a attack timeout. So we've gone from a little bit of a tech pause there into attack timeout for MIBR.
Yeah. This will be their last, so there's not going to be any more adjustments for them. Any more words from the coach unless Liquid calls one later on in the game. See what they can do to work their way back into this game. 4 rifles put together. A little bit lighter on the util, which is going to make it harder to play that style where you're trading back and forth util in the middle of the map or E-Box or over in A main with the CT side who are going to have, you know, more mollies in the mid-round a lot of the time. Ultimate's got the AWP out. The dude's 16-5 this game. He really has not missed a shot this entire map so far, really.
Might be getting some aggression. That smoke potentially going to signal it to Brennison. And he waits patiently for Nerds in the corner. Picks his timing very nicely. Already an opener for MIBR. And they might be about to get another one for free. This round's just completely gone wrong for Team Liquid. The scissors, paper, rock of it all blowing up in their face.
I mean, Twist has just got a mountain to climb here. Nice off angle goes unchecked for him on the site, but traded nicely by MIBR. I mean, this is just a round they've won for free. Brennison catches Nerds completely off guard. Ultimate not ready for the dry walk up through mid door. And it turns out that maybe having less util was a blessing in disguise for MIBR, because all they needed was a couple of dry contact timings to go well for them, and they walk away with the easiest T-side round they've ever had.
I mean, that's going to happen. The good news for Team Liquid is that they've got a lot of time that can be afforded to them. You know, you can have one of these rounds where you just have a bad setup because they've got such a lead.
Yeah.
So they can not worry about that one too much.
Oh, okay, we got to... Let's make sure we get the ult for safe. We've picked that up off Insani's body. So... that's a good start for MIBR. I mean, it's a timeout conversion. I don't know how much that came down to, whatever the coach said. As much of it was just quite a fortunate round. Team Liquid immediately putting a buy together once again. Nerds down to a 5-7, and they won't get the ult back in Ultimate's hands. This is a chance for MRBR to reset the CT money here and actually start to close this gap. They've had a very slow start to this game.
So it'll be a safe approach from Shui in the E-box. He actually hasn't thrown his smoke at all, and MIBR just walked all the way up. It's a fairly non-standard approach to that round, and it's worked out a charm for MIBR. Ultimate will just get rocked as well by Insani, and now it's on to Naf. He's used a lot of bullets to kill that first player, so he'll find it tough to get more than one more. Doesn't even quite manage that as Exit surviving with 4 HP. It'll be a bomb plant. That should be another save for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Twist trying to pick one on the cross with the HE and spam through the smoke, but another round where MIBR, they just dry contact their way through the middle of the map and completely catch off Team Liquid on a nice timing. Shuhei just goes down for free in E-box, and Insani just holding that line for the side player to peek out B into B main. So Twist and Nerds looking to hold on to whatever they can. Insani wrapping back around the side. Will run into Twist and lose his life. As the bomb explodes, Nerds may look for one of these rifles, and indeed he has found an M4. Right at the end of the round there, so 2 rifles saved through for Team Liquid. But that's 2 very easy rounds picked up by MIBR back-to-back.
Yeah, difficulty for MIBR is that it is just going to take one, pop-off round from Team Liquid to kind of get them in that striking position. Like, you can't afford any mistakes. You can't even afford Team Liquid getting lucky somewhere. MIBR definitely have their backs against the wall. You'll get that stairs smoke. It's not going to matter. As the push comes through straight away, and Ultimate recognizing the danger that he's in now.
Yep. Fast set take of A main there for MIBR, just bullying that part of the map. Shuhei once again inside a E-box. May have another just dry contact duel headed his way. No, it's just going to be Util to push him back.
Bit of a stack over towards this B bomb site though. You've got the boost. Plus Shuei. And if there's just a creep out from E-box here, Shuei with that 5-7. Never know what can happen. He's now been spotted out. And that's a good kill from Naf. And Twist follows up as well, getting work done with the rifle, one of the saved weapons. It's starting to come together for Team Liquid, and this is what I was talking about. It's all well and good for MIBR to have a couple of decent rounds, but if you just walk into the wrong bomb site or there's a little pop-off moment from one of the Liquid players, you might still just lose this map off at the back of that. Ultimate into middle. Doesn't want to get his timing wrong here and fall to save, because that would be giving up the numbers advantage. A 4-on-2 is a damn sight better than a 3-on-2.
Site secured here for MIBR. Brenson looking to play the off angles. Makes a bit of a mess of that spray, but recovers nicely.
He doesn't know about twists. And the longer this goes, the less he's going to think about it as well. He has not cleared that angle at all. Shuei may go down, but Twist is going to get in, and he's going to get Brenson at some point. This time, not even for a trade. It ends up being safe on the site alone, and Twist has pulled off a gnarly round. 3 kills in it, and it will be Team Liquid up to 12.
Yeah, that's where that skirmish style can really backfire, unfortunately. If you're MIBR, they're still very spread out around the map. And you see duels being taken straight up E-box. They've still got 2 kind of... they've got an active lurk in play and another player in rotation. And 2 players are sending it straight up E-box with 1 inside of B main. And a lot of those rounds, you're just looking to try to get a kill to pull rotations. But up against the Pistols, I mean, maybe a more cohesive approach where you just group up and close out the mid to late round together might have been a bit more effective there.
Oh, Ultimate missing a key shot, but he's going to get a chance for a second. He goes for more. He's got the wall bang, or sorry, the collateral even onto Lakowski there. So this round falling apart for MIBR. And just, unfortunately, at that point where it's going to be tipping over for Team Liquid, 13-6 on the line. Brennerson does get a nice kill onto Shuei, and if he can win this duel against Twist, maybe there's a world back in, but unable to do so, and Naf will get it done with the AWP. That's 13-6 indeed, as Team Liquid will take map number 1 in the series and put MIBR on elimination point at IEM Melbourne.
Just absolutely dominating MIBR there on their own map pick. They break MIBR's winning streak on this map and break their own loss streak. It's amazing what Liquid can do with a little bit of practice. Looks like a completely different team here. And MIBR undoubtedly disappointed with the way that game went. Would have wanted to make it a little deeper in this tournament, but now that they've dropped that map pick, I mean, the pressure's definitely starting to mount here.
Yeah, some solid stuff from Team Liquid. That's a little bit more of what we want to be seeing from them. You know, you can kind of start to see the signs that we're looking for.
I mean, some of the individuals were just unstoppable that game for Liquid. Ultimate and Twist just were legitimately like protagonist, main character energy in that game, and the reads on the T side were phenomenal. You know, it just felt like they won so many rounds for free based off, you know, either individuals reading the rotations perfectly or just fantastic T side calling. They knew exactly what they were going to get from MIBR and they played around it perfectly.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. I don't think it even necessarily just comes down to the individuals, even though they were good for Team Liquid. The mid-round calling and the overall structure, I guess, that we're getting there from Team Liquid was looking good as well, which is kind of more so what we're looking for from this current position where Team Liquid is at. We're kind of waiting for them to kind of like really power up, and obviously there's still a couple of months from the major for them to really sort of like lock those things in, but definitely some solid signs from Team Liquid as they continue to go through this journey with Shuei. He is actually only technically a stand-in / trial / loan, I guess. I think he's more of a loan. I think that's probably the word that I'm looking for. So he's not necessarily confirmed for Team Liquid after the major, but at least in terms of their lead up to the major, we'll see what he can do. And so far, looking okay here for Team Liquid to at least maybe make it through another game in IEM Melbourne. But got to put some credit onto the shoulders of Ultimate as well. Good final round out from him, 18-9, the overall KD on that map, and yeah, pretty solid stuff.
Old mate Roland from Poland, love to see it. Just absolutely dominated that game. Looked ridiculously sharp, and like even in one of those opening CT gun rounds, he only had a dig and a Mac 10, and he's like, I don't even need to buy a primary rifle, and he still had impact. He still was able to make use of that Mac 10 absolutely beautifully coming in on the rotation. You saw him in that round, how confident towards the end of the game that last round was, where he's just re-peeking with the AWP multiple times. Like, you can tell this man's feeling himself today.
Yeah, and I'm sure he will continue to do so as we do head into map 2 shortly. It is going to be Ancient, the map pick of a Liquid. So MIBR not feeling too confident about how this series is going. They've got their backs against the wall, and they'll have to move to Ancient to try to survive at IEM Melbourne.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Net's looking hydrated. If you know, you know.
Yes. Only player who needs to drink water, HLTV analyst, SMH. What's next?
Check Twitter, brother.
Expected?
Who expected this?
Kassad?
Who?
Kassad?
Who?
Kassad?
You are what you eat, kids. Watch out.
Flom half expected it as a possibility, but he definitely thought it was a liege like the bulk of us.
Heroic and Liquid were pretty much identical, really.
Where liege? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
In your team, bro. He already said.
OMG, that's huge.
Like your mom.
Can't see him running and jumping with the Mac-10 several rounds in a row like Yeki.
He will do it with MP7 instead.
Jumping 4K with MP7 next major.
I'm picturing the graffiti.
Nerds and Af can op.
Heroic and Sina farming money this season. A lot of dollars.
Juicy bags.
Twist IGL and entry. Best aimer and best hair.
You mean best cross hair?
No, he meant hair, and this is not funny, little bro. Ha ha ha, our little comedian. Womp womp, go cry about it.
It's okay, even if you're bald, we accept you here.
Why are you so both-haired by this?
Too many people forget how fluid of a game CS is. It's not that hard to adjust to a new role with time when the skill is clearly there. Just look at mobs on G2 or even NAF. If you're actually good at the game, flexing roles isn't as hard as people make it out to be. TLDR, just shoot them in the fucking head.
Happy for you. Oh, sorry that happened. I ain't reading all that shit.
Fucking brain rot.
Sheesh, Naf looking extremely handsome in that pic.
Finally, someone smart. This is all on HLTV, these things?
No way.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k ELO.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from Spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay on you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our elo, but they'll never take our freedom?
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
At 1 versus 3 goes 1v2. Wonderful ops for the AK-47. And woo, he puts it to good use. Great headshot.
Wonderful actually having a lot of impact there. I understand it's only one kill, but the molly that he throws that lands over towards the plant spot stops them from doing the boost. It forces the player into the short kill. And yeah, really well done from Wonderful. Up to 12 kills right now. He's tied up with Emma on his team, and those two are leading the server. Inns was looking like he was in a position to clutch it up, and that's what they need. They need clutches to go their way.
This is also, you know, highlighting something you've been alluding to regarding Na'Vi about their CT sides, how they arrive quick. The pace of their arrival on B there, you can see it's just so rapid that, oh, they're short. Oh, I've been forced into the fight short. Oh, he's pushing apps. He's everywhere.
Not a moment to breathe.
You can't breathe. You can't set up, you know.
Those strips can't help you now.
Let's just take a breath and talk about our post plant. You know, you don't get that chance.
Well, from B-pop to A-pop, it's going to be a different look for the final round. First half, second map. Loser goes home. Winner plays again later today.
Yeah, they start to accelerate. Great chip damage to start them up, soften them up, and okay, Bit and Imme once again pass the test on A. It's Bit. Another one is crazy. Not another! Oh, Bit! A revolting triple. One magazine all he needs for 3. Leaves with 4. And Na'Vi working with 7. FlyQuest on elimination door. Looking good for the 2-0 for Na'Vi.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me? And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah.
Righty, well, all things going as planned for Team Liquid there. Was map number 1. That was MIBR's map pick, but you could have probably fooled me. Team Liquid looked to be very, very comfortable there on Anubis. Great mid-rounding, great individuals, solid on T side, decent on CT side. I don't know that there's necessarily much more you want to ask from them, but of course they still have another map or two to play in this series. So we will ask for a little bit more, but the way things are looking, it is going to be Team Liquid that will survive here in the lower bracket. Pilski, what's your take? Obviously looked pretty good for Team Liquid. That much is easy to say.
Yeah, I know. And I will say as well, I don't think MIBR particularly showed up to that game in the way that they would have wanted, although there were some unfortunate rounds where it really felt like some of their tendencies were getting pretty hard exploited there. On their CT side of Anubis. I mean, they just really didn't turn up to the game in the way that they would have wanted outside of a couple of nice timings that they were able to find on their own T side. So now moving over to Ancient, that's going to be hard for them. They don't have that good of a streak on this map in recent times. Looking at their last couple of results, I mean, they haven't even really played that many officials, like that many active maps on that this year. They've lost their last one in early March, so talking like a month and a half ago to Gamer Legion pretty one-sidedly. They dropped it to 3D Max before that and VP before that, so has not been a great map for them. Over on the side of Liquid, their last win that they did get was in this tournament against VP. It was actually picked against them. They're more of a Mirage picking kind of team at the moment. But it does seem like maybe that win would have given them some confidence here on Ancient, and it seems like it is a little bit of a hole in the map pool of MIBR right now.
Yeah, Team Liquid looking pretty locked in and ready to go. It's taking MIBR maybe a little bit longer to recover from that last map. I guess if you're in the shoes of Team Liquid at this stage, you kind of just want to get cracking on into map 2, try and keep some of that momentum rolling. Whereas on the other side of the coin, if you are MIBR, you're kind of incentivized to just try and get as much of a reset as you possibly can. Have a bit of a serious chat about Ancient and see if they can come up with anything. I mean, it was rough viewing, to be honest. So it's going to have to take quite a significant overhaul here on the second map.
Yeah, for sure. Did not really get that many great individual performances on the side of MIBR either. Didn't really feel like they had that much of an opportunity to get anything rolling. Like they were just getting red, and the individuals of Liquid were getting involved. It felt like Ultimate and Twist were good to win maybe even 2 or 3 rounds. They had that ridiculous 2-on-4 that they were able to put together self-sufficiently. So you're going to need to see some serious mental resilience for MIBR. I mean, Melbourne has only been good memories for this team, having won a DreamHack to qualify for ESL Pro League in Melbourne. Well, I say that. I was going to say not that long ago, but it feels like quite a while at this point. I mean, especially in esports timeline, it's an eternity ago. So going out in the lower bracket here to Team Liquid, especially if it's in the same fashion as we just saw on Anubis, is going to sour the thought of Melbourne for MIBR, I think, at this point.
Yep. But not done yet. Just going to have to lock in and see what they can do. Obviously, the road ahead still going to be tough for whichever team does make it through from this series. For the most part, it looks like it's going to be Team Liquid up against Na'Vi in that lower final. Obviously, Na'Vi playing FlyQuest right now. They are up a map, but map 2 underway and reasonably close. It's been, I would say, a decent showing from the local team. But you'd obviously have Na'Vi tipped as the favorite for that one. So a Na'Vi Liquid matchup looking like a potential one for that lower final. Could be a pretty cool game. We'll keep you posted on how that's all going. But for now, Going to focus in on map 2 between Team Liquid and MIBR, and it is going to be the choice of Team Liquid. We're heading back over to Ancient, and MIBR are very much fighting for their lives, fighting for survival at IEM Melbourne 2025.
Yeah, MIBR will get the start here on this CT side, so need to get themselves this CT pistol, get the AWP going on safe ASAP, and see if they can have some more success on Ancient than they have the last couple of times that they've played it. It's been a little while between drinks on Ancient for MIBR. And Team Liquid looks like they're going to immediately head into Cave.
Safe, ready and waiting with the dualies, but can't go ahead and grab 2. It's a little bit awkward as we do end up with a 3-on-3 ensuing. Ultimate taking some space towards short. No util to set him up for this peak, so he's just going to go on the timing, and he gets a decent shot in onto Insani, but will lose his life, and now it's time for Team Liquid to just play for that time. Shui at the bottom of the ramp. Naf in Cave. And MIBR with a bit of a difficult time trying to clear out both of these positions. That, however, is really going to help, and Naf down to Brenderson as well. MIBR locked in to start off the pistol on Ancient.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Start strong here, but with the bomb plant and a couple of kills to boot, you can bet your bottom dollar Liquid's going to be investing in round 2 here. Try to stop this momentum on the CT side for MIBR before things get too out of control. Really never felt like MIBR had much of a chance to breathe on Anubis. Liquid was just stringing so many rounds together back to back, and even though they were kind of slower rounds, they kind of felt quite suffocating. Never really felt like MIBR had any kind of good reads or map control, except for a few rounds on the T side there. Force comes in here for Liquid. Big pace straight up towards the A side. Brenson to receive.
He's got the M4, which is what you'd want. And a nice spray down, gets himself 2. There's 1 entry from Team Liquid, no more than that. As Naf pops off with a double kill on the Deagle, but Lukowski around the smoke I would have thought, found him.
Yeah. Just been able to slip away. Shift walking back through this A main area. MIBR clearing out A. They know that Naf is long gone at this point. You're going to play things with safety and numbers, go and re-clear A main and just get a little bit of a flank on. Remain active here. Naf has not picked himself up a weapon. See everyone dead on this graveyard of an A side. So he's going to have to get this 1v2 done with nothing but a Deagle.
Yeah, either way, though, he's going to get the bomb plant down. And you've taken 3 guns away from the CT side, so Team Liquid could think about another force anyway.
There's no kit.
If he can get 1 more.
No kit for MIBR. They need to, get a bit of a move on here. Flanking up through Shelf now.
Oh, but they are still taking their time about it. And Naf set up on ramp. Is not seeing anything crossing on the short line. So he'll just duck away, have a little bit of a look in onto lane, and that is going to be when MIBR will make their way onto the site. Naf remains uncleared, though. There's only 1 spot for him to be. That's some great damage, and I think it's going to be the round as well. The defuse just was not there in time anyway, I'm pretty sure. Either way, MIBR are going to lose the round, and Team Liquid, thanks to Naf and his trusty Deagle, have come away with a big one.
That's a massive missed opportunity. Totally agree with you. I thought that player creeping around the side of the smoke on the retake there would catch Naf before he slips away back in A main. This round started so promisingly. Can see Brenson gets a spray down there. 2 more Liquid players falling. Should be a effective situation for them.
Did he have time for that defuse? He must have had time for the defuse. He gets off of it, though. It seems illogical. If he had time, why get off? Because that would be the only way of winning the round then at that point. If he doesn't have time, then they've kind of cooked the retake to begin with. So not a great round at all for MIBR in the end.
Yeah, just prioritizing holding on to the FAMAS, not feeling like would have been able to complete the defuse there. Pressure in towards Cheetah. It's quick pacing here for Team Liquid. Now going to further extend their control of the map with a smoke to Donut and a shot straight to the dome. Insani just absolutely decked inside a red room. MIBR, man disadvantage for them, scrambling to get back control of the map. Can see them leaving the A site completely open here. Starting to get active.
Three players stacked over on B. That is where Team Liquid look to be heading.
Yeah.
Couple of flashes tossed over to Naf.
Just simplifying things, leaving Shuhei as a bit of a money man on the lurk in towards Red Room. He could definitely still win this duel onto a low HP safe, and he does indeed. They're just waiting for Shuhei to find out what's going on here before Liquid makes a move.
They're thinking about going back to A. Can see Twisters starting to clear out mid, clearing out Donut. Team Liquid are really not going to make a decision before they clear as much as they possibly can. That timing is going to be pretty tight, though, on the rotation of the bomb. It was about 16 seconds as he started to move, but he will get across okay.
Yeah, they really 100%ed that one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Naf on the aggressive lurk, picks another one. Down to 1 or 2 seconds there for Team Liquid to make a late round decision, but it's pretty much perfection. Naf going down, will concede an AK. This is getting a little bit more expensive for Team Liquid, but still should be a pretty nice round for them, and MIBR will be saving next round regardless. Shuhei only with a Glock for some reason. He's thrown his gun away and gone on a bit of a hunt. He will go down. But
still looking sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. 7-1. But 2-1 is the more important scoreline for Team Liquid here, as MIBR down onto naught but pistols. Their pistol initially was very promising. Thought that this was going to be a good start to the game from them, but it's been an immediate reply from Team Liquid.
Yeah, such has been the case on Anubis as well. Just when you thought MIBR were going to get something rolling, Team Liquid typically shut the door in their face. This will be an eco round out from the CT side. So pretty easy mid control. Just takes one flash and a molly and a smoke. Not really much of an answer for MIBR.
Liquid is playing this one pretty straightforwardly. Little bit of util into the middle of the map. Now clearing out Cheetah. It's just left on the lurk.
Yep, this will be where he'll get himself a couple of eco frags, you'd think. A few players pushing him though, so a bit too much to ask, and that is a potential retrievable AK. Twists close on the line with the spray through, but not going to land anything, and so Exit will actually be given the opportunity to take this AK through to the next round.
That is pretty much the only thing MIBR have got going for them at this point. But good news is they should get the full buy going in this next round. Brenison's in some pretty solid form. Safe's going to finally get the AWP in his hands. It's where he's been doing his best work so far in this tournament. Didn't really feel like he had that many opportunities to actually get it going on Anubis, really. I mean, this is giving me similar vibes to H, and I don't know how you're feeling, Jordan, but it really feels like Liquid are having no issues winning these rounds with some good rotation timings. That decision-making is usually the correct one. They just really aren't making very many mistakes macro-wise, and the T-side calling has just been on point.
Yep.
No,
we haven't seen too many gun rounds. We haven't seen too many gun rounds yet. That's going to be the one thing that I'm just going to hold it in reserve here. See whether or not maybe MIBR look a little bit better in this round. That's a good start from Bredesen, the guy that's been doing all the work, and Insani catches a nice timing onto Shuhei, so it's a decent start here for MIBR, but they still have to hold on to this A site, and Safe, luckily, is there to watch it. Flash through makes it a bit more difficult. There's a couple of entries from Ultimate, and that will result in a potential bomb plant. They'll have to get it done pretty quickly if they wanted to go for it now. In fact, now they might have to just fight.
I mean, there are still duels to be won here by Liquid. MIBR not wanting to overextend. Liquid just going fishing, waiting for someone to make a mistake. It's one more 1-for-1. Another clutch on offer for Naf here.
It's not being given anything by the CTs at the moment. Insani just jiggle peeking there at Donut, but he's got 4 bullets left, and once the AK will be eventually crept upon by Exit. So 3-2 the scoreline, and MIBR just hanging on for the moment.
Yeah, nice reply. Some quick mid control. Insani gets run boosted straight across to Shelf and gets to work. See MRBR winning multiple opening duels, but even though this comes down to a 3-on-5, in fact a 2-on-5 because Safe won the initial duel on the player crossing A, it comes down to only 2 players surviving. It gets expensive for MIBR. Money not good for Team Liquid though. You can see they put whatever buy they can together here, down to 2 SMGs, and it's quick pacing straight into A. A full retake for MIBR.
It's just flashes popping non-stop. Bomb plant's going down. And Insani around the back is going to catch the timing onto a couple of players. Naf swinging wildly with the MAC-10. Will at least be able to clear that back out and regain the control of the AK. So there's something to be said in this round for Team Liquid still. Nice timing on the insend into CT spawn, on the molly it was. Flash there as well. Just really trying to play delay as Nerds will go swinging with the MP7 of all weapons. That's the one that's going to get the job done. Rukowski gets Nerds, but that's a round for Team Liquid.
Yeah. Even if it's numbers advantage for MIBR, these rounds are never done and dusted. Shuhei going down to the bomb. It was an expensive round for Team Liquid, but a round nonetheless. MIBR just taking too long to complete some of these retakes. You can tell that Liquid, these players are so confident, they're quite comfortable playing these disruptive positions, just making life very difficult as the CTs try to attempt these retakes. Both NAF and Nerds. I mean, with the SMGs, the guns that you had the least faith getting impact in a post plant like that, they really throw MIBR off there. You're just used to the same routines as you come in for the retakes on those CT sides, right? You're used to the high percentage positions. You've played a million scrims on the map. You know, old mate on the T side, sitting in Donut or on the big box, or playing from A main, something like that. But you're really not expecting the SMGs to be swinging you like that. Not even expecting someone to buy an MP7 in the first place, Jordan.
No. Not unless you know the secret tech from back in the day.
Oh, that's just such a niche reference.
Hailu knows. That's all I'll say.
Yep. Oh, what?
2 and...
Oh! Brother!
Brennerson or Burnerson, maybe, is a better name there. Let's pick up the opening kill in this round, and the B side is looking pretty bad right now because there's a nice little creep in from Team Liquid, and Lukowski, all he can do is just watch that cave line. Eventually gets a nice little timing on the peak there to grab ultimate, but as soon as he goes down, B side's going to be taken, and that was what I was referring to. It's a rough hold. And this is looking like a rough half now as well for MIBR, with Liquid surely going up to 5.
Naf spots one, fading away through the smoke. Lucky to be alive. He's driven a bloody outline around him. Exit going to do exactly that. Nerds trying to catch them on the rotation. Put down by Safe. MIBR scrambling to hold on to whatever they can redeem from that round.
Shui is going to try and catch up with him, and he does. At the end of Safe. And Ace has now also been spotted out, so he's got some work to do to hold on to this AK. Team Liquid are not going to slow things down at all. Shui doesn't catch up with him in the end, so 5-2. And Team Liquid are looking really, really solid.
Really mixing up the way they're approaching some of these rounds is throwing MRBR off. I mean, Brennerson donating a freebie to Liquid at the start of that round, but you can see Liquid are going from fast A executes into B contacts, a little bit of mid contest. Like, they're very difficult to read on this T side at the moment for MIBR. A execute util being invested once again, trying to draw out some rotations from MIBR. It's no commitment through from Liquid. They're really just trying to draw out a response, maybe trade down some util with the pistolers here. Nice timing on the smoke from Brennerson. Liquid will be forced to respect that. So look, after all of that util investment, there's not much that Team Liquid really get out of it. It's just going to have to be them resetting back to square zero here. And begin the round again with 30, 40 seconds shaved off the clock, I guess.
I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. A little push down the ramp here to try to set the AK up for success. Unfortunately, Exit is the first guy that gets his head lopped off there by Nerds. Smoke in at the doors. It will slow Team Liquid down a little bit. I mean, they just have no map control at all. But, like, does it really matter? Is my question.
I don't think so. The bomb's going to stick around. Look, Safe could do some swindling here. Make no mistake about it. That's a beautiful start. He's got another smoke to block the B ramp with 30 seconds on the clock. Team Liquid are really running down the timer yet again here, Jordan. There are mistakes to be made.
Yeah, definitely. But Naf's cleared out middle. He thinks he's cleared out middle. There's going to be a wrap in behind him. Oh, was he spotted?
Oh, no.
Timing for Brennison. If he waits and goes a little later, maybe a big difference maker. But 13 seconds left here. Still, you've got the USP only. Try and cause a ruckus on A. Like, shit, man. If it was the AK,
he's going to save the USP. Don't worry. I'm sure he's looking for something else. AK is going to be saved by Safe. Oh, Brennison. That's not a happy part of the map for him. Oh, bottom mid. Let's swap him out. Let's put somebody else there. Oh, man. Inside, he's dancing.
He's dancing.
He dance all day.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I will say about Team Liquid on this T side, and it was something that we saw on Anubis as well, is that they really do like leaving that timer down. And there's been a couple of rounds where that looks like it might have blown up in their face. So far, it hasn't. They've actually been pretty good at converting those, but that was another one where it was like, oh, be a little bit careful.
All right, what's the reply here from MIBR? Safe's finally got the AWP. I've been waiting. They've been really backing themselves with this rifle-centric gameplay thus far. I've loved some of the faster rounds on the CT side for MIBR. Little run boost onto Shelf worked out beautifully for them. There's the mid-take. And the Shelf crunch coming in. Insani able to pick Nerds on the cross, though, so that's a heavy hit to down, but well traded by Shuhei. Insani continuing to deliver.
Naf drops the bomb. Lane control established for MIBR, but they have to be very aware of the fact that they have given up the site control, and Exit turns around at the perfect time, but still going to lose the duel. So Liquid are not done yet in this round. Gauzy not even really looking to hold on to the bomb, just going to try and cause a bit of a ruckus as Twists goes exiting his way back up the ramp. This round is still very tenuous at best for Team Liquid, but they are going to get a bomb plant, and it's an open bomb plant, which is the end of Twists. And so Shui might have been set up for something there if he got one or two, but in the end, it will be MIBR to grab themselves a third on this CT side.
These rounds are just absolute chaos right now. Very fluid approach being taken by MIBR. Good stuff from Insani. In through Red Room, punishing multiple players on the cross there. You can see after the mid-exchange, MIBR getting active down B ramp. Not wanting to let the game come to them, but instead take some active initiative once we head into the XVX. Anticipating some reactions out from Team Liquid. Timeout going to come out here for MIBR. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they've called 5 timeouts this series and Liquid have had to call 0 because they've just never really run into a problem so far.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid have called any. And that trend may continue if Liquid just win this next round as well. Although Team Liquid's money's getting pretty low.
Yeah, this is a potential reset round here for MIBR. 1900 loss bonus for Team Liquid. This could be absolutely massive for them to close the gap on this CT side. They've not had a good run the last couple of times they played Ancient, and it hasn't really been a heavily repped map for them this year. So this would be a nice little turnaround for MIBR if they can start to make some inroads here. Would definitely be a critical round for them to win, to break that loss streak. Mid-take comes out yet again for Team Liquid. Bombardment of utility straight down lane. And once again, Insanity. Back-to-back rounds, he's picked Nerds for free.
Ultimate. Cops a huge flash in the face, and Shuei does well to actually trade that, but there's certainly not going to be anything in this round for Team Liquid.
And
one from MIBR.
Coach really called a timeout and just said, do it again. Twist with not much to do here. Liquid in similar fashion have been picked apart. Nice spam through onto Brennison. Safe is where the T's buy guns. Little one-man execute here for Twist. Let's see what he can do.
He's kind of locked in, isn't he?
Yeah. Let me show you guys every grenade I know on this map. One sec. He's running around in the prac server right now.
Yeah, thought that was a flash coming over the top, turned away from it, but it's the smoke. He's been able to get out in front of it, though. And he could certainly do some damage. But players all over the place. That's a nice kill from Twist. Oh, almost two.
He was reading it well.
He was.
Nice. All right, MIBR. They're working their way into this one. They have piqued my interest. Insani did not really do very much of anything on Anubis. To be fair, not many players on MIBR did. And he's starting to get fired up. I love that. The reaction, you can hear MIBR celebrating, and ooh, could be, yep, first timeout. Forced out here for Liquid. They've got some decisions to be made. As we did mention, that was a reset round earned by MIBR. Just running it back with the exact same winning formula, back-to-back CT gun rounds there to reset the T-side economy. So choice to be made for Liquid. Do you force with only 2.4 loss bonus and try to go for 2 rounds here, or do you trust yourself with a Galil or AK light util buy in round number 12 to try to scrape a 7th together? And it will be the latter. Full Glock save here from Liquid.
Big nade. It's a huge grenade.
Huge. 72 damage. Not bad.
I mean, that's one way of putting it, yeah.
Wait, is it 82 damage?
72.
Can't do maths.
82. 82.
Wow, we both this bad?
You've confused me.
How do we...
I blame you.
How have we got hired? We can't even count.
Australian education system.
Oh my
not
God.
doing well.
Absolutely. To be fair, it's not our fault. Uni used to be free and stuff.
Fair enough. Well, not much mathing at the moment for Team Liquid. They don't have to count because they're not getting any kills. It's going to be another slow round out from Team Liquid. I mean, it doesn't seem like the idea necessarily changes.
Oh my
What
God, bro.
is that?
Didn't even see him. You saw an elbow and you've just been ended.
It's not going to matter for the round, though. But I was going to say, it doesn't seem like the idea necessarily changes too much for Team Liquid, whether it's a gun round or a pistol round.
All right. Time for things to get serious for Liquid. But like I said, this is going to be a round where the money is not that great. It's just pre-fire.
Yep.
Money's not great here for Liquid. Down to Galil's or light util. Orbs out here for safe. And this is really an effort by committee here for MIBR. No one lagging behind at all. Everyone's getting involved in this game of Ancient.
Oh, exit. Not giving away his position with any shots. Now, though, going to go for the wallbang.
Ooh.
Nice push out from Brennison.
This will be the 3rd gun round in a row that Nerds has been first picked here. If he loses this
He's
duel.
waited. He has waited for Naf, though. That's really nice.
And I think he took his hand off the mouse for a second there in the player cam, right as he got peeked.
I did not see that. But either way, I have to give credit to Liquid for sort of making sure the spacing was good there, even had Nerds gone down.
Man disadvantage here for MIBR. Losing that A player is a serious concern that there's a giant gaping hole on the map. And he's just going to play retake to try and plug that. Safe getting active. He's posted up on the deep line from Donut. But Liquid going to move into two little packs here. Little bit of pressure towards the B site, pulling some rotations from the CTs, and the rest of Liquid will creep onto hopefully an open A site.
Ultimate. Gonna go down as he attempts that entry. Shuhei almost falling as well. But it has done enough to kind of draw the attention away from this A bomb site. It's just safe here. Head into the smoke. Twist should be a dead man. Is, but the trade is there.
10 seconds.
So they've got to get that bomb plant. It's been retrieved by Nerds. He's got time still for that smoke. Oh, the plant does just go down. Luckily, the smoke wasn't fading. But we're back into the 2-on-2. Kausi and Insani are fighting very hard for this 6th round for MIBR. Nerds on a big old flank. But Naf still holding on to control of the site. He's going to put Lukazi in an awkward spot. Has to convert this 2-on-1, and he doesn't have a whole lot of HP to do it with. He's wasting precious seconds as well, and he has not found Naf, so it looks like the round at this stage is probably over. Time has ticked away far too far, and Lukazi is just going to have to give this one up. 7-5 will be the scoreline as Team Liquid maintain a lead heading into the second half.
Crazy.
So heading into the second half, things are still looking pretty good for Liquid, though maybe not as one-sided as what we saw on map 1. MIBR have given themselves a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a sliver in here. What do you reckon, Pilsky? Are you gonna predict a map 3 here?
Yeah, definitely could happen. I think the promising part of this is just the fact that you had the same start for Liquid, but some recovery from MIBR, and everyone is turning up for them right now. And they're turning it up in middle, straight up through Donut now.
Yeah, not messing around. Oh, they might even have thought about going through that smoke, but there is a flash that will dissuade them for a second. Shui, 1 for 1. A lot of damage done to Ultimate as well, and so Nerds is going to go hunting for a little bit of info here. Recognizing the A side of the map. Looking pretty strong at the moment.
As he starts to the round.
Timing's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Nerds has just pushed straight through A. He may have a little bit of a freebie here.
Oh, he saw safe. Oh, he saw Predison.
Trigger discipline.
Yeah, this is huge. And that's nice. Doesn't drop the bomb carrier.
Look at this B stack, though.
Exactly. Knowledge is power. Flash over the top. Nice timing on it, but shots are not there. It's on to Twist. And he'll eventually fall. I mean, Team Liquid had everything they needed to win that round. But
it's got folded, man.
They did.
Nerds has got a molly. I'm going to play the post plant from ramp together. May even go for a cheeky little cheater cave wrap because they know that Nerds was miles away.
I don't know where he actually is, though. He could be coming through from mid. He could be coming through from T-Spawn. Could really be coming from anywhere. This is a very safe setup, actually, for MIBR. And Incen's going to go into ramp, which, if he might have sat that defuse, could have been a bit of a problem. But he's going to draw out the peak, and Insani is stuck in the corner. It'll be a round 1 by MIBR anyway, just because of time.
Yeah.
But it's nice for Insani to get that final kill in the end there as well. 7-6 pistol round does go the way of the Brazilian gang.
Nerds is in some fine form today. Like, he's 17-10, even though a handful of those T-side gun rounds towards the tail end of the half, he was first dead. Just shows you how many rounds he's actually put together these multi-frags. And once again, you're seeing some fantastic resilience from MIBR. It's another round that things get awkward for them. They get blocked on Donut, have to go to plan B, C, D. But they figure out a way to win regardless. Damage on the spam from Lukowski. Cheater control secured. Insani left on the hard lurk here.
Yeah, Brennerson spotting the player out on long as well. You know what? I'm not really sold on long and short here for B. Because, like, long is not even really that much longer than short.
Yeah, one of them's definitely Diggity.
Yeah.
Which one?
I can get behind that.
Which one's jungle? I mean, just left and right, no? Dig and jungle. Done.
Dig and doggity. Diggity and doggity.
Diggity and doggity. I like it.
And if you really want to get a bit saucy, giggity and poggity.
Poggity. Wow.
Poggity.
Sani, he wants to try to get a little bit of a poggers eco spam. Free kills going for him. Nerds, 3 bullets in the clip. Does connect 1 to the head, but yeah, there was really nothing in that round for Team Liquid. MIBR evening things up, 7 apiece. 5 players surviving. Still can't get over how this Lukowski guy plays on like a 90-degree angle from his monitor. I've seen him do it for years, but he's a fragger, so look, gotta respect the hustle. I'm sure his chiropractor is very well paid. That much I will say.
Indeed. Well, nonetheless, MIBR fighting hard for their survival here at IEM Melbourne. As you said, they've got it back to 7-7. First gun round of the half, though, could tell us a lot about which way this is going to end up going.
They're prepping a B-pop. In it comes here.
Already. Good start from Naf.
Oh.
And that's even better. Spam through the smoke, catches Insani. He could have gotten another one. Just a bit of a tickle onto Safe and Brennerson, but that's exactly what Team Liquid want to kind of get the proceedings underway on this CT side.
Nerds has secured mid control in the meanwhile, so there's no real plan B here that MIBR can get going for themselves. They're just trying to spam through the wood wall and hope that something sticks. But, I mean, Team Liquid, similar to the pistol, honestly, are doing a fantastic job disrupting MIBR and blocking them before they can really get what they want to get going. The beautiful counter flash up over the top as the execute's kicking off to get NAF a freebie, and then they just get blocked by a B ramp smoke and the round is over.
This is going to be a fun round. 35 seconds of MIBR saving.
No Passar. It's an archaeological zone. There you go. I don't know what language that is, but
you speak it.
I do be speaking.
You afraid of the dark, Pilsky?
No, not really. Why?
It just looked pretty dark in there.
Yeah. I'd be more afraid of, like, leeches or something, maybe. Entrance. Plaza. You're welcome, guys. I'm pretty smart.
This is kind of breaking my brain a little bit, actually, looking at that.
Bit of a diagram going on.
Yeah.
Give me more counter. I would have... If I was watching the vault, I would be spamming the right arrow through the entirety of that.
Yeah, that round was definitely something else. But it's exactly what Team Liquid wants, right? They get 5 guns through from it. Start to build this CT side. It's not obviously quite there yet.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world either for MIBR. Saving those 3 guns, they kind of just reset it, run it back.
It's going to run it back. We literally are. They're just going to do the same thing again.
Well, this time, hopefully they don't get spammed through a smoke. And they actually get the chance to throw some of that util out. Closing the gap onto the B bomb site. Insani opens the account onto NAF. Bomb plant going down as we speak. An attempt at a denial is not going to go well for Team Liquid. And they are down on numbers for this upcoming retake, if it is even to be a retake. But you can imagine that Team Liquid might just think about saving here. Oh, that, though, could change the plan up a little bit. There's a smoke into cave. Ultimate can fight down the ramp. There's a smoke on the ramp now as well. But time of the essence, Team Liquid have got to move quickly here. They've got to get on that defuse and start putting that time pressure back onto MIBR. There's so many kills through the smokes at the moment. I guess that's all that they can really do, and the defuse will be secured by Team Liquid. They just had smokes everywhere. Okay, they've lost all their guns, but they won the round.
Yeah. MIBR, that's going to be a little disappointing. The initial execute goes very well for them. And you could tell Liquid was just kind of fishing for something. They were in retake positions, waiting to see if MIBR was going to make some kind of mistake. This is the kill that changes things. As soon as they pick Brenners in there, I mean, Nerds, that is phenomenal. The readjustment, tracing the traces straight through the wood wall, predicting that same player inside a cave as well. And Liquid complete themselves a successful retake. Another timeout burned here for MIBR. Going to try to reset Team Liquid here. Ultimate's got the ult back out, but it is a glass cannon. So he is a squishy man.
Thinking music. Dun dun. They've got some thinking to do, that's for sure here, MIBR. You let Team Liquid get too far ahead. It's going to be tough to come back from that one, but able to get a buy through. Just a Tech 9 out for Lakauzi, but everybody else gonna get away with a rifle. And once again, very quick into lane. This time up towards Shelf a little bit more so. So some presence toward middle from MIBR at the round start instead of a committed hit towards B.
Ultimate smoked off, but Donut has to respect it. Try to reposition, maybe back around in towards Red Room here. There's a bit of a duality of man going on. Ultimate and Twist were the dominant forces over on Anubis, but have not really been able to do much here on Ancient for Team Liquid. It's mostly been the Nerds show. MIBR, much slower round from them. They secure some shelf control. Now they're going for a little bit of a look in towards A main. Ultimate looking to try to disrupt this round. See if he can pick someone on the cross. Ooh, that pressure towards Cave, though, has pulled the rotation across.
Yeah, but Twist's watching for any potential push into Donut right here is going to be the advanced warning system for Nerds. Oh, and he's going to get himself a kill or 2. 2 is better than 1. And Nertz knows there's one more here in Donut. He knows the player has crossed. He's really under pressure. Ultimately, kind of got stuck between a rock and a hard place. We just had to take a fight on one of those lines. Now the 4-on-3 for the retake, but Insani on a cheeky off angle, lighting them up, and that was not expected at all by Team Liquid. Luckily, Shuei will pull one back, but it is just down to ultimate now, and MIBR are not done in this round just yet.
No kit.
This is a tough one to recover. No kit, no rifle, no smoke, no chance, but apparently with a shot like that, maybe you'll give him a little bit of a sniff. He's expecting the push through from CT. He's not going to get it. It will be from Temple side. He taps the bomb again, and Safe ultimately waiting patiently to win the round. There's nothing to be done. It was a good first shot from Ultimate, and if he would have stuck the defuse, he would have won the round, but MIBR walk away with it.
Yeah, great resilience for MIBR. Once again, just getting lined up there by Twist. Things could have gone quite poorly as well if the Donut player overextends. You could see Nertz drops the Incen inside of A main. If the Donut player speeds up there before the A main players can trade, then you could have definitely been in some kind of 2-on-4 situation where you would never have even gotten into the post plan for MIBR, but they're able to steady the ship. Force Spy coming out here for Team Liquid. They've sent it down middle. Shuhei's trying to make something happen over on shelf side. Naf has pushed all the way down A main. These are aggressive positions with the pistols for Team Liquid, but MIBR are just playing hands off the keyboard right now. They know there's no need to rush things here. They've got the better weapons. They've got better utility. If they just wait for mistakes out from the CT side, then they could definitely be up in numbers as well.
Taking a leaf out of Liquid's book. No push down the ramp, though, from Team Liquid. A wise choice, given the setup. Just a smoke instead.
MIBR now working the middle of the map. Smoke to Red Room. Mollied out both Cheetah and Cubby. What do Liquid do here? I mean, you could tell they're itching for a B ramp push at some point here.
We just try to hope that Ultimate can do that in middle. That will be a start.
Naf's pushing now as well.
Well, no need to push ramp then. If Naf's going to push, you get an info elsewhere. You're pretty much aware that this is not going to be anywhere but B. Oh, they're going to go for the ramp push late in the round, and it's going to work out. Twist has found himself a triple with the 5-7. Oh, MIBR, it's fallen apart. And that info push from Naf making the big difference. Gauzy, he's trying to salvage it, but with 15 seconds, it's not going to happen. So, perfect timing and info plays from Team Liquid once again.
Yeah, been a quiet game from Twist up to that point. That is about as impactful as it gets. MIBR were on the verge of resetting that CT economy and evening things up there at 9 apiece. And from there, it would be an anti-eco and a front run on the T side to probably a map win in most situations. But as it stands, huge upset from Team Liquid with just the pistols and the SMG on a Hail Mary Force Spy. They find the perfect timing in a long, slow, drawn-out round, head in hands for MIBR. Rifles picked up for Liquid, and now it's their game on a silver platter. All they have to do is complete this anti-force, and it should be done and dusted.
Yeah, and MIBR a bit touchy, trying to make their way into lane. They know that they haven't got a whole lot to work with in this one, so they'll take it slow and eventually start to work their way forward. But they are really going to have to hang on to these remaining pieces of util to actually hit a site. Nades very nicely used onto Naf, but you've only got 2 smokes here and 2 flashes.
What to do for MIBR? Starting to make some moves back towards middle. One of those very key pieces of utility just being thrown over towards B ramp to apply the smallest amount of pressure. Look how much util's left over for Team Liquid here. They can block most of these angles if MIBR try to speed up. Smoke to Donut. Nertz ready to blow it wide open. Oh, it doesn't catch anyone on the cross though. Look at all these teams in Red Room. And look at Liquid. They're pushing straight down B ramp here. This is such an awkward situation for both of these teams.
Footsteps. Nertz has heard footsteps. Knows that they're coming in from CT Spawn. The flash is a good one, but doesn't push him off of the line. Ultimate's got a collab. And one more as well to boot. Okay, solid hold on 8. Team Liquid up to 11, and it seems like the dream might slowly be fading away now for MIBR.
Oh, it's crushing for MIBR. They were really making inroads on this T side, man.
Yeah.
But those last couple of rounds just weren't it. Beautiful shots from Ultimate. And all you need here for Team Liquid is an anti-eco, and then they're going to go up against what? A 4.5k buy for MIBR. So not even full util or down to Galil's.
Oh, the nade stack doesn't actually quite go deep enough to do the damage that I thought it would, but information is now there for Team Liquid as to where that setup was from MIBR. And the 5-7's out for Ultimate. He's desperate for a bit of HP. It's a 5-7 game. 5-7 madness right now. But Team Liquid up to 12. And with that, one map away from knocking MIBR out of IEM Melbourne.
Yeah. I rate that round 5 out of 7, honestly.
Ah. I see.
Alrighty. Last chance here for MIBR. They need 4 T-side rounds on the trot to push us into OT. And from there, it would be a massive slog for a reverse sweep. This should just be Liquid's game. Insani trying to make moves into middle. He's copped a lot of damage from the HE. Big, long, labored spray onto Nerds. Does a lot of damage, but he'll continue to push forward nonetheless.
All it would take would be one grenade to finish off Nerds. Hasn't been tossed in just yet, but Naf, we cleaned up on ramp.
Yeah. It's the second round in a row. He's just sent it straight down B ramp and lost his life. Last one was anti-eco, to be fair. Aggressive positioning on shelf at B ramp here. MIBR need to take their time. And in fact, they're not even going to touch this part of the map. They want nothing to do with Liquid over here. They've been allowed to creep all the way through Donut. Does seem like Lukowski just going to head over there and join up with the rest of the boys, and Exit going to take things slowly. It should be around for MIBR. And Liquid, I mean, I really wouldn't even be surprised if they just try to go for some damage or some exits here. Once this plant goes down on A, and see them try to min-max their money. Make sure every single one of these last few rounds is a buy round for them.
They're going to save.
The winner of this series will take on the winner of Na'Vi and FlyQuest, which, even as an Aussie, I kind of expected to be a 2-0 today in the favor of Na'Vi. But I was pleasantly surprised to see Nedic and Vexite have a bit of a game on Mirage and push us through to 3. Would be fantastic to see them continue into the lower bracket. My biased, delusional self hopes for FlyQuest in the arena, but I think most Aussies, even though they would love that, are not really expecting that right now.
No, I mean, that is a tough ask, obviously, to get past Na'Vi and then obviously get past either Falcons or Vitality as well.
No, I think... Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right.
So they have to play in the lower final still. So it'll be a tough one, but maybe doable. If they can get past Na'Vi, confidence will be high.
But they have to play Liquid or MIBR, right, first? Or am I cooked? Anyway, we'll focus on this round.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Liquid or MIBR.
It's Liquid or MIBR. It's the winner of this game.
Yeah, my bad.
Because one of those teams is already in the quarters. That's just a semi-quarters game.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, that feels a lot more doable in that case. But anyway, we're talking about the wrong things at the moment. It's Insani that is actually opening up the map nicely for MIBR here into Red Room.
Yeah?
Gonna cut the map in half. It'll be a recontest into middle from Team Liquid. But they are walking into a bit of a lion's den, and they have gone in swinging Ultimate and Nerds. A killer piece, and the round turns back on its head.
MIBR need to try to recover this with a bit of B contact. You can see Safe waiting inside of the smoke for the cave players to get into the action.
Well, Safe out of that smoke, not going to get anything done. Naf will grab that kill. Actuate is the big one, and they get him. Ultimate with a flash around the corner. He's gone aggressive before Nerds is even in the picture, and all of a sudden it swings back in the favor of MIBR. Nertz is going to be denied the rotation by the inset. No, he's going to go straight into it. Denied the plant, but will be traded out anyway. And MIBR get through a really tight squeeze.
Very tight. What a round from Exit.
That's how we say it down under, mate.
Yeah, tight. 4K from Exit to recover things there. You can see Liquid remaining active in the mid-round there, really turning things around. But this is beautiful from Exit. I mean, a lot of pressure on MIBR. Start off in the 5-on-4, quickly end up in a 3-on-4. And he really bails them out, knocking all 4 of the remaining players from Liquid over. Looks like maybe another B exi on the cards here for MIBR. They've tried to hit the same timing multiple times. Safe has been boosted up.
Ultimate on the line. Good for one so far. Re-peek. Saw that second player as well. Had a spider sense tingling. Oh, he's just absolutely cooked though by these grenades. But Shui's out there to try and help him too. And they kind of just got stuck in a bit of a traffic jam there, Team Liquid.
What? Oh, MIBR. A little bit of indecision going on. I mean, there was a big flood coming in there for Liquid, so they would have run into a brick wall on the site. Twist has not moved an inch right now. You can see the comms coming through from Nertz saying it's all clear. There's no commitment into the B site. So with Twist cutting the map in half, it has to be a one-dimensional approach here. And Team Liquid aware of that. NAF is just posted up on A main. So it really comes down to MIBR. How does the entry into A look? If NAF is given too many opportunities, then this could just be the game. Oh, he's only got a scout.
Yeah.
I thought it was an ult.
And Sani's low HP. Some scout tags wouldn't go astray. There's that kill. So back to 3-on-4. And we've got 2 scopes in CT spawn. And that one is the one that you'd want taking the fight. Oh, ultimate. Brennison and Safe go down, and so does Exit, and that will indeed be the exit for MIBR as they are knocked out of IEM Melbourne at the hands of Team Liquid. 2-0. Team Liquid go into the lower bracket final to await the winner of Na'Vi and FlyQuest, a match that is very tightly held at the moment over on the A stream. So we'll get a little bit of respite, they'll get a little bit of downtime, but one more game to play today for Team Liquid. And unfortunately not the case for MIBR.
Yeah, disappointing finish for them. They have been on a pretty decent streak, and particularly the way that Anubis went, they would have been backing themselves with that map pick against Liquid. That was the hardest that they've been spanked on Anubis in quite a while. Really, really good game from Liquid to open up this series. And look, Ancient here was a little bit more back and forth. You saw some great resilience from MIBR being showcased, but at the end of the day, too many good moments from Liquid. Nertz was an absolute force to be reckoned with. And unfortunately, MIBR just dug themselves too big of a hole to climb out of.
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go in that second half for sure. I mean, Ancient certainly a lot closer. And if that was the kind of gameplay that we got from MIBR on map 1, you know, I think this could have been a much more competitive looking series. But the fact that they just really didn't show up on map 1 has given Team Liquid a bit more rope to play with. And yeah, unfortunately, the end for MIBR. But look, again, expectations weren't necessarily massive for MIBR in this tournament. I think they can be pretty happy with the fact that they've been able to, you know, grab themselves that series win over Saw. They took a map off of Na'Vi. They've taken Team Liquid pretty close. These are reasonably decent results for a team in the position of MIBR, who are sitting 20th in the world ranking. You know, we're not necessarily expecting them to be world beaters. So good effort from them here at IEM Melbourne. It is a long way to come, but hopefully they know a couple of thing or two about Melbourne, because they have been here before, and they'll know the spots to sort of get down to and have a little bit of a relax for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I think, look, may have been spots that they were hitting up last time after winning the event. That would have been a bit far-fetched for MIBR this time around, but I'm sure that they would have at least hoped to maybe make it a little bit further. Regardless, they are a team that has been doing pretty well for themselves, so despite maybe a bit of a disappointing finish here in IEM Melbourne, they do have Astana and the Major to look forward to, so still some good events on the horizon for them. Maybe they'll take the lessons learned here from this tournament into the next couple, and we'll see what they're able to do in the next major cycle.
Speaking of the next coupler, there's going to be a couple more matches here on the B stream. The 2 lower bracket finals, so both elimination and qualification games for the respective teams that either lose and win or vice versa. FaZe Gamer Legion up next on this stream. So what do you reckon about that one? It won't be us casting it. It'll be Mac and Conky. But that could be a bit of a banger. Again, we saw Gamer Legion looked pretty good against Complexity earlier on this morning. They've been doing pretty well this tournament. I mean, are they able to topple FaZe and force FaZe out of the playoffs?
I actually think that game's going to be insane because that's like two teams that, you know, you have some good calling structure, you have really, really strong leadership on both sides and some really cracked individuals. And arguably, I mean, both of these teams did kind of put away their opponents today pretty cleanly. I mean, you didn't have a great initial second map rather on Ancient there for Gamer Legion against Complexity. They did kind of get manhandled on that one, but both I felt Train in the third map for them very clean, and FaZe absolutely rolled 3D Max. So I think both of those teams are going to be feeling relatively confident that they can win that decider match to be able to get into the arena, but I think FaZe are going to be, I would say, a little bit more motivated because they have been a team that has been a mainstay down under. I know a lot of the Aussie fans get around the FaZe brand. I've seen FaZe jerseys at a lot of the arena events here in Australia, so I think they're definitely going to want to be there, and Carrigan's going to be wanting to get up to his usual shenanigans on stage.
Most definitely. And you won't have to wait too long for that game, as you can see down there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. 16 minutes until that next match is going to kick off. We're going to say goodbye for now and hand it over to Mac and Conky for the rest of the day. Enjoy.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Look, man, I know it might sound crazy. Enz is our captain now. Do you know how he feels about European authors? Anyways, just translate exactly what he says. Exactly.
Exactly what this is. Okay. 910 will see us now. Okay. Come with me. Yo, 910, you get the DM?
Hey, if you want to talk to him, talk to me, so we understand.
Yeah, you are the translator.
でも、違う人と来た。
What? 違う人と来た。
No, you're the translator.
Okay. I got the DM.
자, Miss Justin.
Би сонссон гэж хайрлаа.
I didn't hear you. You coughed?
No, you're the one who coughed.
Okay, чи хайрлсан.
왜 чи хайрлсан?
Stop saying I coughed.
No, you coughed when you spoke to 910. Anyways, don't worry about that. Remember, he can haul.
За, Мартин. Санаж нь энэ эст чадна.
Тэр эст чадахгүй.
No, he can't haul.
He can definitely haul. 100%.
Did he ask for эст чадна?
Гүй наа чи амьдралдаа эс авч үзээгүй шүү дээ.
He never had AWP in his life.
He's literally a fucking AWP.
Наа чи шууд утгаараа эс чи.
Гүй тэр бол IGL.
No, he is the IGL.
No, he's not.
Okay, тэр бол эш.
What the hell is going on? I want to speak to him myself. Ask 910 how well he speaks this language.
900-аас энэ хэлийг хэр ойлгодог вэ гинэ?
Би энэ хэлийг маш сайн ойлгож байна шүү дээ.
Obviously, he's fluent.
Well, what the fuck do we need you for?
Тэгвэл чи бидэнд ямар хэрэгтэй юм бэ?
Чи намайг ч дууцсан шүү дээ. Энэ угсаа амар тэнийг санаа гэдэг чи би уус мэдчихсэн. Чи тэр JKS-ийг аваад эс нүү байна уу хамаагүй бүгдийн зааж өгөх гол нь энийг хинч бүтээлээрээ тэгээд арааж яваарай.
So, what did he say?
He said he'll think about it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
What the hell is this? Oh my god, Jesus Lord. Okay, rookie.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Draw a square, bro.
Square? Big one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bottom right, there's a box. Draw how big you want.
Okay.
Yeah. A bit to the left of it. At the bottom. Make sure there's a gap, but there's a smaller box.
So there's a gap between the other box, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Then from bottom left, go a little bit like a diagonal, and then draw another box.
Okay.
Top left, and go a bit to the right, and draw another box.
But not all the way from the corner, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Fuck. Draw a square, but like kind of circular. Like a circle, but a square. I don't know what to explain.
I don't know what you mean by that, so well, let's just make it like this. Let's just make it wrong.
Okay, so
this is
you can guess now?
Oh yeah, it's Inferno B bomb side.
Holy shit!
Okay guys, this is Inferno B bomb side.
Oh shit, how do I explain this? Draw a square, not a big one, but like a bottom left, and then go a bit above bottom left. Then draw two boxes top left of the small square.
Top left of the...
Yeah, next to each other, two boxes. Then top right as well. One bigger box, one smaller.
Or is it dust to A side?
No.
I don't know what I'm cooking, but okay.
Draw inside the square, two boxes as well.
What?
The small circle you drew, or not circle, the square, you're supposed to put the boxes inside the square. And then top right, two boxes, one big, one small.
Okay, fuck it, we'll just do it like this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then go from the small square just up and put another big square. Then leave a gap and go to the right of it and draw another small square.
Is it Mirage B side?
Just make another guess.
Well, this shit could be anything, bro. I don't know. I say B bomb side Mirage.
No.
Then A side B, A side.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Jesus Lord. I'll tell you right now, this has nothing to do with the boxes.
Don't show me, I can fucking almost see.
So, you're gonna start with a straight line.
Yeah, up or down, or sideways, or... it's going...
Yeah, it's that way, yeah, it's that way. Not in the middle, start from the left, not in the middle fully. Stop. Okay, that's fine. You're gonna go from the left side, you're gonna draw another line, but it's not gonna go straight down, okay? It's gonna be tilted.
Like this?
Yes, exactly, but no, you need to start from your line.
This line?
Yes, exactly. You start from that line,
and
just downwards, just a little line. Stop. Now you do the same from the other side, but make it smaller. Make them both smaller. It's too long. Okay, make a little line that goes what now? Is it the horizontal now?
Yeah, down.
Yes, downwards, just a little one.
Just go straight down?
Yes, straight down, small one. Yeah, that's good enough. Now you go left side.
Making face logo?
Hey there.
It's not a map?
No.
Why was I drawing maps?
I don't know, man.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing on this beautiful evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world, or even morning, I guess. You could be watching, you could be expecting something great, something good, and that is what I'm expecting too with this third matchup of the day. It's for all of the marbles. The winner goes to RLA on Friday, and the loser goes all the way home, back to Europe. So, Mitch, that's a big one. That is a whole lot of stakes on the barbie.
Mate, it absolutely is. You know how much we love our lamb, and unfortunately not everyone will be invited to the barbecue, as you mentioned. It is the real crux of the day. Yeah. Always day 3. It's exciting. You know, we do manage to get a couple of qualifications very early on, find who sort of bolsters out the arena, gets down towards those semi-finals, but the last 2 slots are always on the line in this final day. So I think, you know, the games have been hugely electric, right? There's a lot of pressure, lots of the matchups kind of going 50-50 as well, and this one I don't think is going to be any different.
Yeah, I'm keen to see exactly what we get out of both these teams. And look, there's not a lot of time before we get into this one, but over on the A stream as well, there has been some crazy things today. No spoiler alert needed unless you have seen the results. But yeah,
it's up. Don't worry about it. We got it.
The thing is, we have the results. We have the results here. You know, GL won their game. FaZe won their game. We've already sent 2 teams home today, and 1 more is going to be going home. If not, technically 2 or 3. You just saw MIBR lose. That means they're out. But Liquid are going to play the winner of the other game that is still currently going on over on the A stream. It's just logistically, things are going everywhere. What I think Chad just dubbed this the Wicked Wednesday, which is it's something that happens, right? Every one of these IEMs, you got the group stage, and Wednesday is where things just get chaotic because there's just so many eliminations, and you have to play so many games. Look, what's that? These guys played already at the start of the day, had 2 hours, maybe 3, to get themselves prepped for another game that has the stakes as high as this. It's absolutely insane. And speaking of those games, let's have a look at what FaZe did earlier. There was some nuts individual kind of things going down in that game up against 3D Max, and over on Nuke in particular, that's where things were getting pretty fancy. There was some lovely little things going on, some great mid-round calls, but then overall it feels like they were just in a different universe to 3D Max this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It was one of those things where, the games start 9:15 a.m. Perth time for me. So I've got into the office, had a little bit of look, and I opened the game at like 9:30 thinking, okay, it's not going to be that long. And, shortly after it was a 13-1. So that happened very, very fast on Dust 2. And then, you said Nuke a little bit closer, 13-7. But FaZe were just looking really, really sharp, right? They are a team that is a very, very familiar face inside Australian arenas. We've seen them, obviously win the event in 2023 over Complexity, and we've also seen them, run pretty close over the last few years in 2017, 18, and 19. Yeah. So I think it's a team that, many, many fans are going to expect / want to see. Lige obviously was in that grand final with Complexity last year, 2 years ago as well. So I think they're a name state. Lots of fans surely, again, spurring them along. Yeah. But their opposition, man, I got to admit, Gamer Legion have really, really wowed me this tournament so far as well.
Yeah, it's kind of like the fan favorites up against, some of the best up-and-comers that we've seen in a while. You can say that, even though it is, Rez in charge and, he's just got a wealth of experience. It's kind of all of the names around him, right? And this is kind of the roster where every time they find some star players, they kind of just get plucked across to the better teams with the bigger money. So keep your eyes on all these players because they're probably more so players for the future under the guise of Ash. And look, Mitch, out of all the players on the team, who do you think we should be looking at today?
I really think, there's been a lot of talk about Rez, how, previously he's been in some weird rosters and not really kind of able to shine. I think Yanko mentioned he was like AWPing at one point, obviously really trying to find his own, but he is looking super, super solid here. And then I think no questions about PR, right? A newer talent, young gut, looking very, very good. ZTR has been putting in some numbers as well. So I think, again, you hit the nail on the head in the sense that it does appear to be a roster that progresses these individuals towards the end. When was it when we saw Gamer Legion obviously make it all the way to that end of that major into the playoffs and then got picked apart afterwards, right? And then Orgs have obviously bolstered out, some
mate,
now
you're talking
major winners.
Years ago. Let's talk about things that have happened recently. Yeah. GL, they're not going to the major. That's a catastrophe. So they have way more on the line here. They're already playing for VRS points to get themselves in a better position down the line. FaZe, they don't really have to worry about that, but Lige, he's got a point to prove, and he's been playing some phenomenal Counter-Strike. Lots of good Counter-Strike here so far down in Melbourne, and you better believe he wants to be making it to the stage again.
For sure, for sure. Look at that head, Mac. It is begging to be rubbed. I'm looking forward to that, having him in the arena again. But he's just a great bloke all round. He is, someone that people have looked at for a long, long time as, the great pride of NA, I guess you would say, where he's been kicking along for quite some time. So it was a big step up for him to, get an opportunity into this FaZe roster. But it hasn't been exactly the most steady ship for FaZe at the start of this year so far. So I think for them, it would be a really, really good boost. But you're exactly right with Gamer Legion. It's kind of so much in the works for both these teams where they're really putting the pressure on themselves, and Gamer Legion, after not making the major, as you mentioned, would be a massive resurgence for them of confidence into the latter part of the year.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And look, speaking of confidence, I think they should be pretty confident going into this. They did have a longer series than FaZe, going all the way to 3 maps, because they maybe dropped the ball in that earlier match against Complexity. But we got the highlights as well to catch you up, Mitch, just in case you weren't able to catch that, as well as anyone else in the chat that is waking up in Europe or staying up late or whatever, anywhere around the world. But yeah, everyone putting in the hard yards, everyone that you would expect to be popping off was popping off. And Complexity, they've kind of been dubbed as the team that is the train team because they've been putting a lot of effort into it. But Gamer Legion, their map pools looked a little bit shaky as of late. almost shaky as that desk. But yeah, they showed exactly what they're capable of and what kind of prep work they have been putting in to make it to Melbourne. Oh, some awkward situations all across there. But it did end up going in favour of Gamer Legion, just not on Ancient.
Nah, for sure. And the crazy thing for Complexity, right? You know, they must be hurting in the sense that there was almost that comeback on train, but obviously they just made it way too hard for themselves. As you can see, you know, the emotions riding very, very high from 60. They are an emotional roster, right? You know, like a bunch of FPL players that know how to fight that good fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, like as I said, when you're coming against the structure of Gamer Legion, sometimes it can be too hard to overwhelm. And that's why it was such a whitewash on Nuke in the end, 13-4. So again, I am a little upset, you know, because the Complexity era that we did get to see in 2023 up on that stage. They had some crazy upsets on the way through the groups and the playoffs to make it to that final. The final was a cracker of a series, one that is very, very memorable for myself. And, you know, seeing them go out early is a little bit disappointing. But again, you know, same thing said for FaZe. They're the team that's looking to get back into this arena and enjoy the hype. But yeah, Gamer Legion are going to certainly put the sweat on, coming in from hot that series prior. And yeah, I don't know, man. The veto is going to tell a little bit of a tale for us. So what are we dealing with?
Lots. We're dealing with a whole bunch of shit, Mitch. And it's not going to be Train. It's not going to be D2. They're both the Insta-bans. But that makes things a little bit more interesting. Mirage is where Gamer Legion want to head up against FaZe, whose Mirage hasn't looked the best. So maybe they did more prep of that or on that leading into the tournament, because I thought that maybe we'd be going somewhere else. FaZe take us to Nuke again after a stellar performance on that earlier up against 3D Max. The problem is, of course, that means GL get to pick the sides, and then Ancient will be where we decide things in the end. This is weird. Like, I don't know which way this one's going to go, but if we want to talk about endurance, Ash was asked about that in the pre-game, I believe, and he says it's not a problem for Gamer Legion because they are young. They are one of these really young teams that are all fit, are all high on the endurance game, and going late into the evening after having quite a short break as well and already playing 3 maps as opposed to phases 2. Look, they should be right, is what I'm trying to say. And FaZe on the other side of things, they should be right as well, because they lost, what was it, is it 5 rounds in total? 8 rounds in total earlier against 3D Max. It was a speed run, and they have been chilling like a villain for a while. So let's see if they can do it on Mirage to kick things off. I feel like they can, Mitch. I think FaZe, they are looking like a different beast. They are looking hungry here, especially through the lower bracket. They don't want to be going out without a stage game.
Nah, absolutely. They need it. They look to, you know, repeat themselves once more, and they are veterans, right? You know, they are well-tenured players that know how to play a long day, know how to play a long series. They've been here before. Carrigan at the helm, Rain to keep the glue together for the roster, and yeah, hoping Elige shows up to prove everyone that he is meant to fit here. But of course, Gamer Legion, they are going to fight their hardest and try to make it theirs here. But I love this veto. It's exciting. Ancient's been a map that we've seen lots of these series end up on during the course of IEM Melbourne so far. But Mac, it's the final day of groups. Let's fucking get it.
LFG, and I'm not looking for group. Let's see what happens here on Mirage. Okay. FaZe opting to start on that CT side, as kind of expected, but GL going all in towards A, 2 at main, 3 in PAL, ready to pop, and only 1 defender here to stop it.
Yeah. Just keeping his eyes focused. Now that utility's starting to burn out. Molotov under, Hell. Tap away from Brocky, but looks like Rain's going to be the first to swing. Is he going to be able to drop Slen? No, they drop back to Firebox, but it's really awkward. Rez is going to be able to force straight in. Now Carrigan trying to keep the line, holding on as long as possible. Frozen will drop Torsen in the process, and now all of them heading through. CT now up from Texter. Brocky and Elige, they will be able to get it back. Now the 3 versus 2. Rez, though, still alive, still kicking. ZTR to hold him. A little bit of support from Firebox, but now they have to try and swing. This is going to be so tough. They've got the kit in the hands of Brokey. They've got a little bit of extra time, Mac, but they have to get moving now, and with Rez falling away to jungle, there's a chance he's going to have to wrap around here, Mac. I don't know if there's time.
This is a choice.
I don't know if there's time. He's holding the stick, and it should be okay. He's got it, Rez. He's found the time, and I don't think there's enough here for Elige to try and find the round. Rez starts off hot with the 4K for Gamer Legion.
Lordy, we showed him in that head-to-head as the highlight player for a reason, and that's exactly why. Coming in clutch, the shot he had to hit, he hit it and won the pistol to put him in a great position on their map pick of Mirage. The other stat that I did want to touch on too with Rez is, say if FlyQuest get knocked out over on the mainstream, right? Rez will be the highest player, the best player statistically, other than anyone on Vitality here so far at IEM Melbourne. He has been playing phenomenally. Thermometerly. I'll get it eventually. We'll give it another crack in a little bit.
You'll find Nemo one day,
I think I need more caffeine and we'll probably hit it perfectly.
Yeah, for sure.
That being said, though, Torsen going to be the money man. Looking to make some cold hard cash up against the unarmored and barely invested FaZe clan players. And they're going to be grouped up over towards that B site. But where are GL heading? Full mid control. Happy to play it slow. Elige, the point man with the dig over towards short. And GL just throwing all that nice progressive utility, looking for any information.
I like that they're playing it nice and passive, giving full respect to FaZe here. Again, Titan opponents, whilst their form may be fluctuating, they are certainly a team that demands respect. Elige just sitting from short, going to be able to peek around towards connector now as that Molotov does start to fade, but of course the smokes are up, and it should just be a nice free site for the taking. Do you just try and find some exits here, do some damage to that economy? I would say absolutely so. But only with a couple of Deagles and the 5-7 in the hands of Frozen.
Let's see what kind of confidence builders they can find here. Brokey, of course, with another Deagle of his own.
Oh, a shot onto Torsen.
Nice little head crack up. Not quite successful on dealing with Rez just yet. Rain hungry, hunting him down. Oh, and jiggling around. It will be Rez to take Rain out of the equation. And 4 rifles should survive. We have a bit of a situation over towards T-spawn. Who dies? Who falls? Anyone? No one.
Chilling. Maximum chilling. But yeah, pretty slow start here. On towards that second round. Obviously action from Rez in the opener. But it will be a quick little tech pause. Find out as to why that is shortly. Headset off as always. We know what that means. Just a little bit of an audio check.
Yeah.
Looks like the earphones are being looked at. The in-ears specifically. How you feeling today, Mac? Obviously we've got the big afternoon to determine some victors and some exits.
I'm feeling fantastic, mate. I am chilling. Got to the gym, got pumped, started watching the games, and have been enjoying everything, including the FlyQuest Na'Vi game, which is still going on over towards the A stream. If you want the score, give me 10 seconds. Guys, this is a spoiler alert, okay? We are doing an official spoiler alert. Mute for the next 20 seconds, and you won't get a spoiler. Okay, now that we've got rid of those noobs, or preferential people. The score is currently 6-12 and Na'Vi are about to win. It's kind of sad. As an Australian, but it's good to see. I feel like they are going to be deserving of another attempt at a stage game. They haven't finished the job yet. Of course, they've still got to get past Team Liquid if they win that round, which they haven't. But we are live, Mitch. Let's get it.
We are indeed. Look, the fact that Mirage went the way of FlyQuest already crazy, but Elige, he's trying to find something on towards the ramp, and he doesn't quite hard clear. And it's going to be Elige and Rain both going down to the Galil of ZTR. That is a pretty abysmal start here. Now Brokey looking for the cross. Doesn't spot anything though. Smoke will clear him out. Torsen finds Carrigan and Mac. You know what that's going to be? Probably an immediate save. Frozen will be able to find one. Spots another towards the top of mid. That's going to be Rez, but he is 6-0 and he is absolutely packing the heat. So I think that's going to be a round that just automatically goes the way of Gamer Legion. Brokey, not really a hell of a lot that he can do in this position here. Just hoping for some exits, but he's going to get exited out of the server. And Torsen, yeah, wow, what a big round from him as well on the entry. ZTR finding those two, and then just continuing forward. Good stuff, Gamer Legion looking hot.
Very red hot start. And FaZe just not quite ready for the Thunder. Nice little off positions from GL. Catching FaZe lacking. And they're going to be going back to pistol armor by a couple of bits of utility to back it up. And let's see if they have to pack it up in round 4. And GL, they're looking to keep it clean so far. Elige, nice reposition over towards the cinder blocks. And finally gets a bit of info. Playing quite safe, all things considered, yeah.
Yeah, Gamer Legion just as a general rule for me, have been very, very impressive. Like, good signs of what can happen. What is there for the potential future of this roster? So, Prod down towards mid. Carrigan yet to spot anything. It's going to just send up a short smoke. Try to block off his ETR here, but I think he's actually going to be pretty happy to just walk straight through here. Will Carrigan be able to actually find it? I don't know. He should be in for a rude awakening back turn, but it's a great opening shot. If he gets 2 here, that could be massive, but no. Torsen will find him. Ali's still here, Mac. Okay. Might have slowed down the offense. He does get taken down by ZTR, but it's still a 3 versus 3. Only the pistols. How quickly can they get through market here? Now, bomb plan to default.
GL in solid positions and will be afforded the chance to get those reloads off. Info on at least one of the FaZe members in market. But FaZe thinking, look, we got 2 sets of Kev. And there may be a couple of rifles we could grab over towards Apps if we really go for the big rotation. But I don't think they're going to be going that way. Frozen, low, already creating as much space as possible. Brokey realizing, hey, I got no Kev to save, so... Exit's damage is exactly what he's looking for, but he'll fall on the late spray from Resi Boy.
Ah, he goes down for the first time. But it's to the bomb. Rez's streak will be slowed. But now it's kind of the fundamental round here, Mac. As we will finally see a gun-on-gun actual set of action. We did have obviously something in round 3, but I feel like that wander down yonder into a main didn't really do a hell of a lot for FaZe, so approach should be a little bit different now. Orp up for Slend, same for Brokey.
Okay, making the fast approach towards ladder. ZTR has heard that drop. It's just trying to figure out that no one's gone towards underpass. Nice little clearance. Con smoke, couple of seconds left on that, but Alige will throw his own to keep some pressure towards Catwalk. He's looking to potentially go through this on a timing. As the players walking out ramp are just drawing attention away, and that's worked well. But the activation of the flank needs to go right now. Smoke starting to fade, top con smoke there, and it is just going to be an awkward battle, all things considered. Alige comes out on top somehow. Torsen unable to get into the mix, and just like that, Brokey will snag one from short. Gamer Legion looking like they will lose the first gun round that FaZe has brought to the party.
Yeah, interesting. Not really setting themselves up in any positions to trade there, Gamer Legion, just getting taken down in the 1x1 duels. Brokey opening up very, very nicely with that AWP, but Alige, great round from him too. And really for Slend, it's just timer ticking into this 1v5. Surely wants to go down, but again, what sort of worth is that AWP? They've still got money in the back pocket. Torsen will be able to drop him one over. So I think he's just going to try to do a little bit of damage, obviously appointing the fact that FaZe don't really have a hell of a lot behind them. So 5 alive for them would really sort of start to set up a recovery mission. And you want to be the bearer of the news, Mac?
No news yet.
No news?
No.
Okay.
We don't talk about it.
Okay.
Actually, there is some bad news we could bear. And that's that Slend is dying after time. Boom. Nice. It's going to be a little slap to the economy.
That's a pretty happy round from FaZe, to be quite honest. You know, very lackluster, I suppose.
Okay,
from
that's how that went.
Yeah. Just not any opportunity to respond at all for Gamer Legion. Slend just completely stunned out there.
And off the back of that one round, we are going to see GL just let Ash have a yap, have a chat. Just try and fix any little mistakes that he's seeing before they become big problems. They want to be the only big problem in the server for FaZe. And FaZe, on the other hand, how are they doing so far? Carrigan, funnily enough, has been getting towards the top of the scoreboard in a lot of their games here in Melbourne. And it has just been needed. But it's been, you know, leading by example. If the firepower ain't firing, then someone's got to pick up the slack, and the leader's a good person to do it sometimes.
Carrigan always does seem to have those series, right? You know, he'll absolutely bottom out in some of the biggest games of all time, and the team will still win. And other times he'll show up and frag up a storm. You never know what you're going to get. But there's a reason why he is still at the top of the field as one of the eldest in the series and the scene just in general.
What's the call here? Molly at unders makes things a little awkward for GL to find the pick, but they'll do it anyway. Elige hitting the ground. And, PR with the dig. Flick across, won't find Rain. But inflicts at least a bit of pain and may give them a fighting chance in the round. And it's all up to Torsen to buy the fake, rather. The flash has done it, and the rotation did momentarily go off the B site for FaZe. But let's see where they go from here, Brokey. Oh, it's looking a little
could be
awkward
good.
here.
Not quite. Just narrowly misses Carrigan. Peaks at the least opportune time, and with Torsen taking down Rain. Great pick off on the lurk. Brokey, last man standing, does have HP to work with, but of course it's just about trying to save that AWP for as long as possible. Rough position to be in. You know, again, that thing is where, you know, FaZe get a relatively clean round. Game of Legion calls the pause. Ash gives him some kind words. And then all of a sudden, you know, we see a bit of a white wall. So PR the only one to go down in this round, but not without a frag. So great response here from Game of Legion. 5 on the trot, Mac. Looking very, very good here in the opening of Mirage. Then that pick, of course, nuke round the corner.
Oh, Brokey's going to get found. You're going to be seen. Hits him with that no scopey. No health to survive there. It is Mirage. And that bomb radius is deceiving here. But GL incredibly happy with that. What was that, 3 alive at the end? Unless someone else fell to the bomb too. But yeah, solid performance, lovely shots. Mixed by the forced bag and forcing FaZe's economy to go back towards the bin, especially with no weapons getting saved. And now FaZe are going to find themselves in a bit of a difficult situation. So let's think back to the veto quickly. So I thought that we may have seen Game of Legion go towards, you know, a bit of a different affair. I wrote it down earlier. Let me just double check what it was. We've been yapping in the chat, so I lost it.
I love Analyst Mac.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Inferno. But, you know, FaZe maybe were expecting that as well. And with the minimal amount of time you have to prep, that's when, in these situations, it comes down to... Well, you know how teams say, yo, we just played our own game, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where you kind of have to throw your book at the wall, right? And there ain't no chances to really get a counter strat in unless you've got someone working overtime. And like Ash may have already done that. You know, last night they would have theorized, okay, we might have to play FaZe later in the day if things go wrong. But hold that thought, because Brokey is turning it on. 2 big picks already. ZTR a little cautious now, knowing he has the package on his belt. Big shot from Carrigan with the auger of all things, changing it up, rolling back the years. Doing the 2v5. I don't think Game of Legion win these. Brokey can't get the final blow.
At least it's something. Maybe a chance back into this round now. PR is the man with the HP. ZTR not really with a lot, but they've got the utility to try and slip the net. However, Rain will join now from CT, waltzing his way up. They do make their way out towards Tetris, but PR just has to slowly creep. They do have time to work with, 50 seconds. Elige, though, fully healthy as well. That Molotov not going to force Rain out of contention as he just waits patiently. I like this boost, but I don't think it was silent. Mac Elige is well and truly aware, and Rain will close the door on the round here. Second for FaZe, 4 alive. They do recover the AWP from Brokey as well. So we're back in action in towards this next round. FaZe still a chance in. Not going to let the half get too far away from it.
Good to see we have the finer form of Brokey joining us in the server. Even though that's only 2 for FaZe, we need to see more. There has been a lot of people questioning his performance lately. It has been inconsistent. But he's also been made a fool of, if you remember that bomb clip that's been going around the social medias.
Yes, I do.
That was an interesting one yesterday. I just don't know how, I think it was Techno. I don't know how he threw it. Actually, no, it was Senzu.
Yeah, it went further than I would have thought.
Threw it that far. Like, I wish my teammates, when we say, hey, throw the bomb across long, had arms like that. That was crazy.
Strong. Very, very. But Carrigan's going to have to be exactly that. Got a firm eye on the line with the AUG. Watching to see if anyone will load into the play. Flash over the top to give a peek up towards mid. They don't spot anything. No, Rez actually getting the catch onto Elige here. Carrigan, though, will march them down. Nicely done. You almost would have thought it would have been an eco, but a couple of weapons have gone down firmly there. Carrigan does get taken very low, down to 3 HP, but he still will keep on kicking. PR also just negative health across the side for Gamer Legion. Only ZTR with health, and he's only got the P250 here as well. Rain will make quick work of him. Should be mincemeat out of connector now here as well. PR left alone. Unfortunately, with only a Galil, 2 flashes, does have the bomb in tow, but I think this is going to be another simple round for FaZe. Great start there from Carrigan, and despite the opportunity missed inside mid, taking Rez, good response.
Heard a lot of good things about PR, but this is not going to be one of them. A little too much weight on the bar. Have to shift that off and move on to a different set into the next, but it's good to see FaZe waking up before it got too late. GL with a solid start. And Carrigan definitely missing a lot of bullets there, but the spray was good initially. Covering fire. Good enough to slow things down.
Real big opportunity for FaZe now to kind of just establish himself in this half, isn't it?
Yeah. Look at this mid control. Not going down. Against the Glocks. Seem to be reading the financial situation well. And GL have been one of these teams as well where we've seen them sort of just happily go for some slow approaches on the Glock rounds. Just have a chat about what they're going to do in the next before actually activating.
Had the scout early on. A little bit of a look towards mid. Back into spawn. Quick fire sail. And now they are rotating their way back around towards B, it would seem. Bomb still in hand. ZTR taking that one up. No utility to work with either, so wherever they end up, likely going to be a bit of a meat grinder. Mid-split on the cards. It's Brokey just getting that one Molotov down. Happy to rotate now back over towards B. They could end A, I suppose, the way they are poising themselves, but again, it's always going to be a bit of a challenge here without anything on your back.
Yeah, bit of chip damage. Little burst. PR got a rifle in hand now, and this could be an awkward matter of affairs if they can't stop this cross, but Frozen. He's got it all under control. Never worried.
And these players you can rely on. Icy, Frozen. Seems to be a bit of a common trend down here. But, good response there. PR definitely making a little bit spicy, getting a second kill with that M4 recovered. But, you know, typically these kind of rounds, the percentage of a Glock no armor train succeeding, very, very limited. Usually resulting out of just pure chaos if they ever do come to fruition. But it's a quick made out play. Looks like Brokey is going to be taking the window control, but falling off from the smoke once more. Rez looking to push up connector, not spotting out Rain. Didn't clear his corners. Yeah, very, very rough there. Now Brokey watching towards Palace. I think Gamer Legion trying to get in towards this very, very quickly. Mac Torson ready to jump over the stairs line. It has kept them interested in towards mid. They've kind of frozen just for a second here, Gamer Legion.
Yeah, they're hoping FaZe do some aggressive FaZe maneuvers, but for the moment, FaZe happy just to play shoulder to shoulder. Legion Rain looking to trade from Con. And that smoke in jungle fading shortly. Brokey should be able to activate, and the molly goes down too early. Oh, Torson finds one before falling, but with the bomb down and PR low, this one's all over. 5-5, and FaZe hunting for the lead, leading towards the half.
Fantastic round from Rain there as well. You know, this time Torson was ready for a Liege inside connector to peek over the box, but Rain just immediately swings back in for the trade. So happy, happy days for FaZe. Tied up scoreline 5-5, Mac. It was, again, a little bit lackluster from the very get-go with Gamer Legion running out the gates quick, but FaZe have responded nicely. And, you know, just purely lining up these teams on experience and consistency inside the server, you'd sort of put FaZe up there, but just the wow factor of Gamer Legion has to be overwhelmed first.
And probably trophies and general
nothing else,
overall,
mate.
yeah,
No.
There's a lot of things that they could look at.
Don't be ridiculous.
But yeah, we got that right side smokes. And GL going back to what kind of worked for them on the pistol. Just a faster approach, looking to fight for the CT control, which can definitely win you rounds, but it's not looking good initially. Brokey able to find 2 quick ones with the AWP flash through for more, but now he's going to be solo. Elige with that flash. ZTR seems to be aware of his position, and the timing could be a huge itch for them. But Elige knows. Yeah, he's threaded the needle. A minute on the clock. Bomb down towards default. ZTR, it's going to take a whole bunch of cooking.
Yeah.
But it doesn't even get started.
Every single player that you need to sort of show up is here already for FaZe. Consistency across the board from what we can see already. Brokey hitting some good shots. Frozen sharp, Elige aware. It's going to be tough for Gamer Legion to respond. 1 round left in the half. Pause to come through. Again, just time for a conversation. They got to have enough money. Utility might be short just on Slend from what it does appear. Same with ZTR, but definitely enough to convert a 6th if they are playing their cards right. But 7 definitely seem on the trend here for FaZe.
A 6th on the T side would taste ever so sweet here for GL. But let's see what FaZe are going to be able to bring to the party other than the double AWP. Carrigan even picking one up. That is something you don't see every day. But maybe
why not?
If he does activate first here, because Brokey's currently in a very rough position, jumping, hoping that he can dodge those bullets and needs a helping hand to get out of the nook at underpass. He's staying. He hung around too long. He's dealt with. Rez spams him through after the 3rd magazine is emptied. And now with the man advantage, it's looking pretty good for GL to just pop on Carrigan.
He is deep, isn't he? Not exactly a recoverable position. And we do see the rotation starting to be pulled over from Frozen as well. Carrigan just keeping that trained eye. How long are they going to hold this one? When will they swing? When will they move? That's going to be the question. Now the smokes start to pop up towards mid. Carrigan actually pulling away at the most opportune time. It's going to work out for him. He's gone a slightly deeper line, but he's back in there. Just wants to get that smoke up short. There it is. Narrowly misses the shot. Now he has to get moving back towards the side. Does get tagged up, but it's ZTR to hold the cross. Gets it done. Frozen in an awkward line here. Elige does pick up Rez in the process, but now as they move towards market, PR gets another, and this should be an impossible round for FaZe. Rain left alone in a 1 versus 4 Mac. I do not think this one is going to be happening here. Slend already in market. They do rain down Fury on towards the big man himself in the markets, and that is enough. It is going to be Gamer Legion recovering nicely with a 6 tied scoreline, but obviously it's going to be a big test on towards that CT side into the next half.
GL incredibly happy with how the half ended for them. Carrigan, maybe not so much. I thought Unk still had it for a moment after missing that shot and making it out onto site. He had some smooth moves there, but unfortunately wasn't able to hold it down, and short was an issue. But look, don't have to worry about that. No, it's time for them to flip it to the T side and be on the offensive themselves. Ooh, look at this move. Slend sneaking his way to sandwich. And with Torsen taking point, this could be a nice little trap set up for the right side smokes and the pop out of Pal.
Really could. Forced off the line. Great set of flashes to start to make a little bit of a move, but that's a good shot there from Torsen. Slend also looking straight onto Brokey. Will he be able to pick up 3? Oh, beautiful stuff there from Slend. Straight hands off the mouse and keyboard. He is up and about. What an opening pistol here for Gamer Legion.
That was huge. That was nasty. And that was, as GL said, coming back from the break. Nice! Let's watch it again, huh? 2, 3. Oof, that third one was insanely sharp.
Very quick to it.
My lord. I saw the trap set up and I was like, this will be good. I didn't think it would be that good. That was just nasty shooting. But GL taking both pistols now, and if they can find some momentum here nice and early on the CT side, then FaZe could be in trouble.
Another one of those slow ones, eh? Glock Train packing it in towards unders for now. Just holding to see if any aggression will come through from Gamer Legion, but typically, just hold on, wait for them to come to us. We're in no rush. Got the whole day. Got the whole evening. But this evening does lead to a qualification. Certainly an important one to determine who's going to get into that arena. Of course, as we talk about A-Stream, we won't give any spoilers, but as to what the current game is going on, it's Maus versus the Mongols. So that's just a nice little sort of run for them to see who's going to be making it in towards the semi-finals. As we know, top 6 teams of this event will go in. The latter qualifications do fare with the quarterfinals rather, on the Friday. Then into the semis on the Saturday. And then, of course, the Cashers and the grand final on the Sunday. Hope to see you all there in Rod Laver Arena all 3 days, cheering on, doing your blessed. It's going to be a cracker.
Speaking of crackers, that was the perfect anti-eco. GL not losing a single individual, and will afford themselves a nice little bonus with the MP9s, 2 of which still there. Not really too much heavy utility invested for GL. Most things checked. But, ooh, okay. An aggressive maneuver. Alige seems to be aware and ready that this is something GL throw, but couldn't find the second man. Good damage. And now we'll see if FaZe are able to adapt off the back of that info.
Really slowing it down now. Frozen, hoping that they will have Slend come straight into his crosshair. But for now, it's just PR falling away. Playing a little bit of that rotation as Carrigan goes fishing down towards the side of B. But will he be able to come up stumps, or will there be something for him? We'll have to find out. Bomb back towards middle, though. PR, or if he can spot something here, it could be pretty large and in charge for him. But I think they're going to start to march their way out and contest. He's straight off the line.
I thought he got spotted for a moment, but it will just be the B-split utility thrown. FaZe going 3-1 with the single player coming up short on the split. And ZTR just a HE to try and get some damage, but an MP9 at this position is, well, has the potential to be successful if anyone runs his direction, but still yet to be seen. PR just trying to draw attention away from his van member, and the info won't get relayed in time. It's the bullets from the AKs that do the talking.
A little chatterbox. Yeah, for Slend and Torsen. Not really a hell of a lot they can do here. We'll just have to consider the save, try to play those exits, strangle down. They know the economic situation for FaZe ain't going to be looking too pretty. Down all the way to bare bones of that financial situation. So they should be able to exit. But again, just depends on where they go. Looking to clear up short will be Carrigan. Frozen and Brokey likely to join the party as well. So the captain has called the right decision here to get them all out of dodge nice and safely. That's a good response here from FaZe. Certainly keeping this one close and interesting, exactly where it needed to be, Mac. We couldn't have this series go any one side. Has to be straight down the middle, nice and close. I want to see 3.
Nice little reaction there from FaZe. But as mentioned before, GL, they were okay to lose that round. Clean from the previous, but this is the one that matters. Round 16. Put a pin in it and remember it. 1-4 split. And it looks like FaZe are going to go more aggressive early on towards the A side of things. GL, more important for them with nothing left in the back pocket. And it's going to be a flash forward. No one here at mid, but info has been gained. And PR now realizing, hey, no one's here. They got to be hitting something.
No further information in towards apartments, though. So where do they gamble this, Mac? They pulled off short now. Surely sending one into apps to try and gather that a little bit of additional information, but surely the barrage of smokes out A now might give them some sort of an inkling. Now walking out main, it's going to be Torsen getting the opening, tries to hold down that spray. Will he be taken? Yes, Carrigan gets the response, but look at Rez hiding in the smoke, but he's not going to strike a leash. We'll take him down, and Brokey to find one through Ticket as well. No movies for you, my friend. PR, ZTR, last left standing, and well, save number 2. The Battle of Counter-Strike will deliver again. But it's FaZe Clan tying up the scoreline here, Mac, 8-8.
Unless cheats get enabled. And PR, ZTR, both no clip across and defuse the bomb from underneath the map. Imagine. It could happen.
Just like this.
But fortunately,
exactly.
We have competent admins that don't leave cheats on by accident. So that would never happen here. And FaZe is going to be happy as Larry with 4 alive at the end of that one. All tied up. And look, the best thing that happened in the round there for GL is that they managed to get away with 2 guns. Round loss bonus. Not quite the best for them. So we probably won't see a reinvestment around it. Maybe just a purchase down to even things up. Torsen hedges his bets with some Kev and tossing across some 5-7s. Picks up that smoke. But what can you cook with this recipe?
Yeah, if they had a little bit more, you might have thought it might be a little tiny bit extra of the convincing nature. But no Kevlar on 2. Certainly does make it a little bit more tricky. Not an opportunity to pick up some of those dropped weapons if they are available. So PR and ZTR just need to be relied upon to try find some sort of an opening in this round. But for FaZe, they're happy with their investment into mid, leaving Rain at the top to just sit and play observer. Shout out Swanky one time. Rotating all the way back around now towards A. Side is open, just with PR to find the spot.
FaZe really patient in their approaches. Just wanting to find some kind of information. Rain incredibly solo, but will flash his way to safety. GL not pouncing on the opportunity to potentially find that AK. Worried that maybe there was more members lurking in the corners, lurking in the shadows. A-site going to be good for FaZe to get this
PR.
one planted, although, yeah, you say that, and PR is going to be able to find Rain towards mid, over towards CT with the flash. The timing of the swing couldn't have been worse there for Elise. Takes one anyway, and at close range, Brokey needs to get the job done. Certainly runs away with it. 3 quick ones. Nice little anti-ecos, but steadies the ship that could have quickly gone a bit wavy.
Brokey certainly not AFK in this map. Mac Daddy-O, he is looking good, nice and sharp. It got a little bit dicey there. Lige finding the one in towards CT. It was a really good flash, but Brokey just lines them up, and Carrigan to close on to PR. So the second those 2 rifles get dropped, there is less pressure. And hey, Mac, whoa, Jesus, I've never seen the man so up and about. It was just full of emotion. This is what happens when you contain it for so long, right? It releases in waves.
There's a lot in the tank, a lot to give. And if there's anything that, you know, I can give to this round, it's that how the hell did Carrigan get up short so quickly? Rez
Rain.
saying sorry for not quite making his way through that smoke in time. But yeah, Rain going to be able to find him, ZTR as well. Not aware that Alicia was all the way out there looking over the top of Van. And this smoke just making things painful for GL to deal with what is coming around the corner here. And there's going to be a few more FaZe members. In the meanwhile, Rain has also lurked his way to market. Angles didn't look good. But the Pinocchio, the nose peeking around the corner, just drawing attention away, and it allows Slend to activate for 3 probably really good kills. T2.
And I love this. The just immediate hands off the keyboard, roll back of the chair. Give me a high five, boys. Dap me up. Another big round from Slend with the 3K. As he threads the needle nicely. Rain did a good job of keeping Rez interested. But yeah, this was very, very quick. The awareness on Rain, knowing that he made his way through the mid window. And yeah, Carrigan just hands on the head, but he'll pump the boys back up and keep them entertained. 9-9 on the scoreline. It's a good game so far of Mirage. Very much a game of tug of war. The proverbial battle here. But that's going to be PR. This time, Carrigan not allowed to find anything, Mac. They've learned their lesson.
Let's see if they can write a few of their own, though. Molly forcing Torsen out of con. Smoke to answer for GL. And FaZe allowing Rain to lurk it up at mid again. With the other 3 just joining the pack. Brokey lining up the market window smoke. Rain drawing attention away with noise at mid instead. And it looks like it's going to be a one-pronged approach. Only ZTR here with an A1S to try and hold, but he will be swiftly joined by Rez, who's all on the rotation. Drop sounds already communicated, and ZTR won't be able to hold on for long enough, but Rez arrives in time to trade. And with the numbers, it looked good. Elige, though, hitting heads left, right, and center. But the bomb now down, I believe, on the balcony, jumped up, picked up. Elige chunks down, and barely survives on 1 HP to get that planted.
Yeah, somehow making that work, doesn't he, Elige? Convincing position. But now as it settles onto this 3-on-3, Torsen playing a watch. It's just going to be eyes onto both Frozen and Rain, the healthier members. One at bench, one at the apartments, charging rent up there will be Rain. And now Rez, as he looks to clear out Africa, he does move out. But again, it is just going to be how long can Elige stay alive? Can he get any damage done? Information gathered, but he's traded, taken, Frozen now to try and hold the line. Rain will find Torsen in the process. It's all left onto Slend. They will peek, they will give it to him, but Mac, they're out of time. Well and truly, no chances for Gamer Legion. Slend will have to just go packing, hopefully enough money in towards the next. They'll be able to fashion something, but it is FaZe taking the lead back. And man, I tell you what, if Gamer Legion lose this next one, it could be all over Red Rover.
Bro, I thought that was Frozen with the spray transfer on those 2. But it was Rain snatching the short player away. Could have been a nice little highlight. But alas, it's a round. And that's a pretty good highlight. Especially if you can convert Mirage and give yourself the confidence that you only need 1 more map to secure a game in the playoffs in front of the best damn crowd in esports.
There's a reason they keep coming back to Australia, Mac. We'll keep on reminding him every single time, won't we?
Slend has been so solid with the AWP so far, and he's the only one bringing this in from the previous. So they really have to allow him to be that tip of the spear, and he is trying. He is hoping that he's sharp enough to hit this. Oh, feet spotted. But I don't know if the shadow has gone back the other way. There is so many members here just tossing utility around, and I don't think FaZe are aware of the close contact. Although Torsen left solo, doesn't get hard cleared. What's going on? It's a battle of timing. And this time it goes Gamer Legion's favor. Slend, the hook, will bait a couple of big fish, but won't be able to snatch him away. And there's still more numbers here. PR, tucked under the balcony. Double shot from Dark, but goes for the switch, and the man has lost it. Too greedy to try to get the Galil in hand.
Oh, the setting's on, Mac. He's taken the Galil immediately out. The Deagle might have been able to do the job, but oh man, I'm feeling it for Slend right there. You know, Torsen finding the opening pick, not hard cleared by Rain. And in the end, it's going to give them just enough time. Oh, there it is. Yeah, picking up that weapon. Might have switched to it himself, who knows. But it was so quick, and it's over in that moment. They are going to have another buy into this, of course. 4,400 in the pack pocket for ZTR to try and make a decision on how they want to try and get back into this, because, yeah, money's still not fantastic for FaZe either, is it? It's been too damn close these rounds. There's certainly a huge opportunity there, but Slen just had so many angles to watch. Picks the wrong one, only gets one before he is traded. And now they are looking down the barrel of potential fight for overtime if they're unsuccessful here. FaZe don't look super confident, though, in themselves, despite the lead. Just going to get a little pep talk and see if they can continue this momentum.
Targeting mid initially. Molly missing the mark. Maybe intentional, just to make sure that no one could face with the two-man push from unders. Won't read too into it. But we are going to see FaZe try and plop a Liege into window very early on. And there is a gaping hole at jungle, which he's found. Rez, does he turn around at the right time? He will. Beats a Liege to the punch on the Beyblade game. Gets knocked out of the little battle arena. And now with the man advantage, Gamer Legion are in the best position to find themselves a 10th here. With Slend, he somehow whiffed that, somehow missed it. But the trade game is good. ZTR out on an island, and he will be crunched upon in a moment. The nade, good enough to do it, but Rez arrives in time. And this is looking good for Gamer Legion. But FaZe, what can they do here? Oh, Frozen gives us the answer straight away.
On for the ace here. He wants to let it rip Mac, proverbially. Frozen with the 3. Rez now getting that nade in. Gamer Legion, they of course want to try and go for this, but they are already starting to run out of time. No kits in hand. Can't remember if one was dropped down earlier. Torsen now getting into that position. If he can spot Brokey here towards the bench, as he does sit in jail now. Spotted out. It's going to have to be on Frozen. Needs the ace to clutch this one out in the 1v2. He's managed to slip the net on the smoke, but how much time will he have? It's enough, but they get onto this defuse. It will need to be the full stick, and I think Frozen has just done it himself. Can he pick up the ace in the process as well? It'll be 12 for FaZe. It absolutely will. Never count the man out. He's got the job done for FaZe. Beautiful stuff from Frozen.
Bro, I thought I heard him burn. It's okay.
Nice little bit of insight and a stellar ace. The round already confirmed, but it's just a nice cherry on top, isn't it? Gets that confidence going, pads the stats, and so far Frozen having a great game.
We love you, Forsen.
GL looking to put high priority on mid, but FaZe are not in the vicinity at all. It's a faster approach. Brokey looking to sell the fake, smoking the molly, flashed in just with that Mac 10. But he won't be given a thing, not a morsel of information. And where do they go from here? Rain.
Close this one now for FaZe would be massive.
Triple con. Not something you see every day. Especially on a round with as much on the line as this one. Rain will be collapsed upon, and with him falling, we might see the go button hit from Brokey of all people. Frozen at the top of mid as well, drawing attention away, but the bomb we know is in PAL. So how do FaZe play this out with a man disadvantage?
So separated, aren't they? Of course, just trying to sell the fake here over towards B will be Brokey, but they've pulled away completely. If he could find a little bit of timing, maybe there's something worthwhile here, but the rotation, it's ready from Gamer Legion. They're going to have to activate here. What does Frozen have in hand? Nothing, no utility, so it's going to have to be a dry walk out. Carrigan does have the molly, a single flash. If they spot something towards Ticket, maybe there's an opportunity here, but Elige just has to do it dry. On towards the position now, Frozen. Trained eye towards that location. They are going to be able to get the bomb plant here, Mac, but is there any utility to bank on down? No, it's just the Molotov to keep them bare. Time is ticking. Opportunity for Gamer Legion to get back into this, but Brokey starts to activate.
He's on the wrong side, and it might be a little bit too late. The other boys have to hold from the front side, and Elige gets mollied into the open. Carrigan, what you got for us? Spray transfer attack works! Going to be able to find two out of nowhere. The trade from ZTR, there's no kit there, and there may not be time, as long as Frozen stops him, but he won't. Tapped again, Brokey. Crawling under the pressure, but does he have the time?
Oh, no way!
With a second.
Jesus! What a round from ZTR, the 1v3 clutch. The fact that he swings out on towards Brokey there, who was, a little bit late to the party. He brought beers, but unfortunately, I think he dropped a few on the way. That is absolutely nuts here. What a clutch from ZTR to keep the boys on the track. They managed to make it work, and they've had to immediately call for a pause just to try and settle. Jeez. They've broken something. You can just see Frozen dejected as hell.
Looked like
Can we just wrap this one up, boys?
GL issue. Someone might have, unfortunately, thought it was all over. Might have been that guy on the screen. Who knows?
It may have been.
We can speculate all we want. Twitch chat, are we right? Was Slend out of there? Was Slend leaving the vicinity?
Yeah.
But fortunately, we are still gaming.
Back, I love gaming. I'm having fun again. I mean, I've said this every single day. Maybe first map, first half starts a little slow, but then we get activated. It's a beautiful day to be a Counter-Strike fan across the globe. Everyone's going to start waking up soon. We've been up for a while. Slend gets that jump up towards short, now clearing. It is going to be the full mosey over towards the side of B here for FaZe early, it does seem. But of course, the thing that we haven't mentioned is, that broken economy. They've had to full save to make sure that they can try and close it in regulation.
And there it is, the mid-round call. FaZe just with the Glocks. Looking to go strength in numbers. Trying to dead ball out. And look, you put the only gun that could do that in front and it hits. That may have been the only plan. Let's see if it pays off.
There's no one here, though. That's the only thing, right? I suppose they are going to have to swing around in towards it, but Carrigan's picked up PR, Mac. I don't want to start to sing a bit of a smelly tale, right? It just should be silly. Of course, it should never work out.
No, never.
They've got enough utility to try and deny it. Elige will be taken down in the flames, and surely Frozen's going to get his head ripped off by Rez, of course. Okay, we can calm down. No Oblivion today. It's just going to be a 3K for Rez, and we're going to need all the regulation here. Could be a potential sniff at overtime for Gamer Legion if they play their cards right. We'll have to determine if they can keep their composure.
All the way to the end of regulation. And it is Mirage. We love a bit of OT. And look, I'm happy to have as much Counter-Strike this evening as we can. Because both these teams want it. I think a 2-0 would not do it justice for either of these budding playoffs selections.
Not at all. You can stay up late, right? What time's your flight? Are you flying tomorrow?
I paid $100 to change my flight 3 hours later, so I could have some sleep tonight. So.
Mamma mia. I wasn't wise enough. Mine's at 7:15 in the morning.
That's the exact same time as my flight, Mitch, because I'm 3 hours. Is it 3 hours ahead now?
True.
Or am I 2?
Nah, 2 hours.
Okay.
In. Alrighty, well, last-ditch effort here for Gamer Legion to see if they can continue to Mirage. And they've walked down mid. They've actually managed to find the timing. I don't think Slend is aware. Rez able to find the opening here. Oh, Mac, it's happening. Elige able to find the response back quickly. But what's the timer going to look like? Elige finds another. He slipped the net. He spotted the head. But he's got to be careful. They've got to clear this memory and connect to Torsen. Will take 2. Done and dusted. Frozen now. Out main. He's been the clutch man before. Can he do it again? He spotted the AWP of Slend. But Torsen going to walk into connector. But he only baits it just for a quick second. The flash is over the top. He's been legged in the process. Has to engage again, but the kill switch will not be hit. Frozen just continuing to watch that line. Torsen gets the nade up, but it doesn't go the distance.
Look at the respect.
CTR in jungle. It should be A-OK, and it will be. Overtime does commence. Mac Daddy-O, we are going the distance.
Job's not done. Great way to lock it in as well. That bomb goes down, and Alige, he did so much work initially, but just a fault, a lapse in judgment. Not clearing that corner. Not thinking maybe there's another one still. Put the pressure on mid. And GL makes the right call at the right time.
Oh, Carrigan.
Oh, yeah, you want that, though. You want it done in regulation. Now they've got to do it all again, and there's guns in every one of these rounds.
Absolute cinema. It's what we hope for in a series like this. Qualification and elimination point. A team that's really itching to get a playoff in Game of Legion after missing the major. And of course, FaZe, a namesake. Rain, great opening here. Dropping PR, a pivotal piece who has been a little bit quiet in this map. You know, everyone's been talking him up this competition. 4v5 early.
FaZe has been quite dominant towards the middle area in that second half. But yeah, GL just making some slight adjustments, winning some crucial rounds. Now we got to pump towards the A site. With the man advantage, Slend, not smoked off just yet. And, oh, has a missed opportunity. Shots on Frozen, who's just jumping, spotting, trying to get all that information and pass it across. But it's going to be AWP for AWP. Brokey taking Frozen down, or taking Slend down, rather. And Torsen hoping he can find something with a bad CT smoke. But FaZe still strong on the numbers and still perfectly in some solid post plants. Planted default, Torsen flicking around, hoping he can isolate the fights, which he does well.
Flank, Mac, flank, ZTR. Oh, he's ready for it, Carrigan. So aware. And Torsen, unfortunately, is going to be booted out of the server. Vote kick for the man as he does creep back into jungle. Obviously, they've got the money, but he wants to take that AWP. He can hit E and cruises back towards the market with his bag full of groceries. But he's run out of time to cook his meal prep. Will not happen today.
Oh, well, you thought he was buying food he had to cook? He's just got that $10 Woolies chook, mate.
Should have.
Oh, good protein. We know GL. They are fit individuals. They are high on the bicep scale for all players in the tournament. Although, I dare say, Rain on the other side makes up for every single one of those Game of Legion members.
The Nordic god.
A lot of strength in that Viking.
A pillar in real life.
All right, window smoke and top mid. But FaZe... Rain will have a helping hand in Brokey this time. Flashed in towards the tap side, and Carrigan make an early noise at unders, but hold that thought, Frozen. Looking to put some pressure towards that A main setup. Game of Legion have done this a few times where they love to just get fancy on one of the A extremities. Look to take that ramp control, but this time fended off. And FaZe just hitting that pause button.
Slan just shotgun AWPing up close with no HP to do it with. Just going to have to get straight back on towards that line. Frozen sitting, waiting for his teammate in Brokey to rotate around now. Nade goes in. They are starting to clear. They might be able to get onto that line, but Frozen opens up nicely. Torsen goes down. Slend, pressure is on. The Molotov will give them some additional time, but he crosses out and he's got past it. Frozen, another. This man wants the game to finish and finish immediately, but look at Rez. He's got into Connector. He's found Carrigan, but Frozen also taken down by PR. There he is. We've been waiting for this man to activate now, Mac. Rain has to try get it done. Rez dropped inside Connector. Back to a 2-on-2 here. Bomb moving towards the side in the hands of Brokey firmly. 35 seconds left on the clock. And with both these members coming through jungle, just like Tarzan, they're going to walk out quickly. Brokey, nice open plan here, Mac, but both members doubled up. Buddy system activates. Brokey on towards that line. He shots the elbow, but no, he misses it now. PR over the top. Rain to try and clutch, but he's dinked in the process. Has to fight the 1v1. He buys himself some additional time. The clutch minister who have to be a veteran inside the server. ZTR just waiting in his own head. Patiently jumping up, looks high. And now Rain can just slowly walk it away. There is no time. The nade goes up to just buy himself a little bit. Peppered down. And I think he's got it. Rain will be able to close out the round. It's going to be so bloody close. I don't think he's got it. He does! He does! Oh, Mac. How does this keep on going?
Well played from GL. Rain doing almost everything, but there's a second in it in the end. and he just doesn't quite do enough. Brokey missing. I wouldn't say it's the easiest shot in the world, but I wouldn't say it's the hardest. Just a missed tight shot and forced into the open. The protocols up until that point were great from both FaZe and Game Allegiant. Both deciding to group up, cover each other, make sure the plant was down, and then also go for the trade in the end. But it's a faster approach FaZe. They have hit the accelerator straight to the floor. PR, he is swinging wide and looking to catch FaZe, but they love a fight. They love to go aggressive in these situations. But they will be peppered down. Both wounded and waltzing away. Elige allowed back into the ramp and still in the round with a shot, but it's going to take a miracle.
Do love this approach from ZTR, though, trying to cut them off. Minute 15, they've got plenty of time to make a decision on to where they want to go. But after being flooded out from Sandwich, they're going to just take their time. Brokey repositioning in towards Palace now. Just a single flash in both of these players' hands. What can they make it work with? Slend, sole member on that line. They've had to split up so far, but again, the information gathered by ZTR. If he chooses, he can already start to call that flank. But Game Allegiant are primed to try and close this round here, Mac. Creeping out main now. When will he watch the cross? When will he peek in towards that line? Looks like Rez is setting himself up for a peek from jungle. I think he's actually got the information onto Brokey as well. Now Slend posted. Molotov out towards jungle, but the rotation's already coming around from Rez, Mac. This is going to be a toughie.
Oh, strikes true. And that'll be the bomb down in an odd position still. The CTs. Oh, okay, Elige. 1v3, 10 seconds to plant. And starts to strike through ticket. But we're swapping the halves with GL in the lead. 14-13. The man advantage more than enough to get it across the line. And the patience for that flank to activate. Just to make sure it looks that little bit easier.
Really good response there, isn't it? You know, such a nice opening from PR. As I said, he has been a player that many have chosen to highlight about how good he could be. And he was a little bit quiet in the start here, but the impact frags are really starting to come out. Every single member of Game Allegiant activated. Similarly could be said for FaZe, but it's been Frozen and Lige, the heroes trying to close it. Brokey also there in the conversation. Now Slen, look at this, getting all the way up, narrowly missing the head. No free haircuts today for Papa Carrigan.
Elige as well, looking to abuse this smoke. The Game Allegiant have thrown it mid. Using it as cover initially, but GL playing slow. They don't want to be going down without being tradable. And I liked that setup with the incendiary unders. Slend gets left solo. In the meanwhile, ZTR has made his way back towards T-spawn to re-smoke window. But with FaZe playing in front of the smoke, they're going to be happy as Larry to keep on brawling. That brawl might be imminent.
55 seconds left now, so they have burnt down a fair bit of time. As ETR starting to get in towards position here. Brokey just firmly trained eye on towards that top mid position. The jiggle from ZTR, when's it going to start to come out here? There it is, the shoulder, but he goes straight back in, and Elige double up towards underpants. He makes it work, he drops them. And now, as they start to march their way out over the top of stairs, Rain will deny, and PR, he's going to be looking for it. The paparazzi are all out to get him here this time round. They're going to have to try and manage it, but that is a clean sweep here from FaZe. Nicely done. Good recovery here in the first round of the second part of OT1.
Did you mean to say underpants?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
That was the regular call.
Okay. I was just wondering where your brain was if that was an accident. But look, bomb went down and the round got so much easier for FaZe, and we're going to need a few more rounds to split these two. 2 more at least, if not another whole set of OT. And we see GL calling their timeout now. Ash wants a say into the adjustments he'd like to see made.
Just teetering on a knife's edge, isn't it, for both these teams? I feel like one good push could close out the map entirely. Final 2 rounds of this overtime, 1st to 16, as all you beautiful people watching along at home know it. Money's good. Everything is settled. But they'll need to double up here unless we've got overtime at number 2 on the cards. Now marching straight up mid. Slen is going to go for the opener. Just tickles the tootsies though of Frozen, who will be able to find it back immediately. Now they have to pick up the pace here, Mac. Looking to get out. It's Rain who will open up onto PR. Torsen though. Rez, they find the trade and ZTR over the stairs. Drops a Liege down. Frozen again low from the earlier exchange. This might one be impossible for FaZe to try and recover.
Bro, that was just complete overpowering. GL going, screw it. They're playing for mid. We're taking A right here, right now. And there was nothing that FaZe could do to stop that. The rifling call from GL. Just farming up a Storm, one apiece so far. And now we need Frozen to put on his big boy pants. Carrigan as well will be left last alive. And that nade gets the job done. Finished in the end. But the molly burning and disrespected will be enough to take Carrigan down. GL, their map pick.
And their map point. Was not expecting this one to turn the way it did. Of course, FaZe, they set themselves up for success to try and close this map. But unfortunately, Mac, they are choking a little bit. We've seen Carrigan imitate that in the past. Previously joking, but this time it feels like a little bit realistic. Again, as we said, this was Game of Legion's map selection. But FaZe is certainly not one that's inexperienced across this map. So they're just really talking it out. You start to see it get a little bit more intense. Frozen trying to get some pep in the boys' step. Whereas Coach Ash is calm and collected.
Yeah, it looked like they were having a good conversation, just ironing out whatever seems to be going wrong. Everyone having their say into how they want to play this one. And it looks like FaZe are expecting potentially a faster approach towards A. Early incent towards the ramp. Slend with the boost. Won't be able to find anything, but it's mid now where the pressure is built. Smoke from a Liege just to slow down a comp pump. But there's going to be a 1-4 split towards the A site. That's what they're looking at here. As Torsen just goes for the slow re-clear on Pal in the meanwhile. It will just be boiling down to how this utility gets used. And that's a nice read from FaZe. Just starting to rotate the smokes at Con. Will delay the hit from GL. 3 players ready to go straight up on a flash on a moment's notice. Selend with 2 of them towards the top of mid. Re-smoke there. Smoke about to clear at Con. We're about to have some action.
I think we are. This could be another overtime, Mac, or it could be the clear. FaZe are certainly set up for success, but can Gabe Legion overwhelm them? Last time they took the gloves off, there was a winnable round prospect. Now Liege onto the line, not clearing stairs. Oh no! Rez does get the trade, Mac. There's an opportunity, but there's Carrigan and Rain from the jungle side. Rez gets another, maybe picking up the pieces for the team here, ready to clear out the sandwich, and he does it. Bomb still dropped. That's the only concern here. It is in vision of old mate from the other side in Brokey. It has to be Rez to try and be the clutch minister. He would need to be on for the ace. What Frozen did before. Now Brokey inside the smoke. He's got to buy the time. If they go for this fight, but it's the dunk, and we do go again. Brokey perfectly timed nade from the 3-point line. We go again.
From downtown, and FaZe are still living in this matchup. 15 apiece. And we go again. One more OT to try to split the difference between these two. And I'm loving what I'm seeing round after round. I thought Rez might have been cooking for a moment there. But alas, too low. The HE, the shrapnel,
that
takes
dink.
him out.
Yeah. If Frozen didn't get the tag onto his head, maybe there was an opportunity for him to do it. He looked like he was going to try to take the duel towards Connector, but really, really nice heads-up Counter-Strike from FaZe to bring them through. Rez almost 30 frags now. It's just going to be a Liege spotting towards mid early. Obviously, no spot on the information. The utility does start to barrage down again, but same could be said from FaZe. It's a little bit of a slower default here from Game of Legion, Mac. Just waiting to see if any reactive Counter-Strike comes through. But Torsen just watching on towards that line. Brokey a little bit more passive towards the apartments here. Buddy, I love this game, man. So good. No one with a clear lead at all throughout the entirety of this map of Mirage.
Just brains going toe to toe. Different ideas. different counter strats. And we'll see who ends up becoming the victor. And this is only map 1 of the series. If we get a flop after this, I feel like everyone's going to be a little bit sad. But time will tell. And this job ain't done just yet. Re-smoke towards mid-window. One towards corner as well. Looks like we are going to see GL try and maybe feign themselves a B split. But Brokey's posted deep at Apps and he ain't seeing a thing. Molly towards ramp allows Rain to try and fight this. Getting real aggressive and looking to draw attention away from Frozen, but the crossfire's established and the Molly is doing God's work. Frozen yet to be seen, yet to reveal his hand. And there's a man across the top of him going for the transfer, but it's Elish to find the PAL player, and this is looking damn good. Phase the fuck up.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Mac. Nice resurgence there from FaZe. A great round to bring themselves into the lead once again, but the patience here, the Molotov from Rain to keep them begging. Frozen and Elish striking at the right time. There was so much trigger discipline there to not overstep, to not get overwhelmed. FaZe have had a great read towards A the last couple of rounds, and yeah, that hand sign certainly being thrown up.
Ooh, faster pump. Torsen beats the Molly. It has been heard by Carrigan, who drops the HE and allows Brokey to post from across at the market. All eyes on. And Carrigan able to be reactive off the back of it, but no one showing pressure at mid at the moment for GL. FaZe respecting it this time. A much deeper approach by all regards.
Patience is a virtue here, Mac. Real slow creep. Just Brokey on towards that line. Carrigan's going to now have to turn the tide a little bit here. They don't have a molly to try and slow this down, just a singular HE. And now a smoke to go in, but surely they are going to try and push in front of that now, or do they? They do buy some additional time, but they do start to creep down. Matt Carrigan caught with his pants down there. Gonna be awkward, but he does manage to get one. Will it be a second? No. Taken down quickly, but here's Brokey. Time to activate, my friend. All eyes on you. Slend on towards that line, but Rain still kicking. He does connect, and now it's back to the 2-on-1. Oh, man, Rain too far away to try and succeed into this one. Already Torsen up towards short. Might be able to pick him up before the round even continues, but if Rain can get this, if he can connect, no, denied. Torsen gets it back. Gamer Legion. They're just going tit for tat at this point in time, aren't they?
Yeah. Intelligent positioning there from Torsen. Heard him coming. Stayed on the off angle. Continued to jiggle and found what he needed. Nice attempt from Carrigan and Brokey to hold on. But again, Slend, patience with time ticking down. That pressure forcing the peek out from Brokey instead. And now we're tied up again, Mitch. A familiar scenario. 16 apiece. Last round of this half. We got FaZe looking to fight for mid this time. Gamer Legion not too far away and thinking about it as well, but they're going for this contact out main and the timing has favoured them. Brokey, aware of the first but not another, and might just walk into the crosshair for free. PR doing great work at clearing out the A site, but needs to find some more, and he'll do just that with a double. Elish to answer and a bomb on the ground, but where did GL go with this?
Yeah, there's a bit of panic, isn't there? A spot of bother, because look at the timing from Rez, the trigger discipline. Oh, Frozen looks back, has to strike whilst the iron's hot, and now they rotate all the way around. They've got time to make it work. The re-aggression from Elish and Carrigan. They clear this one out quickly. If they look to get this information, surely they'll be able to start to push down, and there it is, Elish tucking himself into the corner. Now Carrigan. Some good fundamentals here. The due diligence to make sure they do it nice and slow. They don't want to pick up the pace too early. But there it is. Surely the call starts to come out now. I love the respect being given by Gamer Legion. Could be aware that someone is maybe waiting, but now they just start to question themselves. You can see Elish is starting to panic a little bit. Carrigan going so slow. They're going to need to put down the foot onto the accelerator at some point, Mac.
It's such a risk when you're in that position as Carrigan. You don't want to make a move in case they were a main, but now they'll take a gamble. They'll take a risk with a faster flank, and that molly going down, it allows them to know that that's exactly where GL are going. Elish making the jump across to short to reposition. No one close enough to hear it. Oh, and the timing. Carrigan, has he spotted that? Is this a free before the equalizer?
Could very well be Mac, but he has to clear. He's gone below. Oh no! Slend, he's got the no-scope. Carrigan not clearing his corners. A veteran in the server and a basic fundamental missed. But he overlooks it, didn't quite get the spot. The timing doesn't favor him, and Slend will close. Gamer Legion take the lead back. They just need 2 more here to further their attempt in towards the playoffs, into the arena at Rod Laver.
Oh, he was scoped too. He didn't see him. Oh, catastrophic situation. And you've got to mentally reset moving into the next half. GL need just 2 to take Mirage. Lordy me. This is a game.
This is a great game, Mac. I'm seeing the chat there up and down. I remind you all that the loser of this series, ladies and gentlemen, they will go home. They will jump back onto a plane to Europe. The winners will be able to engage in the arena. And I remind you all, if you're not there, you're not living. It is going to be electrifying starting Friday.
Okay. FaZe. Back on the offense. And no holds barred. Rain going real wide, real early with the top mid smoke. Flash to support him from Brokey and another to come through. Timing good, but GL not quite aware that he's all towards the tap side. Gets a tap himself, but not the second. PR playing the buddy system, close to fight for mid. And they're happy with the pick. But where to from here? FaZe backing the hell up and making sure they don't give away any more picks for free. And it is just going to be that regroup towards A and hopefully win the trade out.
So good from Rain to just find that opening, but trade it out, of course. Buddy system working. Slendo finding Frozen. Now they have to activate Mac. The late lurk out from Carrigan. All reliance has to go onto Elige and Brokey, but Carrigan, he's taken by PR. And this could be one setting themselves up for map point. Gamer Legion, a prospect, a possibility. Elige gets low and close. Slend forced away, but Elige, he's managed to slip the wickets. He's done what he needed to do. The job already starting to commence, but look at this flank Mac. ZTR already getting around. They will have to push forward, but already the heads up counter-strike from Slend. He's waiting for the push. He knows there is a prospect. Brokey has to go deep, but now he has to start to clear a level of awareness as we do see ZTR go into Palace. It is going to be all onto timing, all onto a slither of mistaking here. Brokey misses a crucial shot and Torsen will take him. Now Elige in pole position to try and clutch this one out. It would have to be a massive 1v3 as the smoke will go onto the bomb, trying to get onto the defuse. There's one. He gets the Glock out, but will he be able to hit the shot? Will he be able to connect? No. And I think there is enough time. There absolutely is. Gamer Legion set themselves up onto 18. One more needed to take the first map of this series.
They figure out where he is thanks to the process of elimination. Everyone's come from everywhere else. And with that bomb planted open, there was a chance he got that going, but he didn't want to reload. And he ran out of bullets on that first spray. Unfortunate scenes for him. But GL fans are going to be happy with that. Insta window, as well as top mid. And a faster approach into ladder this time. We'll see if GL want to fight for short again. But the incendiary is going to force Brokey back towards that tap side. A similar situation to the last round for FaZe. Not really too much of a change up at mid. But the double setup in apps is looking to punish aggression. Slend ain't doing that though. Just posted deep from the balcony. And Frozen. Oh. Won't go with the initial flash. In with the second. And Slend in a rough spot, but he hits the shot he needs to.
Impact frags from Slend, isn't it? He's been hitting the ones that he needs. Elige now has to try and make this one work again. Smoke towards top of connector. The bomb will rotate around, but PR, look at him go, Mac. He's already cleared out A main. That is so much information. They know where they can go here. Where does FaZe choose to end this round? It's so awkward. This is where the panic starts to set in. The sweat on the brow of FaZe Clan.
That smoke fading. There's 3 next to him. How the hell do you play this, Mitch? Oh, Oh, and it's not gone well for the first, but the info there has been spotted. Bomb now deciding where it needs to go. Flank activating. PR. It's his moment to find the info, and the bomb's gone down to Torsen in the meanwhile. Needs to be retrieved with 30, and there's flames on it. Alige, he needs to save the day here. 1v3, 30 on the clock, and so many CTs to get past. The read was good, but the shot ain't it, and GL punish FaZe for hanging around a bit too long.
Oh man, it was 12-9, and then Gamer Legion recover. They take it to overtime, and then they take their opening map pick of Mirage here in the lower bracket finals. My word, they want to get towards this qualification. They really want to make their name inside the arena at Rod Laver down in Melbourne. But it's not going to be happening just yet. There is still another map to play, but that was great work from Gamer Legion. So much consistency towards the end. You could just see FaZe right at Death's Knock starting to get thrown into disarray there, Mac. They started to panic just a little bit, and it was enough to throw them. Slend, man, this round, and also just the amount of impact frags he was able to find. Rez was there. ZTR had some good moments, but that big flank from PR in the final round to close the door on this map of Mirage. We had everything in that map, and FaZe must be reeling.
Cinema. Absolute cinema. That's what we pay for these free live broadcasts. I hope you guys are entertained, because we've got at least one more map of that, if not more, and then another whole series before we send more of these teams down to Rod Laver Arena. Rez, needs to be said, man got that 30 bomb in the end, did a lot more in regulation than he did in OT, but everyone else definitely lifting around him. PR some moments, Torsen as well. Probably didn't speak about Torsen enough, to be fair.
Yeah.
And Slend with that opening on the orb, he was invaluable, absolutely invaluable there. FaZe did a whole damn lot too, but it just wasn't quite enough. And at least they have another map pick to try to make the reverse sweep happen. Lord have mercy. That was a lot. That was a lot of Counter-Strike, and we got more.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, those are the maps that you kind of dream for as a caster, right? You know, there was so much back and forth. It really comes down, like, there was a few 1v3s, 1v2s, you know, defuses that went down to 0.5, whatever. It's just crazy Counter-Strike, and an absolute treat for us all here to watch on through. But as Ed, like, it's not done yet. This is just the opening map here. FaZe teetering on elimination, which is just absolutely crazy to think about, right? A team that has been in that arena so many times.
Yeah.
They know what it looks like. They know how invigorating that crowd can be. And Gamer Legion, on the flip side, are one map away from feeling that.
And look, two individuals that we already spoke about, but let's have a look at their stats head-to-head are Alige and Rez. These two individuals, down to the bitter end, getting the job done on the rifles, and just really, it's all the experience, but it's also just the mechanics. Like, Rez has been such a crazy mechanical player for God knows how long, and Alige, you can say the same for him, but he's just, you know, since the whole refrag era, he's just been going even more crazy. And to know that he's got a higher sense too, that just makes it more impressive.
Yeah, nah, for sure. Oh, man. Again, Alige also, you know, really back up against the wall a couple of those moments, almost converted a couple of clutch situations that would have dragged the team forward, dragged them out of the ditch, but it was just a little bit too close, unfortunately. And again, some lack of clearing, lack of awareness in some of those moments where he didn't quite get the additional frag that could have turned the round around. Whereas Rez, yeah, he was just super impactful, finding some of those entries, just consistency, a couple of multi-frags here and there that just brought the rounds forward for the team of Gamer Legion. And as I said, if it wasn't for both of these players, we would not have ended up in overtime, let alone two. But yeah, Rez just a little bit better in this instance, Mac. A couple of really sharp shots to solidify some of these key rounds, but both these players with so much impact.
Yeah, impact, definitely the name of the game, but the job ain't done. And the thing is, both these teams had some pretty decent games, I guess, isolated on Nuke. You could say FaZe played that little bit better, and that's exactly why they picked into it. But I dare say I am so done with Mirage after that. Like, that drained me. And we were only one map deep out of a potential 5 more here on the agenda on the B stream. B stream, best stream, and we will be right back with more Counter-Strike on Nuke just after the break.
Shit. feel like you're a strawberry kind of guy.
Okay, bro.
Okay, chocolate. Okay, chocolate.
No. Stop guessing.
Vanilla, bro. You're okay. I respect vanilla. If there's two things in the world, and there's vanilla ice cream and strawberry ice cream, you're gonna take vanilla?
Vanilla.
Okay, I mean that's his favorite. I respect it. Shit. I feel like you're a guy who likes to fish.
I like to sleep.
You sleep a lot?
I like to sleep.
But it's not considered a hobby.
No, what I like to do in my free time. I was about to write, I play computer, but...
He plays chess.
Oh, chess? Oh, fuck.
He plays chess.
Fuck. Yeah, he's right. Put 1 point for him. Sleep doesn't count. Chess. Yeah. My brain didn't connect. I need to connect with you, you know, and I need to think what you're thinking. We need to get some points here.
No, Brocky, you go with the favorite one, okay? I think I know which one it is. I think it's Katowice 2022, fucking Brocky MVP beast.
Cologne.
I mean, I give it to you. That final was crazy you guys played, so...
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I would say somewhere in NA. You would go hang out with Eddie.
About Asia.
Bro! I thought about it, but then
I don't even know where.
I was like, man,
I was thinking,
it's hard to order food there as well and everything. I don't know if you would enjoy vacation there.
I have been to NA. Where would I go to NA?
I don't know, like Cali or something?
Yeah, maybe. Is it... fuck.
Bro, I'm not sure. You do a little bit of everything, I feel like.
Almost. Let's go, guys.
I was about to say, let's fucking go / let's go, because when this guy's getting pumped up, that's all I hear from right there. Hear me?
Oh, bro. Fucking ice cream seller. I just took your name, frozen, some ice cream, you know.
I would probably play some other game, if not serious. You say 2 maps, I go 2 maps as well.
What? Only 1 map?
Yeah, you can guess only 1.
Oh.
If you guess 1 of them, I give you a point.
Yeah, Anubis.
Sir, Anubis / train.
Yeah, I was thinking that one as well.
Shit, let's go. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Give some to his family.
Okay, yeah. But first thing I would throw a party, bro. I would instantly go celebrate. But that's the first thing I would do once I would get home. That's for sure.
It's easy?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes. Okay. I wrote 2 again.
I'll guess a dog.
/ turtle. Yeah. I have turtle as well. It's a pretty hard one, to be honest. Let's go.
I'll say Asimo.
Asimo?
Yeah. Wait, the skin? That's Doppler, bro.
Yeah, it's a hard question. I don't have any favorite skin. My own favorite skin is when they are destroyed by CS2. So.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, at least Emerald looks so.
Alright, Howie. What I'd like to do with you today is share some facts about your outie. Because your outie is an exemplary player. These facts should be very pleasing. Just relax your body and be open to the facts. Your outie is fond of films and owns many movies.
Could be able to get 1 or 2. Oh, it's comfortable for Rain. Locked out.
Your outie is strong and helped a group lift a heavy object. Your outie is a major MVP.
Just use his weapon, they're ready, but so is he!
I'm sorry, please try to enjoy each fact equally. That's minus 12 rounds.
Rounds?
These rounds will be deducted from your overtime bonus. Your outie loves animals and owned goats in their yard. Before a forced move inside due to the presence of a bald eagle. Because your outie sacrifices space and is not boosted by his rolls. Your innie must now aspire to reach your outie's greatness.
I know it might sound crazy. En's our captain now. And you know how he feels about European authors? Anyways, just translate exactly what he says. Exactly.
Exactly what he says. Okay.
910 will see us now. Okay. Come with me. Yo, 910, you get the DM?
Hey, if you want to talk to him, talk to me. So we understand.
Yeah, you are the translator.
Timo, чи орчуулагч?
What? Чи орчуулагч?
No, you're the translator.
Okay. I got the DM.
За, би мессеж авсан.
Би сонссонгүй чи ханилчлаа.
I didn't hear you. You coughed?
No, you're the one who coughed.
Okay, чи ханилсан.
Гүй чи ханилсан.
Stop saying I coughed.
No, you coughed when you spoke to 910. Anyways, don't worry about that. Remember, he can haul.
За, Мартин. Санаж байна уу? Энэ эст чадна.
Тэр эст чадахгүй.
No, he can't haul.
He can definitely haul. 100%.
Би яалчгүй эст чадна.
Гүй наач амьдралдаа эс авч үзээгүй шүү дээ.
He never had op in his life.
He's literally a fucking hopper.
Наач шууд утгаараа эс ч.
Гүй тэр бол IGL.
No, he is the IGL.
No, he's not.
Okay, тэр бол эс.
What the hell is going on? I want to speak to him myself. Ask 910 how well he speaks this language.
910-аас энэ хэлийг хэр ойлгодог вэ гинэ?
Би энэ хэлийг маш сайн ойлгож байна шүү дээ.
Obviously, he's fluent.
Well, what the fuck do we need you for?
Тэгвэл чи бидэнд ямар хэрэгтэй юм бэ?
Чи намайг ч дооцсон шүү дээ. Энэ угсаа амар тэнийг санаа гэдэг чи би уус мэдчихсэн. Чи тэр JK-сийг аваад эснүү байна уу хамаагүй бүгдийг зааж өгөх голны энийг хинч бүтээлээрээ тэгээд анааж яваарай.
So, what did he say?
He said he'll think about it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Melbourne 2025. Are we on the Wicked Wednesday, the final day of the group stage, before we figure out which are the final two or so teams to make it into Rod Laver Arena and play on Friday in the playoffs. We got teams going home as well, and who knows who that's going to be. But FaZe, they are one map away from being sent the whole way back to Europe and kind of North America for some of them. But either way, sent home. Not where you want to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Gamer Legion looking like they're coming back in with a vengeance, right? Not making the major. Obviously, they've got their fangs out on Wicked Wednesday. But as we line up in the nuke, right, that's a pretty hefty difference. Obviously, this is a map that FaZe has selected for themselves. They are very, very comfortable on it. We've seen big moments from this team across the years. So I definitely think Gamer Legion isn't, across the line just yet. They would have to take that momentum from the previous map, crush the emotions of FaZe and drag themselves forward. But I think the FaZe, they're a team at resetting between maps pretty well, Max. So I think it's, going to be continuing to be quite a close series.
Yeah, and they do have a little bit of footage to go off if they really were watching that Gamer Legion game earlier, which didn't go as clean, arguably, as what we saw for FaZe. Like, FaZe lost, what was it? Oh, actually, no, it was the other way around. FaZe lost 7 rounds on Nuke eventually. But Gamer Legion only lost 4. Complexity just unable to get themselves together. So this is a dangerous choice going into this one. Gamer Legion, obviously, I think they had to knife for sides, but here they get to pick it. And you better believe they're starting on the CT side. So we'll see what FaZe can do. Well, getting tested in that first half. They say they're going to be on the T side, and that the T side, it has been growing in, I guess, success for a lot of teams since the game is kind of leaning that direction. But both these teams, with the depth of their strat book, is where I feel like this is going to get incredibly interesting.
Yeah, definitely. So FaZe is not unfamiliar with pressure. And so far, their run into this tournament, they haven't really kind of needed to be tested yet, except for the, loss to the Mongols. It's been a relatively one-sided affair, Pain without Big Azira. It definitely got way too close for comfort. People were starting to put some question marks against FaZe there. But then once they go down to the Mongols, they murder 3D Max. So the fact that they've had to drop the knee here after Mirage definitely, again, applies that pressure that they will need to weather. But again, not unfamiliar with the Storm. Pretty sturdy captains.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation both the teams are in, because the question would be like, who needs this more? And given the situation, you would say Gamer Legion. Yeah. But with all of the scrutiny that FaZe has been under as of late, they kind of really need this win too. So it's kind of splitting the wickets on a question like that. And I guess we'll figure out who deserves it more, who actually wins. And that's going to be happening right here, right now on Nuke. Is the script a 3-mapper, Mitch? Someone in chat was just wondering.
Yeah, I think so. Look, Ancient would be a perfect test. I definitely reckon FaZe has the tenure to take Nuke, but whether or not it'll be comfortably, that'll be the question. I need to sort of test it, seeing how they get out of the gates immediately on towards this side of T. But I am, reading the script right now, and it's definitely called for a 3-mapper.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, congratulations, FaZe. You've already won the map. But let's see if they do it on the T side or the CT side and how the narrative plays itself out. Rez, probably going to be the first point of contact here over towards outside. Man loves to be in control. But how's this timing going? Clear in silo, spotting red, and oh, nobody dead just yet, but the info now in the hands of GL. Waterfall smoke allows Alige to get a little frisky with it. Going to wrap towards Unbreakable, but the 2 CTs that he has to fight now. Brokey has his back, but it's PR to strike true, and ZTR straight through the smoke is able to find at least a bit more mayhem.
Can Brokey slow this down? Gonna drop towards Secret. They've already got one member waiting. That's gonna be Slend. Not the AWP to hold on to, obviously, in this round. Just the pistol. But he does wait on the rafters, looking to actually jump onto the silo as well. Is he going to spot early on? He does tap away, but unfortunately, those legs, great shot onto Rain as he can twist the tides. It would have to be Brokey to go for the big clutches, Mac. You know that he can hit these, but he's taken. Torsen does connect. A little bit of a whiff there from Brokey onto the second. But look, he already had 3. How much more can the man do? Pistol goes the way of Gamer Legion. Great start.
They've gone every pistol this series now. Yeah. I think they started strong initially, then the second half as well. So it just goes to show that FaZe are still bringing the heat, especially on those gun rounds, because they're able to stay in the fight without winning these pistols, but they need to do something more here. They do have that AK in the hands of Frozen, who was putting on a performance for us, on Mirage at least. But where's he going now? Part of the packet outside. Alige looking for that 1 bullet pop potential with the dig in hand, providing the overwatch from Silo. And GL unfazed. They got Rez down in the halls already. Heavy defense towards the upper side, ready to rotate if needed. And Slend with the MP9 finds that there is an AK in the mix.
Just buying their time now. I think they've actually slipped the net here, getting towards that heaven position, but making a hell of a lot of sound. Slend now spotted. Frozen does have the helmet on, but that's a great shot from Rain, making a little bit of room up towards heaven. Now Rez trying to get back up. Carrigan has found Torsen as well. All of a sudden, this round is in favor of FaZe, but Rez waiting from the annex, able to find one, dropping it down, but ZTR also looking for more. PR's found another. It's going to have to be onto Frozen, who does have that AK. Bomb dropped. A little bit of an awkward collect as well, Mac. He has to go fishing here. Now they start to clear out. Both these MP9s could be the claws. They swing together, and it's PR to close. Nice little 2K. Picks up the AK, and that will send FaZe packing. No bomb plant here either. What do they even do?
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest detriments in the round is not getting that package down. Because if they did, and there was only 1 CT alive, that opens the gates for another force buy. Knowing that the CT economy can be fragile in those positions. But again, the trade game just so good. And fundamentally, GL, you can see that they are prepped, pracked, and ready, knowing exactly how they want to play these situations, this man advantages, stay close, trade out, and put themselves in as many positions to succeed as possible. This round, though, FaZe Not bringing too much heat, but they did get pretty close on Mirage a few times with buys like this, so we won't count them out.
Smoke blown open. Means Slend will find one, but Frozen makes quick work of Rez. Still going to be a very, very challenging round as they drop lower. ZTR has been spotted, looking to get that smoke down. It's going to be on this cross, though. Carrigan surely going to be felled by PR, absolutely. Again, it's only Brokey with the Kevlar and the helmet. Frozen just keeping watch over towards Annex. This, again, feels like a little bit of an impossible round for FaZe. But just with that one member, we do see the rotation, though, down Noah from PR, which should basically close the door. 45 seconds.
A safe jump peek. Info gained. Ooh, it goes back for seconds. But we'll dodge the pain of those Deagles. PR in a great position to deal with the door pump if they come out double. Ooh, and spots the push towards control instead. They're hungry for blood. They're looking for it. ZTR only good for one. And an MP9 could have been retrieved, but they got no idea that PR is poised and waiting. But now there's a space and time maybe in that smoke to get the bomb planted. XM hunting for kills at this range. It's not that effective, but Slend is there to lend a helping hand.
Still some pretty decent damage, though, Mac. If they were able to find that bomb plan, it really would have set themselves up for success in towards this next round. But Gamer Legion, solidify 3, 2 alive, money not perfect. So I think that's going to be their main call for concern into the round of 4. But nonetheless, rounds around. If they can establish some sort of response here, avoid getting broken, they might be okay. But Slend with that AWP now in hand, only Torsen taking the knee with the XM.
Yeah, other than that though, you hit the nail on the head. Financially, GL are not in a great place. Maybe looking for some loans soon. So this gun round, incredibly important. And with PR going down, one of your key pieces of the puzzle, that gives FaZe a whole bolstered confidence.
Happy with that opener, now slowing down the time inside lobby, waiting to see if there's any reaction to come out from Gamer Legion. Where's Slend? It's waiting patiently now. Little bit of a wraparound. Checking down lowers. Rain will find his way into Secret. Obviously, they've got one at the back of Warehouse in the form of Rez. And now they just creep back up, looking to take ramp control as a unit here. And just happy to leave Rain down below.
Off angle in the vent works wonderfully. And Slend striking lets them know that there's an AWP on lower. Boys, maybe we can pump that. Maybe we can trade it out. Because they know that he's going to be hanging around towards those double doors. But instead, FaZe have a sniff towards CT. Rez caught in transition. And things get even more awkward for GL. Torsen with an XM could pump Carrigan like it's nothing. One shot, couple of pellets to the head, and ZTR fast on the flank at Heaven. But how loud has he been? And no one's looking this direction. The other boys need to draw attention away. There's still Frozen on the rafters. This is the man that needs to be watching Heaven, and he will flick back in time with the cover. That should be the nail in the coffin for the round. But this nade could be big. Dodged. Oh, a little bit too much hurt on that ball. And unfortunately for GL, what could have been goes the other way.
Not Shane Warne today, mate. A little bit too much top spin. Oh, rough. Could have been a huge response there from Torsen to find that, but Brokey now drops Slend. Will find him. But they're both very, very low, likely not to survive. Maybe Frozen if he gets into position further. Okay, Liege also tucks himself in. Should be A-okay. Slend lives on with the AWP, so that's a journey towards destruction of this economy. But I suppose, you know, FaZe obviously don't walk away unscathed either.
Love a bit of action with the crocodile. But FaZe have entered the fray, and all it took was a couple of guns. GL buying back with a worse buy than before, but it is Nuke. And given the tools that they have brought to the party, there is still a chance for them to find solid impact. ZTR spotting the cross on the back left side of door, and Slend locks him in. Frozen, no more.
As the man who you need to see doing things with that AWP, 6-1 now is Slend. Walking through, ZTR really playing with fire here outside the door. Brokey will look to get that re-smoke down, but it's all going to be a matter of timing here. ZTR looks like he's actually chosen to pull away. Just still waiting inside lobby. Again, these close-range weapons, it's so awkward. FaZe don't really know where they want to take this. Once again, you know, Rain slotted himself down lowers, but Slen playing a different off angle this time from the other side events.
Full contacted outside. Bit of noise being made on that boost. I don't know whether Carrigan has heard it though. The Gamer Legion just shifting the pieces as it's all on Slend again, this time in a different position on the line, moving, still hits. The connection is great, and Slend wants to buy the time, but both men there will at least control the lower side and maybe have the space to plant, depending on if Rez can hold from that right side of ramp. Left as well, mollied. Great utility held till the bitter end, but ZTR is not going to be looked at. Will maybe pick a fight, but goes... or doesn't. He's just looking at the door. It's a great door. It's a yellow door. Elige, though, he's holding the door. And that's a little bit better. FaZe going to be flipping this around on its head. PR, 1v1, and Elige is that much better on the rifle. FaZe back for a second.
Was that a 2 versus 5, man? Sland able to find that shot, narrowly missing the second, goes to the repeak, and then Elige and Brokey absolutely open up the waterworks for Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
Upsetting position to find yourself in. Yeah, there you go, you know, crispy shots from Sland. Rez, yeah, it was a 2 versus 5. What a turn of the tides.
Tell you what didn't open, that bloody door. Was inspected well. But I thought ZTR had that on the timing. Just hesitated. Wanted the rest of Gamer Legion in positions where they should have been able to trade. But Brokey playing from an intelligent position to isolate all those fights he needed to. And now it's just a couple of pistolas for Gamer Legion, which gets dangerous because FaZe are on the edge of tying things up. Full A-site stack for GL. And Rain, he is hungry. We're going to get those gains with the Mackie in hand.
Chomping down.
Gentleman's agreement.
Stalemate. Who peeks first? Looks like it will be FaZe. Rain able to make quick work of ZTR. Good utility. He's done it solo. Elige will be there to support in the end, but Carrigan also opens up, so they make their way out the door nice and cleanly. Really good foundations there, just making sure they wait out the early game and then get it done. That smile, that damn smile. But nonetheless, FaZe, they've managed to tie it up here, and that's really good money there for Rain as well. Just lining the pockets. They're going to be in a pretty happy position where the same could not be said for Gamer Legion. No AWP up for Slend in this round, Mac. Just limited utility, no kits, and M4s across the board.
Let's see how they fashion this one. Red wall of smokes instead of diags this time. And FaZe have been enjoying going down through the halls. This time it may just be Rain on the mission with the Mackie. Expendable. I'm not going to make those info plays. Rez hearing everything as the drop goes down. And Slend will be tucking his booty at the back of... well, we call that garage in Europe. It's warehouse over here. But when I say warehouse in Europe, Mitch, people get confused. So it's Gary.
Nah, I was going to confuse it even more. Bunnings Warehouse. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Yep, good couple of snags. Yep. Make sure you get the onions. The onions are very good. Make sure you get a bit of bloody tomato sauce, not ketchup. We don't do ketchup here in Australia.
Still will never forget Heku Electronic going out there to run the sausage sizzle.
Pouring out
back in IEM Sydney 2023. Exactly right. Slend, he's pouring one out. But only the one. Elige does get the trade out quickly. Frozen from the door now, Mac. 45 seconds. It's really starting to tick, but that's PR diving his way in towards the lobby. Shocking. Brokey. Frozen, though. Can he get the trade? No. PR just continues kicking forward. ZCR dropping. It's all left on the Rain. He's got a lot of work to do here, but with only the Mac 10, unfortunately, it might be a little bit too tricky. Yeah, FaZe caught lacking there. What a push from PR.
Let's go. Let's go. Get her done. Rifling proficiency from Gamer Legion is looking good. Just had to,
I love him.
He just had to get the brain kicking, you know? It's not firing. The neurons, they need to be turning. Chat, how many neurons do you guys have? Type it in chat. Let me know. I don't know how many neurons are in a human brain, and I feel like you're the perfect specimens for us to figure that out. And then we'll figure out from that how many neurons Brokey just fired with the, what would you call that? Would the technical term be a forward finger? It was like a aggressive 10 finger tap. I've watched it back on stream. Didn't like that.
Oi, oi, oi. So back with another effort. FaZe have obviously put in some decent work here. 3 rounds on the trot on the T side, but Gamer Legion able to stabilize with a round advantage. Outside control, a little bit of awareness. No smokes down though just yet. Molotov to clear red. As Frozen just takes watch. Brokey now looking to see if he can peek in towards Garage. Nothing there though for now.
Great timing on that molly. But an incendiary sent the other way. So both teams having the similar idea and looking to fight around here, dink for dink, but the 8K hits harder, and that's going to be Hold's control with ZTR falling as well as Rez. Things getting awkward now. GL need to figure out how to get back into the round, and PR was hoping someone would walk into his crosshair here. Just playing from hell, hoping someone gives him anything. But FaZe are frozen. And with the smoke perfectly at Unbreakable, PR has to rely on pure luck and timing to maybe connect, and he'll do just that. Elish falls, and that could be an opening back in.
Got to drop down quickly though. Slen still keeping his eyes on ramp. Frozen though, baiting them out. Torsen does find that one, but they've shifted it back. Now heading over towards that top side, Mac. Slen does have to rotate through, and I think for them it's probably an immediate call to get out of dodge. No interest. Just a simple round for FaZe. It was a nice opening to the bank account. Even Carrigan dropping Slen there too, so no exit here. Oh man, the money. It is looking very dire for Gamer Legion. They are going to have to make a pretty rough decision. I guess you'll invest, but it's a volatile market.
Unk still got it. That flick was nice. Needs to be said. Carrigan finds his third in a stylish manner. But again, yes, that economy not looking good. PR with an AK in hand gives them a shot, a chance, a way to maybe find a fifth in the next. And we did get the results from chat. I think the majority of chat had 1 neuron firing in that frontal cortex.
Perfect.
So
that's all we need sometimes.
Here we go. And Brokey, we know he's got a very big brain, although I heard sometimes you might kill the neurons when you hurt yourself or like tap your head like that. So if he had 100, he tapped with 10 fingers twice, that's minus 20, so he's only got 80 left. 80 big neurons.
Educational stream.
Thank you, chat.
We're here to teach. Also here to learn. Learn how to play some bloody good Counter-Strike. And really for FaZe, it's just about not making any mistakes here in this round.
Mm-hmm.
They let PR have a little sniff.
Mitch, were you a good student?
No. Horrible.
Damn. So what
just
have you
learned?
learned?
Go home and play some vidya.
What have you learned on Nuke so far?
Warehouse is called Garage.
Yep.
L smokes.
Mm-hmm.
FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Singular, not plural.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Like, that's a couple of things, and I'm glad that you've learnt today.
Thank you.
Proud of you, mate.
I'll be a good student for you, Mac, as my teacher.
I prefer the term trainer.
I'll take that personal.
Mm-hmm. Well, FaZe have gone for the reroute. Crispy deagle shot to kick things off in the round. AK, I believe, actually. That gets tossed across to Rez. And now it's going to be the A-site, the priority. AK gets retrieved through the fence, and now there's extra stopping power. But it's going to be the retake for GL if they even get a chance to go for it. FaZe with plenty of space on the A-site, and Slen still with Heaven. There is a chance for GL to posture and go for it.
They don't seem overly keen though, do they? Nah, just booking it.
They like the taste of his AKs.
Yeah, they've got some Kev for Torsen. 2 AKs. I guess it's wise. They are sending Slend in. They're just seeing if there's anything more. Torsen, no, that AK's already gone, mate. Relax. It's already been picked up. Now just trying to play some further exits here. They might get a catch over towards lobby here if Slend can find the timing. But they surely are going to be ready for it. So he's just going to be watching straight in. Unk into the crosshair. And he's taken. Great shot from Brokey. And it will just be the 3 alive. So the kit will not be taken into the next round. Let's hope that doesn't come back to bite him.
Here's that open up. Crispy shot from PR. Answered by Brokey, who is connecting on the AWP today. It's what you love to see. Already having a pretty decent game for himself. It was a lovely 2v5 earlier on against 3D Max that they managed to win. Both Brokey and Carrigan, if you saw that.
Yep. It's Brokey and Elige that had this that 2v5 earlier, wasn't it?
Today? Like
just in Nuke. In Nuke, this map, yeah.
And when I say today, chat, I mean like the working day, which started
the working day.
an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago now. Yeah, something like that.
For some.
Who knows
You're
when the day
always
starts.
You're always working, Mac.
My brain's still in Europe, mate.
Yeah.
Although the jet lag has kind of gone today, and I'm very happy about that.
What time to wake up?
8.
Oh, so normality back.
Yeah, fully normal.
Damn, son. Time to ruin it in about a week's time.
Oh, hell yeah. Don't tell the missus. But, ooh, Brokey not going to be missing anything with that one. Slend going AWP for AWP. Band for band. Will be hitting the ground. So heavy investment for Nada. And Brokey just looking for some extra aggression. GL need to be the ones to try and look for an opening in the round or just try and hold some solid crossfires, but that hasn't been working. FaZe doing very well so far, and Rez not quite ready for that flank coming in at main. It's just a matter of when FaZe want to go for the pop. Where we got a leash here? Outside smokes. Well smokes. Coming through there from the 1 spot. Throw that in the strat book if you haven't seen it. Very useful. And that will allow Rain to turn this into a B crunch unless PR stops that from happening. Elige going to get dinked and the bomb has been seen, but in the meanwhile, it's a crunch on lobby and it gets completely mopped up. FaZe, guns out, sun's out, and damn, it's shining.
Brokey literally flexing on him right now. That's an opening. The duality of the AWPer, right? You know, missing some crucial shots on Mirage that did allow Gamer Legion back into the map, but this time around, Brokey is 15-6, absolutely decimating the side of Gamer Legion. Happy about it. You can see he's getting a little bit stressed, but he is blessing the team for FaZe, 14-6 rather, but Gamer Legion now back on a bit of a motley-looking buy. A couple of MP9s, some pistols, a minor bit of utility, but not a hell of a lot of Kev. Trying to make it awkward, Mac. And look at this pace already. Elige on the top of Annex roof, dropping down, manages to slip the net, going all the way around.
Has it been heard? Or did they combine it with a flashbang to try and catch this timing? And it looks like GL are taking a little while to react to it. They are aware. PR 5-7 at the ready. But if Elige makes it to heaven before PR gets a shot, then he'll find that A site fully open. And it should just be a large W from that point. Ooh. Rain reacting, but no cover in this position. It's a very awkward fight, and there's more of the CTs than of Rains.
Elige is making so much sound, but still going unspotted. Able to find one, but ZTR gets the response. Oh, God, it's going a little bit scrappy now, Mac. The AK, it's been recovered. He's got Kevlar to work with. They're still outside, though, towards Warehouse, only leaving Carrigan inside the lobby to just try and call around the mid. He does actually manage to pick up ZTR as well, so that's the important weapon taken down. Torsen does pick up an AK, though, in the process. Now moving his way back towards Hell. Where are they going to end here? Looks like it will be top site. 35 seconds left to go. But you've got Torsen up in heaven. Slend will look to join them soon, Mac. It's still going to be a tough round to try here for FaZe. 3 versus 3. Now the timer starts to tick. Looking to walk in, clearing out fake vent, keeping a keen eye on towards heaven. Molotov goes down, but they're going to get pushing. Carrigan drops Slend. Torsen will have to wait patiently. It's going to be on to Rez. If he pops up the vents at the right time, it's going to be a tough one for Carrigan. When does Torsen pull the plug, pull the trigger? Doesn't look like they're going to be doing that at all. Rez calls the cancel and heads out a secret.
Yeah, pulling out is what they're doing. AK, very much savable, and Rez just looking for damage or to find a primary of his own. Here's those footsteps leaving. Frozen, gonna be the target. But he is ready, willing, and able to keep fighting there, but Rez will survive. And FaZe secure themselves 7 with a possibility of 8. Brokey falls, but there's cash anyway, so it don't matter. And GL looking like they're going to have a big old hill to climb on that T side in the second half.
Not going to be a worry at all financially for FaZe. And it's no AWP for Brokey either. They're just going to go straight for the AKs. Maybe something a little bit quicker, a little bit more aggressive to try and rub salt in the wound for Gamer Legion. But yeah, as you mentioned, 8 rounds on the cards potentially here for FaZe. Looking to set up very, very quickly, Max. Straight out on the top side. Here we go. Action station. Carrigan, he's out. Torsen does manage to get the trade quickly, but now Molotov does get one. Brings it down to an equalizer. 3-on-3. PR up from heaven. It's not working out for FaZe right now. Brokey dunked down. You are spot on. And now it simmers. Back to a 3-on-2. Bomb planted.
Plenty of util for the retake. 2 kits there. Rez and PR, the owner of those. But it's all eyes on FaZe and how they want to try and lock this in with a man disadvantage. Elige looking to be the point man. Eyes on heaven. Flashes. Not quite connecting on the young gun American. The solid soldier. But he's going to be doing it all himself. Flicking around like a damn swivel. 3 big kills in the post plant. And it will solidify 8 for FaZe. Let's see what happens in the second half. the hell up. Let's go. Second half just here. And I'm looking for a third map. I feel like FaZe have already tasted the W, but GL, what can they do here in the second half to shut me the hell up?
Lightweight, baby, is all we're really hoping for in this series right now. FaZe are looking jacked up. But can they continue this form into the next half? Gamer Legion on towards the T. A little bit of form could bring them back into contention here. Obviously with a map advantage right now, but already ZTR getting the wraparound, and he's made a hell of a lot of sound, so surely he's going to keep them interested here. The rest of the team going down secret.
Not going to lie, I'm quite puffed. I don't know why. They had a nice rest during the break.
Maybe 30
there.
reps of 60 is pretty crazy.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, 100.
No.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Rain? What is this round?
What are you talking about?
Hey, let's fucking
Where'd the round go? Couldn't have said it better my fucking self.
Oh man, what a way to open up the bank account, hey, for FaZe. Rain with a crispy, quick 3. Actually slowed down Torsen onto that engagement as well. Carrigan able to find the closure. And they are pumped the hell up. Brokey well and truly awake. You're starting to see them activate, aren't you? Elige 14 and 6. He was in a head-to-head up against Rez. It was 3 for 10. Yet to activate here on this map, Mac. It was a very close one. Well, no, sorry. Very dominant one is what I was going for Gamer Legion up against Complexity earlier. Same could not be said right now for them here up against FaZe.
Yeah. And the T side off to a unfortunate start. But if FaZe get back on that FaZe style of Counter-Strike that we know and that they feel confident in playing, then, look, GL could be in trouble. And you better believe that they'll be looking at that third map to try and wrap things up. This map, this round, however, probably just going to be, an effort by committee. All of GL hoping that the Glocks can ring true at range, but Brokey, he can sniff those eco frags a mile away.
You tag him, I'll bag him. Both ready to swing on a dime. Rain able to open up nicely. Brokey for 1, make it 2. A nice and clean eco. Not a single member taken from FaZe. And that's 2 rounds in a row where that has not happened. So you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Really good round up there. 10 double digits this early in the map. It feels just completely different when lined up against Mirage. What we saw earlier, Mac. Double OT. Not necessary here.
This is the one that GL have to try to pick up if they want any chance of having some presence in the second half. Frozen, the point man, with an MP9 at ramp, looking like he may be tested, given the positioning of Gamer Legion. And Torsen, he's just having a sneaky look at outside. Diags get broken, and Elige looks to find a time in. Molly towards elbow is damn good. And the smoke as well with the follow through. It's Torsen who's whiffed it, and there is nothing that can go right for Gamer Legion this round.
Rez at least gets 1 back on the trade, but yeah, you're exactly right. ZTR now tries to walk through the smoke, might find the timing on the Rain, hang on, but he's still living. Just like Lee, mate, Carrigan drops ZTR. Now Rez, all left alone in a 1 versus 4, just has to try and get the strike in the smoke, but Frozen will deny, and that is 11 on the trot for FaZe. This is just, I don't even know, obliteration.
Look, both of them had it earlier, and we were kind of expecting it to be closer after what we saw on Mirage. But FaZe are more accurately executing their game plan. And I think it's a good time for a tactical. For Ash to have a chat before things get too spooky. Although I think that time has passed, to be honest.
Yeah.
May as well use the timeouts before the game's over, right?
Yeah. I thought with all this spooking, we'd be closer to Halloween, but yeah, right now, it's been one of those things where Ash has, called the timeouts a little bit earlier, but, they're only into their second now, into round number 16, and they've opted for the Force, which is quite bold, but I guess they've just chosen to throw the kitchen sink at it. They know they're not winning unless they start picking up a couple of rounds now. They do not want to play for overtime.
tight line that Gamer Legion will not test. And Rain, look to trade some map control. Carrigan needs to connect, but he's not going to be able to, and both the A-site members fall, but Elige still playing behind the flames, going to be able to double it back for himself. And now a 2v3. Gamer Legion may be on for a 5th.
Surely this is winnable, right? Nah, they've called it. They don't have that much money, I guess. They want to play a little bit safe, not overextend. Happy to let this round slip away out of their grasps. So well done from Gamer Legion. It's clearly not done just yet. Timeout working for them. Brokey should still be able to hold on to that AWP for the next round. So A-OK financially, but they can't afford too many of those, FaZe, before they do get a chance at being broken. I think they'll have, 2 more lost rounds before they need to start getting concerned.
Ooh, leaked strats. Did you catch that one, Mitch?
Not quite. I have to have this volume low, otherwise I get overwhelmed.
Man still.
Lost. FaZe. Unhappy with that round, it seems. And they don't want to give Gamer Legion a taste of success or a shift in that momentum, because the FaZe train has been chugging pretty good so far. Now the money's getting more and more thin after losing just that one round. But Gamer Legion, the same can be said. Will be back on a mixed bag if this doesn't go right. Early posturing shows that GL are very interested in that ramp area. Brokey, the sole defender. But there's already 2 towards that lower side, so we'll see if GL are going to be able to get there without copping a bullet through the wall.
We've seen Alistair hit those before, haven't we? Jesus. Now onto the line. Frozen narrowly misses that shot of ZTR. This is where the sweat does start to apply. Rain joining the party. Taken by Sland. My word. What a twist and turn. Frozen now getting into radio. Does get tagged up very heavy. Down to 10 points of HP now. Carrigan looking to find ZTR through the door. But it's a big whiffaroo. Not quite happening right now, but the action is about to occur. Elige up close. Can he find Rez? Or will he be taken? Rez. Heads up Counter-Strike. Rips him out of the server. And now it's left onto Frozen and Carrigan. Surely they cannot give up this round. Gamer Legion, they've got it locked in. Carrigan does find another in the process. Bomb only now being planted. Carrigan interested, trying to take them off. Needs to reload. Kit is available for both parties here, but I think they're just calling it right now out of the count. Good effort nonetheless.
It's the choice when you have the AKs in hand. Not confident on the retake with some low health bars. And you look at what they have in the back pocket. Brokey can buy, Frozen can drop, and that's more than enough. If Carrigan can shift a gun across to Rain as well. And that 12th that they're looking for, eluding them for the moment.
Nicely done. 2 on the go since the tactical timeout. Great openers though. You can see how sharp they are, Gamer Legion individually. They can hit their shots, but they have been kept out of this map for pretty much the entirety. Coach Neo getting invested now. Time to bring the boys into line. Look at that money now start to dwindle, Mac. That's what we're talking about, right? You know, potential swing opportunity here now for Gamer Legion.
We'll see what they end up going for. Keen to see if Slen can start to activate. It feels like there's been many moments where he may have unfortunately not been as effective as Gamer Legion were hoping. But now's another shot. And Rez just looking so cool, calm and collected every single time it goes to him, no matter what the situation is. He just seems to be an enjoyer.
He's got some biceps on him too. Quick techie.
I have seen. You checked his Instagram and every single day he's posting gym pics.
Oh.
So he's in there. Making sure he is physically ready to take on Counter-Strike as an esport.
You gotta be. Jim helps the mental. Looks like a quick pace, Mac. Looking to get straight out on towards the side here.
yeah.
Deny, try break that economy. Here you go. Rez opens up with PR. Frozen does manage to get one back. That nade could be good. It is. Drops down Slend and Torsen to half.
A Taylor's
but I
almost
think
time.
they've just had to do it. Yeah, exactly.
Attack pause
Immediately.
into an A-pop, and that's the round, Mitch. They're saving already.
Yeah. Oh, man. As I said, we talked about this yesterday. I appreciate it. I understand.
Mitch, if you don't like a game with economy, go back to your bloody cartoon shooter, all right? Stop it.
No.
Stop saying, oh, it's not entertaining.
It is.
It's not entertaining, Mitch.
I'm just saying MR12 is so punishing that if you take a risk...
Get back on TikTok.
You know? I've never installed TikTok on my phone.
Yeah, but you're on Instagram Reels, and it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is ruining my life.
It's bloody addictive, I gotta say. I feel like a worse human for it. And I create content there as well. Sorry, guys. But look, back to the game. Now that the 40-second save is all over.
When do we start panicking for FaZe, Mac? That's my question.
I'd say at the drawn game, when we have to go all the way to regulation. That is imminent. It's about 4 rounds away. That is when the panic should set in. But for now... Don't get anxious, Mitch, okay? Let's do breath work. We worked on it yesterday. Let's bring it back, you know. All right?
Okay, I'm ready.
You good?
Yep.
Sweet. All right.
Namaste, brothers. Back into it. Already looking to creep forward. Slow prod outside ramp here. PR still just super aware. Completely different pacing to what we saw in the previous round, though, now, Mac. Everyone's set up. Topside utility ready to be thrown.
Ooh. They did this last round with the A-pop. This time it's more conditioning, and they are just trying to bait out all of that util that FaZe has brought to the A site. But in the meanwhile, with one of the B defenders falling on ramp, or at least attempting to be falling, Brokey's going to be able to stand and deliver. Rez tucking him away towards that back box, and he's hoping for reinforcements over towards the elbow side. Frozen, the man to try and do it, jumps away, and he'll live. FaZe realise the numbers advantage is too crucial to drop. And speaking of, Carrigan is here and waiting with open arms for GL to drop down ramp.
Not the weapon to do it with, though, right? With the MP9, he's going to have to rely on Elige, who is coming down towards Decon now. So he's just going to slot into Dark here, see if they do walk out Mega at the exact same time. Slend straight on towards that line. They are creeping. They are eeping. They're able to find one. Damage dealt, though. Carrigan can only find one. No, Elige. Oh, God, not this time. Now Rez up close. He's able to rip open the doors and rip out the head of Elige. Rain does get one back, but Rez finds another. It's all going to be onto Frozen in this moment. But will he be singing a sweet tune? Or will he find Slend? Yes, he absolutely will. Finds the first. Now Rez damaged up here. He's already found 3. It would be a beautiful 4K. And just speaking of Sponge, he wants some utensils. I'll ask for a 4K, and it will be delivered by Rez.
This is that gas that you didn't want in Game of Legion's tank. And they're filling up just before empty. Rez. Lovely sequence of shots there. Just doing it all. That's why he is statistically the highest player in this tournament so far from both these teams in the game. Elige trying to contest that. And he really is with an 18-9 scoreline, but they need to convert this if they want to survive. And it's a faster pop again. Carrigan, this time at the ready, dodging a couple of the flashes, but the trades favour Game of Legion, and the A-site's in their hands.
No way! They've lost it again. Surely another save. They've just had to call it immediately. The amount of pressure that Game of Legion are able to just continue to put down Frozen is in such an awkward position here. Brokey also trying to wrap around. He manages to get towards CT, still yet to head towards that site. Inside lobby now. They've got it cleared. Being able to work it all out. But Mac, you were talking about a closed game where they were all tied up. I'm already starting to panic, already starting to sweat. Frozen now has to exit. Does manage to get back away through ramp. But that is 9 rounds for Game of Legion. All off the back of that singular tactical timeout from Ash. Whatever he said, whispered sweet somethings into their ears, said, boys, I'll buy you a sausage roll if you win this series.
Imagine if that was it. He just called the tackle and was like, boys, we win. Snaggers on the barbie with their boys, eh? And this happened. Just filled up with pure confidence. an Aussie Barbie can instill fear into the toughest opponent.
Brings even enemies together, Mac.
That's true. It is true.
Oh man, Carrigan with that opener, but he was just so alone, right? Elige not playing on the site as he normally would be, over towards the annex side, spam down through the smoke, almost able to find the one, but this is just such a tough round and really, really hard thing to deal with at this point in time, the momentum behind Gamer Legion. But what do you do as FaZe? Do you throw something out a bit quicker? Looks like they're going towards ramp very, very fast here again. Okay, Frozen, your time to be tested, my good friend. We need to see you activate now. Straight down Mega, pushing out. And they're happy with that control right now. Brokey mollied off.
Playing his life, understanding his value. Fast flank from the 2 men, and Rain ain't ready for the repeat. Back towards lobby, and towards A they go with both the nameplates falling that should be on this part of the map. A 3v5, and they took a risk, and the biscuits just crumbled.
Save after save after save, and somehow they still don't have exactly what they need to bring the rounds through. Looks like Alicia's even going to be popped by ZTR. They find him. They will connect.
Okay, Mitch.
And Frozen.
You asked when you were allowed to panic.
Okay.
I said 11-11, and I'm looking at the economy. If FaZe lose next round, actually, nah, fuck it. Panic now, bro.
Yeah. And there is even no disco for us to attend for that panic. Just Brokey smiling in a corner. A little bit uncomfortable with that one. But 5 alive, man. Gamer Legion, they are punching down, and they are punching down hard. These are titans of the scene. FaZe Clan. A little bit of criticism obviously coming their way throughout in its inconsistent result set of 2025.
Another tactical necessary. Getting everything sorted. It's not often these days that APOPs work so well. And they were able to go back that third time as well. After doubling back from ramp, the info that was relayed, unfortunately, may have been false. But again, ZTR just taking his moment in strides. Round 22, getting real deep in regulation.
Was not expecting this at all, right? It looked to be an absolute whitewash, but FaZe, they've spilt the milk.
Yeah.
And no one's there to clean it up.
And that can stink. So
really can. Protein left in the car.
Make sure you get the cleaning products out. And ready to go. This round, however, Rain going to be the first to get tagged on up with a spam through that door smoke. Gia looking like they are again getting ready to set the util up for an APOP. But will they go with it? Surely not. Surely not another one. They're posturing for it, Mitch. They're going to do it.
I think they are. At least there's a little bit more to defend, though, on the top side here. Rain, Carrigan, where's Elige? He's going to have to be up from the high heavens. How quickly can he get there? Rez is already out. Carrigan, no! Caught lacking, caught slacking. Unk not there on time. Rain, though, still alive, still kicking, but he is taken. And man, oh man, Mac, I am like a broken record, or am I? Elige does get out, but he's going to be taken. They swing for him, and now it has to be on to Frozen. And there's just nothing to take. He has to save. $0 for Carrigan, $4.50 for Rain. Frozen will take the M4 into the next, you'd expect, but this is just bittersweet.
And I love that from Gamer Legion as well. Not forcing the plant, not allowing Frozen to be in a position to catch a 1v2 rather than that 1v3 with that player caught off guard. And Frozen will be allowed to at least carry the AWP across to the next. But man, these APOPs, it was a slight variation of it if you notice. The initial wave of util came out, and then they staggered, and then they popped through the smokes. They were like, screw it, let's go. And look, it has to be said, that was so unfortunate for, I guess, both Carrigan and Rez, but more so Carrigan, who just didn't realize Rez was fully sprinting out on site and the first to turn around and check it.
Such good flashes out there from Gamer Legion, right? Carrigan had no chance to react at all. And now ZTR. Oh, man. Frozen. Okay. Well, it's 11-11. FaZe Clan needs to start to make a bloody wish. And their wish is to just hold on, Mac, to stay in this competition. Right now, Gamer Legion are 2 rounds away from making the arena, joining us at Rod Laver with the best crowd in the world.
I'm sure Roddy would be proud.
Absolutely would, mate.
Especially with a 2-zip. Now, Mitch, you can officially start panicking. Everybody panic. It's fucking happening. Gamer Legion are about to 2-0 FaZe.
Literally me 5 rounds ago, Mac. I'm already starting to lose control. But in the best kind of way, my limbs are shaken. But thankfully, my mind is not stirred. What can they do here? How do FaZe adapt? How do they push Gamer Legion back? Outside take. No information off the smoke being popped there. Elige. So much pressure on him as they creep through. They're going to dive into warehouse here, are they? Or just a secret? Looks like they'll take that drop towards lowers, but Mac, nobody home at all. Just the double up on ramp here. They have to move quickly.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, they've gone for that fake on A to try and slow down the rotations. In comes this push. Elige makes his way to vent in time, but won't be able to strike fine. It's Brokey looking to control ramp and maybe just go for the save already. Surely not. Surely not. They'll have to. Slend denying the AWP any presence and denying FaZe a bloody gun. 4 looking to survive here for Gamer Legion and FaZe looking to be sent straight home.
I literally am stunned. I got nothing to say. This has been textbook Counter-Strike from Gamer Legion. I think it's been like 7 out of 8 rounds now where FaZe have been forced to save. They haven't even had a choice, Mac. They've been held in a straitjacket in the fucking panic room. And Gamer Legion have taken them to the test. They have put them to the task. And they are at map, series, and qualification point here for IEM Melbourne 2025.
Insanity. Insanity. When did Nuke become so T-sided? And what the hell are we witnessing? That is 8 rounds back-to-back for Gamer Legion to put themselves 1 round away and the first team in this game somehow on series point. Incredible scenes. But if you know anything about FaZe, Mitch, the one thing you know about them is you can never, ever count them out. They will not back down without a fight, and even with the worst buy in the world, something subpar, substandard like you're seeing on your screen on the right side, they're still going to give it their Sunday best. And look, we got OT on map number 1, and I think this one may deserve it here on Nuke as well.
We are riding high here, Mac, on Nuke. Overtime was the tune that was sung for the previous map of Mirage. Will we need it again? Or will Gamer Legion be able to take themselves to the arena 2-0? That's a huge HE grenade. Maybe an opportunity for FaZe, but a one tap. Elise deleted from the server. And now they start to pick up the pace. Rez has got all of Garage control here. They are just edging their way through. Brokey has to try and join hands with Carrigan. ZTR already up there.
It's
PR's
over.
found Rain, but Carrigan from the high heavens will drop him down. Now Frozen, all alone. A FAMAS, hopes and dreams. He will find one. A second, a third. Frozen! He has maybe just brought it back, but ZTR all alone in a 1v3. Overtime absolutely on the cards right now. What a moment, what a time for Frozen to show up to the server.
Let's hold that thought.
Park it.
There is a world. There is a broken window that ZTR can sneak on through. A couple of halls, a couple of stairs. Gets past those quite easily. Just a couple of CTs around this corner, all the way at secret. Watching each other, watching the corner. Brokey only with an MP9 and Frozen, not necessarily known for his proficiency with the AVP. Are we going to overtime? Find out right now. Whoa, we are done. 30 seconds and ZTR, he is thinking about winning this and not allowing FaZe to play no more. That is that. 13-11. No overtime necessary. And Gamer Legion knock phase out of IEM Melbourne 2025 and book a ticket to the quarters.
Forget Universal Studios. The cinema is being delivered this time by Gamer Legion. They find their way into the arena at Rod Laver. IEM Melbourne. It's such a tough journey for them. They didn't make the major. They get straight onto a plane, jet lagged as anything. Yet they find themselves here at this moment in time, taking down the Titans of FaZe Clan. There's going to be a fair few upset parties, Mac, over here in Australia, who were expecting to see FaZe, a regular returner. But this time it will not happen, and every single member to step up to the plate. And when Frozen, he gets 3 on the card. ZTR says no. I'm putting the team in the backpack, and I'm going to bring the boys home.
They fail to make it to the major. Everyone against them, and everything going in favor of FaZe up until this point, up until this series. Gamer Legion show us exactly what they're made of. With their never back down mentality, doing it in OT on Mirage and getting it done here in regulation. It was pure cinema, an absolute story. And one that we'll have to remember with FaZe not going to be a part of it. The champions of IEM Sydney back in 2023, the champions ideally of Australia, and the fan favourites getting demolished.
What an incredible series that we've just witnessed here on the B stream, Mac. B stream, best stream, as we said. And what a moment. You can see what it means to these guys to be able to connect with that one. As I said, there was probably players in this server that, you know, were watching Carrigan, were watching Rain, looking for inspiration in the early days of CSGO before we've transferred into CS2. Maybe why they're here in the server today, but they have done it. Gamer Legion, they make the playoffs, baby, and they have done it beautifully. That is one of the cleanest comebacks I have ever seen. Must have taken some inspiration from Falcons only yesterday against Na'Vi when they were able to put, I think, 27 out of 24 or whatever the flip side of it is in a row. That was, 8 or 9 saves, I think, that we ended up seeing out of FaZe Clan, and just a T-side masterclass from Gamer Legion. ZTR calling his bloody pants off.
9 rounds in a row. They got the whole way from their backs against the wall on a T-side of nuke to get a dub like that. That is absolutely incredible. And something for the H's. Look, it feels so bad for FaZe, but Gamer Legion, you could see at the end that the faces that they were pulling, they were just ecstatic. And look, no major, no worries. The vibes have been brought to Melbourne, and they get to play in an arena filled with thousands of screaming, manic Counter-Strike fans who are also Australian. You know what that means, Mitch? It's going to be a damn good time. It's going to be a damn good time. It's going to be loud. It's going to be crazy. And I don't even know. I don't know who they're going to be up against. But how the hell do we follow that up? That was just a pure, beautiful 2-0. And we still have one more game to go through. One more full series and one more team to send to Rod Laver. And to get there, Mitch, I need a breather. Everyone needs a bit of a relax after that. It is, of course, going to be Na'Vi taking on Liquid just after the break.
On the team, do you feel like there's other players as well that bring up the hype? Do you guys do it together, or is it like one person starts and then everyone else is like, oh shit, yeah, we got a chance here?
I mean, I think everyone is pretty, decently hyped at least, but probably me and Towson are the one that's hyping up the most, I'd say.
Okay, who has the most original shit talk from the bunch of you guys?
Original shit talk?
Not like the, you guys suck, what was that, you guys get paid, like original...
We're not that really creative, I would say. I hear Towson screaming in Danish mostly, and I like to tell people that they suck as well, so no real creativity from us. We just like to talk shit sometimes, you know?
Well, talking shit's always fun. You don't get to do that in online CS. What's the what's your most favorite environment to be in on LAN when it comes to the shit talk? Do you like to see their faces and be able to do it in the studio settings? And does that change when you're in different settings?
Yeah, I mean, it's different, like because when you don't see each other, you know that they don't really hear it, or you don't have face to face, so it's not that it's not as personal, you can say. So I think I like it more when you can see each other and talk shit to their face, you know.
Hello.
We'll give you the world.
guys, today we're going to do some gymnastics with Mac. Macnastics. Just makes sense. What you're going to do is get yourself a ribbon, get yourself a stick of some sort, put it together, and I'll show you my favorite moves. We'll start with the twirl. And then, of course, the round the world. And back the other way. We'll go with the hurricane next. So spin in front and tippy toe backwards. I love ribbons. Let's get rid of that.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
The roll of that split. Falcons couldn't go for it without Magisk in apartments. It's a hard angle to clear. Hero Galil. Kingston had some spare cash, I guess. So I would be. You won't be expecting this in round 5. Akin to just yesterday, Vitality on these anti-ecos really don't play middle on the CT side of Mirage. They love to give the space over play in the confines of the bomb site. Rob's lurking in jungle, always finding these good timings on the window boost, on the con split. He's being drawn to connect right now as the window boost comes in, but they're only playing for the kill. Kicks and boosted up, has a nice angle. Oh, Robs. Will he be ready for this? Robs is often away.
I can only imagine how tough of a moment this is for you, Neo, so really appreciate you giving me the time for a few quick words. Tell me about that nuke. You know, you hit 11 rounds, then the comeback starts from Gamer Legion. Where do you think it fell apart for you guys?
I mean, it's always falling apart slowly, I guess, round by round, and they've been making good calls, catching us surprised, and yeah, they just started rolling until we got lost completely, felt like, and yeah, they played a really good game.
Obviously, you were watching from the sidelines as that last round did go down. Just spoke to CTR. He said, you know, he didn't think he had a chance of getting that clutch over the line. How are you feeling in those moments where you can see that round unraveling and the mistakes being made, and that's obviously inevitably going to lead to elimination?
Yeah, I mean, the last setup, I already seen the worst case scenario. I always look at that, the situations from the worst perspective that might happen. And yeah, the setup wasn't good, but I think it was just a result of the whole half, the pressure we've had on ourselves, and the enemies, you know, putting even more pressure with each round. They played really fast-paced CS, and yeah, like I said, they played really some good CS.
I know it's obviously super early days just after this elimination, but just in terms of the mental state of the team, because once again, so close to making it through, guaranteeing yourself top 6. Yeah. Is this okay? Are these results okay for FaZe to be putting up at this stage in terms of Allegia's integration?
No, it's not okay. It's disappointing, and I mean, we just didn't deserve, at least this time, that's for sure. I mean, we've been working really hard recently, past couple of months, and it just there's these games. Just sometimes we we're just not stable, you know. So we need to find a consistency, because we played really good CS in the morning. Now it feels like, even though we've lost most of the pistol rounds, we've won more gun rounds. And I mean, on Nuke, we just had a very bad half. So it is what it is. And yeah, there's more to come.
Yeah, obviously we've got plenty of tournaments coming, obviously super tough moments. So again, really appreciate you giving me the time, and yeah, good luck in the rest of the tournaments this event.
Thank you.
Breaking news down on the B stream side of things, as Gamer Legion have eliminated FaZe and cemented themselves a spot in the playoffs. I've got the man of the match, ZTR. If you missed out on that last round, you need to go and rewatch it. How on earth did you pull off that clutch? That was crazy.
I mean, I don't know. They didn't play it as well as I thought. I thought I had zero chance, but the opportunities came and I took advantage of them.
You had such an incredible second half on that Nuke as well. Not only you individually, just the whole team. It felt like you were really outplaying, outreading the side of FaZe. How do you keep your mental in a situation like that where you're down such a round deficit? Tell me about that.
I mean, we were playing like shit until they got 11. I think Ash took a timeout and just said, let's just do set rounds until we don't play like shit anymore. So we won like 3 or 4 rounds playing set, and then we got a chance to outplay them a bit more in the later stages. And yeah, so yeah. I
don't know whether it's, you know, fully settled in for you yet after what was a crazy last round, but the fact that you're going to be playing in front of a crowd, tell me what that means to the guys.
I think this will be an amazing feeling for us. We made playoffs in the event prior, but it was no crowd. And I think this will be the first crowd event for many of us, or at least a great experience. So yeah, we're really happy to be playing in playoffs now.
Incredibly well deserved. Congratulations once again, ZTR. Gamer Legion through to the playoffs.
Hope you all got a bit of oxygen in you, because you're going to need it. We ain't done with the Counter-Strike, and just yet we got NA's greatest, including the merry men from Poland and Israel, as well as Na'Vi going toe-to-toe to see who will be in the quarters as well. Don't know who they're going up against yet. I think that's being decided right now on the A-Stream side of things. But man, if we can get a follow-up to what we just witnessed between FaZe and Gamer Legion, I'll be happy as Larry.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That was a crazy, crazy series. I literally had to just go lie down for 5 minutes. It was very, very up high, and we need to bring ourselves back to reality, right? You know, because there is still another series. It's still the same stakes. It's not half stakes. It's high stakes, right? You know, they are on that teetering of elimination and qualification at the exact same time. And, you know, 2 teams that were previous Titans now a little bit shooketh, right? You know, they're still not in their prime. They've not had the best of 2025 so far, but both teams are, you know, a familiar face in arena matchups.
Yeah, and look, if we want to talk about quickly the path that both these teams had today getting to this point, Liquid had a pretty quick 2-zip up against MIBR, whereas over towards the Na'Vi side of things, that got spooky for them until Ancient, where they started to fire things up and managed to make the, was it a reverse sweep? No, FlyQuest won that second map of Mirage, which ended up being pretty decent. We didn't quite catch the end of it. We had to jump on the cast here, and I'm sure Ancient was great. But yeah, Inferno as well looked pretty good for them, and there are glimpses of Na'Vi being back and being the Na'Vi that you kind of expect. But then there's also moments where they kind of trip up and fumble too. So Shui's really going to be put to the test today, and I'm keen to see exactly how they can make this work, because even though, look, Twist was the IGL, was the captain, and was in charge of all this business, it's one of these situations where he's not anymore. It's Shui's ship, and let's see if Twist can, you know, add a helping hand.
Absolutely. look, Shui's got a hell of a lot of pressure on him, right? You know, he does release some from Twists, as you say, but coming in, kicking out JKS, you know, it's that heartbreak storyline that we talk about. Maybe they could have waited till after Melbourne, but no, you know, these things are very, very real, and Liquid are trying to, you know, continue to be a tier 1 organization that's competing at the highest level, right? You know, they're across multiple titles. They're a homestay name that's been around for quite some time. And as we look at the vetoes now, it's Anubis being picked up by Liquid. So nice one from them. It's going to be Na'Vi starting on that CT side and then into Inferno for Na'Vi. So we actually did see Na'Vi look pretty strong against FlyQuest. A couple of moments it did get a little bit close there, and then Ancient to finish. I feel like Ancient's been the third map quite regularly, either that or Inferno pretty much throughout the entirety of this competition. But you happy with this veto, Mac? What are you thinking? All right, very good.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was thinking, I had to think a little bit longer before answering your question there, Mitch. Ancient's one of those maps where it is quite balanced. And look, I'm keen to see if we get there, but is it going to be needed? That's the real big question. TL so far have shown us that they are a pretty good Anubis team, and Na'Vi as well have fumbled here and there this tournament on that map as well. So I dare say Team Liquid are looking good on paper to at least get a map. If not take the series, it just depends on if Na'Vi are going to be flip-floppy like they kind of have been, or if they bring the playoff style of Counter-Strike that they're going to want to bring if they want to make a name for themselves down in Melbourne.
And it's funny, I'm only sort of just realizing as well, on Na'Vi banning Mirage, right? You know, after being taken down by FlyQuest, it's clearly hurt them a little bit in that regard there. But obviously Liquid, again, you know, do have the potential across the board in that matchup. So, I don't know, I'm happy with this veto, where it's ended up, as you sort of alluded to. Irrespective of the maps at this point in time, you know, we have to just see an all-out brawl between these two teams. Again, it's elimination on the line, qualification point. Both of these orgs in general, across their histories and across their player bases, have had a very, very proud time. We've seen Liquid walk away with a trophy at IEM Sydney. We've seen Na'Vi narrowly miss the event back in 2023 when, unfortunately, they had to play it with Blade after Simple did not show up. So their revenge arc is coming now, and they've definitely had a tough run through that lower bracket to try and get there.
I think there was two main things that Na'Vi brought to that event, and it was JL's lovely personality. Unfortunately, his headband, which Wanda made him get rid of. Sorry, name drop.
No.
But also, if you remember, there was a game, I think, against them and Mongols, and he hit, I'm going to say Techno, with the nastiest one-tap jiggle peek from market over towards Van ever. And he's known for that. He did show a little bit of that earlier on, winning the clutch earlier against FlyQuest. But again, who's better on paper here, FlyQuest or a Liquid? That's another question that we kind of need to be answered, because if Liquid are just that little bit better and Na'Vi don't bring a better, more improved performance from earlier on today, we could be seeing Liquid on the stage. And earlier, if you remember, Mitch, a couple of days ago, I was saying they kind of are these villains here in Melbourne, because they did just get rid of the, you know, the local hero. JKS, he's not here anymore. They got Shui, they got a new leader. But how's the crowd going to like that?
Yeah, nah, for sure. They definitely will be hate-watched, but at the end of the day, look, I suppose, you know, even the Aussies, when the games start and there gets to be a little bit of excitement, they're going to cheer on any team. It's always a beautiful sight to behold. But I guess, you know, that just touching that comparison between FlyQuest and Liquid, you know, both obviously dealing with new captains, new IGLs, changing the system, bringing in someone to sort of help out. You know, in this opportunity, it's taking Twists off the role, you know, to give him a little bit more space, bringing in an experienced IGL, whereas FlyQuest did the opposite. They kicked the experienced IGL and brought in someone lesser experienced who takes that role on, takes that mantle, which is what Twists did historically, as they tried to sort of restabilize. So, I don't know, Liquid has just been through woes over the last little while. It's certainly been challenging to be a fan. But look, you know, passion always follows, right? You know, it's a prestigious NA org, definitely looking a little bit more worldwide these days. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're always going to have fans back behind them. But same could be said for Na'Vi, right? You know, they have been historically looking so damn good. But yeah, they've got to come out swinging on this one, as I said. And both teams have had a series to get warmed up earlier today. Let's see if they can continue it forward.
The one thing I like for Na'Vi moving into Anubis is that they will get to start on that T side. And they've had a fair amount of reps so far here in Melbourne on Anubis, because people are thinking that I ain't the greatest. JL, he's hit something that he liked there. We're like, ooh, that or he was just mewing. Either way, getting ready, getting prepared for what's on the other side. And so far, what's your take on Liquid at the moment, Mitch? So far, we asked those questions on how they were going to look with Shui and having that extra week or so to rest or prep on their way to Melbourne. And they found more success than what they did at Bucharest, so that's a good start, right?
Yeah, no, they really have, right? You know, it was like immediate, right? You know, after changing to Shui, that was the first event. They didn't really have much time to practice just before Bucharest, so I think, you know, there couldn't really be that many expectations, and they got completely wiped for it, which was kind of the expectation. But now they come into Melbourne a little bit more prepped. They've had a bit of additional time. So I think for them, you know, I haven't been convinced just yet. And, you know, still obviously without a coach, they've got the assistant in the role there. It really just depends for me if all five can show up. You know, we know how good Shui can be, but is he the fit? You know, they've removed Yakinda, they've removed JKS. Like, they just quite haven't found that perfect sort of thing. And, you know, if they continue to try and make this system work, you know, with twists, with nerds, like, is it just a complete rebuild if there's no success here? Or do they continue to try and shuffle around a couple of these players? Like, the shuffle can only last so long is all I'm saying. We need to see some results soon-ish. Otherwise, the rebuild surely will be on the cards. But Mac, I'm done talking with them for now. It's Liquid versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi definitely have the pressure on. Liquid looking for a resurgence. Who's going to be picking it up here? We'll find out, starting with Anubis.
Yeah, let's figure this one out together. And who is going to be playing the loser of Vitality and Falcons in the upper bracket. But Anubis is a great place to answer all these questions. We're seeing some aggression towards A main. Contact play from Liquid. Nerds getting real frisky with it. Twist to take the contact. And not far away is a big flash from Ultimate all the way thrown from heaven. It's just a matter of if Na'Vi are throwing something towards the A side here. Bomb suggests that maybe that's the thing. But the contact with the Glock at this range should favour them. Lovely shot from Nerds going in and beating the pop, but the flash ain't even necessary. It's the shots doing work. JL looking to at least try to get back towards the B side, but look where the bomb's gone down, Mitch. Right in the middle of the water, floating in the open.
Yeah, they kind of need that. It's a bit of a key to the puzzle, isn't it? They are going to rotate around, though. Try to take the additional space that they currently lack. Alexi walking through rugs now, seeing if he can pick up anyone caught lacking. Nerds, though, with a trained eye over towards Con. Now Shui getting the information. At least they've managed to force them away here, but Nerds' positioning is going to be very hard to overlook. Oh, no, he does spot up. He actually gets the shot as well. Great round here from Nerds so far with the two. And now JL has to try and invest. They do have Shui still sitting back, so it will have to be a drop down into the canals, I would be sure. Nerds just needs to play time, but it's switched on him. Ima does find that one onto Nerds. A little bit of further info, but Ultimate denies. And now JL, the entry man, has to try and find something with that big old grin. But I think with the members running at him, he's going to give some information away, and Ultimate's happy to pick up his two. Great round to open up the bank account for Team Liquid.
Beautiful pressure through A main to enable themselves to be in a great position to convert said pistol. That's a really tough angle for Nerds to fight on too, and managed to get a snappy one tap. Hunt to sell. And with a T-stairs smoke, will we see more aggression on the CT side from Liquid? Will they push the point? Na'Vi, a couple of members over in this direction, and they will disrespect the smoke. Shui at range. Famis, a little better than it used to be. Oh, and tapping away. JL lucky to be alive.
6 points of HP, the only man with the dig. Not going to make it easy for him. But again, just one of these rounds where it's a little bit of a throwaway. We can let it settle. Again, you know, coming off such a high from that previous series, Mac, it can be hard to stabilize. Sure, these players were watching whilst they were prepping at the exact same merit.
Yeah. Liquid giving Na'Vi nothing. And I like how Liquid are playing towards Con, which will get tested. The two-man setup, Ultimate. Able to swing, technically playing anti if there was any flashes, but there's no util remaining. So it will just be a dry swing. Dig on the second man bit, looking to trade, but the M4A4, plenty of pellets to put into the Na'Vi members. And Alexi Burr will be hitting the ground.
Alexi, red emoji B, getting the job done. So now, this is the true test, as always. We know Anubis to be a very heavily T-sided map, so with a pistol win and a second converted, not losing a hell of a lot either. I mean, it wasn't the SMGs to farm up that cash too much. The M4's got some work done, but it's been pretty clean. Ultimate 5-0, good stuff for him. But again, the money round. That opening gun round into third.
Money, 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 money. Here comes the money. Know what I mean?
Dollar, dollar.
Bills. Yo.
Yeah.
Cream, get the money.
Money talks.
Mm-hmm. Well, flash in. And Na'Vi. High prio on just clearing out the water area. They will enter the vicinity of Twist and Nertz, who have held util for a decent amount of time. Incendiary, just to block the A main choke. Shui, firing off some warning shots. And now repositioning with that A4 instead on the smoke fad. Mid pressure. That's when Na'Vi are looking to send it. Smoke towards camera. Will it be an A split through it? Or are they still going to search on the wings to go somewhere else?
Good damage. Already finding that start. Now where's Alexi going to muscle through to? Going a little bit deeper here. Trying to wrap his way around now. Ultimate might be in for a little bit of a rude awakening, but he finds the timing. No, JL is going to be able to take him down. And now they can kind of temper fate here a little bit. Shui has to go massive. He does find the timing. Hits one, but Alexi's already found him on the cross. And now his sight should be secured nice and easily. 4v2. It's definitely a little bit too much for Liquid. So they're going to want to try and save that weaponry on into the next. But good fundamentals there from Na'Vi. They clear out, move as a pack, and get the job done.
It ain't done. JL not going to stop a chance at a save, but he will run the other way. Maybe not expecting Nertz to be in the exact same position. But he is making a ruckus. And Nertz will continue to make his way back to the beach, to a safer haven. And Na'Vi realizing, hey, our economy, pretty fragile ourselves, so let's all survive in the area already pre-cleared. And that'll be Na'Vi getting on the board here on Anubis. All it took was a couple of guns.
Well done. Pretty happy result there. Very, very slow sort of progression, but again, just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making it all work out, Na'Vi. So what's this little purchase going to look like back from Liquid? Full investment. They can convert this one. RV would be pretty happy.
Nice cheeky flashes to deny any vision. If Liquid were facing it Con, and it's a faster approach, MP9 at the ready, but Shui good for one at least. But Con control in the hands of Na'Vi. Main is there, but with the pick onto Imma, things get even more tricky for Na'Vi. And now they've got to figure out where they want to go. Good block smoke, but it's a push from Nertz with a man advantage across the top of the smoke. It's not worked towards the A side of things. And Bit as well, just pushing a smoke himself. Two more for Liquid, one more for Na'Vi, and only Alexi B between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, looking very good for Liquid right now. This could be a denial of this sort of return to form. Starting off strong, but that bomb will be planted. Alexi now has to be ready for this flank coming in from Nertz. If he can pick this one up, isolate the duel. He has moved down deep enough, but he has to be ready to clear, just keeping low. Will there be any audibles? I don't think so. Nertz, is he going to be able to clear him? Yes, he will, absolutely for free. Nice little one tap. Happy days. Round secured, 3 alive. AK as well recovered. I think there's going to be another one dropped over to Twists as well. So that is a solid position to find themselves in. 3 on the trot for Liquid on this city side.
Lovely effort by committee for Liquid there. And I thought Nertz was considering going for a knife or such. But just gives Alexi B the respect he deserves. A little shoot in the back of the toot. Smoke towards T-stairs again. As well as one towards... Is that water? No, mid. But ultimate will be smoked off and respected in case Na'Vi Want to keep on brawling. And just a
Only
slow
a
approach at
minor
the start.
exchange. Yeah. Nothing really to write home about just yet. Na'Vi have been giving a hell of a lot of respect to Liquid early though, Mac. That's the sort of name of the game so far. But putting on the pace a little bit more. Mid-take, Alexi. Starting to clear all this out. 3 leaning over towards the side of B. JL has been taken down quite low just on the back of Canals right now. Still no bomb though.
Oh. Cracker shot out of JL, but it will be answered with one on the other side of the map. Twist and Nerds, the dream team, the deadly duo on the rifles, going to be able to find more value. Nerds doing wonderfully to put Team Liquid back in a great position, but look at this. Behind enemy lines are 2 Na'Vi members. We've got Imma and Alexi B trying to help out Wonderful and allow him to escort that bomb safely onto B, and the CTs don't seem to be aware. NAF is not looking in this direction at all. They're just worried about Con. Happy to play for the retake, I guess.
The fact that they've doubled up though, Mac, it seems like they are aware of something. They will be able to get the clear in. Smoke down, but Wonderful with that bomb in hand. Oh, he only narrowly gets the cross. He's been tagged down in the process as well. Shui drops Imma. And now it is going to be a 2-on-4 on the retake. We have to see something big from the Wonder Child. On that AWP, the big old green, Alexi looking to open up the bank account, but can't quite take down Nerds. Will have to swing, but he's taken out. That nade could be everything right now. See you later, Nerds, out of the server. Onto this 3-on-2. Now starting to come out of Con. Are they going to be able to find more? Onto the line. Wonderful hits the shot. A second two. There he is, the hero that they deserve. Right now onto the line. Watching as Twists does start to creep through, but Wonderful will connect. And Na'Vi are straight back onto the board here into the 5th.
There he is. Wonderful. Having a weird event, you know, similar to a couple of other heavy-hitting AWPers. Some great rounds, some bad rounds, but this was one of the good ones. One of the memorable ones. A 2v4. Kicked off by that HE from Alexi B. And 3 wonderful flicks of the stick. Well, the resident Ukrainian AWPer for Na'Vi.
You almost thought it was done when Shui found that kill on the cross, right? But Wonderful brings it through.
Nade towards stairs, gets big value onto JL this time. And Team Liquid going heavier towards the A site here on the low bite. Just a couple of MP9s and a couple of fellas with Twist looking to trade with that M4. And maybe this is something that they've studied on Na'Vi's tendencies. Expecting them to go for an A split on what could, on paper, be a low bite. Just depends on how Na'Vi have read the economy. But so far, just with the smokes, Liquid haven't given them anything to go off. Bomb's coming this way, Mitch. It might just work.
Slowly but surely. Some utility up. Making sure they still do the right thing here, Na'Vi. But yeah, it is going to be a very, very tough jailbreak, isn't it? Eyes focused now onto Ultimate. Nerds, Shui watching that line. Nade goes in, so they will be lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security. But now they march. This is where the time shines. Shui, Ultimate, putting it all together. JL will be able to get out for free. But Alexi, he's been spotted. Does manage to pick up one, but Twist marches forward. Able to deny. Now bringing it back to the 3-on-2. They have to go B, and they have to go now. Straight onto the line. Twist's already here. He was super quick for it, but now he just has to try and watch the line. They've gotten onto the site. They will be afforded the plant, but it's going to be a tough hold.
Big nade out of Shui to try to get back in. JL has to do it all himself now. Shui and Nerds to get past. Nerds a little bit more formidable. But it looks like Shui's hitting his shots. He's just waiting for his partner. His helping hand to trade him out. And like a true leader, puts his life on the line, but he isn't needed to fall. Didn't need to be the bait on the hook, just did it himself. And JL couldn't convert this time. As Liquid find another and deny Na'Vi entry into the game.
Pretty good call and read there, hey, to be able to fight the early fight in towards main. It means that they started at an advantage. Alexi B then picked off Twists. able to find that little bit of extra time to allow for the rotate. And then Shuey with the 3K to just add the cherry on top in the round for Liquid. And they didn't seem to be super phased as well. Shuey was so cash after that round. They've reset the economy of Na'Vi. And as we sort of know, right, 5 on the CT side's pretty damn good in the current climate, which they should be collecting after this round.
Lovely shot. Ultimate. 9 and 3. Performing under pressure so far on this CT side. And if they can get the 5 or 6 here, then I'd start to get a little worried about Na'Vi. I don't think their CT side has been hitting on Anubis as of late. But we'll see what they can do with a couple of Pistoly boys. 2-2 split onto the B side. Only 2 defenders here, so Na'Vi have the numbers advantage, and it looks like they are ready to put the pedal to the metal. Shuey, with that smoke blocked towards the B main choke, is happy just to face at Con. But JL waiting until that one fades to reveal he's already here in Connector. He's cheated the distance, but another one to buy the extra time. We'll see if Na'Vi get ants in their pants or if they can just hold this disciplined.
They've just sat perfectly still like statues, haven't they?
Yeah.
Not doing anything, not doing nada. Wait for that smoke to fade before they will strike. They've got to overwhelm 3. They've got no Kevlar to do it with the Glock in 1. Yeah. A little boost up the top. Would have been nice, but Naf will deny it. That's the Deagle taken. I mean, they've got to get moving at some point, right? Can't be statues for the whole round.
Make their move. And that's why they didn't want to run in. Because it was easy for Liquid in the end.
Crazy calm, man. They're not super pumped. And I mean, look, they're nowhere near winning just yet, so they shouldn't be.
We are still in the first half of the first map of the final series of the day. and I dare say they're still chilling after that earlier win.
Yeah. Now that you mention it.
Like we're feeling the pressure because we still have adrenaline in our veins from that last series, Mitch, right? You got to remember that. The science of the body is a crazy thing. And it does cross those wires sometimes.
Breathing just like exercises. Need them again.
I get a bench and a bed mixed up,
Yeah.
Don't know how that's possible, but it is. They both start with B. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, going to need to see B in the form of Alexi pick up for the team. Said if they let Liquid get too many more onto this CT side, it's going to be a very, very tough uphill battle into the next one. They just go back to their defaults. Deep smoke out towards stairs to give a little bit of extra space to Liquid here to look down.
Yeah, Na'Vi respecting those smokes. And Liquid did have a trap play towards the canals this time. JL, HE, bowled perfectly. Lovely damage onto Shuey in ultimate. But it cost JL his life to get it done. Only towards mid. Alexi B just throwing some feigning utility, but there's going to be a bit of a brawl through canals if the T's don't turn around and check this. Wonderful with the bomb just there on the T-stairs, and he's got no helping hand just yet. A man above him on the bridge, and Shuey won't be checked. The timing, it favours him. They jiggled, and Wonderful only saw ultimate. So this could work out in Liquid's favour.
They're just doing everything right at this point in time, aren't they, Mac? 2 rounds only for Na'Vi, a disadvantage, so much spatial control. Wonderful, though, rips the head off of ultimate. I think he's caught lacking a little bit there. Now they tried to pick up the pace a little bit more, keeping their eye trained over towards main, but this is this split now. Are they going to be ready for it? You're exactly right. Shuey twist, denying the crunch completely. Speaking of captain, Imma getting one back as well, trading out Alexi. And now is Imma and Bit looking to get on towards that site of A. Shuey and Naf are still living. But the nade to go in, is it going to be able to buy some additional time? Bit taken down to 4. Mac, it's getting spicy, but Shuey, he's living up to his name right now, drinking the gods at Nectar. And the round has been taken by Liquid. And again, look at how calm they are.
Mate, that
was focused. Lock the hell in.
Layers on layers of chaos, and Liquid somehow come out on top. Beautiful nade followed through by a lovely couple of shots by both regards. Everyone is bringing some very solid counter-strike to the end of the groups here. Everyone wants to get up on that stage. The molly to close. And Chewy with the fast flank, picking his move, not overextending. Playing his life just long enough. And 6-2 is a beautiful scoreline on the CT side.
Really, really is. Pistols up. Pretty heavy investment too as well. Imma looking like he bought over that AK-4. Wonderful. So they want to try and make something work. Na'Vi know that they are starting to lose time. They're able to find a couple more here. Maybe there would be some safety, but Nertz is going to deny a bit immediately. It's one set of Kevlar already out of the server. Now Alexi B. It just feels like clockwork, doesn't it? You know, they continue to find mid-control for free, Na'Vi. But Liquid are able to adapt so quickly. Now they put up the pace here. Naf has to try find more than one. Able to hold on. Twists drops Alexi. And now Naf back to the Tech 9. Imma will take him down. But it's not really a winnable round, is it? Ultimate, no, a little shaky. Does get one, but Wonderful still alive. Mackie should be able to find another. Twist has been dropped. Nertz now in the clutch. Should be able to pick up the bomb here. Does collect. But now how much due diligence does he want to do? Where does he clear? Where does he look for? Is he going to try go for the peak here as well? He does actually dip all the way into connector. Wonderful. He might have actually made the right decision here. Nertz already there. How quickly does he want to run though? Will Nertz find the timing? He's also pushing forward, but there it is. Wonderful's made the call. And now he's going to be able to afford a safe plan on towards A, and it's going to be a long way to go for Nertz.
Plays that clock perfectly. Realizes that Nertz definitely could have been back on site if he went towards that B area. And they're making his way to heaven. Bomb planted for him. Full clearing on beach. In the meanwhile, that rotation coming through from Nertz. Following in the footsteps of Wonderful.
Clock's ticking. Really is. Nertz has only one singular opportunity to make this work and make it work right. He's got the Molotov. Does go to heaven. So now Wonderful is going to have to creep around, and he's onto the defuse. He's sticking it. There is no way. Wonderful, you don't lose this round like this, do you? You have. It was your moment. It was your time. And that was certainly far from Wonderful. Good effort.
Oh.
But losing it right at the end.
Pros don't fake. First time, perfectly. He looks and sees exactly where it's planted, drops the incendiary towards heaven, and just prays to Gaben that he's made the right move. Milliseconds in that one.
Gaben has blessed him this time. Finally, a smile out for Shuey. There it is. Sue! Beautiful stuff. Man, Liquid are just looking up top right now.
Oh,
JL will, though, deny. Maybe Shuey getting a little bit overzealous.
That was nice. He saw Shuey do that, or maybe assumed Shuey's done that before. And with just good map knowledge and crosshair placement, shoots through the edge of the smoke, which leaves a slightly bigger hole. And will just shoot that one bullet, spot Shuey in the open, and get a free opening. So, intelligent CS coming through from J Legend. But Na'Vi's still heavily on the back foot, and if they lose here with a nice opening like that, oh, Anubis might be written off already.
Oh, that nade. Absolutely dunks down Wonderful and JL. They are hurting. Now Ultimate can get back onto that line. Has missed a couple of key shots. He's actually going to get spammed through, but it's a 1-for-1 Tarad. Imma will go down to Naf. Still the advantage, though, going the way of Na'Vi, but it's back to their usuals. Alexi says, come on, guys, back towards mid. I'm tired, boss. They found the space, though, Mac. Naf. Long way away. Nertz is going to be the one to try and stop the clock. He did get it in the previous. He's got a lot to overwhelm here. Twist is here, taken down. And there's the round. Okay, it works out for Alexi B this time round. The mid-take is finally on. And now Naf. Well, look, I think it actually would be quite wise for him to save the AWP here. He should be afforded it. Surely no way he finds any level of timing here, right? They're still keeping two around.
We'll find out in a sec. Maybe Naf is happy with 7. There's no smoke.
And that time is ticking. But Na'Vi not going to let Naf sneak under their thumb. And Bit as well, with all that health, will survive at A main if he wanted to hang around even longer. But that'll be that. AWP carried across to the next for TL. And the economy not necessarily in the best of ways. So, realistically, there is a world where Na'Vi could come back in the half if they play flawlessly. Especially with shots like that. Alexi B has had some moments this tournament. Good and bad. We did see one of the bad ones the other day. We won't talk about it. But the good stuff has looked really good when it has been killed.
Yeah, no, for sure. Fantastic individual, both in and out the server. Now back onto a bit of a motley buy here for Liquid. This is the, the demons that get brought through of the CT-sided economy, isn't it? 7 rounds, and now you're stuck with pistols. So Ultimate's going to need to hit those shots with the AVP. Nade up, in towards Connector now. 3 members here. Shuey not going to get brought in by that. Molotov to go down to buy some additional time, potentially. But they're just back to mid. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's just going to be onto Nerds to try and defend.
Oh, banger in. JL can't see a thing. And a lovely little pop play coming through out of Liquid. Clears that con, but Nerds now next on the agenda. Lovely little crossfire between him and Ultimate, supporting from afar. But Nerds will fall for it. Now with only a 1-man advantage, Ultimate needs a helping hand, and that's going to be coming in the form of Twist. Pushing through the smoke at the right moment. Nap not far behind, and that'll be the bomb on the ground and around in the bag for Liquid, unless Bit has something to say about it. 3 CTs to find, and the 2 at mid. Not here at all, but Ultimate ring around the rosy. He's played that game before. The young gun won't live in the end, but with 30 on the clock, they've actually separated. There is now a chance, and the incendiary gets respected. That is the point where the round went wrong.
What's he going to do here? He's so unaware now. Has to try and find the bomb, but he's gone up high. He's looking the wrong way. He manages to collect, but 14 seconds, and Naf has done the right thing. He's moved through A main. He's taken that control, and he solidifies an 8th round here for Liquid. All smiles on dials. What a play, though, in the round here from Twists. 2 big impact kills with that 5-7.
Just bringing almost nothing into the round. A couple of pistols. Couple of upgrades in the end. And Naf, perfect moment to strike. Coming in there on the flank. Last round of the half though, Na'Vi, plenty of money for another. Wonderful even affording that AWP. Let's see what he can do with it. As Liquid go for a different approach on the CT side again. 2-2-1 split. Playing close at pizza. Naf, with the financial situation, having to go down to the MP9, and he may just be all alone. Twist comes through with the AK in time, knocking on the door of Temple, looking to make history. And the molly sends him packing, but a 2v3, not unwinnable for Liquid. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, still no bomb. So now they're going to be able to drop that over to JL. Molotov down towards Connector to give themselves some additional space. Twist would have to have a phenomenal round here. He's already found 2. They do have the smoke and the HE in the hands of Nerds, though, Mac, as they walk around the flank. He's got to be ready for it. That's a 3rd. Twists. Imma is low. This could be massive on the timing. Nerds drops Imma. It's all onto Alexi, the captain. Is he going to be able to find it? Big nade from Alexi. Holding true. Needs to try and find the 1v1s. Isolate the duels. Tap onto the bomb surely as the position now gets tight. Twist's already there, but Alexi will drop. Now onto Twist. Has to find 4. Already a massive round from the former captain of Liquid, but I think the timing might be enough. Alexi's held. Twist, will he find it? I don't know if he's got it. I don't think he does. The camera's pulled away, so we're going to call that another round for Na'Vi. Look, they were happy about it anyway, but a 4K for Twist. I mean, they give it a good crack, and that's been a nice half here, but do they have enough to take it back onto the CT side in Na'Vi?
Solid first half out of NA. Poland and Israel, whatever you want to call them. TL is their name, and they are doing so damn good right now, aren't they? Let's see what they can do in the second half, though, as Na'Vi are looking worse for wear, maybe affected by jet lag. Maybe it's been a long day for the troops. Maybe FlyQuest took it all out of them with what the Aussies threw down earlier on.
Owie.
Wonderful, going to be starting worse for wear. Dink through the corner, lucky to be alive.
I think they're ready to go really, really fast, though, Mac. Imma's got a big task with these dualies to try and hold on, but he's flashed up. Wonderful takes one. Imma does get it back, but they're trading out quickly. Naf and Nertz getting it done. Bit trying to pick up the pace here. Can he hold, or is he going to get baited into submission? Looks like it will be the latter. Nertz takes him. JL gets it back, though. Oh, J Legend with a crispy shot. Now looking to find more. It's all going to be onto Nertz. He's already had a pretty bloody big round. Can he find the additional? He can. Nertz with 4, and the hero Liquid need to keep the door closed on Na'Vi.
Ain't no getting back in there for Na'Vi this time. For Alexi B and his merry men. Beautiful couple of shots initially, but yeah, you mentioned it, Nertz having to fire up, and you can rely on him. He is Mr. Reliable for this team. Doing work when it's needed, clutching up when it's necessary. And now just 4 more rounds to put Anubis in the bag for the series and be just 1 map away from making it to the playoffs. But we won't get ahead of ourselves. Who knows what Na'Vi are going to do with many pistols running at a Mach 10. Maybe die, maybe win, maybe make some bacon. Boom. Speaking of ultimate, getting stylish with it, but it is going to be the Glock to snatch it away. Mach 10's farming up a lot of the kills in the round, and ultimate going to be happy with that for sure.
Crispy clean. 10 rounds now. Twists a little confused by something. Overall. Oh, that shot. Okay, fair enough. Respected. But I think, yeah, 10 double digits. Pretty great start to the T side here. Na'Vi may very well be one of the last real chances they've got to actually try and hold on to this one. It was Liquid's pick for Anubis. Inferno around the bend if we need it. There's Ancient. But right now, Liquid are making a pretty good mission towards the arena of Rod Laver.
Oh. Off the back of the block. Wonderful. Missed opportunity. But a bit of chip damage onto Nertz. As well as the all-important information to allow Na'Vi to put their pieces in the right position, but they're sticking to the 2-1-2 for the moment. Naf creeping up towards Con. That smoke being respected, but he's got a whole kit of util himself. And Amoli could force both these sneaky CTs further back into a slightly rougher position. He's now actually, they're just going dry. No flashes necessary. Alexi B can't hit him, but Imma doing what he can, running low on the bullet department. And now we're down to the 3v2. Wonderful going to be able to snatch one away as Nertz not allowed to make it to site. 2-man flank coming in from the con side and the bomb's still on the ground.
Are they going to be able to use that utility? Molotov went forward. Naf, just gets around and maybe that warning bullet, but he's down to 2 points of HP, nothing to work with. And now, unfortunately, that bomb will be dropped again. Shui, he's split the wickets, but it's going to be wonderful to turn on a dime and rip his head clean off. And thankfully, a lifeline in the form of Wonderful. It's going to be a good round, well needed for Na'Vi to hold on to this series.
Great couple of trades out of Imma to keep Na'Vi alive. And then the rest of the boys to follow through in that 3v2. But now into the 16th we go. And the traversal for Team Liquid is looking ahead towards the A site initially. Ultimate holding a wide swing. And just making sure Imma won't get away with a free peek from Con. Smoked off though. Very early on. And Liquid just having a chat as to what to do now.
Oh, nade over the top does tickle. But really just back to that default. Not a hell of a lot happening right now for Liquid. Just trying to make Na'Vi burn their utility. as best they can. Ultimate looking to jump onto that line. They have got some space into Con, but again, the bomb still sort of dropped outside stairs, so even if they get the site, nothing to be found just yet. Oh, key frag missed from Ultimate.
Yeah, certainly a sitter dropped. And JL, oh, this is the worst possible moment to be pulling out that utility. He needs the helping hand of Bit to put that gun to use, and both gets a headshot. But there's only one man doing the damage, and that's Nerds here. Him and Twist trying to get through them. And through them they shall. Wonderful gets 2 before going to the grave. And it is currently a 2v2 towards that A side of the map, but Na'Vi are thinking about their own economy, and they've hesitated just too long. Ultimate, a free flank kill onto Imma. And Alexi B, the captain. What can he do here to save the weapon?
Might not even be able to. They are looking their way. Ultimate does shift around. If he spots, if he peeks, okay, there's the information. Now they can surely pick up, but at the end of the day, they don't have a hell of a lot of cash, so it might not be overly wise to go too far. And that's what Alexi B is interested in. He knows the economic game, but he's punished by Shui, the new captain. Oh man, they are cheering. But still seem composed. Again, you know, even after a potential victory in this opening map here on Anubis, still plenty more work to be done. Wonderful had a good crack in the round, but denied completely. So what's the financial biscuit going to be looking like this time? Oh, bugger all. We see a Nova come out for Wonderful. Maybe not, but there's the call. Blade. He's got the hand. The palm up.
We spoke about this the other day. The value of a Blade tactical in particular. And how much respect the players give to what he says, and usually how often and successfully it does convert into a round. Now, with the money that's there in the bank, I don't know if we're going to get that this time. But maybe it's just to give them some sort of shot moving into the next round. Because look, every round in Counter-Strike is winnable. So let's see what Na'Vi have cooked up here. And it is going to be a B stack initially.
Yeah, save up. So they've taken it fully to a knee.
The thing...
Fire sale happening in spawn.
That'll ruin this strat, Mitch.
Yeah.
Is that Naf still has a Mac 10. He may just be the info man. And as Wonderful goes searching, he's seen. But where to from here? Naf falls back, expecting maybe a pop from the CTs. But we're seeing a full rotation back towards the A side of the map. And I think it's the right call.
Look at him just funneling in. Good bit of timing here, maybe a flash, but no, they're so ready. A massacre in mid. No single chance at all. Navi wants the AWP, but he'll leave it. I mean, look, JL's going to be denied anyway. Twists makes it work. Oh, this is looking grim right now for Na'Vi. I was huffing a little bit of Hopium at some point, Mac, but Nerds are still there. There hasn't really been any moments where Na'Vi were in this game at all. Am I crazy to be saying that? In this map specifically?
There were early moments, but then Liquid just won sort of the swing rounds that they needed to, and that put the economy in a weird way. And then also, like, you remember it was, what, like 7-5 at the half? It just feels like recency bias for this half. Yeah, they look like terrible players at the moment because they're not getting anything done. They're not winning the rounds. They're not holding the sites. They're not playing the CT side of Anubis. I said that before, though, that the CT side on Anubis hasn't been good lately. So we'll see if Wonderful can pass the test.
They want to close the game. They're done with this chapter. But Wonderful is going to be able to at least deny that for now. I have to write a sequel. Not just yet.
Ultimate up the guts. And has managed to find a timing. I'm not sure if he heard Alexi rotating across. But he won't get past that scope of wonderful. And the molly disrespected. JL happy to swing and taste sweet revenge.
Desperately needed round, isn't it? They took that save. They said, we're happy to fight overtime.
Hang on, Mitch.
They acknowledged.
Are you saying this round's over?
7 on the trot. No.
Are you saying this round's over? Because you thought that 1v3
we remember
was
what
over
happened in that
ZTR.
previous map,
Yep,
Mac,
you
all
remember
right?
that?
I remember that. I was there.
30 seconds. Twists.
The round's over,
He's
Mac.
a magician. He's somehow going to be able to plant from here. I don't know how.
I do love the storyline,
I don't know
right?
where.
The potential prospect is always something that you can hype up. But I guess they're sitting here going, well, look, guys, Ultimate's got no cash. Send him an AK, will ya? Or maybe even an AWP from Shuey. He'll have 6.6.
Yeah, Na'Vi. Respectful. Happy just to hold those sights, lock in the rounds. Desperately needed. And a smile from Imma. Showing that maybe the mental advantage has potentially come back their way. I'm not seeing a lot of positivity on the faces of the Liquid members. They just need one round.
Yeah.
And, well, arguably they've also been in this position before, one round away from a win with a large comeback from a heavy-hitting team. They have been on the receiving end of that back at Cologne.
Something that they don't want to be reminded of. But they will be able to throw together a purchase in towards this round. But they just want to talk it out first.
Yeah.
Don't blame them. They need to take these opportunities whilst they're there. A 13-6 would be a very, very happy result. They can afford to lose a couple, but to allow a comeback while sitting on the T side would be pretty gut-wrenching.
Early progression utility from Liquid. And Nert's letting Wonderful know that he hasn't made his way into main with that spam. Liquid happy to go for the slow default. Allow Na'Vi to try and make that first move, but Shuey now makes his way towards Con. With the good amount of util to take control there. Got a block from Imma at the minute mark, looks good. And Shuey's thinking of breaking it. Or even just going through dry with the molly. Oh, the moment Imma looks away, Shuey has gone through. A brilliant timing, a trade from JL, keeping Na'Vi alive. But now they know JL's here, which means maybe mid's weak. Maybe this is the space that Twist is looking for.
That's the craziest part, isn't it? Your captain just walks straight through the smoke, manages to get one and done. And now what's the call? They've separated it entirely. 2 on each site. Now Naf, watching closely, knows that JL is just about on that line, but now as they start to march their way in, the utility up and over the top to drop into canals, leaving only Naf inside main. Nertz is going to bank the nade off the wall, peppering up JL, opens up with 1 and 2. Nertz, oh my god, Ultimate actually finding it through the pillar. Now Wonderful has to try catch something on the flank. Twist will take him down, and Bitmate, well, I know you're bloody good at Counter-Strike, but a 1v4 might be a little bit of a tall task here on this site of B. Looks like Liquid are going to be able to walk away with this one. Mac Bit now creeping his way through CT, seeing what he's able to find, but he will be denied. Nertz with a banger of a matchup, opening up the gates here on Anubis. We need to see a resurgence from Na'Vi on Inferno, otherwise they'll be packing their bags.
Yeah, that last round as well, you could see Liquid doing their homework, reading it like a book, knowing exactly where Na'Vi were playing on that B site and making the bloody most of it. And look, you gotta take your moments when you are feeling it. And at the moment, I don't know if Na'Vi are. We'll have to find out in that second map of the series. But for now, we can stew in the glory that Liquid found here on Anubis.
It's just an interesting series to be dealing with, right? You know, Na'Vi seem to be such a volatile team emotionally. You know, the high highs and the low lows. When they're losing, they seem to be quite lost, but when they're winning, they seem to be all on the same page and enjoying it, where I suppose the emotions look quite more consistent from Liquid in that side. There was less frustrations. They knew they were in the lead. Even if they lost a round, they take a quick pause and, you know, reconvene. So I'm pretty happy with what we've just seen from Liquid there. That was a very, very convincing looking result. And, you know, when you look at the arena, Mac, you've got Mongols, you've got Maus, Vitality, Falcons already in there, right? And Gamer Legion joining them, FaZe being knocked out. So irrespective of who you're facing up against, it's going to be a bloody tough battle. So the winning team out of this series needs to be bringing their A game, and Liquid right now, they look to be the clear victor. But will that change on Inferno?
Yeah, we'll figure that out shortly, but for the moment, 13-6 on Nuke is what's gone down here. 17-11, Twist looking like a bit of an MVP there. Ultimate as well. You know, we have had multiple moments where we've spoken about AWPers with unfortunate inconsistency from time to time, and Ultimate has been one of those, but today it seems we're getting the good version of Roland from Poland up with the Merry Men. We spoke about Nert, spoke about all the performances he's had as well, but in terms of individuals, Ultimate was the one just getting a lot of those openings. 4-1 for the team, which is the best overall, and it put themselves in so many positions, especially in that first half on the CT side, to succeed, and succeed they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you know, he missed a couple of shots, but he also hits a couple of shots, which is very, very important. It was all starting in the pistol. Managed to pick up a couple into the second round too. So it was just, yeah, pretty consistent overall from Ultimate. No crazy highlight moments, but it was just that couple of multi-frags where they were able to convert the rounds. So yeah, it just led for a really, really clean performance out of the AWP from Liquid, who again has had, you know, some spotlight on him, a little bit of criticism up and down. So I think he's got to be pretty happy with that one. And as I said, now one map away from the arena where some of these players have been there before, others have not. So I think they're all, well, actually, no, pretty much all of them, now that I think about it, have been arena players. So scratch that.
Mitch, you yapping, shut up. I want to say Ultimate's clips were sick. The highlights were good. You yapped him. Get out of here. I've got to go get a drink before we get into a second map. You guys too, go get hydrated. We'll see you in a second for Inferno.
Oh, it's fucking Roland from Poland, man. How you doing?
Hello, sir. I'm doing well.
You're doing well?
Yes.
You like Australia?
Oh, yeah.
How does it compare to Poland?
I mean, still, like, Poland is #1 in my heart.
Yeah.
But Australia is also decent.
Okay, so like maybe a top 5, we'll say?
Yeah, I would say like in top 10, yeah.
Top 10, okay, I love it. I love this already. Yo, how are things going for you? I was just speaking to Keith. You might know him as Naf. I don't know if you guys are on a first name basis in the team or not, but we were just talking. He's feeling quite good about the vibes. He said some extra time to practice and whatnot has been helpful. How are you finding it? Because obviously Liquid going through some changes, bringing in old Shuey, shirtless Shuey, wherever he is. How are things going for you, bro?
Yeah, pretty good. I would say we have some time to practice. It's my first tournament that is that far, and not jet lagged.
Wait, really? You didn't get the jet lag?
Yes, I'm not jet lagged. I'm fresh, ready to go. It's perfect.
When did you land?
I can't remember exactly.
It's all kind of a blur.
Yeah, it's kind of relevant. Like 2 days ago, somewhere around 2 days ago, I would say.
Okay. And you're actually feeling good. Did you fly in economy or business?
Of course, economy.
Okay, economy?
Economy merchant.
I like that. Okay, economy merchant, Roland from Poland, pulling up. Gonna go all the way to playoffs in Melbourne. Is that the plan?
Not the playoffs, finals.
Finals. He's getting specific with it. I like this. Going to finals. You heard it here. That's Roland. He's from Poland, and Australia is in his top 10.
So you didn't guess? Misha, what?
Of course, bro. Explain better, bro. I will show you how to explain.
I even said it's side.
You have a problem to show me or what?
You have big quad.
Big quad where? Where? Left, right,
just
bottom?
Middle.
In the middle, big
yes,
quad.
Big quad.
So fucking square.
No,
okay.
big. It's not big. Actually, yes, it's good. Out of this squad, put one more. Next to him, one more. Top.
One more?
Yeah.
Do I have to guess now?
No, more quad to the right.
Fucking shit.
Small. Yeah, and one more, the bigger one, right. Okay, you need to put down of this
Good.
Yeah, do you understand what this is?
No.
If it would be color, it would be a red color, this one.
But it's a bomb plant.
Yes.
Either that's to be.
No. Not even close, because...
Nuke?
No, wait, why?
Fucking shit, I have no fucking clue. Anubis B.
Bro, why? It's so fucking easy.
What is it? Show.
This is Inferno. Obviously, this is first book, second, third.
I will explain so good. You can start from top right side. Start the square from here. And go down. And go left side now. Stop. Go down. Right side. More. And now go on top. Until on top. Big square out of that. So you can start from left side down here. Full on top. Full. You can start from down with the square. And now down. And now boop. Close it. No. Top left. Yes. But a bit down. Yes. Just do a square. Bam. So do a rectangle on top of this, but sideways a bit, like
here?
Okay, it's good. And go down and close it. On the same big square, bottom, two boxes. Just do one there.
One here.
Bam. And one, you can start from the middle of that. Yes. And square. Yeah, close it. Between the middle and the top left. 3 squares, fast. And down, one right side. They are all connected. Just imagine they are all 3 connected. Now a big rectangle from this one down.
From this?
Yes.
Left?
Yeah. And top.
Like this?
Yes. Down. Yes.
No,
yeah. Big square. Bam. Can you guess? Bro, it's so hard to explain. What the fuck?
But you said you explained so easy.
Bro, explain.
This is Inferno?
No.
Okay, wait, what the fuck?
You like this map?
This is Dust 2?
No. It's the map that you don't want to be alone.
Is it Mirage?
Yeah. A-side. You can start from the middle with a rectangle. Bam. And now you do another rectangle, but like this. Yeah, now it's like this. Bam. And now one straight. Fuck it, it took so much space. You can do another one like this.
Like this?
Yeah. You can connect another rectangle. Okay. Another rectangle straight, like
here.
Yeah, straight. Yeah. Another one straight with a circle on top. What is it?
No idea.
Yeah. See, we got it. We struggled a bit, but we got it.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Face It, and Melbourne. Every bit different.
Hang on. Wait. I just checked HLTV. Did Gamer Legion really 2-0 phase? I'm still stuck on... I swear, I can't tell if that really happened or not. It feels like we're living in a fantasy world. Upsets, they were supposed to happen in those first couple of games, not the last couple of games, Mitch. That's crazy. That's crazy. But look, an upset? If Liquid beat Na'Vi to knock them out during groups as well, Na'Vi getting grouped at Melbourne 2025, I didn't think we'd be getting that either. What's going on? What's in the air? What's in the water down in Melbourne?
God knows. I don't think it's anything to do with the Zywoo air quality check. It might just be the rain that's coming or something like that. But yeah, Liquid is looking really good, okay? For now they are, whereas Na'Vi, yeah, just volatile. Emotionally, they don't seem to be all on the same page 100% of the time.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that changes, though, of course, moving into Inferno. It's something that Na'Vi, they've picked it for a reason. And on paper, I had a look earlier at Inferno for Liquid. And look, win rate says 80%. Yeah, sure. All right. Liquid, that means that they've got a decent amount of successful footage to get ready for. And I know Bladey is a prep master, as well as Alexi B. Big brains in that team have certainly got themselves ready to go into this one. The thing that is going to make it for Liquid is the absolute confidence is going to be brimming, is going to be spilling over the brim even going into the second map after having a 13-6 on Anubis, after feeling big, feeling like they're just one map away, one dub away from going into Rod Laver Arena. And I feel like Inferno... Is this going to be where we end? Oh, I don't know. I think it might be, Mitch. I think we could be done.
We've had many big moments on Inferno in the history of Counter-Strike, haven't we, Mac? So I wonder if that will continue today. Obviously, not quite the high-octane moment expectation, but yeah, I don't know. Liquid individually as a 5 have all looked very, very good. Na'Vi going for their huddle right now, seeing if they can unlock what they need to take us through here. Because, look, they had a win over FlyQuest, but it wasn't overly convincing, right, in the sense that whilst it wasn't the closest of scorelines, I think it ended up being like 13-7, there was a couple of micro mistakes that FlyQuest made that allowed Na'Vi to find that position where, yeah, now they've got to look really, really good here because Liquid are looking locked in.
Yeah. The fact that, you got Shui doing decent work as well towards the start of the game, he was really putting the team on his shoulders and just putting himself in a position to get those kills, but also be traded if necessary. And it just feels like, look, Twists as well, activating without having to be a leader, but also getting that extra experience of being the leader for a while. He's certainly got a say during those mid-rounds, certainly got an opinion that is being shared. And I'd love to know more about the intricacies of the team once we get between the group stage and the playoffs if Liquid win, because that's kind of curious how they will have adapted since JKS.
Definitely so, Mac Daddy-O. Couple of little pep moments there from Blade, trying to get them refocused. So I think so far we've seen Na'Vi...
Can you do that for me, Mitch? Get me pumped for this map. With
all right,
Blade's...
Okay, I need to...
Your iteration
try and think
of Blade's
about...
pump-up song.
No, it can't be Blade's pump up. All I can think about is just pulling your earlobes or something, smacking you on the back. Lightweight, let's go! Something like that. That's what would get you up and again.
That's true. It will be. A couple of chair slaps. But I was thinking more of just the direct reenactment of what Blade did to the boys. The sound. There we go. Thank you. Couple of barks for the boys. But either way, Inferno is where the flames will rise. And one of these teams is either going to be taking us to a third or going a whole long way back home. Who's it going to be and where we're going to end up? Is it Ancient or is it going asleep and ready to make it to the Arena Games?
Time is nigh. Only one more spot left. It's going to go to one of these teams here in Liquid or Na'Vi. Obviously, many fans waiting, biting their breath. We've got the A stream also going on that is determining who's going to make that semi-final between, of course, Vitality and Falcons. Won't spoil that one because all we want to know is the action here into map number 2, Mac. It's Inferno. It's looked good for Liquid, but same could be said for Na'Vi. Let's boogie.
Where are we boogieing down to? Info towards second. I don't think Imma was quite seen, but it hasn't triggered the rotation just yet. Liquid going strong towards A. Double setup at the truck and on the balcony, with Ultimate gazing towards long instead. Couple of bits of util tossed across between the individuals, one of which is a smoke at B, in case JL goes that way. But what do we got here from Na'Vi? Bit of apps control. Uncontested. Able to have their way with the map. And Alexi B bringing that bomb towards the A side of things. JL no utility to go for a fake. Maybe a walk in and contact or try to stop those rotates. Look at a deep arch smoke. Long even. And a bust up shot.
To make a bit of a pace change, yeah. Looking to get around Diggity, but no. They were happy with a little shot at brackets, but they choose to fall away. Still not overly convinced as to where they want to go. Waiting for a potential call from JL over towards B. Really just buying some additional time now, Mac. The action about to happen. 20 seconds left on the clock. First opening pick from Imma. Able to find that one. Twist has to activate here and now. With those Julies, we'll be able to pick up one. Falls his way in towards Mini Pit, but Wonderful will rip his head off and a second as well. Round basically done and dusted. Plant goes down in the hands of Alexi B. And I don't think Nerds and Shui are going to be getting this one done at all.
Looking like that'll be that, unless Nerds can penetrate the brick wall with Julies, but that ain't happening. And Na'Vi, welcome to the lead for the first time in the series. They will be in pole position. 1-0 the scoreline for them. And Nerds just hoping to take the Kev to the next. One banger for Shui. And look, you can do a lot with that. Make a little trap play. And Inferno is a lovely battlefield to go for a force if you want to. No, save the Cox. Save him. No!
Not today. Some fear them, some save them. But into this round, it will be an opening to the bank account for Na'Vi. So pretty happy with that one. As I said, it was a relatively interesting start where it was close.
Bro, he did nothing wrong. He was just a bystander.
Innocent until proven guilty, Mac.
Anyway, Mitch, if you were Shui, if you had a big Counter-Strike brain, where would you be putting this flash?
I like down mid, but looks like they're already sort of lined up to just sit back from library and the arch side. Nobody coming towards this side of A, though. Just the singular member in bit. Yeah, I do not mind a little second mid pop flash play, but it's not going to be happening this time. So just Nerds to start to get that information. He's going to hear the audible. They do start to walk their way over. So Na'Vi, I think this should very well be 100% around for them, but they'll still need to get that bomb plant. Wonderful finds it. And it'll just be Liquid to throw something at them from an exit strategy.
Couple to the tally. Confidence kills for the Na'Vi members. And Liquid not going to find any exits at all. Flawless round. Perfect out of Na'Vi. And one that'll shift the confidence back into their favour. But now they've got to deal with guns from Liquid. Into that third round.
All right. So now the heavy lifting begins. This is your kind of round, Mac. Liquid looking to move straight into this with what they've got. Just enough, I suppose. No kits in play. Whereas Na'Vi still holding onto those Mac 10s. So are they going to be doing something a little faster, using both to get their way in towards apartments? Imma in tow. Just that midline from Ultimate at the very minute.
So this is the difference that we'll see from Liquid, which we didn't from FlyQuest against Na'Vi earlier, is at least even faking the retake control, dropping that util set towards the top of Banana. But little do they know that Na'Vi have disrespected it and gone right through, edged the smoke. And ringing true of the tones of these Galils, Shui and Nerds will be in a crossfire, or at least attempt to be. Smoke denying that, and Shui out on an island. Only one flash to allow him to keep on fighting. Him and Nerds looking to make this one happen. Oh, he swung around and found the second. Still fighting, looking for another gun. Gets the Galil, and the smoke's in the way, but Wonderful's gone through. Denied the rotations, and things getting real tricky with 20 on the clock to plant and nowhere else to go. They need to get past Nerds, the man that's already torn him a bloody new one. Flash there. Beautiful team play. And Nerds lives longer. Bomb on the ground at Banana, and that should be that. Nerds, an absolute hero for that one.
Yeah, heads up play from Nerds there, finding two, and I think he actually picked up an empty Galil for a time there. Managed to get off from pool, back to the site, gets the reload as Wonderful's taking ultimate in towards CT. But what a round here from Twist as well. He found the one down mid, then he was able to deny the plant by dropping them from top of Banana. So that is a happy little response there from Liquid, and it calls for an immediate pause to come back so Na'Vi can have a little bit of a conversation as to what went wrong there, because that was a scrappy round, Mac, is all I can say from Na'Vi. They had all this control, but not much at the same time.
Bit more of that, and Liquid will find themselves in the lead out of bloody nowhere. Na'Vi still with a shot with what they will bring into the fourth. And they didn't necessarily do much wrong. It was just Nerds with a crazy little 2K on that bust through the CT smoke. I thought Shui was done for. I thought he was out on the smallest island. And with the phase smoke, maybe we'll see some aggression here. Only 2 towards A. That's a risky maneuver to go through, but they're going to bloody do it anyway. Flash in. Na'Vi with the bomb. Alexi B, mate, what have you done? Thrown that one straight on the ground, and the package has been delivered, but the wrong respect for that one. Wonderful in the meanwhile, dealing with the aggression at Banana, and just like that, the action subsides.
15 seconds into the round, and it's knives out, straight in mid. They picked the right site to rotate for now, Twists and Naf. But obviously Twist taken very, very low in that exchange earlier on. Wonderful getting it back, bringing the team back into the lead with his little 2K. Now as that smoke goes down, it's going to be pressure onto Twist here. Again, he was taken low in that earlier mid-trade. Onto the line, taken down, bomb dropped, Wonderful. Has to go more. Twist, the captain, able to do so many things. Bit now into the 1v1 with Naf. Oh no, Naf. Gotta be upset with that. That's now 3 players with still 0 kills on the side of Liquid, and Na'Vi are up and about.
Bit of frustration coming out there. He even leant into the monitor on the spray. He was meaning bloody business. But Mr. Reliable Bit showing up when needed. And Wonderful as well. Has been having a bit of a series, having a bit of a day for himself. But we need to see a bit more from him in particular if Na'Vi want to keep on stringing these rounds together on the T side.
Ooh. Needs to be an effort by committee, doesn't it? And they're straight down mid. A little bit of dunking damage onto Alexi B, but it's not going to be too stressful for them. It's only Twists left lacking as he just does choose to rotate around. I think he's going to be taken down very, very quickly. There it is. Oh no, good damage on the Bit, but he is taken by Wonderful, who's keen to add more frags to his bag. That's another round on the trot for Na'Vi. They've been quick. The action's been happening very, very early on, hasn't it?
One of those rounds where you want to get it out of the way, but you can also easily catch tees off if they don't expect that mid-aggression. Didn't work this time for Liquid. Straight on to the next they go. They'll be dumping that old Rop smoke towards the bottom of Banana. Deep molly as well, but there is going to be smokes going the other way for Na'Vi. They do want to contest here, and they have 3 members brought to the party. 4th if you include Imma at the back with the bangers. And in they come. No one can see a damn thing for the moment. JL just spraying the wall.
Wow.
And it's Wonderful to get in front of him and look for even more. If Twist falls, that's the round. But he's going to hold on till the bitter end. 2 found. But is that going to be enough to buy space for Liquid to get a clutch on the board?
They do seem to be a little bit more confident. JL taken very, very low, but once again, you know, that nade to just pop the smoke before they save, it's not going to happen. Ultimate, Naf, both on 0 frags. Shui the same. This is really confident play coming out from Na'Vi right now. As I said, they just go fast, no holds barred. They're happy to have that duel at the top of Banana there. Look at all the deaths at their utility out the wazoo. But they 100% the round still. Another smoke towards CT to just ensure that they collect the bag. But this is 5 great rounds in tow for Na'Vi, looking like a completely different team to what we saw in Anubis.
I love watching Na'Vi when we get good Na'Vi. One of my favourite teams to watch last year. Yeah. This year just more cold than hot. But when they're hot, it's good to watch. It's good to have a cheeky peek.
They'll find it.
Yeah.
They'll find it. Everyone has their ups and downs. Even the best rosters have had their moments. Is it the continued same aggression, Mac? That's going to be my question early on. Ultimate does manage to get a small gap in the smoke, but he misses the flick. And now they're already up Banana once more. JL at the helm. Already behind that Molotov, and close little peek there, Shui. It's going to feel awkward. JL just keeps on going, though, doesn't he? No fear. Is he going to be able to look low, though? Nertz does spot him, and now he does creep forward in front of the smoke. He's going to have to go solo. Shui, oh, no, they've missed each other. There's one, there's two. JL, hullabaloo. Another round goes the way, surely, of Na'Vi, and this is the thing. Liquid just have so much time to stew on it.
And you'll take it. Bit even thinking about going for some more already at the halls. And we'll be joined by a few more men towards the bottom of Banana. Liquid looking to save things up towards CT. Naf and Ultimate not allowed to even get activated yet, same as Shui. Although he's been given 6 opportunities. And it's crazy the polarity that can be a team on one map to the next, right?
Such is Counter-Strike, my friend. Comes in waves. But, yeah, very sort of one-sided affair. Still game left, I suppose, for Liquid to get activated. But much longer, we're going to start singing the Tale of Ancient, which may very well be needed at this point in time to determine who's going to be our final team into the playoffs.
Thinking about a faster approach. Alexi was getting frisky with that top mid smoke. And Liquid gambling that triple stack towards the B side of the map this time. Nade across the top from Shui. And in the meanwhile, it is Bracket that we're looking at. Smoke towards Arch. Isolates Twist. Speaking of isolated, Naf has a big job ahead of himself. Molly to buy space towards apartment side. He will slip into pit. Shui arrives on the scene just in time. But that's if they go this direction. Bit now looking for an entry. Showing face. And the bomb deciding where it wants to go. Wonderful with another layer of utility back towards the A site. I was thinking maybe, just maybe, they go back to B, but we see JL joining the troops, and it's going to be a 5v3 on A.
Library now smoked. Archers as well. Looks like they're going to wrap around, but how many are going to be heading around this corner? Shui Eyes trained on towards the line. Wonderful will be the one to try and find this entry. It's all going to be onto a matter of timing. Great flash in, but no! Wonderful somehow finds him. Imma also getting one back. Twist has gotten two. When he is taken down, they catch Imma. Naf finds him. Wonderful gets another response. The round still potentially on. Nert's on the quick rotate, but he actually might hear him. No. On towards the side. They've got 10 seconds. They will be able to afford the plant, but it's going to be tight. Nert's moving so quickly. Mac, is he going to be able to find it? He's kept interested for long enough. Wonderful now sitting back from the pit. Bit joining him on the site to try and line up this crossfire. Try and keep each other interested. Bit finds another, and now it's all left onto Ultimate. 0 frags, and will it continue that way? No, but the round will not be secured. 7 on the trot now for Na'Vi. They continue firing.
There was glimpses, there was moments where it looked so good for Liquid. That flash to Arch was great, but Wonderful won that somehow. And then also the timing on this incendiary where Twist goes to fight short. He finds that double. If he had an extra helping hand there, if they doubled up on that side of the map, then maybe it could have gone further in Liquid's way. But he needed the info, he needed the block. And it was info they got, but it was those minute moments. And Nert's not quite taking that opportunity to swing to sight when he had an opening. Oh, it's rough to break down. But Na'Vi just looking like a completely different team. It needs to be said again and again and again, because they do.
All right. Is there any change here? Still again, a harp on it. Shuey, Naf, Ultimate, all yet to get activated. They were good in the previous, but you need that full 5. Everyone showing up to the party, Mac. Some will bring fruit salad. Some might bring the snags. But if you rock up with nothing, well, you don't get an invite to my party. Now in apartments, Ultimate straight onto that line. Does narrowly miss the shot. Bit. Oh my God, Ultimate does connect with one at least, but Naf goes down.
Twist. Hunting, lurking, and oh, it's working. Swinging on the carp side and Boiler at the same time. Dropping the bomb in a crossfire that is awkward to deal with as a T. JL though. 1v3 remaining. Oh, and that crosshair is drained to a damn T. 2 more to find.
This would crush Liquid.
And the bloody bomb, the package, is so damn retrievable. But Ultimate knows its location. And has
50 seconds too.
A flash and a HE to use if he wants. Shuey, not far away. Smoke and a flash. And may be able to get to Boiler in time. The timing, it works for JL. And Ultimate, I don't know if he's seen that this has been picked up on the map, but he's on the tight line. And it's a sight line that won't work this time. JL in the 1v1 now. Traversing past 3 Liquid members and Shuey going as far around the world as possible.
He needs 1 kill.
Back to apps. And timing may be a bitch this time for JL. But can he put that dog down? He's looking the right way, and he'll do it again.
Let that sink in, Shuey. He had an electrifying Anubis, but this is as lackluster as anything from the captain of Liquid. JL finding the 1v4, and it was 4 1v1s. Even Taffy doesn't like what he's seen. It was disgusting. What a play there from JL, and a clutch that puts one of the many nails in the coffin necessary to take Liquid out of this map.
My lord. Action. Straight out of the gates again. Everyone wants a bit of map control. You get a bit, and you get a bit, but Ultimate, he's the one doing the hitting. But he has no idea that there's a thief in the night, and that knight's name is Alexi B. Twist, though, heads up gameplay, but it's Bit's turn to keep on striking. 2v3, Mitch. How's this one going to play out?
Oh, okay. At least they make it a little bit easier on themselves. Wonderful would have to find the clutch, but he's already got one. Mac, no, not again. Not like this. Do not allow it. 2 points of HP. Nerds, all he has to do is literally blow a gentle breeze onto the man. It'll knock him straight off his socks. But Wonderful, He's actually going to get a little bit activated. Might walk through the smoke here if he can slip the net. And man is not going to be able to go fishing today. Nertz, he has been denied. And he's got now a lot of time. I mean, look, what do we look at? A nade, molly, smoke, no kit. And he's got a long way to go. The complete other side of the map now, Mac. Wonderful's got time to set up. He gets that smoke down deep towards CT.
love this.
Where does he sit?
He's going through it.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Back to back. Na'Vi. Right back on the horse, brother. They are doing it. Again and again. It looked good at the start for Liquid. They had a great read. They had a numbers advantage. The Stonks were all NA-centric. But NA is half a Na'Vi. And they'll just take it back anyway. My lordy. 8 rounds the gap.
His parents, buddy, teach him not to play with his food. Imma and Alexi don't even need to do anything in this map, Mac.
They're just not allowed.
Back-to-back clutches.
Well, what do we got for the early round this time? Lots of presents shown from Liquid towards Banana. And very, very confused as to where they want to put these rifles. Ultimate falling means Twist has to come back to A. And now it's that 2v2 situation. Shui with a smoke and Nertz. An MP7 of all things. That's not the best tool for the job, unfortunately. And Shui, only 25 bullets in the magazine. How many can he get here? 2 would be good, 3 would be nicer. But 1 is all he'll find. And don't you damn mind, Na'Vi actually still need to get that bomb to Banana safely.
Very, very separated across the map, aren't they? A bit will pick up the bag. But I don't think there's any way that they can actually start to bring it in. Naf does drop Imma. Maybe that gives them a little bit of interest. I mean, at this point, what do you lose, right? You know, there's nothing really that can happen anymore. Taking a save here would just feel unreasonable, but it looks like that may very well be likely. They're hoping for a mistake. They're hoping for an overstep. Oh, God. And we've just had the stat brought through. Twist has 3 times the damage as basically the rest of his team. No help. It is a team game.
Well, opportunities have arisen for Liquid. Well, we have 2 clutches, you know, a couple of silly rounds there, here and there. This could be a, you know, 6-5 scoreline. But it's not. And Na'Vi are looking to send it all the way to map 3. And feel out this reverse sweep. Because, look, earlier today, JL was getting very excited when he won a couple of clutches. He's like, oh, finally won one. But he won some big one here. Wonderful too. And individually, they are putting the team on their shoulders. Yes, Bits got a 2 KD. And the other boys are on 4. But look at JL. 11-5, wonderful. 16-5. A masterclass performance on the T side of Inferno, and there's a chance for even more kills. 2 easy ones found, an extra man advantage, and ultimate, the single man to lock down the A site.
I mean, look, if he can get one... I can't even instill a different narrative anymore, Mac. It looks like it's going to be an 11-1, wherein Na'Vi will just need the pistol and the second to follow. 5-on-2. This time there is no saving. Twist is going to try and make something happen. Nertz to take point, but I think Bit's going to rip him out of the server. And well, Twist, he's on the other side of the map. JL's still going to keep him interested, and I think he actually might catch him lacking. He absolutely will. What have we just witnessed? That is a Na'Vi masterclass here on Inferno. As I mentioned, 2 more rounds necessary, and Liquid have to do the unthinkable.
Na'Vi looking like a whole different team in the server and out. Smiles all around. And the vibes, immaculate.
Looks like we're almost done on this tech pause. That's why the little break was extended. There seemed to be headsets off and a little bit of laughter. Whatever was happening with Nerds there, but should be almost ready to rock and or roll. You having some lightsaber action in there, Mac?
Yeah, it's an electric stick. It's not quite a saber. It's more of a twirly bird. I can't remember the specific name. Sorry to my Star Wars fans out there. And don't tell my missus that I was playing with the toys, okay? It's actually, exercising effectively with them. By the way, Nerds, shout out one time. Love you all. Glow up in the chat for the homies. And look, this game may not have too many more legs on Inferno, but I dare say that map number place is going to take us to a finer place because, yeah, I think this deserves 3. I said it at the start. I did kind of call that Na'Vi may be done going in here. How you said that? But look, happy to be wrong and happy to be very wrong. 11-1. And if this pistol goes the way of Na'Vi, hey, we're packing our bags and we are looking straight towards Ancient. And I love a bit of Ancient action.
It's pretty much no other way. There's been a couple of one-sided affairs this tournament. We see FaZe 13 winning 3D Max only earlier today. Now Bit holding on to that line. I think he actually may very well find Ultimate. No, they hard swing. Imma does get the trade back onto Naf, and now they have to do a little bit of extra work here on the cross. Nerds will drop him. Okay, looking like there's a potential opportunity here. Wonderful, still sitting back. Will duck his way in towards the pit now. Rotation has not yet come through. They're just waiting for any further mistakes here, aren't they? Not looking to over-rotate, not looking to overstep.
Incredibly passive approach. But Wonderful just wants that information. Can snag a nasty shot away if anyone came from long, but we know with that long smoke that Liquid have set their sights up short. And arguably, this is a great position to be in unless that happens and you get mollied into the open, you get blinded, you can't see a damn thing. Good luck, Alexi and JL. Look, there have already been a couple of clutches, so let's never count them out until the round's done.
At least it does look like it could very well be around for Liquid. They haven't had many moments. And that early duel was found nicely. Fortunately, Bit unable to connect with those dualies. Now, Alexi looking to try take that smoke in towards the next round. And I think JL is going to be doing exactly the same. He's got his Kevlar, has a flash. So I think we're just going to let this round go by the wayside as Liquid pick up a second. Crispy
exits. A small surprise to bolster that economy slightly, but Liquid will be happy with the round and happy to not get 13-1 here.
Great shot there. We did see a comeback earlier, Mac, from Gamer Legion.
We did. So we won't count anything out, but look, before we start to panic, there's got to be a few more rounds. Then we can hit the panic button and then we can go crazy, Mitch. But for now, keep the straight jackets hung up without us in them, please. Okay, force buy from Na'Vi. Plenty of space to make this one work. So a solid gamble. And 3 players invested towards the B site nice and early with all of this utility. And what do we got? Alexi with a flash, JL close range. They had that trap set up in case Liquid came to play. But they will back away instead. And Liquid may end up getting Banana for free. Conditioning util towards bracket as well. Smoke on long, flash it short. Will bait the rotation out of Imma. And Na'Vi have put the pieces in the wrong positions, but that being said, one of the harder hitters is right here, sitting behind the fountain. And Alexi B, he's got himself a smoke, molly, and a nade to try and help JL succeed as best possible. Molly on oranges, Alexi at the ready.
Flash in. Got ready. Nicely done. Only finds one, though. Oh, that's a little bit unlucky. JL met the same fate by Nertz, so this round will be a throwaway for them. Unfortunately, there was some extra utility in the hands of Alexi there, a Molotov and a HE, I'm pretty sure. But he didn't quite get the chance to activate there. It was an awkward set of smokes that made it challenging for them to throw down.
With what we've seen this game, I was expecting a 2v4 to go flawlessly for Na'Vi there, but look, glad we get a bit more Inferno. I'm glad we get to see what Liquid can pull on the T side. But for the moment, the save from Na'Vi, Mitch, is going to be pretty crucial for the next round. Still a chance for wonderful Imma and Bit to find value.
But it means they've still got, you know, some decent chances into the next round. What do they bolster this out with? I would assume they'd probably just take the full save. Want to try get wonderful enough cash to buy that AWP. Yeah, said if Nertz didn't get JL there, maybe there was a world where it did turn the other way. They're chatting. Liquid.
Yeah. Just discussing what needs to be done. Where to place the pawns. But a util invested around the saved pistols. And again, Na'Vi leaning stronger towards the B side early on. Liquid going for a faster approach. 30 seconds ticked off the clock, and with a front side smoke, maybe they'll fight for CT. Alexi B seen. But he ain't blocking just yet. And JL maybe knocking a couple of heads with this USP. Should be the point man, but one towards the CT smoke, and wonderful sitting in the smoke as well. This could get really muddy, really messy. Flash no good for the CTs, and Nertz, he solved the conundrum.
Nice and easy. Every single angle cleared. Which way? Now Bit and Imma will just have to do exactly that once more. Save again. But at least this round will be saving into a good position. They're going to have their Kevlar and helmet. There's a couple of upgraded pistols. They will buy rifles behind them next. They are hunting somewhat, Na'Vi. Just holding those deeper lines to see if Liquid, rather around, if Na'Vi will go a little bit deeper. Liquid are very much in control right now, Mac. It's, again, a long and uphill battle. But whilst there's 11, there's still that glimmer of hope, right? A chance. It's only once we hit 12 where they can start to get a little bit more concerned and just starting to focus onto Ancient.
Yeah. Like, okay. Big question for me. I've seen Nertz go for the MP7 a few times, and there hasn't been a super large amount of success. That round, bit of a different one. Nice against the anti-eco. But people started to buy the UMP, and I can tolerate that because I love that thing. Great weapon. Underutilized for sure. And I love the slower fire rate, the extra damage at range. But the MP7, the only thing that I can put that towards is an accidental buy from Tyloo against Vici Gaming back in Road to Rio. That's the only value I've seen from this thing in the history of Go, and, well, I guess 2 now. Maybe prior to that it was a bit different. But, is it undervalued? Am I wrong? Is there something Nertz knows that we don't know, or is he just playing silly buggers? That being said, it's time for Banana Control, and Alexi B makes ultimate dead with that HE.
Removal of the hopes and dreams in the form of one. But JL, ow, he even reacted to that one too on cam. Don't blame him. But it's something. It's still low as well. Wonderful keeping a trained eye up towards this boiler position. They are congregating up towards mid now, Mac. Minute left on the clock. Twist ready to pull out some of that utility. Alexi tagged in the process as well, so there is still some damage. Nertz trying to keep them entertained towards B because they are yet to make a call so far. 45 seconds. It is starting to get down that way. Now some utility up once again. Shuey sending it over towards the side of A. Now It's going to be a really, really awkward run, Mac. Here we go. They're going to have to defend with Valor here at Na'Vi. 30 seconds to go. Liquid need to get moving.
Oh, caught in the open. And lost in transition. It's going to be just Bit remaining, and he's doing a great bit of it over towards the short side. Again, a third, a crispy one onto Twist, and maybe giving Na'Vi an opportunity to stack that 12th on they've been looking for.
No time to save here. They are both low, but Shui in position. He's got some additional time. Molotov to clear out. Diggity side. They are moving in behind it, so they are doing the buddy system. They will set themselves up to trade. They have to make sure they connect with this one, though. There's so many angles to clear. Time is ticking. No kits, no chance. Just the one in the corner. JL! He'll do it. He'll find it. Shui denied, and that is going to be map point for Na'Vi. They only lose a coupler. They don't have to save too long, and it's right on the line, but it is enough time. Well done from JL.
Great entries. Big moments. But in the end, not quite enough. Bit 100% the hero for the round. And one more necessary to take us to Ancient. Liquid, fortunately, have had some healthy rounds, so they've still got a bit of money in the bank to maybe make the comeback a reality, but there's a long hill to climb before that discussion even begins.
Already getting peppered down, though, by that utility, aren't they? A little bit of damage from Nerds, but he rips the head off of Alexi B. They're already contesting for this banana position once more. The Molotov to go down to just keep them at bay. But they are keen. Look at them go. Bit does find Naf in the process, however. That's a big, important pick as they dive in towards the apartments. Wonderful here, taking down Nerds. But JL falling as well. Now they can try to pick up the pace here straight through the smoke. Where's he going to be looking? So many angles to try and watch here. Wonderful. He's going to watch top oranges, seeing where they go, but he just has to try and hold this line. A crucial shot to hit, and it does not connect. And now Imma, unless he can find something blind, maybe there's a chance, but otherwise it's just looking like it'll be a save. They do want to try put the sweat on here, but again, it is just that economic woe situation for Na'Vi where they'll have to walk away and just think about what they've done.
Fortunately, they have space and they have time to get that one round they need. Liquid can't do it in regulation. They have to have eyes set and focused fully on overtime. But again, it's great to see that some of the individuals that were lacking in the first half are starting to do the whacking instead. Should we get a couple of kills on the board? Ultimate 2, who did have a stellar first map, but also has gone missing in the second. And Twists, the expected firepower, is bringing it as well. I'm keen to see Wonderful's reaction here again. He was not happy with that miss. Got a little angsty in the player cams. We won't get to see it, but you can roll it back if you want. 7 rounds now needed. Mitch. Percentages. Give me one that represents the chances of Liquid making this work.
Honestly, 10% doesn't even sound like too much.
J&Z, little lost. Wondering what the hell JL's doing in spawn 10 seconds into the round.
Fair enough, to be fair.
Having a yap.
Yeah. Caught lacking. They've moved up quick, though, here, haven't they, Na'Vi? I do like this stack. What are they going to make work with it? Damage dealt already onto Nerds. They've picked up the pace off the back of it. Are they going to keep on kicking? Yes, they are. And now that utility, will it go down towards New Box? No, Shui does drop Imma. And now Alexi. Surely he has the AK in hand. It's the M4. That's been picked up. Nay, damage dealt though. Shui finds him. Bit does drop Naf, but unfortunately, again, it's a long way away. Bit is intrigued. But once again, it's going to be a save. Round after round, 1 foot in front of the other up this mountain that is that of a comeback for Liquid. If Liquid bring this back, Mac, if Liquid close out this map and take it to a 2-0 to the arena, well, they're winning the major.
Well, they're taking a page out of FaZe's book. Finally, some sweet revenge against a different team. Again, One of the more solid sayings in Counter-Strike is you win or you learn. Pretty good for life as well. And it looks like Na'Vi aren't having to do the learning just yet. Winning still on the cards. And Bit just cooking up whatever he can get his mitts on. But for now, 6 more needed. The magic number. I like this theory, by the way. JL facing from that back of sight to make sure no one was looking at... was it Imma boosted with an M4?
Can't even remember now. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, goldfish memory. But yeah, the triple stack regardless. Draw the attention away. Surely there's not going to be a double stack if we've already killed one there at New Box. You don't clear that. And it got them one. Could have done more damage. Could have also had a better follow-up, but Alexi B caught in the smoke, getting broken. This goes to show that Team Liquid, they know what they're doing here. And Na'Vi taking another tactical. Spoken about many a time as to the efficacy of Blade's words in those precious seconds. Let's see if this can be the one.
Man, Nerds is still having fun. Naf, not so much. You can tell he is feeling a little flat. But look, a win would be a win. They've been pacing pretty well now as the contest does go up towards middle once more. Molotov to flush Naf in towards a little bit more of an awkward line. That smoke will keep them at bay. So no real interest. A bit of damage dealt onto Nerds this time round. JL has been punished these last couple of rounds. Now Nerds wanting to keep and going for the fight. But they damage really, really good. Feel like Na'Vi won this early exchange.
Longside smoke. Bloomin' early. Liquid a molly to short, flash to follow, Naf the peak. No CT's home. And a fake flash to potentially signal the retake, but in the meanwhile, Imma still tucked in the cubby. Not showing face, but will be able to full clear bracket. Given the timing of a jiggle, but speaking of timing, you've got to hit those. Wonderful, not quite ready for the power of ultimate coming through, and it's all down to Alexi B to get this done. One flash, one moment, and one shot from ultimate turns it all back in Liquid's favor. The 3 remaining members on the A site want to save, and Naf knows that they're still here.
I mean, just use as a human decoy at this point in time, right? I guess if it works, it works. You got to. But it is just crazy. Again, I know you're going to just hammer on to me about bloody Inferno. But 2 AWP shots win a round.
Good shots. Strategic depths
good shots.
Are, another whole conversation for it. The way that they are entering sight, the front sight smokes, the CT smokes, and then, look, the thing that broke it was Wonderful, just wasn't quite ready for the peak. I was yapping about something and I wasn't aware if Ultimate was the point man or if someone just jumped across and caught him off. He will watch it again. Nah, just straight away. AWP, not the best weapon to go for peaks like that with, but just the perfect moment to make that move. And Ultimate will find his 9th kill with a beautiful opening and a 7th round for Liquid. Instilling some extra confidence towards the end of Inferno for them. But the job's not done. The ever-evolving magic number has gone to 5 now. And what is that smoke? Cheeky waterfall smoke that Liquid have... I'm guessing it's done on purpose to try to isolate the angles that you fight towards the top of Banana, but I could be overthinking it and it could just be a misthrown smoke. Someone roll it back on Face It Watch for me and let me know real quick.
Thank you, Bob.
Cheers, Bob.
5 rounds. I think if we see a full wipe, not allowing for a save, then maybe we'll start talking about Liquid bringing this one back. But it is starting to look a little bit more convincing here. Boost over the top. Nertz onto the half wall. And just these two members again. JL, Alexi B. Are they going to be able to hold this? 45 seconds now. The utility fake still going out from NAF. 4 hungry members of Liquid. Alexi only with that singular smoke. I mean, it will buy him some additional time, but they haven't been holding back from pushing through these smokes, have they? 30 seconds now. Smoke on to the boost spot there. Now as that utility does start to muster, does start to march, it's not even going to be the opening for JL. Alexi gets one, but it's just like clockwork, isn't it? There is enough of member here. Okay, wonderful. Maybe he'll find one. But that smoke surely should go down, keep him at bay. Or do they even have one to block off the coffins? I don't think they do.
Negative.
So he's going to just keep interested. They could actually come in for finally a retake attempt here. But Ultimate, he's deep in CT. He's going to drop him up. And now just leaving that one member at the back aside. Wonderful has crept in, but it's just going to be a matter of timing. Naf, when does he peek? Bit does find it, Mac, as you said, but Naf on the board. Now Bit has to try and clear Ultimate here, but all he needs to do is just buy the time. Does find the shot. Naf has to clutch. Naf should be able to find this, but no, he's got no kit. What am I even entertaining here? Of course he's not going to retake. Naf's just going to keep the round, and there's a swing. Okay, Liquid are winning the major.
4 big impact frags from the Nafinator on your screen. No, I was gasping because I thought I saw a moment where Bit, he got that first one, found the second. And Newbox is bangable, Mitch. He picked the AWP up and I was like, oh, is he gonna? But he didn't. So. And also time, a factor in the end. But that being said, Liquid, yes, could be winning the major. Still to be determined. But for the moment, the new look Liquid is laying down the groundwork and making Alexi B squirm in the player cams here. He is not looking comfortable.
Oh, as I said, like, it just feels like Na'Vi are like nerfing themselves a little bit. I don't know. Or maybe Team Liquid are doing that. They said, okay, we'll let them get this many rounds. It'll just make it harder for us. It'll make it look way more impressive if we convert this comeback. Because now it definitely starts to sell the narrative of a possibility, right? You know, even if it's sitting down at 2-12 or something along those lines and 5-12, it's just not even believable. But here and now, maybe it is. Yep. It's on your screen right now.
Schmolly towards the top of Banana.
Oh, no.
Wait, hold on. Stuck in the corner. Nertz will be mollied off. It's all A-OK until they get tickled by the shrapnel. And it's looking good. This time, it's aggression from Na'Vi, and they're looking to hunt for Banana control. Imma, do they expect him still towards the sandbags? And are they allowed to even fight? That Incendiary buying extra time, and Alexi B and Imma, they were thinking about still going for this one.
You could just see that JL went a maybe second too early. Imma on that line. Yeah, you're right. It's getting really claustrophobic for Imma here. He does have Alexi to try and help him out here. But they aren't interested just yet. They still don't have that bomb. A minute left to work with. Ultimate holding the line with the AWP. They can just leave him there for now. Congregate back towards this site. A bit. Naf! He's connected. All of a sudden, maybe we see a little bit of a shift here. Ultimate's going to watch him. He might be able to strangle him. Just hold him here. Keep him interested. They've rotated away. What's happening? Micro mistakes from Na'Vi. They think it's B right now. Imma, he's going to jump up on towards the top of the site, but again, all Ultimate needs to do is just be that singular engagement. Takes him down. Oh, Mac, is it happening?
Imma's face says it all. Wonderful, thought he was safe. And will they go for the hunt? There is plentiful economy in the bank for Liquid to send some members back towards B.
Hold me.
To snatch these rifles away and make the adventure towards overtime ever so pleasant. In they creep. Isolated Na'Vi not playing together at all. It's Imma on top of the sandbags. They soften the fall. An info gain from Alexi with these footsteps coming, tucked in the corner. They want him, they know him. And they are going to be spraying him to the bitter end. Imma still low. 3 points of health in the corner, and it looks like no one's found him.
Mate, Naf's back. He's got a couple of kills. He's looking a little sharper. I mean, look, maybe he's not, but he's got a couple of kills. That's what I'll say.
Stick to the former. Sorry, Naff.
That's fine.
Sorry,
we love him.
Americas.
Naffers, where are you? Support your boy. But just again, Navi's economy is just teetering. I mean, they've got money in the back coffer, so at least they'll have a decent looking buy into round of 23.
Yeah.
But that's if Liquid convert another. It'll be double digits if they find this.
2 more needed after that, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. And Na'Vi fighting for that banana control, this time fully. Molly at the half wall. And Na'Vi isolated here. That smoke will fade, and the T's, they are here and ready to play, but the bomber's going to be spotted, making its way up mid, and things get a little awkward now. CT's on both sides at the bottom of Banana, with Wonderful at the top with that 5-7. The Molly nade combo is beautiful, but they don't know about JL just yet. Flash forward, and MP9 at this range, completely fatal, and he's going to be able to give him a facial with the bullets. Only for the first, but not the second. Twist steadies.
Wonderful alone, no Kevlar, a single 5-7. Bit does find Naff, so maybe there's a chance. Twist needs to clear this. He's got some info. He's found the site, and it's still a 3 versus 2. There is weaponry. There is a kit in the hands of Ima, but they're not going to find anything down mid. Do they take another L? Do they call for another save, knowing that they have finally a decent economic situation into this if they save these weapons? I think the latter is the answer, but that means they have allowed Liquid more than a chance. They just need an inch, but they've been given a mile. 2 rounds to go now for Liquid to bring us to overtime.
Mitch, you haven't asked the question about panicking yet, but now's the fucking time to do it.
Oh, I began panicking about 12 rounds ago.
Na'Vi fans, run around, hands up, start bloody screaming. Send some energy their way if you want to see some Ancient, because they need something. They need literally a goddamn miracle to get this round at this point.
Just one single round. A crumb, in fact.
Divine intervention will do. James got it. Why can't Na'Vi too?
For whom the bell tolls, Mac. Liquid. Giving another go. Giving it another run. What's the play going to look like? Twist up at 20. It's quick. Nerds already getting straight into there. He wants to try and take down these members. They're not going to be ready for it. It's all going to be on towards the line. It is awkward. Oh, God, okay. Finally, there's an opening. There's an entry here for JL. He's got the early information, and the rest of the members are not close enough of Liquid to get anything done. Finally, a man advantage here for Na'Vi.
The conversion is what they need to focus on. Flash is good. Ultimate, though, forced to fight. The molly doesn't spread, though. And those incendiaries, not worth their weight in gold. But Ultimate still allowed to live. Does he have Midas's touch for the round, though? Info gained and that smoke goes down. But can he inflict the pain that he needs to? There it is, the equalizer as JL falls. And Alexi, oh, he's knocking on the door, but the trade will come through, and the bomb too has yet to be spotted, but it's creeping solo. Shui, what the hell?
No.
They've just handed it on a silver platter. Na'Vi just have to hold this for 40 seconds. Mitch, we're done here.
We absolutely are. Naff would have to pull off the biggest round of his career, but he will not. Na'Vi get 13-10. It's across the line, but they look dejected. They do not look pleased with their performance. They're trying to turn up a little bit of a smile, but you can understand why they are not feeling fantastic right now. They need to get outside. They need to refresh, but at least they go to a third. We need Ancient. We need it bad, Mac Daddy.
Everything
but that was a crazy one.
Is fine. It's all okay. You guys didn't see a fake comeback happen. The scoreline was 13-1. Na'Vi won the pistol. Pretend the last 20 minutes were nothing. Okay? That's what we got to focus on. The future, not the present or the past. We're down to best of 1 territory. Only Ancient to show the greater of these two teams. And speaking of greats, reliving this moment, JL. A clutch for the ages. One that, look, ended up being necessary. That one and the one followed just by Wonderful straight after. If they didn't win those two, Mitch, we may be in OT, we may be in a different setting. But alas, ifs and buts, throw them away. Let's have a look here as to what's going down on the Ancient side of things and who are we going to focus on here, Mitch?
Oh, God, I honestly don't even know. I think just purely on that sort of comeback attempt alone, Liquid is going to have the snowball effect rolling into this one. Na'Vi needs something cooking into this cheeky little break, right? Just some breathing exercises, some sort of calming level, but whatever it is, it's definitely going to be the final map of the day, Mac, and the groups as well.
Cinema, absolute cinema. This whole bloody series, this whole bloody evening, and I'm glad that this one went to 3. I feel like it is much deserved, not just by Liquid, but Na'Vi. You know what? I'm standing up. I'm getting ready. This is going to be, it's going to need it. I think this one, wait, my desk ain't doing it. Here we go. Don't worry, guys. Technical difficulties in the game and here on the broadcast. But of course, let's have a look at Wonderful stats because that man was the difference maker in many of those moments. A couple of shaky ones, but for the most part, doing God's work. And it was an effort by committee. You see, hey, we just played almost 40 rounds at Counter-Strike, 30 rounds at Counter-Strike if Matt could count. 20 and 13, that's not a lot, but it's still more than the next guys. And it was needed. It was bloody needed to have so many rounds in that first half, to have that kind of success that ended up being worth it in the end, because if they didn't have a solid T side, Teal would have just won this 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think Wonderful, he was the hero at the very beginning, had a massive, massive clutch. I think it was the 1v4 we are seeing on the screen right now, or the 1v3. I can't remember who picked up that one, but yeah, it was back-to-back clutches, a 1v3 and a 1v4. So yeah, big impact from Wonderful, got the job done, closed it out for the team in the end as well, Mac, but you can't be proud of that victory if you're Na'Vi.
I think you got to be proud of something, though. I think you got to take the dubs when you get them, especially with their form lately, and they're going to need that dub. If you're not proud of that, you've got to really think yourself through, get that mental together, and to do so, fortunately, they've got 10 minutes or so before we jump into Ancient, the final map of the day here on the B stream. Ladies and gents, don't go too far because this is going to end on a scorcher.
Liquid looking good?
Yeah, obviously got a little bit more practice in, so hopefully I can turn and show a better face at this event, hopefully individually, I know I've been getting some flack due to my individual performance, but, another event, another day, another chance for redemption. Let's go.
How do you feel? Man, I'm asking you this one as a loaded question, right? Because you've had some, that's Big Keith. That's Big Keith to them, bro. They need to start putting some respect on your name. Dude, okay. You've had some good games, but you've also had some rough games as of late. How are you feeling about it? Yeah. I know that you take it quite harshly, bro. You put a lot on yourself in these sorts of games. What have you been grinding? Is that kind of the vibe? You've just been playing a lot? What's the go-to to try and get Big Keith back in the server?
I mean, yeah, of course, playing is always one of them. But for me, I think it's just I think right now it's just a mental aspect. I don't think I've come across a hurdle like this, underperforming at times is kind of foreign to me to be playing like this. So, but at the end of the day, I just want to show up and play better and, see how it goes.
It is wild because when I was going over your numbers, bro, you've been miraculously consistent for a very, very long time. And so when you say this is kind of foreign to you, I believe that. I feel like you've always had that ability to rock up. You know what you're going to get at bare minimum. And anything above that is fucking sweet, Yeah, so you think it's a bit of a mental thing right now? Do you think that having Shui and the boys now is going to help, lock you back in, as it were? Does the team feel like a team?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think, of course, when we brought in Shui, of course, it was a change of scenery in terms of how we play somewhat. So, of course, there was a change there. But I believe no matter what, I mean, and on Liquid for the past 5 years, I played with 6,000 different players and 6,000 different IGLs, so I have no excuses. I just need to perform.
Last thing then, you doing anything cool out here in Oz? You got any cool plans, bro? You want to look around?
I mean, honestly, the coolest plan is to hopefully make a playoffs and perform well. That's the coolest plan I think I can think of.
Playoffs in Melbourne? That would be a pretty cool plan. And I hope you get to realize that plan, Keith. Thank you for talking to us, brother. Good luck.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the grind. You guys had some time off since Lisbon. What was the main focus between that and Melbourne?
I mean, believe we had like a 4-week trip when we had Lisbon. Like we had four weeks off out on the road. I mean, and then after that we had a couple days off, just practice till now, and now we're here to play this tournament. We don't have anything after, so after this is gonna be like a small trip to home again to practice, go to Astana, and then like a bigger boot camp. So now just online practice and trying to improve on our weaknesses.
Yeah, everyone's talking about, Vitality has been the team of the year so far. They're one ESL tournament away from winning the Grand Slam too. But tell me why Navi could be the team that's going to get the first deny ever in the Grand Slam if you go up against them in the final.
I mean, just the fact that I feel like we've been doing the work this year to try to be in that scenario where we could reach the grand finals, and if we make it, I think that the whole team will feel the atmosphere being that we can win again, and show our strengths from last year. And I think that obviously Vitality is playing super good, but every team is throughout history sometimes you're gonna lose eventually, right? So yeah, the thing is that we just gotta keep believing.
I feel like I'm not the only one who says we wouldn't mind a replay of that Cologne Grand Final. That was a pretty sick one. Although for you with a different outcome, I'm sure.
That's true.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Alexi. Always a pleasure.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer. My heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I hope you guys haven't had enough of Counter-Strike, because we've got one more map to go to end out Wicked Wednesday and see which of these two teams is going to be joining the rest of them over in the playoffs over at Rod Laver Arena, where, look, I heard from a bird. It might have not have been a bird, it might have been a real person, but they did say if you are not here, you are not living, and only one of these teams gets to live at IEM Melbourne 2025.
Exactly. It's a little bit of cruel fate, isn't it? Winner gets a spot at the playoffs. Loser gets a plane ticket. It's a very, very brutalist reality at this point in time in the competition. But yeah, that's the crux of it, right? You know, it's the final map of it. A stream's already done and dusted. B stream, best stream marches forward. Is it going to be Liquid or will it be Na'Vi?
Let's find out. Ancient. It's going to be the battlefield. It's best of one territory. Anybody's game. You win this, you take it all, and you don't lose it all. And win rate-wise, it's edging towards Na'Vi with these stats, but we know that Liquid have played this for a damn long time. And arguably, look, I'm thinking Eclipse. I've seen crazy stuff coming out of JL, coming out of bloody Nerds, coming out of Twist. You name it, there is players on both these teams that have had incredibly historic performances on Ancient, and they're going to need to dig deep and do that again. Man, I just don't particularly know which way I want this one to go. I feel like it would be great for Na'Vi to make it and prove everyone wrong with a nice run through the playoffs, but also Liquid with Shui at the helm and having a performance that takes him to playoffs, that's just going to, you know, shut a lot of the critics up that have been saying maybe Liquid need to figure out what they're doing before this Majors comes around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the criticism is pretty harsh, right? You know, bringing a brand new IGL into the competition not too long ago, still putting in some decent results. Yeah. The vibes seem to be okay in the camp of Liquid as well. So great news so far, and I'm liking what I'm seeing as Na'Vi's a bit more of a scrap at this point in time. High highs, low lows.
Yeah, low lows indeed. And now look, before we get into this game, I've got a head-to-head that I want to talk about because on Ancient, that B site needs to be locked the hell down. And two individuals today have been performing. Shui and Alexi B. These aren't necessarily the ones that I was looking for, but look, we'll talk about them anyway. I was going to talk about the B anchors, but Shui, we don't necessarily know what he's bringing to the table other than some spectacular calls. And so far here at IEM Melbourne, his 2.1 rating is 30 to 25, Mitch. Tell me about that.
3,025. I think he's ascended.
He's off the Richter.
He's gotten pretty
off
bloody
the scale.
good.
Cinema.
Oh, man.
But look, yeah, I was going to talk about both. It was, my brain, NAF and JL, both the B anchors, because the B site is kind of like the make or break side of the map. If you're not able to get that lane control, especially on the CT side, if you're not fighting for it, if you're just sitting back and letting the T's sort of play their game, if you don't control cave, if you can't take mid, things go crazy. Now,
there was a hell of a lot of X's going on there. Yeah. I like that stat.
20XX. I was just checking that the numbers were right, and we got confirmation that they weren't quite right. There was actually letters in the numbers, and that's not supposed to be how the alphabet works, or numbers in particular. But look, Ancient-wise, I don't even know what my point was anymore, but I'm just ready for action. I'm ready to yap, Mitch. Yap with me.
Yeah, I'll yap with you happily, mate. The only thing I can say is that both of these teams have won Ancient today, right? It was the victory map for Liquid over MIBR, and then the exact same thing could be said earlier where Na'Vi took it away to close the series against FlyQuest. So knife rounds out, Alexi suffocated. That means that Liquid are going to be likely starting on towards that CT side. Happy days, happy plays. Will that give them the boost though, Mac? Does that give them the leg up? Because T side has looked the stronger side today.
Let's go. Last 2 months, Liquid, neither side looking super good. You could see that their win rate wasn't quite great, but they really got to turn that around. And their performance at this event has been different to what the stats kind of tell. For Na'Vi in particular, if they start on the T side, on paper, that's their strongest side. And earlier today, we did see them go up against FlyQuest on Ancient, right? My brain is going a little bit crazy, a little bit spoopy in the action of it all. And I'll get it up in a moment, but where are we going? FlyQuest, yeah. No, I'm just getting the round count. Yeah, okay, that was the 13-8 affair that got Na'Vi back into the game. Very, very unfortunate for the FlyQuest fans out there, like one person in this
Two people, thank you very much.
2 people, maybe. I like to hide my bias. But yeah, Na'Vi with a stellar performance like that. And going into this, if Liquid cannot get their ducks in order, if they let Na'Vi run away with the game early, I think we'll see something similar to Inferno. And I don't know if I necessarily want that, as entertaining as it could be. I just want to see some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we have to, right? You know, we've had a pretty one-sided affair on each of the maps. Like, admittedly, there was the fake comeback from Liquid that certainly started to make it a little bit more spicy. But this huddle has taken a little bit longer. The guys are looking to get prepped, looking to get pepped, and I don't blame them at all, right? You need to see the Fury come out as hard as possible here on this finale. Final map of groups. Every single game from here out after this one is over will be down at Rod Laver Arena. It starts Friday. Cannot wait for all the action to walk the doors through and to see all your beautiful faces there. But for now, Liquid up against Na'Vi, Mac. It is interesting to find us here, right? I don't know. It seems like a strange sort of place. As I said, you know, normally these two teams, historically, maybe more so in 2024, would have already been up there in the arena, would have already made their playoffs.
Yeah.
But now the fact that they have to duke it out in the lower bracket final, anything can happen.
Anything could happen, and Ancient will be where we decide a winner and a loser between Na'Vi and Team Liquid. Let's see what they have in store for us, as Liquid have decided to start on that CT side. Early info gained towards A main, but I don't know if those Ts were quite spotted. Maybe they were with that jump peak. And Bitsy up and up a storm. I don't know if they were. They're sending members the wrong way. Shui going to be left solo on the A site, and with the CT smoke, there's going to be no help from Ultimate in just a moment.
They're pretty unmoving as well, aren't they? Ultimate is going to start to try and join them now. He will dive through the smoke nice and early, so he's not going to feel the pressure just yet, but Shui's still watching over towards the donut. They do get faked out for just a split second. Shui, great shot, opening up on towards the A main defense. If he can find Wonderful here as well, but instead, he's just going to buy his time falling away. Ultimate rips the head off of Alexi. Nice start so far, and that is going to be the bomb dropped on the middle of the site, but Imma will pick up. Now the underarm flash out. Imma, okay, opening up the site with 3, and he's still alive, still kicking. He'll have to clutch it out himself. Shui has found 3 as well. But can Imma slow down this round? Take a deep breath and try to bait these 2 into submission. He still has plenty more time left, 40 seconds. And Mac, he's going to go all the way around, but I don't think he's got enough time. So he's going to pull the plug on that one.
That would have been the play. Hindsight 2020. But let's see how his vision is on these 2 CTs. Shui able to swing on the offline, but it isn't even necessary. Nertz on an off angle himself will just take another name. And that's a pistol that was desperately needed even, for all the Canadian, Polish fans that are awake right now.
They probably are just starting to wake up now, right? It'd be about 10 in the morning over in Europe, or maybe 9. America will be up, 7:30.
Canada
getting
time.
their brekkie sorted.
Yeah, 7:30 on the money. Well, Imma, with his couple of kills, has afforded himself a deagle. Upgraded the firepower on just the pistolas, and Alexi B waiting out the molly. Not giving info to Team Liquid for free. Naf solo. MP9, very good tool to have in your hands for this one. Ooh, didn't react or clear the corner, but he will be able to get it regardless. JL falling, and Wonderful with a 2-tap in the back of the head. It's the cave players they need to worry about, and the Glock won't get the job done. Free gun for a reason. Ooh, and Imma. Missed moments. Only bit to get some damage done.
Collects the bomb, and we'll just have to have a slow waltz up B long. I don't think Naf actually spotted him there, just outside the cave. But you have a keen eye surely over towards it. Shui just watching that line now as he does exit. And that will be the opener.
Sorry, the chat's just getting angry that we said the time of Canada. They thought we were talking about Europe and said that we're dumb. Mitch, I think it's pretty common knowledge that we're dumb. Welcome.
Correct.
Chat. Glow up in the chat. Rot those brains a little more. We need it to get through this one as we traverse into Na'Vi's first gun round. Let's see what they can bring to the table. And let's see what Liquid do, prioritizing that mid control, going straight through the smoke, nades, mollies, going bloody everywhere, damage favoring no one in particular, but Bit gets the space and is ready for the double swing through that smoke.
Early picks. Double up. Ultimate, though, able to equalize, bringing it down. Shui finds another. How have they got away with this? What a response in the middle of the map. Now Naf also dropping Wonderful. It's looking very, very good in the entry here for Team Liquid. Oh, man, a 3v5 on the cards here. Alexi B has to do it all solo. Does have the bomb in hand. Oh, God, Naf. That's your teammate, mate. Ultimate taken down. And now handicapped slightly. Alexi B surely confused, and if he can creep through the temple, maybe he will be expecting a little bit more than a prayer. Shui is watching, so it should be okay. We can relax. Shui 7-0. Calm down, boys. Don't worry about it.
a 3v5, that scenario. And look, Naf hasn't had the greatest impact so far for Liquid, but also taking your teammates out. Now that, I think, may be crossing a line. But he is positive this game, and as you could see in the player cams, mentally, they're all positive as well. But let's see if Na'Vi can make a positive move at mid. They are gaining a whole bunch of space, but won't check the corner. Twist a little whiffy. And unfortunately, this could be a stiff situation to get themselves out of. Smoke towards Donut as Shui wants blood, wants revenge for his fallen teammate. Imma, however, is going to do it all. Na'Vi with the Eco Mega Lol to get their first round on the board.
Finally, a game. It's quick. It's chaotic. It's all over the shop. There it is before our week.
Get him again.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Beautiful stuff. Great response, though, from Na'Vi, right? Keeping their composure there. Already pushing back Liquid to a pretty motley looking buy. The ultimate AWP is in tow.
Now, I want to take a moment quickly to remind everyone that Imma is very good at the game. Yes, this tournament, he hasn't had the best performance, and even today he's been a little quiet. But Ancient is a place where he can get the cooking going. And so far, so good. If they can get a few more rounds here on the T side, then Liquid could quickly be in trouble. And this round in particular, it is
something
important for Liquid to try and make a play because, look, 5-7s, they're good at close range. But if Na'Vi figure that out and navigate around all these cheeky little pistols, then it should be quite easy. But that's it. That's what we need from Liquid to win rounds like this. Proactivity, a dry push, and a surprise that JL never asked for.
How he's able to get down long, completely dry, get a pick, no trade. A little bit rough there from Na'Vi. Caught lacking. Now they leaning over towards the side of B, up in the window. Ultimate's going to be joining them towards the side of A. So they are just trying to bait it out here. Alexi B getting that utility out from the donut. Now Bit also about to take point, but does he park it? It looks like he will. They are still trying to sell this. They're really trying to pull them over. As I said, they do have 3 of them interested, Mac, but Ultimate's going to be able to be on that line. Nerd's actually up on the boost. Ultimate now looking back towards Donut. Narrowly misses the flick, but it is one. Alexi now has to try activate. A couple of missed shots here. Wonderful finds it. No, Ultimate not like this. A leg shot on the Wonderful. Nerds, though, tagging low. This is awkward. Alexi has dropped Nerds. Another missed shot. Ultimate. That's a full mag, my friend. You can't be doing that. Now Naf in the clutch with Shui. He will rotate around, getting back in towards the Donut here, but do they have enough time? Both these members, Mac, they are so low. 20 points of HP between them. But Shui now will creep. He's got his sneakers on, but can he connect with the shot? Alexi onto the line, spots the gun barrel. Maybe he can do it. He knows how to hit a shot. Ultimate, watch that one back, mate. 2 points of HP. Now Naf, will he be able to connect onto this one? Drops the smoke to try and keep some interest, but he walks on up. All Alexi needs to do is connect with the techie, but unfortunately he will not find it, and I think Naf, no, you're right, Mac. I don't know if he's got enough time.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh! Half a second.
Head in the hands from Alexi.
Oh, he is so unhappy with that.
How does Ultimate miss all 5 and Liquid still win?
That's incredible. Like, he started strong. Missed 4, had to reload, missed another before falling. Alexi partially showing how it's done. And I thought Liquid misplayed that. I thought Naf needed to be the man to gain the info on the 1 point of health, but ended up being the clutcher and getting it in just in the millisecond needed.
Oh, shout out to my Naffers. They were always believing.
Naffers, never worried. The chill sloth individuals, you know what I mean?
Never a doubt.
Okay, so Mitch, keep count here. On how many Na'Vi gun rounds we see this half. 1. So far, it's none. Because they won with the techies. Good showing
This is
from
chaotic
Liquid,
Counter-Strike, isn't it?
This is what we needed from Liquid, right? I looked at the stats telling a story that is not in their favor, but it's called flipping the script, rewriting the narrative. And TL are looking to do just that. I thought Na'Vi were going to go faster up the B ramp, but this time, just fighting for lane.
That is painful. Shuey has done that completely blind through that smoke. Alexi B not able to play in this round. Denial of service. JL has to try pick up the pieces for him. They're all sitting outside the cheetah. Do they want to explode here?
How's the timing on this? Shuey on the jiggle. Info gained. Choke smoked. Oh, won't disrespect the molly. And JL happy to go through. Minute on the clock. Smoke on short. Molly on the choke. Will stop Na'Vi from being able to go through, but they'll face, and Dewey in the meanwhile will fall, pushing that smoke, not aware that Bit could still be lurking, and it ain't working for Naf either. This is looking like Na'Vi should be stacking on another. But Liquid thinking about going for the flood, and Bit's at the ready. Imatu, Riflers, reigning supreme on the B side. Nerds, though, coming in and changing it in his favor. The spam into the cutout, and now it's all on Bit. 2 kills already, 2 more on the agenda. But can he eat it all up? Spots him swinging. Post, but Nerds is just that much better right now. 4 kills on the retake, and so much time to stack the 5th on.
He has been absolutely incredible in this competition, hasn't he, Nerds? The individual performance, the wow factor that he can bring. It's not there all the time, but when it's there, it's bloody beautiful. And that is a round that they have managed to secure. And even though in that time, Shuey's still saying, let's focus, let's take this one forward, because he got away with a hell of a lot, but it did slip away, right? There was a little bit of disorientation in that retake. But Nerds getting the job done for now. 5 on the trot for Liquid. Yeah, look at that. Stunned.
There's your Shuey Cinema emote. What was that, a 2v4? Lovely series of events for Nerds, who did have a slow start to the map, but now he is getting warmed up. Shuey, 1 for 1. Good info at least on Alexi B's position. And Wonderful looking to lead the charge up the ramp side too. Oh, getting frisky with it. Twisty, unfortunately, going to be put in a rough position. Naf able to at least trade. And the double long setup will lock in B for the moment.
That's enough for now, though, right? Allows the rotation to come over. The smoke gives them some additional time. Because look at the investment in towards main from Nerds here. He's already looking. And will he be cooking? We'll have to find out soon, because Imma surely not going to be aware. 1:05 left on the clock. There is no way that he's going to be there this quickly, but where does he go with it? Does he drop behind mid? Looks like he is going to start to. This could be massive, Nerds. The timing is all on your shoulders right now, my friend. Up at the window, he spots 1 and a second back of the head too. Now they start to scramble. Now they start to get concerned. And they're just disconnected. Wonderful, still with the bomb inside Cheetah.
This is the
Bit
call.
trying to pick up some space towards Donut.
Bit's going to show himself and hope to draw rotations, allowing some space for Wonderful to either go one way or another. And with 30 on the clock, he can hear that rotation through CT, as well as one going through Banana. And with that, Bit has space to walk right back. And now with 20, that bomb's going down. It's all a ruse, it's all a fake. And Liquid, they've escaped the scene, but need to do a whole bloody U-turn. Naf thinking, what the hell's going on here? And that time is ticking down. Na'Vi looking to rejoin each other.
They're so separated all together, right? It's just a bunch of 1v1s. Naf has found Wonderful in the process. I cannot believe the round has turned on a dime that quickly. I was sure that the control found by Bit was going to afford them with something. But yeah, disheveled. I think someone in the chat said Na'Vi look sedated. And that's quite a statement.
It was, yeah. The thing, that was just one of them weird situations, right? Where it's a 2v2, but no one's playing together. Naf gets a nice timing, and Ultimate snatches that away. As Bit, unfortunately, got himself caught at the shelf under heaven. Red Room smoke, and Na'Vi struggling to find success at all. Liquid not even going for the mid control now. Happy just to sit back and let Na'Vi come to them because it's been working. Why do they have to change it?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Will this default find anything though? Lacking space still. Completely separated. Bomb dropped. No forward positioning. Finally now starting to see Bit pick something up inside A main. But a lot more work to do, Mac.
Just feeling out what's going on. And that bomb will be picked up and carried towards the A side of the map. Bit not spotted yet. Twist up on the platform. Won't allow him to see that shadow coming, but Ultimate again going to find success onto JL once more. And with that, and the info on the AWP's position, they're going to start to speed up on the other side of the map, but that's if they get past Twist. 1 for 1, and Nertz hoping that he's got that helping hand from the side, and that is going to be more than enough. Naf enters in just in time as Shui snatches the last away, but this is going so well, better than anyone's expected for Liquid.
There's literally just not a drop of water out of place right now for Liquid. A perfect green room, Mac, on the map that is ancient, and they're living completely inside of it. Taking every single inch of space, denying Na'Vi, starving them of control, and now they're back on the pistol. This is just... oh man, I can't even formulate it into words how Na'Vi must be feeling right now.
And the mobility, the change up in the CT setup, up against the pistols. Ultimate, instead of being at B this time, he's over towards Temple at A. Nertz as well, so solid. From Donut, just making all the right moves in a lot of these rounds. But now, what do they do up against the pistols? Safe position from Shui in Cave will be relinquished as they go for a defensive smoke. And Na'Vi Dry will make their way all the way through. Shui almost connecting there. And a whole kit of util to go for at least one more phase and one more wave. Liquid, the handshake to just play for the retake.
Sometimes you see these 5-on-5s. They haven't yet found the bomb plant though yet. They've still got a little bit of utility in hand to start marching out. But they don't want to give away their positions. All settled now, trying to get in towards the post plant. We've got one on the lurk, which is Bit. But now as that utility does start to rain down, Imma peppered 11 points of HP. Now it starts to really get in. 7, getting awkward. But they've got control. All 5 of Liquid coming from CT. Is it going to work? Naf and Nertz, but Alexi gets it back. Bit finding another. Now Ultimate has to shine. He hits the shots. They will connect. And now it's into the clutch. Alexi up against Ultimate. He's slipped the net. He's gone around. It's an open plan. Will he be able to find the right timing? Find the right line? He's off it. Alexi knows, and there's no time. There was never time, Mac. It was only Alexi, and Na'Vi can get on the board with a second.
So how many gun rounds have Na'Vi won now, Mitch?
0.
Still 0.
Playing math. I'm counting.
Crazy. Little bit of chaos going through in the post plant. JL at least getting on the board, so no more James Bond. But Na'Vi still a chance at 5 here in the first half of Ancient. Wonderful. Get the big green going. And we'll see if anything changes up here for either side. This time Liquid
swing round,
thinking about fighting for that mid control, but Na'Vi not offering the same thoughts. It's a push in through the smoke at Cave, and it's dangerous for Shui, but he's put his life on the line, and it's just chaotic again, but this time JL will get his just desserts.
They just got to be so careful though, don't they, Mac? They lose this round and they are broken economically. JL now finding Ultimate. That's the AWP gone down. And they're not even in a position where they'll likely be able to save just yet. Imma is waiting outside mid. They surely still will look to fight for this, the side of Liquid. They've got the rounds to work with. But again, dropping the knee to this one would make it awkward, would make it challenging. Backside control now secured. Alexi looking to take point here, trying to drop Naf, but Naf will make the round a possibility, keeping them alive for now.
No, it's still alive. And until he's dead, oh, okay. I won't believe anymore. Man's been a bloody key piece of the puzzle here. Naf, still a shot, still a chance, but it's just MP9s. And that time is ticking away. With no kit in play, that makes things incredibly difficult, and even more so with Twist, who is looking for maybe an exit, maybe a little buffer to the economy. We'll get one $600 kill reward, but no 8K and no life to the next. Na'Vi taking every morsel of this half that is remaining.
Just like many do will on the Sunday night of IEM, Mac, they'll waltz their way into the Crown Casino and look at their pockets. Well, they've got nothing left. That's Liquid right now. They've invested on the wrong tables. And as a result, they're going to have to take the save deep into this half, meaning that whilst they still will obviously lead it out, there's a chance at potentially 4 or 5 here for Na'Vi.
You mentioned it before, and it does feel like Liquid, like when they're winning, they look so confident, but as soon as they face any adversity at all, it's like the life gets sucked out of them.
Yeah. And especially Twist having a quiet game too. He was looking good in the previous 2.
I'd say still early days, but we're almost halfway done. 2 more rounds left here in the half. And Na'Vi, economy's still breakable, but up against just a couple of USPs here in Cheetah, it should be easy. And JL, though he knows, he's got an inkling, and he's got a helping hand with Imma by his side. Not enough damage pumped onto Na'Vi. And the 3 remaining members for Liquid, well, they're on the opposing side of the map to where Na'Vi have set their sights.
Even that engagement was a little bit scrappy though, Mac. JL actually dinking Imma. So you can tell they are disheveled. Certainly not feeling it entirely. There's a level of hesitation going into this B site still. They'll still drop their utility to make sure they do it and do it well. They want to secure this 4th. And for Liquid, well, they didn't have a hell of a lot to come into this round anyway, so they're not going to be surprised about this L.
Looking like it will just be the handshake. Liquid not too fussed about giving kills across to Na'Vi. They'll just be sharing a couple of stories to each other here in Donut. Maybe exits, you know, maybe a couple of AKs. That sounds quite succulent to carry across to round number 12. But I don't think they're going to be finding those at all. Nert's making a hullabaloo, and Alexi B happy to get aggressive with the Mac 10. So we'll just escape away. And stats will be padded in the end. Another, to the sound of it, probably wonderful. But let's see if Na'Vi can complete the comeback into the half. Mitch, how many gun rounds have Na'Vi won now?
1?
2.
Okay. Sorry.
But close. You were 1 off.
I kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit there. Looking down the old kaleidoscope. It's been a big couple of days, man. Got to admit. Came out swinging on Monday. We've had some pretty good luck in these afternoon B-stream games, haven't we?
Yeah, there's been some scorchers, some crackers. And this one ain't done just yet. It's providing the goods. And I'm in the market for some cold, hard Counter-Strike.
It will be given.
Liquid. Eyes on mid. This time, maybe Imma will go out. Playing anti, thinking about it. Won't edge the smoke, though. And Twist straight up towards the heavens. Going to be able to find the first one. Flicking for the second, but won't connect. Alexi B answering for 1. We're down to the 4v4, but that smoke at the bottom of mid. It's starting to fade. Re-smoke in the right timing, and a molly keeps him at bay. So which way will Na'Vi opt to take this?
Only thing is, Alexi B taken so low in that exchange right now. Shui will walk straight into him, resurging back through Cheetah. They will leap. And now they have to try and make their way through this smoke right now. They will be afforded the site. The rotation comes around from Imma very, very late. I don't think they're actually aware of it. They might be able to get this bomb plant free of charge. Wonderful has to wait for the smoke. The timing, it's great. Shui oversteps his welcome. Gone walkabout. Doesn't know where he's going to be found, but oh, the timing, it's going to be awkward, Imma. Oh, the smoke is there.
Oh, lordy. Looks so good, but the refresh buys some time. Bit shoots back even harder, and just like that, things get even more awkward. Ultimate flicking around, clearing as much as he can. And looking to buy some time for Naf to maybe make this an 8th on the board. Wonderful, picking his moments, picking his timings, but that bomb planted in the open and no kit in play makes this that much harder. Not today, Naf, not today. 7-5, Na'Vi complete, almost a comeback in the half, not in the lead, but they've got much more of a chance leading into the second. Crikey. That's some passion coming through from the Liquid individuals, but I'm sure we're going to hear a little more from Na'Vi this half. They now get to be the defenders, get to be the ones to control the map if possible. But let's see what Liquid have for us. A pistol will make it that much easier. Mitch, how's this one going to go down?
Got no bloody idea, Max, but whatever Liquid are doing, they're doing it fast. They are straight out on towards this site, but Bit will rip the head off of Nert straight down. And now they try to get in towards position. It's a trade out accordingly. Back to a 3-on-3 already. Alexi will be tapped down. but they haven't found that bomb plant yet. They're a little bit now hesitant. Wonderful on the flank, trying to hold Shuey in position, and they look like they want to get through here, Mac. They've already crept onto the site. They're not aware of it. Wonderful, though, will be taken down, getting another JL and Imma, needing to see what they can do here. Alexi also still kicking. Shuey taken low. It's chaos. They're running out of bullets. Shuey charging, still low, and they'll get it done. Liquid hold on.
Holy cow. How the hell have they done that? Both health bars were so low for Liquid, but they get it in the back pocket. They get the job done. Hit the shots that Na'Vi couldn't. And it looked so good for a moment for a couple of these individual sharp shots out of JL, but Shuey, 8 points of health, and he's swinging like that. Confidence bleeding through them. Nerds astounded there, and understandably so. Na'Vi going for the force. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all, but they want this mid-control, and so far it's going well. That MP7, I question, doesn't work. And just like that, Na'Vi will now find themselves with a one-man advantage, and not for bloody long. Crispy one out of Shuey. Gets his 16th kill for the game so far.
Jesus. He was AWOL on Inferno, and now he's looking clean with it on Ancient. Now they pick up the pace on towards this side of BMAC. It is equal 4-on-4. But the challenging footing now starts to come through on towards this site retake if JL can hit the shot, but it will not connect. That smoke will go down, isolating the space. Alexi B tries to make his way in. Imma will find one. Wonderful as well. Oh, it's getting spicy, Mac. Hot under the collar, needing to try and connect with this now as they push on through, but Twist will deny. JL has to be the hero, but with no kit, just the dig. He is going to get in there, see if he can find it. Oh, Shuey's gone in towards that smoke. He loves it. Smoke criminal, looking to do his best Stewie impression. Twist, though, gets dropped. I don't know if he's got the time, though. No, not at all. Just playing the exit. Shuey will take him 17-8. The new captain, and look at him. Stone cold, mewing, in fact.
Unthinkable scenes. And Nerds on the scene. He gets his head ripped off, but it didn't matter. The 4v5 gets brought back by Liquid. And Na'Vi now have to go for another save. They were thinking about it. They're trying to figure out how to get as much damage out of this round as possible, because if they can connect on a few of these Liquid members, they can crack that economy and quickly get back into the game on the CT side. But it's a matter of making that work, getting it done. At the moment, it's not looking fun. 4 rounds the gap, and it's looking like it should be a 5th if everything goes right here for Liquid.
It's just a fact that they may very well have to stomach a double digits comeback again. Na'Vi hasn't exactly set themselves up for success in these last couple of maps. Or they have, but then they've lost stability, lost ground. I just saw the chat, Mewy. Help me.
Oh, love that out of Alexi. The extinguish into the drive-by. But he won't get mitts on that ruffle just yet, eventually. No, it's just that Mac 10. And Nerds finds value with the MP7. Aggression starting to creep towards the A site, but that's where the stack is. Wonderful. I don't think his silencer is poking around the corner, nor seen just yet. Oh, it was. All eyes on the prize, jumping through again. Nerds 2 suffering the same fate as his brothers on the A site. And Alexi going way too quickly, making a hullabaloo. And Shuey deals with that successfully. 10 on the board. 3 needed to make it to the arena.
Pretty good start. Very, very convincing round as well. Or convincing start to the half is what I was going for. That's the one that they had to give up, irrespective. Na'Vi. Alexi made something worthwhile, but now it's the AWP out for Wonderful. All the rifles in tow. They've got a 2-5 to bring it to a tie. Let's see if they've got what it takes here, Na'Vi. They'll need it.
All right, guns on guns. Let's see if Na'Vi can get over that hurdle. Oh, the flash is good, but the smoke's so deep. JL given a moment, but he won't take the chance. Oh, Alexi, him and Wonderful. Things getting harder for both of them, and they are not playing together. It'll boil to a timing. Spray is good, but he won't finish the job onto Shuey.
Shuey's still so confident to even be firing a couple of warning shots back through that smoke, but ultimate, yeah, he's ready for it. The right-eye peek is beautiful. That is a 3 versus 5, Mac. Looking like it may very well be 11 here for Liquid.
Shadow still seen. And Alexi knows. But will just stick his own nose where it may not belong, back towards the spawn, but this time, Crosshair trained on the right position.
Pulling the rotate though, it's going to be B. Going to be smoked off, wonderful.
Oh, the timing. Nerds. He slipped through. And the CT's thinking about maybe going for the save already. Wonderful, reacting 3v3. But there's just no time for them to retake map control or poise themselves for a retake. So that will be 11 Mitch and 3 weapons looking to be carried by Na'Vi into the next.
What do you even say at this point in time if you're Alexi B? If you're Blade, you're 6 rounds down. Elimination point will be 2 rounds away. You've come all the way to Melbourne to give it a real solid crack. And you're facing Liquid, an opponent that you've trounced before. You were a major winner not that long ago, Na'Vi. And now, the rounds are not going your way.
It's incredible that Bit doesn't win that initially. He gets that pick onto Ultimate where he knows that he is, and it's a whole different round. Crucial kill there. And maybe one of the last remaining timeouts for Na'Vi this tournament, as Blade has to set them straight and allow them to find their first round for the second half. That save's so crucial to get all 5 weapons on the board here. But where do they go? Where do they place their pieces? And what's the call out of Shuey?
Yeah. Just about to say quickly, you know, just the difference in emotion across the 2 desks. Boy, all right.